Means
There's a
open your
back
mic. Talk in here. Tell us why we'd be wrong if we all said that the Earth is flat.
Well, I mean,
Yes.
I would rather not talk about that. I mean, I liked previous notions that, for example, that women are best being property and at home with the children. That it is profoundly true that black people are an inferior species, and that
Your dad is in.
there's nothing wrong with the water.
Nothing you're
There's nothing wrong
saying,
with
everything
unprocessed
you're
water.
saying is ahistorical nonsense. Okay?
It's not nonsense.
Yeah, it is
It was
nonsense.
profound truth.
No, it was never true, even in the past.
Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't. You've been reading, I don't know what you've been reading, dude. You've been reading the wrong shit. Go read an actual legal book and how they actually, what women actually were, what their actual status was.
Well, women didn't have the right to vote. They didn't have the right to own property.
They were better off.
No, married women didn't have the right to own property because they couldn't have a debt. So they weren't responsible. So if you don't have any liability, dude, how can you own shit? Right? If you have duties, right, come with duties and responsibilities come with rights. You just don't get the rights and no duties and responsibilities. We said the women don't have the duties and responsibilities. Well, they're not getting the rights either. That's how it worked. But a lot of people also couldn't vote. Non-landowners couldn't vote. So, saying women couldn't vote, it wasn't because they were women. Because they couldn't own the property. So it's ahistorical nonsense because there was a legal status called the femme sole. It's existed since the 1300s, which is a woman that was just like a man. She could do everything that a man could do. Like I said, ahistorical nonsense.
There were also freed slaves, but it was not the majority of black people in America for hundreds of years.
Slavery has nothing to do with race either. More ahistorical nonsense, dude.
I'm not here to say that people don't have the right to simply believe that what they are saying is true.
Look, when someone went to court, hey, you're an escaped slave, we're going to bring you back to the master. They didn't go, are you black? That wasn't a question, dude. There was white slaves.
There were some significant thought leaders that had proffered that men of color were fundamentally mentally weaker and less capable of leadership and social stature.
Yeah, that started in the 1400s in Virginia County because the indentured servants got together with the slaves and they were trying to freaking kill the landed gentry. So in order to stop them from doing this and collaborating with the Africans, they said, hey, dude, and they didn't use race. They called them heathens. They said, these are non-Christians. You can't ally yourself with fucking heathens. So it's just ahistorical nonsense, dude. It's just nonsense. I know that's what they tell you on TV. I know that's what they taught you in school.
I vigorously defend people's right
No,
freedom and their individual rights to choose what they believe in.
Listen, dude. Listen.
Founded in this belief.
Listen. If there's black and white people, why isn't there gray people?
Well, I guess you could say dead people are gray.
Your white and black people is nonsense. Everything you've been saying is all nonsense, like India said. Confirmed.
So when I say that you have the right to believe what you choose to believe, and that's an inalienable right that the government cannot take away from you, would you like to disagree with me on that?
Oh, definitely.
They can't take it away because they can't go into your mind and fucking change your beliefs. That's more of a practical problem. Because believe me, if they could change your beliefs, they would.
If you believe you're a free man in the land, until they come and arrest you.
What you doing over there? That's private property, son. You're going to have to step across that imaginary line.
I'm a free man in the land.
I don't
Really?
think you are. Get in my car. See how free you are down at the precinct.
I got freedoms.
You ain't got free. You ain't free to be in Jebediah's cornfield.
I,
He
but
don't
I
allow.
believe. I believe.
Like free range
To
chicken, yeah.
me,
There you go. That's what I was gonna
to
say
me,
too.
you can't. If a man's made up his mind, a man's made up his mind, and it's really not up for debate. You can try to tell a man that the whiskey he's been drinking the last 20 years is not the best whiskey. You can tell a man that the woman he's been married to his whole life is not the best woman for him. You can tell a man that that he's voting for the wrong political party. You ain't going to change his mind.
Believe you're free until they tell you got to see the commissioner for him to set your bail. Mm.
I think people change their mind when they're good and ready, and not before.
I think sometimes their mind is set good and they get good and ready when some people like they see the alternative to what good and ready is. They're like, I don't want that. Okay, I'll take door number 2. I don't want door number 1. It doesn't look fun.
The people who founded this country came across a massive ocean, many of which
Did
got
they?
sick and starved and died on the way over, to come to a land that was inhabited mostly by Indians
How you know
that
they didn't walk?
could be your friend, that could be your friend or your enemy on any given day,
How you know they
with
didn't walk
uncertain
or fly?
conditions and without regular supplies coming back from the homeland.
Underground, dude. What do you think all those caves were for? We snuck underground. They were like, "What are you doing in my tent?" We were like, "This
Yes,
is
but
intense."
what we did have is we had freedom to believe. You
They
could pray to
said,
your God if you see fit, and
"Yeah," but they came
you
up
were
in the
not
center and they said,
required
"We
to
are
believe a certain
intense."
thing.
Listen. The guy came in boats. Maybe they came in saplings, and they believed there were Indians here, but they didn't made it to India, so there was no Indians.
Well, they called them Indians, and that's what
Maybe
Yeah,
they
because
called
they
we
were
them
call them
Jews.
today.
stupid.
Maybe they called them Jews in jail and they called it a jungle. Who knows what they
You,
called them?
but you know what? There was already 100 million people in the Americas. How did they discover anything? These explorers.
I don't think they discovered anything. I think they got lost. I think they
Yeah,
undiscovered.
they got lucky actually. Lucky.
Yeah, they were
Remember?
lucky they made it to
Remember
America instead of.
Thanksgiving?
Yeah, India would have tore them a new one. Shit.
Although I did hear an interesting joke one time, and this is more for people that live in the Northeast. They said they asked the question of, well, why when the Mayflower first landed on the tip of Massachusetts, why did it then leave and move on to Plymouth?
What?
And the answer was, is there was too many gay Indians.
I
But then
heard
you have
that
to
there
know
was
that.
no.
But,
I
but then
I heard that
you'd have to
all
know that
gays left.
Provincetown, which is on the tip of Massachusetts,
Yeah,
is a town
I
of
heard that. I,
homosexuals.
I heard that there was no more gays in Europe because they came to America. They left Europe, the gays. Okay, founded America.
Yeah,
Kidding.
all the guys. Where was the first boat at? We got the Nina. That's like number 9.
La
Where was
Niña.
one? Yeah, where's number 8 and 7 and 6 and 5 and 4, 3 and 2?
Come on, we all know they used saplings. They used the airways. Come on, man. They didn't take took boats. That's ridiculous. I believe I imagine Indio is busy on this one. He will be replying on this topic.
Everything that happened was very intense.
Yeah, I'll reply, dude. Provincetown, that's everywhere now. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so it's a New England joke. They'll say that
Yeah, I get it.
the reason why the Mayflower kept moving was is that there was too many gay Indians.
Provincetown was actually just a gay brothel, but anyway. I mean, yeah, a lot of gay people live there, but it was just primarily used as a gay brothel. I always got the idea like they should just get giant bulldozers and wait till there's like some gay party, just push them all into the ocean.
Yeah, that
Well, if you're an immigrant, you can come and be the leader of America, George Washington.
I heard that joke a long time ago this way. They say, "Oh, do you heard there's no more gays in Puerto Rico?" I said, "No, why? Oh, they all moved to the United States."
Well, why would they want to stay in Puerto Rico? They don't want to get
Well,
beat
but the
up.
thing is that I'm in the United States and I'm Puerto Rican, so the joke wasn't me, I guess.
Well, we did have that Spanish-American War that Teddy Roosevelt won, so we freed you from the Spaniards.
They freed us from freedom.
So were they looking for stuff? Were they looking for land, or were these dudes looking just to get it on with other dudes? They were like, let's find some new dudes. Yeah, get on a boat. Let's go this way and look for some dudes on an island.
The hell,
Yeah.
man?
Well, I'm saying, what? It's not me, brother. I don't get on boats and do that. You don't have to worry about me. I'm just saying, Columbus and like all these dudes, they're like going places, right? Big ass group of dudes, like 100 dudes. Let's go. Let's get on a boat and go somewhere, guys. We're
Let's
gonna
go,
find more
boys.
dudes.
We're gonna go to a new place, and we
We're gonna
can,
fight these dudes, and we're gonna. Then what?
let's call our boat La Niña.
The Nino Pinta Senorita. The Nino, the Senorita, la Mirita Pensa Pinito. What the hell is going on with these people? They were like, let's put dresses on and go look for men. What is going down, really? I don't understand. And the Romans, they were like, let's put on some dresses and go fight boys. Like, what are you doing, really? Like, what is that? Gay twister? What's going on?
Let's go discover a land that is already populated.
Well, the islands had indigenous tribes, and they were all eliminated in the first 50, 60 years. There was basically
That
American Indians
that
down
has
there.
been debunked.
They all got eliminated.
That has been debunked.
There's virtually nobody down in those islands that's genetically from
No,
those
bro,
islands.
it's just people mixing. It's people making babies with other people. That's what happened. That happens to your ancestors, to you, to everybody. It's people having babies with
And
other
I
people.
don't know. I don't know what the original Indians or people on this land look like, really. I don't know what their tent was or what they look like.
You think you do you believe that the blacks came from Africa? Do you believe that the blacks came to America from Africa? You believe that, right? I bet you do. There was no blacks anywhere on the world besides Africa.
They were already here. I don't think they
There
got
was a
brought
cave
over
there.
on
They came from a
boats.
cave or a tree or a lucky fruit or at the end of a rainbow just in Africa somewhere. It's like, what the how?
There's been colored peoples all over the world many times over.
Africa, the people machine. It produces one kind of people.
Well, y'all have a good night.
They produce basketball players, blacks. But Demok, where is the gray people if we have blacks and whites?
Those are the aliens, the grays.
The grays. So if you get a black man and mix it with a white woman, you should get like a gray child.
Well, those colors are an actual idiocracy in the way they're explained. They're not true to form. Nobody's really black. Nobody's really white. Everybody's got a certain hue to them. Pink, white, tan, brown, light brown, dark brown, bright white, albino white, brighter white, less white, pale white, off white, opaque.
You have
TV
black
shows.
woman giving birth to white babies. So the whites came from black woman?
They
You ever
can.
seen that?
Yeah, a white baby can come out of a pure black lady and a black guy. But the thing I haven't seen is a black baby or a black bino come out of a white person. I've seen an albino or a white bino come from a black group that was totally black, never been around any white people. Weirdest shit ever, right? That's how it works. I mean, I'm just saying it's not really weird. I'm just being funny with that. And then you have two Germans, but they're never having a black bino baby. What do you? I don't even know what. How would you say that? What would you say the opposite of the white bino or the like? That doesn't exist. I mean, I don't get it. So where are two white people having a non-white baby? Like literally. Not not the two albino grandkids of jet black people. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about where did two white people somewhere in Germany or Russia or somewhere have black babies? Where are they having them at? I want to see. Because in black places you can see the latter. You can see somehow that there are groups. What are you calling it, albino or whatever? Some of them end up with red hair, blue eyes, blonde hair, blue eyes, white skin, red lips, looking just like a white dude. No different. Nobody finds that weird. Straight hair, not even curly. Some of them have curly hair. Some of them don't.
Gene expression.
I mean, I'm just saying, I find it weird. I've always found that weird. That's the one thing I've always brought up. I'm like, where's the opposite effect? Where are the two white people that are having a baby that's not white? Where is that? Where's that happening? Where's the shock and awe?
Where's the white swan? Where's the black swan on that situation?
Right? Where's the black swan? All we see is that two black people can have an albino or a baby that's white with white features. And you'll confuse it for a white person's baby. You would never think that the two people that's the father and mother of this child is their father and mother if you stood them next to two people that look just like the baby with blonde hair and blue eyes. And you said, whose child is this? Sue's and Rick's?
Oh,
Or, whoever. I don't know. I don't know a lot of different names. I don't want to butcher any crazy names or nothing. I'm just saying, how would you know? I bet everybody would probably check the box of Pam and Rick or Rick and Tammy and whatever, like, oh, that's Rick and Tammy's little blonde hair, blue eyed baby. Looks just like them. Wrong. You see, their mom and dad are jet black. Jet black.
Where did you stole that baby from? That's my baby.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way you can have a straight haired baby with blue eyes and red lips and white skin like that. So where does the pure Aryan baby come from? Where does the purest Aryan baby come from? Or the pure baby or whatever that means. What does that even mean? What is that? Man, groups of people are crazy, aren't they?
I'm African American. Wait, you are American? No,
American, all
no,
ran by
I'm
immigrants, all
African.
started by immigrants. America, founded by people who weren't American ever, run by people who aren't Americans ever. Might as well call it landownerins. We are the landowners and the free of land, of people on land, of land takers and landowners.
That guy said that in the Caribbean, in the islands, that all people got eliminated. Or, I mean, people from other islands or other countries came and had babies with the people in the island, and now you have those children.
Yeah, if a million people come over and you're only an island of 100, you're going to get humped out of existence. I'm just saying. They don't even have to beat you up. You're just going to get, you're not, it's not even a.
But they check the DNA in people in Puerto Rico, and most of the people have DNA from what they call the natives from the island. So if they got eliminated, how they still have the DNA from the natives? They got humped. Or I don't know, maybe the ones that came got humped too, because it goes both ways.
Maybe he liked the ladies.
Where's the Globers at? Come on, save this conversation. This is India's fault. Talking to that guy.
Yo, Gemsy.
Hey,
I was just wondering what you guys were discussing. Are you guys implying black people did not come from Africa to US?
there is Africans. There's white Africans, black Africans, uh, brownish, yellowish, many colors Africans. In the Americas, you had white Americans, yellow Americans, brown Americans, and what people say black Americans too. You had that too in the Americas before you brought the Africans to America.
But most
Yeah,
black people came from Africa.
have you heard of the Olmecs?
Yeah, go check the Olmecs. That's one example of many.
Please.
No, black peoples were not invented in Africa. Try. The same book that told you it's a globe, it told you black people came from Africa. The same book told you about evolution. And the same book told you about dinosaurs. I bet you can find all of those things in the same book. Blacks from Africa, blacks invented in Africa, dinosaurs, billions and billions, Earth is globe, you come from apes, your cousin is a rock. Same book, same novel, same fantasy. Christopher Columbus discovered America, even though there was a lot of people in it. The American.
Yeah, but we all know what it means when he says he discovered it.
You don't know what it means?
We all
Oh, yeah?
know what it means when they say he discovered America.
Really? I think he didn't know where he was going, and how did he got where he got to.
Well, that was our discovery. You know, he happened upon these lands, and then he's like, "Well, look what we have here." And then he
Yeah,
planted his flag,
Yeah, a
and
bunch of dudes.
he
yeah, it's a
planted
bunch of people, just like the other island.
reported it back to the mainstayers in Europe. That's all he did. It's just
He
really
didn't discover
nothing nefarious.
shit.
It's not like he knew people were there before he went there. He went,
Bro,
he saw the lands, and he saw people there, and he's like, "Well,
bro, he left the
welcome."
first. He
That's
left in the first place to go meet, to go find people.
You're not getting
He
it,
didn't discover anything new.
brother. You're not getting it, brother.
Where
It's real
Brother,
simple.
where did he
He's
see
from
no people
Bruda.
at to think no
Bruda.
people?
he's
What
from
land was he? Hold on, Robert. What land did he go to and see no people that he was going to go to all of America that he didn't know existed and think there was no people?
you don't get it as well. But what is
Nah, you don't get it, brother.
guys? Again, the man is from Europe, which is developed, been through a lot of history, a lot of inventions. They invented all
America
these
was
modern.
developed. They
They
had a
invented
lot of
they
inventions. It
invented
was
many
pretty modern.
modern industries and stuff like this. And there,
Develop.
America had bridges,
and then
buildings,
they set a sail.
cathedrals,
They set a,
canals.
exactly
By develop, you
irrigation,
mean
Before
enslaved?
Columbus.
irrigation methods, all of these kind of stuff.
So
All these
irrigation
systems,
means be slaves, and then
right? Yeah. So
take your boat and report back to me, or else, and we're going to take over those
king,
people and slave those people too.
king
That's
and
what
queen.
You know,
development means.
there were structures in America like the pyramids all across the Americas that Columbus will
They
even
never
dream to
reported
be able
back.
to build that stuff.
Yeah, but they never had no that kind of an organized
You,
culture
They
where
couldn't. They
hold
were
on,
enslaved.
where they
you
Go
were
get
read that
this.
in the
Go get
book,
these
bro.
people, or else,
they were
Columbine.
not enslaved. They were not enslaved.
Yeah,
It,
they were military people. Like, go get it, or else, buddy, or
they were
don't come back.
the people like in my country with the Arawaks, the Tahinos. They were peaceful. They weren't organized. They weren't building
Gentile. They
massive
were
buildings.
Gentile.
They weren't speaking like like a very organized
Did you
language.
meet Christopher
These
Columbus on your island? It
these
probably
kind of things.
wouldn't have
And so,
existed.
Christopher Columbus came to my island and
Oh,
said,
he
"You know
did.
what?" He planted his flag there and says and reported it back to Queen Isabella. That's all he did.
Reported what? That's her land
Wait,
now.
the Jamaican guy is
Yeah,
still here?
It is her land because guess what? Those folks that were there,
You say it's okay now? It's her land, not
those
yours no
folks,
more?
those
Because
folks
he
that
planted
were
a
there.
flag?
Why are you moving the goalposts?
Brother, you're saying some dude can just go plant a flag on your
Yes,
whole
he
city
can.
and it's
He has
his.
power. He has guns.
Okay, I'm going to plant a flag in your city. Where are you at?
Yes, come on, do it.
Yeah, you owe me rent now.
Yeah. Come on.
How much rent do you?
Come
I
on.
already planted it. It's there.
Come,
Want to see the picture?
brother. Come.
Yeah,
Let me
pay
show you the
taxes.
picture.
Pay taxes to him. Send him the taxes in Bitcoin right now. You own taxes to
You
them.
owe me taxes, brother. I put my my
difference is
flag on your dirt.
this is the reason why you guys are flat earthers. This is very basic concept you don't
Oh,
get.
really? What kind of assumption? What the fuck was
It's very
that?
basic concept you don't get.
Because you can just take everybody's land by putting a flag in it,
It's a
Robert,
very
right?
basic concept.
Because the Queen said.
They had the power. Christopher
What power?
Columbus. They had the
Of a
power.
flag? The
They had
power of
the
a stick and a
power.
flag.
The power what?
The Aboriginal.
So you would just bow down to some strangers
Yes,
and give
they
up
have
everything?
to.
Are you for real? Is that what you are?
They brought guns. They have
Is that
power.
what kind of man you are?
That's what kind of men they were.
They bring
No,
you your
you.
information and your science too, don't they? Because they got guns and
And guess what?
power. So
Tahinos,
guns and power equal science.
it
Guns
does.
and power
They brought
equal
science,
globe.
they brought
Got
guns,
you, Robert.
they brought power, they brought commerce, they
They
brought
brought
a
you
lot.
globes.
They brought
Taínos are still
all of it.
alive, dude. Taínos are
All
still
of it.
alive to this day.
Yes, they are, but they were not
Exactly, but in
organized.
the
They
books,
never
in
had
the
written
books,
language.
in the record, it says that they're
They
extincted,
never had
but they're
written
still alive.
organized language, and they had nothing. They had no claim. They never reported it back to any organized people around the world. Say we claim here. They never did. But Christopher Columbus went and said, "I claim here." It's simple that.
You're so dumb, bro.
But no, you don't get it.
Oh my
Europe,
gosh.
Europe was the game in
Is this the
town.
first time he's done this?
Europe was the game in town, guys. They were the central commerce.
Hey, listen, you read the
they did all
book
the kind of things.
you read the book that it was called History. So his story, right? And you learn his story and now you believe his
Oh,
story, but
what you talking about? No, you're making up stuff now. So basically,
Just gave you the okay.
basically, you had all of Europe. You had Italy. You had France. You had Spain. You had Germany. You had England. You had all of these people. They were all one big force of people conquering each other, fighting. They had guns, inventions, commerce, written language,
the
organized.
same thing was happening in the Americas.
And guess what?
The same thing was happening in the Americas.
No, it was not.
Yes.
Absolutely not. No, sir.
In the book, in history, you learn some fantasy. In the same book, you learn Earth is a globe. In the same book, you learn. Listen, in that same book that you're talking about, you learn Earth is a globe. Christopher Columbus discovered America. Evolution. You come from monkeys.
No, you come from monkeys. I come from
rocks. You come from rocks.
I don't come from monkeys. You come from monkeys.
No, he came from a pond of scum. That's what he did.
I came
and then
from
he evolved into a rock.
He's referring to evolution.
Then he
You
evolved
came
into
from
monkey
Stardust
poop.
prior to that.
I don't
So,
come from no
haha.
monkeys.
Did you come from Stardust? Were you made by Stardust? The stuff that you care about that made the sphere?
Who reported that people are coming from
He
monkeys?
believes
we got
all
him.
of this
I think we got
shit,
him,
and
boys.
he thinks
Uh-oh.
he
Where is it
thinks
written?
that
Where
he
is it written that we're
deciphered
from monkeys?
the history of the Americas.
You saw a picture. You saw a picture of something that
Because
looked like monkeys.
he read it in a book. He read it in a history book, and now he knows. He in his tiny little book that he got in his Caribbean island. In that tiny little book, he thinks. Hello. Listen. Hello. I'm talking. I'm gonna have to mute you if you don't stop.
is
I'm
like
gonna
an
mute you
intense
if you don't stop. I'll
boxing
mute you.
Point to a Tahina book.
So in your little book that you got in the Americas and learned this history about all these fallacies and all these fantasies, you think that book replaces all of the history and all the literature that was already in the Americas before the history, the BS history that you learned?
Yeah, point to a Tahino book, brother. Go ahead.
Point to a Taino book.
Exactly. You don't have none.
You think the islands was the whole of the Americas, dude?
Brother, I'm talking about my island. You remember? You forgot the discussion already? You forgot the discussion already. I'm talking about my island when it was discovered by Christopher Columbus. The Taínos and the Aboriginal folk did not have any
Yeah, there was
organized
already
language.
people there
Did
doing
not have
commerce with other
did not
islands.
have any organized language, no organized books, no claims, nothing. They were just there. They were farmers. They lived off the land. They
Oh, thank
left.
God. They
They
came to
went
save
south.
you
They
people,
came
yeah?
back. That's all it
They
is.
covered they
They did
covered
not
their body
claim
parts
any
with
land.
leaves. You know
They,
they covered their body. You don't remember when they told you that they covered
I
their
don't
body
know.
parts with
No.
leaves
I didn't
and
learn that. I didn't learn that.
they
They had
clean their bottoms with leaves.
And they built little outhouses.
no, sir. They never covered themselves with leaves, brother. I don't know
How
where
big
you
is
read
the
that.
island you're on?
That's garbage.
Is
They
it
did
real
have their
little?
clothing.
Bro,
They did have their clothing.
they draw them like that in the books.
No, they did not. What book you read? Which dirty book you
In
read?
your history book, in your BS
Not mine.
history book.
Not mine. Not mine. The books that I read.
Pocahontas, brother.
The book, no, brother. The books that I read, they had their clothing, had
Oh,
their
they had
covered.
clothing? No
The
way,
women,
these people were
the
savages,
women,
bro. Remember?
There's no way a tree
the women
climber could
covered.
have clothing out of a cave.
The women covered
Come
their
on,
top.
bro. These people were
Men
savages.
covered
They
their
had no
bottoms. Men,
commerce, no
they had
history.
elaborate. They had
They were
elaborate
only
covering.
they were waiting for the Europeans to bring advancement to them. You know, to
Clothes and
bring class.
textiles. They
I
had to
guess.
be taught how
But
to
they had
make hats.
clothing already. That's
No, you
weird
were
that they had
brainwashed.
clothing already.
Somebody misrepresented it to you. I don't know what you read, but we never read anything like that.
So you
The
guys
fact
had clothes and machines and stuff
of
already, and
no,
math
they
and
had no
numbers and
machines.
letters?
They had no machines. They had no written language. They had no organized
What'd you
language.
make stuff with?
Right?
How did you
What?
make clothes with no organization?
What? Come
Wrong,
on,
wrong.
brother. Those the Aboriginal folks.
Listen,
They
listen, 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 Robert.
the Aboriginal folks.
Listen,
We
Robert.
learned this about.
Listen. You know the star
We
forts
learned
that are
about
all over
Arawak.
the Caribbean. Robert,
We
Robert.
learned
You
about
know the
Tahini.
star forts. Robert, the star forts that are all over the Caribbean, like El Morro in Puerto Rico, El San Cristobal, and many of the star forts that are all over the Caribbean. Those things were there already before the Europeans. The Europeans took them over.
No, brother.
The invaders didn't build
You
that
want
shit.
it to be
The
like that.
invaders took that shit.
You wanted it to be like that, brother, but it was not.
You wanted
Oh,
it,
here, let
yeah.
me
You
post some
You
wanted
read
it
it
to
in
be
the
artifacts.
like
book,
that, but it was not. The Tahinos were not organized folks. They went back and
bro.
forth
The
through all the
Taínos
islands.
was a
The
small
Carib,
group of people. The
Carib,
Taínos weren't the only people in the
Carib.
islands. There was a
I
bunch
know.
of other
I'm talking
people.
about my people. You forgot. Okay, the Caribs. The Caribs were on East
There was a
Indies.
bunch of other
The Caribs,
people. A bunch of
Tahinos,
other people.
Arawak, all of these
Anybody
people,
who goes
and
there, dude.
all of them, they were on their boats. They fishermen, they were farmers. They did all their little sewing with their little things, but they were not organized. They didn't build any machines. They didn't build any
He
guns.
read in
They
the book
didn't
that he
build
learned
any.
Women aren't
The Earth is a
organized?
globe.
How
No,
do
no,
you know
no.
how to
This is
make a
fact.
boat
He
without
read
being
a lot of stuff in
organized?
books. He's
This is
been reading
fact.
all day.
This is fact.
Cosmopolitan.
This is fact, guys. There
Did
was
they make the
Robert,
same boats,
can
or
you take
was
a
it all an
reading?
original boat from every
What's your
guy?
main central point? What's your main point?
the main central point is that Europe was organized. They had organized languages. They had machines. They had
At
guns.
different points in
They had
time, they
armies.
did,
They had
yes.
armies. They had
Do you?
organized governments. They had organized government
Okay.
structures.
Yeah.
They had history. They have cathedrals. They have religions. They have all
Okay.
these kind
America
of things.
too. There was cathedrals in
Every
America,
country has this.
Starford,
Every country has
water
this.
No, sir.
canals, commerce between the
No, sir.
nations,
No
all
commerce.
of these
Wait,
No,
things.
sir.
can I
No,
just?
sir.
Okay, so just here's the thing. I disagree with you. Europe, by the way, there was a good period of time in Europe when they had thatch roof houses. They didn't know anything about dome architecture, archways, or any of that stuff. When there is proof, Angkor Wat is literally proof. Like that dome architecture and all the other things, refinements of a society, were way more worked out in the East than it was in Europe at the time. Go look it up. Angkor Wat.
Oh,
They did it 500 years before Europe did it, dude. Right? Aqueduct system, sophisticated aqueduct. Yeah.
Exactly,
What's
exactly.
your pickle? What is that like? Ball?
Yeah, Cambodia.
No, but remember, he learned in the same in one book. Robert learned everything about the whole of the Americas in one book.
All right, so you can go ahead and take this inside chat and get the date for it, and then go to Europe and look at where Europe was at the time. Nowhere near this sophistication. They're in thatch roof houses.
Exactly.
Yeah, they were still erecting stones upright and going. "Whoa."
I know it for a fact because I researched it, and it's in a documentary.
What did you research, brother?
This society right here, I put inside chat, Angkor Wat, Lost Civilization. You look at the date in which it was constructed, this particular temple, the aqueduct system, the waterways, all of the different architectural sophistications, archway architectures, load balancing on archways, all that stuff. They had that 500 years before Europe did, bro. Already worked out.
Yeah, but where was that, brother? South America, right?
It's inside chat. No, it's in the east. Angkor Wat, dude. Near
Didn't show him
Cambodia.
how-
East where? East where, sir? Where?
Didn't show him how
Cambodia, near
ants make
Cambodia.
arches
In Cambodia.
out of
Oh yeah,
rocks.
yeah. We know that. That's guys.
Wait, so the idea is you
Africa-
should always use grace and
No, I'm
some kind of
using-
humility when you describe any group of people on this earth, because everybody has gone through empire, engineering, everything. Everybody's gone through this cycle, bro. It's nothing new under the sun.
I did. As I said to the
Kinda.
gentleman, I'm talking about my country.
It did.
With the folks that were there.
That's where you're mistaken. You
They were
think
all
you're
dumb.
Columbus came, the Tahinos were not organized.
They
They
were
didn't
really
have these
dumb,
temples.
no.
right?
They didn't have these temples like you're talking about in Cambodia. They didn't have the language. They didn't have anything
So they
written.
were like
They didn't have
dumb
any
parrots?
guns. They didn't have any things. But they could clothe themselves. They were farmers. They were fishermen and stuff like that. They had their children and stuff like that.
The
Yes, brother.
Star Forts in the Caribbean were there already before the invaders, dude. Don't you get this?
No,
yet?
brother, that's made up propaganda, brother. Please, take that foolishness history, brother. Come on.
Yeah.
The guy who
Wait, true
He's
to
got
my
shit
word, somebody
together.
claimed that Hagia Sophia was built before. Nope, this was built 500 years before, like I told you, bro.
No,
Yeah, get on. Get out of here with that.
There are no organized structures, organized cultures.
Really? Oh my God! The
In the
organized structures were invented by the Europeans. Wow, amazing.
I wouldn't say it was invented. I'm just letting you know it was not organized. Listen, South America had very organized
that even
pyramids.
mean?
Listen, you
Got
can
your
go
own magic
all across.
meanings.
Why do you think the only exception of all across the Americas where you can find a bunch of monuments, a bunch of these land structures, landmarks all across the Americas, line up to the luminaries? Then you go to the Caribbean and you also find structures that are very impressive, and you say, no, that wasn't there. No, that wasn't there.
Again, I'm speaking from my country. There were no
You don't know
organized.
nothing about your country, dude. You don't know
cultures.
anything about it.
The cultures were not organized in my
You read it
country.
in one book. In one book, you read it.
No, brother, listen, we celebrate them. We have a period of time during the year where we celebrate the Tahinos and the Arawaks. Okay? So they were there.
Because there was some group of people that called themselves the Taínos, and there was a part of the civilization. They weren't the only people. Or before them, there was other people, and they were across the islands. Yes, but that doesn't mean that there wasn't organization and structures and commerce
No,
between the
there was no
nations
construction, they
because
had
the
no
Europeans brought that
education
shit up. No.
They had no education system. They had no commerce. They had no weaponry. They had no armies. They had none of those things. They had no churches. None of those, brother. You understand me? So, and there's a time of year in which we
before them, before them, there were temples in the Americas, all across the land.
There were temples, brother. Like in the Incas, you had the Aztecs. You had those folks. Yes, they were there. That's why Christopher Columbus and these people don't claim, because those people were different. They were very developed, very powerful, but they conquered them though.
False and false.
Like Cortez and those brutal, disgusting, racist Spaniards. They killed many of those people.
50 of them conquered all of the Aztecs.
Cortez and those losers, those were the worst people in the world. So we know they went there. Nobody claims that discovered South America, because those people down there, they didn't play. But in my country and the Indies and the East Coast of the United States, there was no organization,
You're
brother.
gonna find. Is there cathedrals in your island? Is there cathedrals?
The cathedrals in the island are built by Catholics who came many hundreds of years later.
Later.
Later, brother.
He doesn't know this. He doesn't know that.
So did the same cathedral builders build the pyramids?
You don't know my history more than me, brother.
Brother, did the cathedral builders build the pyramids?
He saw a cartoon. He saw a cartoon, and then he said, "Yeah, cartoon is true."
That told you that the Aztecs and the Taínos had structures. You saw that cartoon. There is no such thing. We celebrate them every year, and they were not like that.
You just said that the Aztecs were powerful and advanced, and they lost to 50 guys.
Big man, the Spaniards brought armies. They brought military force.
No,
because
not to conquer them. No, they used the forces that were already there. They tricked their neighbors into attacking them because they were dicks to them.
Listen,
hey, I'm not going to push back again.
Listen, Robert. You don't know this, but the Spaniards, they made it to Utah. They didn't make it to Utah by shooting every person on the way. There was already roads. There was people. There was commerce. There was ways to make it there, and they made it to Utah peacefully. Peacefully, they made it to Utah.
In 1492.
The Spaniards made it to Utah, bro. I don't know if you know this.
Again,
he's laughing.
Christopher Columbus came in 1492.
Christopher Columbus didn't know where he was going.
Listen,
no, he did.
Not everybody was doing what you think they were doing, like walking around and shooting everybody. That wasn't like that, dude.
What? Alexander Cortez and those terrible people? Yes.
Maybe they did it here and there, but you can't, bro. This Cortez, you can't fight.
And marauders.
These people. Oh my gosh! You think they can conquer every single nation? One guy can conquer all the nations? That's ridiculous.
What are you saying?
He's gonna die in the first fight.
Who made that claim?
Robert, the current consensus is that majority of indigenous South Americans were wiped out by disease.
Because as part of the history, we learned that too. That the natives there and stuff like that, they died from the disease that were brought by the Europeans. You know, like yellow fever and all these kind of things. Yes, and also we learned also
that's a bunch of BS.
That Christopher Columbus brought back some of those Taínos and those Arawaks back to Europe.
But no disease?
Right. So no, not the disease. He brought...
Oh, the disease stayed back and they brought them.
So check it out. They are probably generations of people in Europe who are the direct descendants of Arawaks, Taínos, and Caribs.
There is people in the islands right now that are descendant of them too. What's the big issue?
I know that. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just letting you know that there were some.
But they weren't the only groups of people. There was many groups of people. Many.
No. Many of them probably don't even know when they were brought back to Europe. They didn't. The families now today, they don't even know that they're the descendants of some of those original people that Christopher Columbus scraped up and brought. The point of this, where this all starts, is that
the point is that the European didn't bring civilization and advancement to the Americas. No, it didn't happen like that.
Yes, they did, brother. Yes, they did.
They brought the black people too, right? Robert, did the black people came from Africa, Robert?
All black people that look like me that are in the Americas are from Africa.
So Christopher Columbus and all the people went to Africa to bring people to America that they didn't know was here.
What are you talking about now? What are you doing?
Well, I mean, how'd they get to America when they didn't know America was here?
Why do you guys do these things?
Black people was invented in Africa, bro. Believe Robert. He read it in a book.
I know we're way off topic, but let's do a comparison. So Europeans, they had advanced architecture. Did they, Robert?
Say it again.
Europeans at that time, during the colonization of South America, did they have advanced architecture?
Yeah, absolutely.
What about the South Americans? Did they have advanced architecture?
South Americans, yes, but not as advanced like the Europeans. No.
All right. So the Europeans, they had written language?
The Europeans had written language, yes.
Yeah. What about the South American culture?
Not so much. Not so much.
Okay. All right. They
Okay.
Robert read that in the book.
Okay, hold on. What? Do you have the written language of the Incans right now?
Yeah,
Can anybody
go and decipher the written language of?
Can you speak it? Can anybody speak Inca?
I can hear you. What's up, buddy?
Nobody can speak ancient Inca.
I can speak. I'm here. What's up?
You know how many dialects? You know how many dialects are in just Mexico, just in Peru, in in many of these countries, there's so many dialects, different ones. Guatemala, South America, in Brazil, there's so many different dialects. You think that because one group spoke one dialect, that's everybody had to be speaking that dialect?
I never said that.
That's not how it works.
I just gave Incan as an example.
So Europeans, they knew about metallurgy?
Yes, Europeans knew about metallurgy, yes.
What about South Americans?
No, not so much.
Yeah, they did too. What are you talking about?
Not so much, not so much.
Yeah, they did.
No, they did not.
Just not the same metals.
Right. It's not like the Europeans. The Europeans were way more advanced. Guys, we're talking about Alexander the Great, Napoleon.
They were high. They were real high on stuff.
They probably were. Yes, I agree with that.
You know, Robert, you know that in the Americas there's millions of miles of water canals, stones, structures, landmarks aligned to the luminaries. There's waterways, canals. You think your Europeans built the whole of the Americas?
No, they didn't build it. But what happened is most of the Americans.
They were fighting. Well, they were at war with the whole of the nations. They were also building all these cathedrals and all of these water canals and fighting at the same time.
What's the debate here?
The Renaissance period.
There's no debate.
During the Renaissance
What's the dispute?
period.
They had advanced
Robert believed that black people were invented in Africa.
Invented?
Well, but that part. Wait, so where do you think the black people came from?
All humans.
Okay, Africans came from Africa. Europeans came from Europe, right?
Europeans came from Europe.
Australians came from Australia, right? But when you say people of dark skin in the Americas, all across the Americas, you will find people of dark skin. I'm not gonna say black.
Not with
dark skin in the Americas.
Black,
There was dark skin in the Americas already. No Africans.
Okay, so everybody had skin.
Not with
I never saw that. I don't believe it.
Not with
everybody had skin.
I don't believe
it.
My phenotype is African.
But what we call the black people came from Africa, though.
Right. The phenotype, my phenotype was
but nobody's really black. We got it. Everybody's tan. Got it. Except for some people are pretty black.
All right. Settle down, buddy. Settle down.
Just saying.
Yes. Yeah. Again, I've traced my lineage back to West Africa.
But you're not denying South African civilization. You're just saying black people came from Africa.
What people call Ghana today, that is where I trace my lineage back to. 80% of my DNA, of my mother's DNA, I should say, is from what we call Ghana today. That's where her people are from. And then in my country, right? Where we go to where she grew up, right, is most of those people are from there, right?
No, bro, your ancestors were the Olmecs from Mexico. You're Mexican. You don't know this, but you're Mexican, bro.
On my father's side.
Did he get that off from 23andMe?
On my father's side, he's mixed up. He has European, but most of him is from Africa as well. But he has
You're Mexican. You don't know this, Robert?
You're Mexican, not me. Sorry.
You are Mexican. You come from the Olmecs.
No, brother. No, there were
Yes,
nothing in the
yes.
DNA that says we are from
Check the Olmecs in Mexico. Check the Olmecs in Mexico. They were black. You're saying you're black, so there you go. The Olmecs.
Yeah, the Olmecs, they had my phenotype, brother.
You really think
Well,
there was
I'm
no
pretty sure
blacks
from
in
the
America?
accent.
There were no black people that look like me.
Brought them over from Africa. That's freaking hilarious.
So wait, you're trying to tell him he's not from Africa ancestrally?
Exactly. That's what they're trying to say.
I don't know if I believe that.
Well, it's possible, but yeah, I mean, we know a lot of the Africans went over there to the Caribbean.
Yes. Many.
We know a few did.
But the point was as well that Christopher Columbus didn't discover the Americas. There was over 100 million people in the Americas already.
Well, of course, and the dark-skinned Bolivians, though, they don't have African facial features and stuff.
Check the Olmecs.
Or whatever. But I mean, having dark skin doesn't
So you disagree? With the mainstream that says that all the races originated out of Africa.
Well, but a long time
That's the
ago.
whole point.
You're talking 50,000, 60,000, 70,000 years ago. So I do. I mean, I don't know if it's true, actually. No, I don't know if it's true, actually. But that's what they say. I acknowledge.
That's a lie, and that's the whole point because Robert believed that in this.
It's a better attitude.
Well, they've been changing it all the time. Like I always
millions
thought.
of years ago. It's hilarious.
Well, you know how they say
a million years. You know what happened 20,000 years ago.
You know how they say the Native Americans came across the Alaska, and I believe some did, but I always thought looks like the Polynesians would have gone to South America, and then they do genetic studies that show no, they all came from Alaska. But now it's back to wait a second, some were moving north.
You
so
gotta
yeah,
remember,
it's not settled science. It's
you
not
gotta
like
you
the
gotta
shape of the
remember
earth or
that
something.
that same story goes in the same book that says that you came from apes or from rocks, and that the earth is a spinning water ball. So the same little story that they gave you about evolution, you came from monkeys from Africa, then your monkey's cousin walked, and then they made it to the Americas. That's a bunch of bullshit, dude.
Well, I mean, he had to get to America at some point. I mean, you could say
There
God
was
did it,
already
but
there was nations. Listen,
God had put humans in Babylon, so they didn't get to America
Got
for a
together
long time.
somehow, and dude, it's just nonsense. Freaking nonsense. Some guy with a big brow ridge and a big freaking skull, and he cruised down from Russia, and then like the Homo sapiens, all of a sudden they just come out of nowhere,
Word.
So stupid.
Well, I mean, what happened then?
Nobody knows. So whoever is writing you in the books, they know. I mean, that's a good question. Maybe
Say it's settled science. It's not settled science. It's not science at all.
The point was against the little book that tells you live in a spinning water ball. Christopher Columbus discovered America. All blacks came from Africa, or nations came from Africa, or whatever. Evolution, dinosaurs. The same freaking book made all these stupid stories that are fantasy.
And all blacks were owned by whites and were beaten by the whites. That's also.
You know when you spray a hose in the air, makes all these little water droplets, and they're all little spheres. You ever notice that?
Therefore, you are a sphere?
No, water is a sphere.
Water is a sphere.
It likes to form a sphere.
Oh, so when you grab a basketball in one hand, and then you grab water with a cup with the other hand, and then pour the water from the cup to the basketball, the water doesn't go to the floor and say splash, splash, right? It doesn't happen. It
No,
sticks
if I
to the
had a
ball.
really big drop of water, though, a basketball would fit inside it.
Ooh. Would it float?
You've heard of a drop of water, right?
If you were to take a basketball-sized chunk of water and drop it to the Earth at, say, 100 feet, it will not stay in a sphere.
But you saw it in a book that it happens. You know, the book has
Well, I've
color.
thrown a bucket of water at someone and it didn't stay in a sphere, but it did stay together though, and it wasn't flat.
But the water has to be contained, right? Because if the water
it
is
is
not
contained.
contained,
Water
Water doesn't have to be contained. What are you talking about?
Flat.
Yeah.
I threw it in the air and it wasn't flat.
Yeah,
it
it wasn't
stuck
flat.
together.
And it wasn't contained either. I mean, I don't know what you mean water has to be
it's
contained.
not
It doesn't.
contained,
Have you
huh?
ever spilled water?
Man. Holy shit.
So the question is this, right?
Once it
Like, what
once it
would
hit the
happen?
ground, what did it do? Did it get
Yeah, hold on,
into a
bro.
puddle? Did it just stick in one
It
little
splashed. It splashed into a bunch of little circular drops, and then it landed on the ground, and it made little
What do you think
dome
happened,
drops.
sir?
It made on the
Sir, what do
ground.
you
It
think-
made little dome-shaped drops. I don't know if you've ever seen this before, but
Sir, my question to you is this, right? You were talking about water droplet. It's a sphere, right? What do you think it's going to happen when you drop that water droplet in a cup or in a bathtub? What do you
we're
think
not talking
is going to
about
happen?
well, if it's all alone, it'll make a little dome drop.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Little
but
drop
I'm
shaped
asking you,
like
what
a
do you think's going to
dome.
happen?
You never seen that?
I'm asking you,
Water
what do you think's going to
drops?
happen when you drop in like a cup of water, right? Do you think it's still going to be a sphere, or do you think it's going to
Well,
the top of that water
if you fill a
that
cup
you
of
drop in
water,
that cup?
if you fill a glass cup of water
Right.
with water, you'll see it curves down at the end, and it looks curved. Yeah, it's curved. You could see from the side, it's curved at the edges. You could totally tell.
Wait.
No, it looks like it's curved the whole way, but it's curved mostly on the edges. Very noticeable.
Bullshit.
Is it flat?
This guy delusional, bro. This guy delusional.
There's no
Well, I'm just describing.
Alright,
I'm describing
okay,
things
how about
you've
this?
seen. I'm sorry. I'm just going with
Hey,
my own
theory.
observations.
Yeah, while you're talking too much, something for you to think about. The Earth is not the size of a drop of fucking water. So using that as a comparative is just shit.
There's no drop. There's no drop. Guys, drop is not a nebulous thing. Drop
Guys,
occurs.
why is he saying a drop of water then? Why is he using it to say that?
Drop.
He's saying he has a lake like a drop.
Dropping something is not a nebulous thing. There's a reason why it drops. You guys know this, right?
Well,
regardless.
Well, when
The
something's
water-
falling, it takes its own shape because of the free fall. You know, the feeling of free fall. Things take their natural shape, and in the case of water, it's a sphere.
Water does not go into a sphere as it's falling.
All I want to know is what is the point of using a drop of water on any surface? If you put your little ass on that surface next to that drop of water, how big is that drop of water if that surface was Earth? You and I know it's going to be about a dime or two thick, and a dime is about 125 miles, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, off the surface of your Earth. So 2 dimes is about 250 miles, which would be the height of the ISS. So what you guys are trying to claim here is dripping fucking drops of water everywhere is what you got for a lake and a pond and a river and an ocean. It's a big drop that's so tall that you look up at it. You don't ever look down to see the ocean. Why would you? It's 100, 200 miles high. So is your lake. So is your pond. Have you seen that before, Robert? What's this gentleman using drops for if we can't go out and visit the drop lake or the drop high mud puddle that's bigger than your car? Stacking water. Where's this at? Water stackers. Keep the scale correct. Right? You tell us about scale all the time, but then you're going to bring a water droplet? If you're standing next to the water droplet, it's bigger than the building.
Water wants to find certain shapes. I mean, I'm not saying the Earth is the same shape as a drop of water.
So if that water...
One sec. Liquid does not have an inherent shape. Sorry.
It shapes with the container. It has to be contained, because if not, it will flow. You know this.
Like I said, but even if we let him have his drop of water on the globe, put himself on the globe next to the drop of water, how big is he? Now he's looking at a drop of water that's his lake. Have you ever seen a drop of water lake high? A high drop of lake water?
Well, when you have a tsunami...
No, brother, stop. Stupid. Lake. Pond. A pond, brother. There's no fucking tsunami ponds. What are you, okay? You all right? We're looking for the pond that's 200 miles high or 100 miles high.
I
How
don't
about
want to know
10?
why would it have to be that? It's all
Because
squished.
that's what you're showing us, a
The
drop of water that's
sphere that
100
the
miles high.
water, the sphere the water wants to be
You
when it
didn't show
sticks
us
to
a
other
sphere of
water.
water. You showed us a drop on the surface.
Well, the
A drop
drop is the
isn't a
sphere,
sphere,
and
it's
you're
flat
saying
on
that
bottom.
when there's a billion drops, it doesn't make a sphere.
If
Yeah,
you
because it
drop
gets squished by gravity.
if you drop water on a curb, it's not going to be a sphere because it's going to
But I
take the
mean, the
curb
thing
shape
is,
underneath.
I can't.
Can you
How do you
stop for
know
a second?
what the?
Because I know what I'm saying. If you drop water on a flat surface, underneath that water is going to be flat next to you on the flat surface looking at the big stacked water. And on the globe, it's going to be a curved underneath it, and then your top's going to be curved, and that's not going to be a sphere. It's going to be like a hot dog water stacked, still 100 miles high. Your ignorance of point out a drop of water is stupid when you're smaller than a fucking drop of water on the ball. Idiot. Every water we see goes down in the mud puddle is held by the dirt. The dirt is higher than the water. The water is not a drop above the desk. The water is not a drop above your globe bigger than all the buildings and
Yeah,
cities and
but that's
mountains.
really mean calling me an idiot, though.
Well, you shouldn't say idiotic stuff, should you?
Well, why
You really
not?
want to
I'm
tell
just
your
saying.
kids there's a pond outside 100 miles high, or they can go jump in your pool with no walls 50 foot high? Is that the stupidity you're trying to proclaim?
Hey, bro, real quick. I know there's many personalities in the VC, and some people might use some words that you might not like, but obviously there's some words that are actually restricted. But you might hear idiot or stupid, that kind of stuff. Don't take it too personal. It's not against you. It's against the argument. If it's a stupid argument, it's not gonna be against you. It's gonna be against the stupid thing that you're saying.
Right, and it's just a matter of opinion, anyway.
No, size and scale is not a matter of your opinion at all.
Well, whether or not you think things are flat when everything's all curved, right? And you're just saying, yeah, but in between all that curvature,
Where
I
is
think
it
it's
curving
flat.
at?
All over.
Right.
The Earth is not
No,
flat.
just
It's
point.
bumpy all over.
No,
The water's never
stop saying
flat.
ambiguous words, dude. Ambiguously
The
flat
water is
words
not
aren't going to help
flat.
you.
It's not smooth. Everything is always wavy and curved.
Just show us in the aquarium where the curving water is, and then we can all
On
go
the
home.
surface of a bunch of water always has waves. It's never flat.
Just circle the part that's not flat in your aquarium.
The top part, the
Around the
surface.
container.
Any body of water is always having these waves that curve the surface. There's no two ways about it.
Every body has waves in it. You have waves
Every
in the
body of
aquarium?
water. Yeah, there's waves on the bottom, on the top. I mean, well, there's waves that are harder to see in it, but on the top
There's
you can see
waves,
them.
but you can't see them. There's magic waves.
On the top, you can see them. The magic waves on the top of your aquarium. Your aquarium's always perfectly flat. Yeah,
So
sure.
they're only
Is
on
it
the top of your
frozen?
aquarium? They can't
Is
be
it
in the bottom
frozen?
of your
Is your
aquarium?
aquarium frozen by any chance?
So hold on. So gravity needs the top of an aquarium to work. It doesn't need any. That's it. So the only way you can get gravity to work is show us the square cubed top of an aquarium. Is that correct? To show us the sphere? Is that how this works?
I'm saying it's not a sphere.
What are you really
it's not
saying?
flat either. It's curved.
The cubed
It's
aquarium
bumpy.
is
It's fractal. It's unique.
It's a cubed aquarium, brother. Why are you stuttering? You're showing us a cubed what to present what for a
Hey,
sphere?
Demon, this guy actually sounds reasonable. Just bring him the main topics, and I think
Horizontal.
he's capable of getting this.
Horizontal.
I get it. We're having a discussion. It's not that I don't get the idea of
we gotta
water.
be specific
Like, for
and more
example, I
concise.
get the idea that water makes a level because, roughly speaking, you could put water in a hose and find out how to make two things, level enough. But is the water actually level? No, it's just close enough to use that little tool. The fact is, water always has ripples and waves on it. It's curved at the edges in a container. It's got all kinds of curvature. And so do hills, and so does ice, and so does everything. So does a salt plain.
Try your
Things
best.
do not look flat. I don't know why you guys say that. They don't look spherical
Point,
either.
just try your best to.
They look
Just someone
non-mathematical.
reply. So just wait for
You
someone to
guys
reply. And
trust math.
Meth?
Yeah,
No
why would
way.
it be a mathematical shape? Why would the surface of the Earth be a mathematical shape, like your fingerprint?
The word math isn't a shape, buddy. Numbers aren't shapes.
Well, tell me what you mean by why it should be flat. That seems pretty
It
simple.
has
I
to
think
be.
it
There
would
is
be
no should be. It just has to be. The
like,
principle of
do your
elevation.
fingerprints have to be
We're not
flat?
talking about fingerprints, and if you want me to tell you something, you have to shut up for a second.
yeah, bro. Just give it a minute. Just try to listen. Maybe he wants to talk about horizontal, something like that. Just give
Sure.
give him a second. I know we've been
Good.
jumping on each other, but you sound like a cool guy. Just try to have a back and forward.
I want to. Go ahead.
Horizontal and vertical are based upon each other. To find out what vertical is, you need the orientation of horizontal. To find, and then horizontal and vertical together represent what each other consists of. They're the orientation or the reference frame of each other. Now that you have them, right? So you have horizontal and you have vertical. Only vertical from horizontal, you go up vertically from horizontal. So if I have a horizontal baseline from me to you, and it's bigger than the Earth, it's 25,000 miles, right? Or say 26. It's bigger than the Earth. It's a horizontal line. That's a 0 point of elevation change from where you are to where I am, all the way at the other end. Doesn't change, doesn't arc, doesn't do anything like that. That's what we that's what we use as our reference of elevation, is that horizontal line. That very thing. The finest line you can imagine, it's so thin. And above it is increasing elevation. Go below the horizontal line and you decrease in elevation. Vertical increases in distance away from the horizontal line as well as elevation. It also increases in voltage going up as you rise. So three things occur going only vertical, right? Or only away, upward, diagonally, or vertical from the horizontal baseline. When you get anywhere near that horizontal baseline, there's the distance on it's only distance you're increasing, not elevation and not voltage. Now, if you're on a ball, that horizontal line has to be the same as your vertical, as your diagonal, and the horizontal line under your feet that you make going out to space has to increase in elevation, but it doesn't. Therefore, you can't live on a ball. That's physically impossible unless you can show elevation drops below itself and it's not that horizontal frame of reference. It stays the same, like walking from the top of a staircase to the bottom stair, and you're still at the same height, sea level. Show us where you can do that on Earth.
Since you spoke about horizontal line, do you know a horizontal line has a definition? It has a change rate of slope of 0. And curvature will have a change rate of slope of non-zero. So when the horizontal line is being used practically, and you observe horizons or horizontal lines all across the world, that's not curving or not dropping with the curve. It's actually horizontal lines. So from your position to Demok's position, you can draw a horizontal line. You can point at him horizontally, and he can point at you. And between you and him, 200 miles, 1,000 miles, and there's no curve between you and Demok or me. You can triangulate positions by using horizontal lines, making triangles for navigation, and also drawing triangles with the luminaries for navigation. There's no curvature between those points. Go ahead, guys. He can reply it or whatever.
Well, I understand what you're saying. I have another question. So, what about the stars? Do you think there's a celestial sphere? It's totally separate from the shape of the Earth, but do the stars circle around us? You know what? Never mind.
It was a good question. Just give somebody a second to respond.
The question of the stars, but if you can repeat it or someone can reply. The heck? Quiet time? Are you there, Harry? Larry?
Yeah, I can go ahead and go. You asked about the celestial sphere. It's a concept for mapping out the sky. It doesn't necessarily mean that the stars that are around us are, in an equal distance spherical shape. It's basically just like a model, right? But it's just a concept. So if you pull it up on Wikipedia, you're going to find, that it's a useful tool for navigation and other things like that, I think. And yeah, it's pretty interesting, if you ask me. Does that answer your question? Like, do we think the celestial sphere is like reality? And like, no, it's a concept. I don't think he's still there.
Did he leave? Maybe he's busy. Maybe he might reply later.
Hey, Christian, you got something to say, or are you just going to be a text rat?
Speak up, son.
Don't be scared now. We don't bite hard.
Gird up thy loins and testify like a man.
Also, cranes are distorted. Well, that's got nothing to do with the price of eggs, Christian. Do you know that? Do you even not know what the argument's about?
Brain isn't even distorted in the one that I posted in the side chat.
The darker one.
This is the
Yeah,
8
the
foot.
8 foot.
Yeah, the 8 foot. He's just parroted something he heard because he thinks he knows what he's looking at. Mic up,
what's he
Christian.
want?
Come on.
That's an observation, not data. How about someone just
Yeah,
post up the 28-mile laser test?
That's not even the argument. I don't know why they go for the cranes. Why they attack the cranes and whatnot. That's not the argument even.
I know why they do it. It's obfuscation tactics, plus it reinforces the fact that once you say that there's refraction, therefore everything I say about refraction is automatically true. The light is bending down around the globe, and that's why it looks flat, because the light's actually bending down. And, it's just a weird way of, smuggling in their model. But the refraction actually kills the globe model because it makes it unfalsifiable. So,
Well, if it's bending down, that would be shortening the distance that one could see. So, what are they saying? If there was no refraction, we'd see even further again.
it's funny because you're right, but for them, it's bending at the precise rate that it needs to bend at 8 inches per mile squared to make it look flat. The same curvature rate as the Earth. Funny enough.
Awesome.
That's weird. It would be a good argument if you were like the guy who built the platforms and he was like, "Hey, I don't think that you built those platforms straight. I don't think you did a good job constructing them. They look kind of bendy. Like that's not the freaking issue, dude. Like people just don't listen."
Oh, he's probably legally blind, that Christian guy. Yeah. I can't see. I can't see.
Yo, what up?
What is up must come down.
Did someone say Hamsey? Never mind.
Put the crosshairs on that image. Side chat. Are they acting like that's supposed to be a curve, even though those are two straight lines?
Which one?
There's an image with red crosshairs over the
Oh, the
Earth.
crosshair. Yeah. I was wondering if the camera is even
just shows
level.
it's tilted over. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's kind of tilted the camera to the side a bit. But
the surface of the
nonetheless,
Earth is
it's not looking as it doesn't show any curve though. So I don't know where is he hung about it so that much.
That's what I'm saying. All he's proving is he's showing two straight lines. Just they're not parallel with one another. That's all.
How's this? I just grabbed that image and put a straight line across it, and it's actually concave.
Oh, so it's an optical issue then.
Does look like it's
lens distortion
a little bit on the left.
Oh damn. Okay.
There's a straight line at the angle that the camera is supposedly not tilted at. And yeah, as you can see, each side it flares up and it's dipped down in the middle. So he's a concave earther. Kick him out.
There is a little bit of concave actually.
Kick his ass.
But to me, I just looked at it, and I was like, is this person trying to say that that's curving? Because all he's doing is showing two straight lines.
Where's the geography, Nathan? TJ. Where's the geography? I don't see it. Oh boy.
Yeah, and if that camera goes down to the surface of the Earth, where's that curve that the boat goes over? How come you don't see it there?
Oh boy. Oh, he's a McToon lover fan. Boy.
No, there's just so many. Things there that for a person to think that there's curvature there, it's ridiculous.
I think you're confirming it's a flat. Who?
That would be a slope, not a curve.
Who did he tag? What the fuck?
I think he was trying to tag me, but he's too stupid to realise he got the wrong person.
Yeah, he tagged mathematician.
You got the wrong
anti-flat earther. Saying thanks for confirming it's flat.
It's ridiculous.
Is posting McToon shit in here a bannable offence?
Debatable, yeah.
It could be.
It's debatable.
I know Professor Dave will trigger me. I'm seriously lining people up for that stuff.
What about Jeranism? Can you post Jeranism?
Who's that?
Bro, look at the distortions in that video. Christian, you're kind of a little bit stupid, to be honest. No offense. Like, you don't see the distortions in the lens when the balloon gets popped? Are you that gullible? Like, are you that stupid? For real? Open your eyes, mate. Open your fucking eyes. Stop watching McToon shit.
Who's
your brain is getting mushed. You're not getting any smarter, man. Only dumber.
It's like the Red Bull jump. I can't find it anymore on the internet. They took it off, but there used to be a video at the very beginning where you seen the horizon with the camera on the ground before the rocket even takes off, and it's already the horizon's already curved. We're using such a tremendous fisheye angle that even while on the ground, the horizon's curved.
Yeah. You can actually see the curvature from the ground.
Yeah, dude.
Somebody's got to have that, or
Yeah, right. I can't. Yeah, I
no,
can't find it anymore.
you
Man.
don't even have to go up to you know, you don't even have to go up to like 65 miles to see curve. Literally, just get a ladder out. Somebody's got to have that damn jump
Right.
sheet, like the
You
whole
don't even
original
have to have.
thing.
You don't even have to have the ladder, dude. They were standing on the ground and
Shouldn't they? I mean, it should
the
be on like that
horizon.
Wayback shit, shouldn't it? Shouldn't you be able to find it on that shit, or can they scrub that shit too?
Oh, dude, I can't find it anymore. Not the full jump. I type it in. The full jump. All it does is show you he's already in the air. It don't show you the everything that it used to from beginning to end. It was a long fucking bit.
What a
hour and
shame.
a half.
Well, too many people have the Neil deGrasse thing where he says it's flat, so they started scrubbing the shit. You know, where he talks about it's a fisheye.
Yep, that's how it works.
Damage control.
Well, you can even see it with like skydivers and shit. So watch their videos or those people that do the wingsuit diving. You ever seen wingsuit diving? They use GoPros, and before they even start
it's
climbing up the mountain, the damn thing,
cool.
the horizon's
Is
already
that-
curved.
That one where the guy has that freaking carpet, was that real? That was freaking cool as shit. Did you see that one?
Yeah, the carpet was
I
real.
don't know if that was real.
There was one that landed with. There was one. He landed without a parachute. Wingsuit
The alien
diver.
skydiver. He went up.
I seen a guy.
I'll try to find it.
And I
Post it in the chat.
seen a guy ride a piece of plywood from us one time when it was windy and he was carrying plywood. I seen a gust of wind literally catch him and take him down like 10 feet to the ground. And he didn't get
Oh yeah, you see him.
Craziest thing I've ever seen. I was like,
Yeah.
damn,
You don't really
used
see
a
it.
piece of plywood like freaking damn like a sail.
The one I'm talking about, it actually doesn't have a GoPro, so I probably shouldn't post it. It actually shows what the Earth looks like, similar with your eyeballs. But what's fascinating is this wingsuit diver lands without a parachute on water. He figured if he could hit water at the right angle, he would slide like a rock, like you skip a rock. And he did, but it does look like if things went wrong, it could have folded him in half.
I seen one where a guy has a chute, comes in at an extreme freaking angle, and then kind of levels out really quick and like skims his feet across the freaking little lake.
Right.
That takes balls.
Yeah, this guy like skips twice and then just instantly comes to a stop. Fucking right in the water. That's just crazy though. You would, I mean, it's a death jump. He literally jumped without a parachute. He figured if he had a parachute, he wouldn't try it and he would pull the parachute.
I've seen that one where the guy jumps without a parachute and lands in that net. That's a was like some kind of record. That's a badass thing. It's got like
you
2
don't even
nets. You seen the
you
one
don't
where
even
the guy
see the
jumps into
net.
boxes? That's
Yeah.
pretty cool. It's like 2 nets. It's like this one that just like looks like it looks like the space time thingy where the thing gets hit and bends down in, like the nonsense. Well, he hits it and it's just like straight through, and that's got like a backup net even lower in case he goes too far. Yeah, I mean, the net's got to be like 2,000 across at least. Badass. The hell was done.
And those guys are crazy. I'll give them that, dude. There's videos where, I mean, you don't get to see the splat, but you get to see him fly into a rock, and then the camera goes off. Nuts.
I see one where the one guy tried to go over the bridge and one went under, and somebody was taping him on the bridge. Freaking gets the guy. He hits. Yeah, he just turns into dude. Like it was just like red mist. It was freaking horrible.
Just fucking
Horrible.
That one was crazy. Wonder how fast they get going. I've never seen one where they like give a speed. I think what's terminal velocity? 140, or is it up above
That's
200?
Vin Diesel. He's Xander Cruz.
Well, they say you can't fall any faster. Terminal velocity, you can only
So
fall
you gotta
so
ask
fast.
Vin Diesel. He's Xander Cruz. Vin Diesel in Triple X.
Is that the movie? Terminal velocity. I
Yeah,
didn't
he
know
does
was
a bunch of bullshit in that one. No, I don't know. I mean, I know the term. No, I get.
There's an actual movie
It's
called
like up
Terminal
to it.
Velocity.
When I was skateboarding, though, I got close to it.
I don't think it's true, anyways, man. Look at the Peregrine Falcon. Peregrine Falcon. Look, yeah, it's the fastest diving bird. Well, it's. I think it gets past 200 mile an hour. It goes faster than terminal velocity, and it shouldn't even go that fast because of the bird itself, allegedly.
Because it's got hollow bone, right? I think it would have to weigh something other than feathers and
It's the fastest diving
hollow
bird.
bones.
I don't know if it's called peregrine or peregrine. Just type in fastest diving bird, and that'll be it. It hits animals so fast, the hit kills the animal. It goes faster than terminal velocity. So the term itself is irrelevant. Yeah, that's what I don't get, man. That image in the side chat. Am I up too far? No, yeah. Look at the alleged curve of the boat going over the curve. All right. The alleged one at 3 miles there. And then the horizontal, like it's saying, dozens of miles. It has to be a further distance from left to right, right? Because it's so far out there. It's 3 miles out there.
Wouldn't it be 6 miles, right? If it was meant to be 3 miles out,
Yeah, like
same
that's what I was getting
distance
ready to do.
in all directions. Yeah, if you look left, should be able to see 3 miles. If you look right, you should be able to see 3 miles. So that would be 6 miles if you panned 180 degrees left to right.
But it's actually further because the picture, I mean, that's how mathematically I would construct it within a picture. But with your own eyeballs, you don't have that cutoff point that the picture does. That you still get to see that keep going and going.
Yeah, but I think they've worded it. I think they've got it wrong in that.
Yeah, a little bit. If you base the horizon as the horizontal line, then as you pitch that curved line, the curved dotted line, straight in front of you, and then you start moving it left or right, would reduce left and right. From that horizontal line.
Yeah, like if you were out, just say you were out in the ocean and you couldn't see any land and you did 360-degree turn, it would be 3 miles in every direction.
Right, allegedly.
Yeah, probably a hell of a lot more than that.
Right.
So do you guys disagree that happens?
What?
3 miles.
That you don't see boats disappear at let's say an equal distance in every direction.
Yeah, the object. Well, it just depends on how much the medium changes. Like,
okay,
is it really humid?
Yeah,
this specific area, and the boat actually goes outside that humid area, and you get to witness it. Yeah, there might be so many variables that you can't control.
Yeah. So when a boat sails away one way, it'll disappear at 3 miles due to atmospheric whatever. But when it sails the other way, it won't disappear.
I doubt it's really hardly ever. Yeah. It's very rarely 3 miles.
Okay.
Things get smaller and smaller the further they get from you. Eventually, they get to where your aperture of your eyeball can no longer resolve it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm used to seeing. I mean,
the object don't get smaller. Object is the same size the whole time. The only reason it starts to shrink and get smaller is apparent optics. It's an optical illusion. It's optics.
Mm.
It'll get to a point where it's so far away, even if it was flat, you wouldn't be able to resolve it. It's too far away. Keeps getting smaller and smaller until it disappears.
What about the bottom of it? Why does the bottom of it seem to disappear?
Because the ground's in the way. Ground's in the way of the bottom.
Right.
You can't see through the ground
like that.
Oh, hold on. You can see through the air, right? You can see through the air.
Hold on.
You can't see through the ground. You can't see through the ground, right?
No.
Right. So as your angle from your eyesight, however high your eyes are from the ground, that angle, the further the object gets away, that angle gets lower and lower. Reduces. Pretty soon, it gets to an angle that you can't see the object anymore.
So how does the ground get in the way between me and the boat?
A 6 foot man. Hello. A 6 foot man will look across the water, and if he's looking at a 6 foot boat, 1/3 of the boat is underwater, and then the other rest of the boat is gonna disappear based on the angular resolution of your eye. It's gonna disappear in about 3 miles. That 6 foot boat, you won't be able to see it anymore after a little bit, after that distance. You won't be able to resolve it.
All right. What about a 6 foot tall man where there's 6 foot of boat above the water?
So remember, the bottom that you're asking about is underwater, and only part of the boat is visible.
Yeah, I'm saying the part of the boat that's above the water. Let's say
so
that's 6
that
foot
part
tall,
of the boat
man's
is less.
eye line is also 6 foot tall.
So that 6 foot, that is a boat that is 6 foot above the water is gonna disappear. It's not gonna be resolvable. eventually at a certain distance.
Yeah. Why is that?
The
though?
ground,
It's
the
very,
ground
very strange
starts.
that the bottom disappears before the top.
Well, hold on. Let me tell you.
Okay, tell me.
Picture an angle from a horizontal line. Picture an angle.
Okay.
Like, let's say the angle starts at 6 feet where your eyeballs are, and you
Mhm.
draw an angle way out to the horizon, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to appear to go down, right? That line's going to appear to go down that you're drawing.
No.
That's the angle of your eyesight as well when you're looking respectively straight out.
No.
So the angle of the ground. Hold on, let me give you an example. Picture instead of the ocean a chessboard, right?
Okay.
Pretty soon the squares, you'll no longer be able to see the squares. They're going to
Yep.
get so far out, you will no longer be able to see the squares, right? But they didn't go over a curve. They're just so far out there, you can't resolve them anymore. And the angle of the chessboard, the angle of your eyes to the chessboard that the boat is on, or the chess piece, right? At the bottom of that is touching something you can't see through. So the further it gets, it's going to disappear bottom up because that angle is going to reduce to where you see the ground at the point where the chess piece is beyond that.
Well, I'm not,
You
talking
see
about
the
the
top
chessboard.
of
We're
it.
talking about a chess piece on top of the chessboard.
Well, I'm just trying to use that as
Same
an
effect.
example. I'm trying to
Why
use
is
it
it?
as an analogy, an
Because when
example.
we're looking at a chessboard matrix, right? If I'm looking at like the square that I'm stood on, I look down, it's square.
Yeah.
Okay. If I look at a square that's like a few hundred meters away, it's going to be.
Well, you would have.
It's going to
Okay,
appear
let's say
kind of rectangular.
that's a good example. Hold on. When you're looking down
But
at the one,
if I'm looking at a chess piece that's like right in front of me, I'm going to see the whole chess piece.
Hold on.
It's going to be
You're looking down at the
square
square.
as it usually is. But when it's really
Hold on
far
a
away, it'll also be square. So
Hold
the
on a
angle to the
second.
chess piece doesn't change.
Hold on a second. When you're
So why does
looking
the bottom
down at
disappear?
hold on a second, dude. When you're looking down like you started from, going back to where you started, you're looking at the square you're standing on. So your head is down, looking at your feet, right?
Yeah.
For you to look at the next square up, next square after that, what do you have to do with your head?
I have to tilt it up.
You got to tilt it up, right? To increase the angle. Right? So you can see more squares. Right? But even then, once you're up, all these squares are gonna converge left to right, bottom to top, however you want to explain it. They're all they don't actually converge, they just appear to converge. This is
And that's only
perspective. Hold on.
angular resolution.
Yeah. So the squares on the chessboard, right? We understand why they're kind of sort of blurring together with distance.
That's perspective, like he's
because it's the
saying.
bottom of the
And
chess piece.
That's perspective, like he's saying. But across the water, you're missing a bunch of other variables like the visibility, the particles in the air, the temperature between the water and the air, and that's gonna also cause some blockage. So you have multiple variables, including the most important perspective that was hijacked by the globe, obviously.
Okay.
But then
But
you add the other variables, and
I
you
don't think
wouldn't
perspective
be
was
able
hijacked by the
to
globe. I think it was hijacked by you guys.
mess.
Hold on a second. The reason I use that chessboard as an analogy is to get rid of those variables, right? So
let's focus on one variable at a time.
what I'm trying to do is all I'm trying to say is this same effect optically without refraction or whatever, optically
There's
the
no
same
refraction.
effect would happen on a flat plane.
Jemsy, you just said there was refraction. You talked about the atmosphere and
No, that's not refraction. That's atmospheric effect. That doesn't necessarily means refraction. What I said there wasn't refraction.
Just let me speak for a second, dude. Give me a minute.
Why are you mentioning refraction? I didn't say refraction, dude.
Okay, let's ignore refraction, right? So we're on a chessboard.
The whole reason I brought in
the chessboard may or may not be curved, right? And for some reason, when this chess piece walks all the way down this, multiple mile long chessboard, for some reason it disappears bottom up.
Yes, it would, because the angle of your sight. And once it disappears, once you first start, let's say we'll mark it at feet, right? Once the first foot disappears, you could raise an elevation and see that foot again. And you'll reveal more squares of the chessboard. at the same time, where squares.
No, you also
Right, but
depending on
why
the
is
size.
the bottom of the chess
If you
piece
are
disappearing?
if the
Why isn't the
chess
top?
piece is if the
Because
chess
the
piece is
top.
6 foot, you
Hold on.
won't be able to
Let me
after
answer
a
this
certain
question.
distance after a certain distance you won't be able to resolve, but it's gonna be disappearing in resolution. Your eye won't be able to resolve it.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
what we've done is, right, we've pulled out a telescope and we've zoomed in on the chess piece. And for some reason,
Same
right, we've
optic.
zoomed in far enough so we can like resolve all the tiny details on the chess piece. You know, we can just like the bumps and the divots
Even
and
the
windows on the
telescope,
side of the chess piece
telescope's
boat.
gonna give you more vision, but eventually it's gonna
And for some
also
reason,
won't be able to resolve it.
Despite being able to resolve all this detail to where angular resolution is no longer a concern, the
Hold
chess
on,
piece
when
is
you
still
say-
disappearing bottom up. It still appears to be below the chess.
Hold on, man. Whoever that is that's arguing on my behalf, hold on a second.
I'm not arguing on your behalf. What are you
When-
talking about?
When he says he pulls out a telescope, right? That telescope is going to have the same effect of an optic as your eyeball does. Yes, the telescope can see further, but the same, once your optic of your eyeball is limited, that's the same effect that happens to the telescope when it's limited. So when you pull out a telescope, you're being able to see further, right? But the same optic effect is going to occur that limits your vision at that certain point of the how far that telescope can see. The same
And
effect
you're already
occurs.
looking beyond the geometric of the globe, so none of this stuff is helping the globe, dude. None of it.
Well, it's take like on the chessboard, say a mile out, you lay a penny down on its side. Let's just say, okay, a mile's ridiculous, but let's say you lay it down to where you can see it standing up. You know, if he pushed it out any further, you wouldn't be able to see it anymore. So he stops pushing it out when you can see the penny laying down. If you go down to the floor of the chessboard, you'll get, before you even get to the side of your head on the chessboard, you're going to lose that penny, right? So it's the angle of the ground. You can't see through the ground. So the angle of the ground is getting in the way of the bottom of the structure, the boat, whatever, the building. It's the angle that's getting in the way. When you
The
raise
angle's
an
getting in the way.
elevation, when you raise an elevation, you would see more and more squares of the chessboard. The horizon would always remain flat, like we see in real life. And
That's the main reason, dude.
you would
That's
you would
not the main
reveal the
reason.
bottom of the boat again, or building, whatever the structure is. It's your angle of sight that causes things to disappear bottom up.
So we're on the
angle of
chessboard, and we've pulled out our P1000. So that's our favorite camera.
Same
we've
optic
zoomed in
as
on.
yours.
We've zoomed in on the penny. We've got like a really expensive aftermarket lens on it. Okay, and we've zoomed in on the penny, so we have enough angular resolution now across a small enough area to resolve the penny.
Just keep moving the penny away. The same thing happened with your naked eye is going to happen with that P1000. Same effect is going to happen. It's going to get to a
But
point
when
where
we've zoomed in on the penny, we're still we can still only see half the penny.
But
no
it
matter
wasn't
how good of a
because of-
lens we stick on this
This
camera,
effect isn't.
and how
this effect
well we
isn't-
zoom in on the penny
Yes, but
still
this
disappears
effect-
bottom up.
With the naked eye and the telescope, right? You can see the penny further away. That lets you know that with the naked eye, the penny didn't go over a curve. Right?
Yeah,
just your
it's
angle
already
of sight.
beyond the curve, dude. It's already beyond the geometric of the
No,
globe.
because the penny, right? We've got the penny, or we've
It's
got the
already-
chess piece.
when
Let's just say a boat, because we're
when he
talking about
started
boats, right?
disappearing bottom up, whenever you're saying, "Oh, we pull out the P900 and now we see half of the penny," that's already way beyond the geometric of the globe, dude.
That's all right. So I'm on the ocean. Let's fucking stop talking about chessboards and pennies. And I've seen a
No,
boat
you're-
sail
you're
away.
still not- you're-
And the
hold
boat
on.
still appears to, it's like dropping.
Stillman,
Hold on,
try
let
to
me talk.
stillman what I'm
You've rambled
saying.
for a while.
Try to
Yeah, you said it's due
stillman
to
what
angle
I'm
and whatever.
saying.
So I'm steelmanning what you're saying, right?
Actually,
And then I'm
it's you
talking
that's
about
been
what happens in
rambling, Mez.
reality.
Why don't you get it? Number one, you observe something, naked eye. You see it allegedly disappearing bottom up at a
Mhm.
given distance. So let's throw a number at it. 3 miles. All of
Yeah,
a sudden,
whatever.
you pull your telescope out and you can see the item clearly again.
No, you can't.
gets rid of
See,
your
that's the
3
part where you're
mile-
wrong. See, why don't you get that?
That gets rid of
Because
your
that's the part where
3
you're wrong.
mile. blockage.
No, it doesn't, because that's where you're wrong.
Yes, it
right?
does.
Because I've done this myself. Okay, I've been to the beach. I've seen boats sail away. They appear to drop, and they appear to disappear bottom
What
up.
distance did they drop?
And then I put a quid in their little telescope thing, and I say, "Oh my god, look!"
I still don't get it, man.
Okay,
still don't
bottom
get
up.
it.
The question
Bottom up.
again: at what distance did the fucking things drop?
It doesn't matter what distance they drop.
Yes,
but they
it
drop.
does. Because if you're on a geometric fucking any shape, you can work out that distance. You claim you're on a ball tard with a radius of 39.50.
Yeah, you claim you're on a pancake, right?
Work
So
your
then we're
fucking height
criticising
out
your
and tell me
explanation
what
for why these
distance
things
it went
disappear
at.
bottom up. And sorry,
Yeah, that doesn't work. So, if you're on a ball tard, go and work out what the geometric horizon is that you allegedly saw these things disappear at, and then get back to us. So you've got
It's
a problem.
already beyond
Nez.
that.
It's either geometric or fucking optical. If it's geometric, the Black Swan burns all your arguments. See you later. If it's optical, how are you going to prove any of this shit anyways?
Well, he's not getting the fact that if it disappears with the naked eye, it allegedly goes over a curve with the naked
He won't,
eye.
mate. You'll go round and round and round in fucking circles all day with him.
I gotta say it just for my help me sleep at night. Yeah, he's not registering that if it disappears with the naked eye, and that's caused by the curve. If you took a telescope and zoomed in
What
on it
curve?
and seen it again, then obviously it wasn't a curve that made
See,
it
this is the
disappear.
problem, James.
Otherwise, you wouldn't see it with the telescope if it's
The
behind a
issue
fucking
is,
curve.
it doesn't matter what you say. They have got this one-size-fits-all excuse for everything: curvature. So you can lay it all out perfectly, which you've done already, and it'll just be curvature, but curvature, but curvature, and that's it, without any proof of curvature.
So ignore all of the other variables and just claim it has to be the curvature because it has to be.
No, that wasn't the
Can we
point of my
show,
argument.
James, check it out, can we show items disappearing bottom up on a flat surface? Yes or no?
Yes, obviously,
Ooh,
yes.
That's a problem for curve tards, isn't it?
It is because you could do this at small scales, very small scale.
Can items?
So that's a lie. No, you can't show things disappearing bottom up on a flat surface.
Yes, you can.
Incorrect. It's been done. You can do it.
Okay, please post that.
Oh, fucking oath then. All right. Folder.
Listen. The
I
thing
like
is
the one
that
with RC boats. Do the RC boat one if you have
Nah,
it.
here's a photo. Check it out.
Photo.
RC boats is cool.
Two
See
photographs.
the RC boats disappear.
Couple of cans. Notice how the bottom can has the bottom of it disappearing?
Yeah, so have you verified that
flat
the
surface.
floor there is actually flat?
Yes.
How have you done that?
When AI Overlord comes in here, you can quiz him on it because it's his.
Oh, so you haven't. So AI, I have to wait for AI.
Listen, smart cunt, I'm a booze dick short of kicking you out because I think you're a fuckwit and you're an arrogant piece of shit. That is AI Overlord's image taken from 22 feet away. If you want to question the flatness of the surface, you are more than welcome to ask him. I have got no problem agreeing with what he's put there. I've got no reason to disagree with it or believe his fucking floor is a curve. You idiot.
Yeah, no shit. Well, most floors are curved towards the outside, so the water runs outwards. Unless there's a drain in the center of the floor, then it's curved inwards. But the flatness of it is pretty fucking flat.
I mean, it doesn't matter if he believes in it or not. He can go do his own testing and then come back, see his measurements and data.
He won't. He'll just come in here and rattle off with shit.
Yeah.
I wouldn't, and I didn't mean to say curved. I meant to say sloped. Most floors are sloped specifically for flood purposes. They're just barely sloped. Barely fucking sloped. But you can do that same experiment both ways. Slope downwards and then put the camera on the other sides where it's sloped upwards. And you'll still have the same effect.
Now, Mez, just so you know, whether I've done it or not, you asked for proof of something disappearing bottom up. I gave it to you. Whether I took the photo or not, or whether I pulled it out of someone else's ass, you asked, you received. Have a nice day.
Well, I bet you he hasn't taken a photo of something disappearing bottom up himself either. So he's probably...
No, Matrix, you didn't post proof because the thing in question here is whether this happens over a flat surface. So first we need to verify that the surface is actually flat so we can show that this actually happens over a flat surface.
The surface is flat, Mez.
How do you know?
Why don't you go and ask the person who took it? I gave you the
Okay, so you don't know, Matrix. So you don't know, Matrix.
For now, let's go with the floor being flat. Then what? If it's flat and it still appears to do that, what then? What do you answer to that?
Yeah, if this is flat, then yeah, this could happen over a flat surface. But until you verify that it's flat, this is just wishful thinking.
And then?
Well, why don't you do it yourself? Why are you asking people to do it for you? Why are you asking people to do it for you when you can do it? Why are you doing that?
Find out whether something disappears bottom up over a flat surface?
You're telling somebody to post something to tell you this, and then he posts it, and you said, "Did you do this?" When you haven't done it yourself.
No, I asked Matrix to show proof of something disappearing bottom up on a flat surface, and he just posted a picture where you can't see the bottom of something, but we don't know if the surface is flat. So no, he didn't.
So
no, you didn't.
Yourself.
I'll tell you what, right?
You didn't ask for data
I've got a box.
beforehand.
I'm going to stick my face on the
floor. For you, man. You didn't ask for any data. You asked for proof. You received as Matrix gave you. Now you want to shift the goalpost.
Well,
because it's actually doing that.
I don't know, guys.
And I'm sure
I just looked
you
at a
know
box
that.
across my floor, and I still saw the bottom of it.
How about you do your own testing? Probably you have a camera at home, a mobile camera.
Right now, I could see the box across my room.
Quite the distance. Yeah, increase the distance and do it properly.
Okay. Well, how far away do you think AI is photo?
Until it makes some changes, appearing changes. Yeah.
The shorts are about to disappear. Look at the thing in the side chat with the dude walking away on the football.
Listen, if you do this across, if you do, no, you hold on.
You're calling this proof, but when pictures from space, things disappearing, as they drop, whatever. Measurements, things dropping over.
Verify those, man.
Mez, you know the beauty of this.
How do you verify that the floor is flat in AI's photo?
You know the beauty of this.
You haven't done it.
Try this. You can do this yourself. He's comparing space with a can on an indoors in-house test. That's stupid.
We gotta make a difference between the what he's trying to say. Okay, if you go to a warehouse and this floor is perfectly horizontal, and then you put a camera like 1 centimeter right on the floor, and then you drag the penny across or whatever the chess piece at the other end of the warehouse, you'll be able to zoom in the penny and you might be able to see the bottom of it. But the thing is, he's claiming that this effect, he's then taking that to the beach or to the ocean and saying, why is the boat disappearing bottom up if I can zoom in the penny in the warehouse, right? Or the chess piece or whatever. You can actually zoom in a flat floor. Wait, hello. Wait, okay, go ahead. Say your point. Don't take too long.
This is where you need to tell him that same effect where you pull the telescope out and see the bottom of it. That same effect with the telescope. Same effect that happened with your eyeball.
No, it's not in the warehouse. In the warehouse and in the beach is not the same thing. Those are not the same environments. It's not gonna show you the same stuff. Okay? Because in the warehouse, it's gonna be a perfectly level floor, and you're gonna be able to look across it with the optical equipment, and you're gonna zoom in and you're gonna see the penny or the chess piece, and you're gonna most likely see probably the bottom of it as well. But then when you go to the beach, there's many other variables like humidity, there's a temperature changes and between the water and the air, and there might be a little undulations in the water between the observer and the boat, right, have 1/3 of the boat is under the water, or a big piece of the boat is under the water, right? And
Look at
then
the
the
sites
angular
right now.
resolution and the angle of view, all of those things at the beach is not the same thing as on the warehouse. So when he says in the warehouse I can show you the bottom of the penny, but at the beach I see the boat going over the horizon because it's the curvature. He's just doing something totally
Yeah,
different.
yeah,
It's not the same effect.
I would agree with
It's
you
not
there,
the
but
same thing. Yeah.
yeah, but you're totally missing the point, dude. Even in the
No,
warehouse,
I'm
if
not.
you had hold on,
The
hold on,
point.
hold on,
This is what
hold
he's
on,
trying to push.
hold on, dude, and I'll explain
No,
it.
in the warehouse. No. Don't wait. In the warehouse, eventually, the optical is gonna the resolution is gonna fail. There's gonna be a point that you won't be able to resolve the object with your eye or with the camera, whatever. You won't resolve it. Same at the beach.
Yeah,
But at
that's
the
what I'm.
beach, there are other variables that are happening besides the resolution, the angular resolution.
This is my biggest problem, dude. When it disappears with the naked eye, you can no longer resolve it, right? You pull a telescope out or something with a more powerful optic than your eyeball, and now you can see it again, right? My problem is if it went over a curve, you would not see it. It would be behind the hill. The telescope doesn't fucking zoom in over something physical, over a curve.
Yes, but in the water,
That's the
there's
problem.
gonna be waves between the observer, and there's gonna be occasions that you might see the boat, and you're gonna see a line of water, and he's gonna say, "Oh, that's the curvature," even though it's beyond the
No.
geometry of the globe.
You're missing the argument, man. You can't even steel man my argument. My
No, I'm
argument
not
is if you
stealing
had a
man in your
perfect.
argument.
My argument is if we had a fucking infinite flat floor, we knew it was flat and it was fucking
Bro,
infinite,
there's gonna be
right? That's my
situations at the
argument.
shore. There's gonna be situations at the beach that even if you have a telescope, you won't be able to find the boat because there's gonna be a 1 foot wave between you and the boat, and that wave is gonna block the whole thing.
Did you just hear what I said, or did you just ignore it all? Because that
I
has
ignore
nothing
it
to do
all.
with waves. Yeah, you ignored it all because there's no
Yes.
waves involved. No waves involved in what
No,
I
but
just said.
no. At the beach, no water between you and the object.
Did I say anything about a beach?
That's
What did I
the
say?
example. That's boat over the horizon. Remember, that's what I was talking about. So did you ignore what I was saying? Why are you ignoring what I was saying? Don't ignore what I said.
No, dude. Hold on a second.
No,
'Cause I
dude.
don't want to.
Because
I'm
I
not
brought
trying to get in a.
both examples: the warehouse
Okay.
and the beach.
Okay. Let's just do a thought experiment. Totally unscientific. I'm not going to claim that it is scientific. Just a thought experiment. All right. We have a flat surface. It's infinite. An infinite flat surface. Nothing to do with water. You're not standing at a beach. No boats. An infinite flat surface that we're standing on. Right? As an object goes out in front of you, the further it gets, it's going to disappear symmetrically. The only reason it disappears bottom first is because the top of it's in the air and the bottom of it is on the ground. Right? So the ground gets in the way.
That's
because
another
it's
of the
angled.
variables.
Hold on. So the thing disappears with the naked eye. The thing disappears with the naked eye. The guy says, "Oh, well, that happens because the surface is curved." But then you pull out a more powerful optic, you zoom in, and you see the object again. That means it didn't go over the curve with the naked eye. And the same effect with the telescope is going to happen. It just happens to be able to do that effect goes further, right? Nothing's going over a curve. It's just even with the more powerful
Obviously.
optic, it still disappears bottom up. But there's no curve involved in either of these. And it can't be
Obviously.
substantiated. That's the point you was missing, and I apologize. Between the naked eye, okay, it goes over a curve. That's why it disappeared. You pull his more powerful optic out and you see it again. Well, obviously, it's not behind a physical curve because an optic doesn't allow that to happen. If something goes over a hill, you can't zoom in and see it again. You might see the hill better, But if something's behind the hill, you ain't going to see what's behind it. It's a physical barrier. You can't see behind it. Right? So if it happened with the naked eye, there was no curve there. That optic is an optic effect, or that effect is an optic one, because you pulled out a more powerful optic and seen it again. And the same effect is going to happen with the more powerful optic that happened with your eyeball. Same effect. It's going to happen.
Yeah, but you take into account that sometimes they're gonna pull these observations, right? And you're correct what you're saying. But they're gonna pull out these boats behind the hill of water, and they're gonna show, look, we only see the sheepness of the boat. We only
Yeah,
see
but when
like
they admit, here's the problem.
yeah,
Though, when they
but the thing
admit,
is that when it's across water,
don't
many
cut me
times
off.
you're gonna have the boat up and down behind waters, like waves as well. So there's many variables in
Yeah,
different
but
observations.
when they say they pull out more powerful optic and see it again, right? They're admitting right there that the optical effect that made it disappear with the naked eye was not a curve. They're admitting that, and that's what I'm trying to get everybody to
Yeah,
acknowledge. They're
I
admitting that
think you
it did not
filter
happen
this whole
because of a
thing.
curve.
You filter this whole thing to the actual geometry of the globe, because many of these observations are beyond the geometry. That's why they claim the fake fraction.
Yeah,
But
but
the angular resolution is probably the most powerful one, because
when
there's gonna be a
when
point
these,
that doesn't matter how good your optic is, you won't be able to resolve the object. That's it.
yeah, there's a, and if you, that's what I'm saying. It's an optical effect because you can use a more powerful optic, and this same effect occurs at a further distance. Meaning it's not a curve that's doing it, it's an optical effect that's doing it. That was my point the entire time. An optical effect. Nothing to do with curvature.
When an object disappears to the naked eye, it does not disappear from the bottom up, right?
Oh, it doesn't?
If you can zoom back into it, it did not disappear from the bottom up. It disappeared angularly 360 degrees around it.
Right.
Right. So that is it right there. When an object does that, it is not going over the curve yet. When it disappears bottom up, it is hitting that curve. And that has been demonstrated so many times to flat earthers, so many times. I myself.
Point one out, Robert.
He just contradicted his own statement.
No, I didn't. You listen. You want a contradiction. You want a contradiction.
Oh, I want one. I want you to contradict yourself.
Yes, you do.
Wow. You can divine people's thoughts. It's amazing.
Yes, because I did not say any contradiction.
You did.
No.
You did.
No, I did not.
Say the contradiction then. Stop crying.
Right. So it's not a contradiction.
I'll state your contradiction.
Yeah. What did I say that was contradicting? Go ahead.
You admitted that when an object disappears with the naked eye and you zoom in with another optic and see it again, you admitted that that's not a curve, right?
No.
Did you just miss everything that he said, or what?
Yeah,
I guess so. Say it again.
What I'm saying is,
no, don't say it again. Don't say it again. Don't say it again. Don't say it again.
I won't blame you if you don't.
Don't say it again. He's not gonna be. He's not gonna take into account the geometric of the globe. He's gonna say, "Look, you can see the object, but once you can't see it anymore, that's the curve. Even if it's beyond the curvature, the geometric curvature, right? Even if it's beyond that, he's gonna say, "Look, we see it. We see it." And we see it disappearing bottom up or whatever. Now it's behind the curvature, even though it's not the geometrical curvature.
Absolutely geometrical curvature, brother. If you see an object
beyond the geometrical,
when an object is gone for you from your eyes, right? The initial time, and you will notice that it is shrinking. You will notice that it is shrinking, and it shrinks out of your eyesight.
That's not the
360
curvature.
degrees. 300,
That's not
not
the
from the
curvature.
bottom.
Shrinking's just perspective,
Not
Robert.
not from
That's
the
not
bottom
the
up.
curvature.
It is shrinking all the way down to nothing. Right?
Yeah,
Now,
symmetrically.
when you zoom into it, you will see it again. Yes, because it didn't hit the curve. It was too small.
So, okay, Robert, let's go nice and steady. At what
Nice and steady, brother.
distance
Nice and steady.
does the curvature happen? So, at what range do you
Exactly.
see something disappear behind the curvature? There'd be a given number, being that we're on a ball with a radius of 39.59 miles.
He's gonna dance around this one.
No, I don't dance, brother.
What distance does it happen, Robert?
You're gonna pretend that you do.
Okay. Okay. How tall is the object?
How tall is the object?
Yes.
6 feet. 6 feet.
Right. So you are a 6-foot observer observing something 6 foot tall going out to the horizon,
Exactly.
correct? Right?
Exactly.
And also 6 foot wide. Okay?
Yeah.
Its width has got nothing to do with it.
No, absolutely, it does. An object 6 foot tall, 6 foot wide.
I told you he was gonna dance.
No, there's no dance. I'm walking it nice and slow. If I was dancing, I'd be doing this. Hey, something this blah blah. That's not. I'm walking it slow.
You're still dancing because you're rattling on shit.
Right. So.
At what distance, Robert? Just the distance, my friend. I don't need a story about what planet you think you're from or who you're related to. I
There's
just
no
need the
stories here.
distance.
Science, we're
Just the
talking
distance.
science. There's no story. Right. So, when you're 6 foot observation, an object will start disappearing from the bottom up at 3 miles. Okay.
And then when you see beyond those 3 miles, what's happening?
When you see beyond those 3 miles, that means you're not a 6 foot observer. or
Yeah, Robert, you just sunk yourself. So,
Thanks,
if
Bob.
I'm not a 6 foot observer and I'm only a 4 foot observer and I'm seeing beyond 3 miles, ooh, that's a problem.
No, you will never see. That the point is, you will not see beyond 3 miles. The point.
Black Swan.
Here's one we prepared
Black Swan is
earlier.
fake. Black Swan is fake.
You don't even need.
Okay, Robert.
Black Swan is fake.
Robert,
He
hold on,
said Black
everyone,
Swan
shut
is
up.
fake.
Black Swan is
Robert?
fake. It is.
Robert,
Debunked.
fuck me dead. I'm going to ask you a very simple question, Robert. In what way, shape, or form do you perceive or believe that the Black Swan is fake? I want to know why you believe this.
The blue-gray strip across the bottom. It proves that he lifted them up.
He proves he lifted it up. Okay, Robert,
There's a
that
video.
makes no
There's a
sense
video.
to anybody.
Of course, it's a video. He edited the video. He lifted those
Robert,
rigs.
listen, the only editing that was done from the video, other than one singular frame taken from it, the image was lightened so you could see the horizon more clearly. That was it.
You believe what you're told, brother? Look at the picture, man. Come on now.
You want to pray that the person who did it doesn't drop in here.
Yeah. I want him to come in. I am going to show him up. Please,
Well,
please
in
bring him
that
in.
case, just watch what you wish for.
Yes, please. Bring that joker in.
So,
'cause
Robert,
he lied. He's a
okay,
liar.
outside of you talking too much, outside of being lightened, what else do you believe has been done on that image?
He took a close-up shot of the rigs and then superimposed that on the video so that it shows that he lifted it, but he blurred out.
Robert, stop. You do understand we still have the original video. You do understand that.
What does that mean? What does that have to do with anything?
Well, what that means is you're claiming that we've modified the positioning of the oil rigs on said image. Now, we still have the original video. So if the original video is not modified, I'm going to call you out as a liar.
You have no original video. None.
Really?
Yes.
Oh.
I know that for a fact.
You know
What you
this
have
is a fact.
as an edit. You can
Okay,
see it's an edited video.
Robert, I've got a deal for you. Here's a slight deal. If
Yeah.
we can bring forward the original video that image is taken from, and the image was lightened, as I said, if we can dig that up for you and prove you wrong, would you be happy to accept a 2-day banning?
You can ban me as long as you want, brother.
You gotta make a wager, Robert. Come on.
It doesn't.
make
It
a
doesn't
wager.
change. It doesn't change that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, it will change that you are a liar.
No, it won't change.
You are the one liar in here. You're being lying.
You have no evidence that
you are a liar. What do you mean you don't have evidence?
Dude, if you're going to accuse somebody, you're the one that needs
fake.
evidence, not the person you're accusing.
Yeah, he's like a child, calling people liars and whatnot.
Yeah,
you haven't
dude,
presented any evidence to the contrary of it, even. Like, where's the evidence?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, if you're going to accuse somebody of lying,
You're like
you
a
have to
kindergarten, man, level. He is a liar.
There's multiple videos. There's multiple videos and multiple pictures from that same location, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, showing the same shit.
Well, there's not only that, but you don't need the black swan. There's more videos out there. People taking these long distance.
There are hundreds, not only this. Yeah.
No, there are.
There are hundreds.
I have debunked a lot of
You haven't debunked shit, Robert.
Of course I have. I debunked
I would like you to go outside and do your own testing and come back and show us. Yeah, record one and make with data, long distance observation.
Calculation to the T.
No, I don't want calculation. No, not calculations. I want data. I want measurements. I want that on record. And then you come here and present
the measurements,
it live to us.
The calculations.
And we're going to go with the numbers you provide.
Yeah, I'm going to post a video now that shows
that you have personally done.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I hear you. Yeah. I'm going to do one.
We'll see if you're a liar
right.
or not.
I'm going to do one.
Yeah,
I'm going to do one. I've done one recently, but I'm going to do one for you.
I encourage you to do one, Robert. Like,
I encourage you to.
Hardly Globers are doing this. Like, it's mostly Flat Earthers doing this. Hundreds of videos of these.
I encourage you to do one as well. You do one. Don't just accept all these bloopers.
I genuinely have a so Robert, if you actually make this observation, does that mean the Earth is flat?
No, you know what the problem is?
Wait, let him answer.
Yeah.
I want to see.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's a good question for him. I want to hear the answer myself.
Yeah. Once we have accounted for refraction, right? Because refraction is a thing on a sphere, right? If you see long distance.
Stop. What's your two medium that the lights pass through?
Yeah. What two mediums? What are you talking about?
You're claiming refraction under Snell's law.
Under Snell's law.
Sure that you've got to pass from one medium to another, and the light bends at the junction of the two mediums.
That's right.
Yep. So what's the two mediums you're looking through when you're looking at the oil rigs?
The medium is the atmosphere, brother. That's it.
No. What's the second one?
The second one. There's no second one.
Well, there's got to be a second one, brother.
No second
That's
one.
That's how the world works.
The Chicago skyline.
To the other.
What are the two for the Chicago skyline? We're not
talking about the Chicago skyline.
No, that's
We're talking about the Black Swan.
That's mirage. That's the refraction, though.
You just agreed. You just agreed with him. Now you're disagreeing.
No,
just agreed with him.
Okay, hold on, Robert.
These guys formulate things in your heads. What,
Robert? To stop you from formulating something in your head, at 57 past the hour, there's a little video for you to watch. I'd suggest you scroll through to about 6 minutes and 50 seconds and watch the following 30 seconds. And you can apologise afterwards.
Oh, he's never going to do that.
Don't you see the grey blue?
He's still going to deny it and call it a liar.
Robert, we're not after excuses. We want you to go to 6 minutes, 50 seconds, watch 30 seconds of it. Because that's where that image of the Black Swan comes from. The one that you said was faked.
It is fake.
Been modified.
Modified, 100% fake. Yes, you can tell. Look at that.
Why are you calling it fake?
Look at that.
Why are you calling it fake beforehand? What's wrong with you?
Look at that. You see
something's wrong.
gray, blue, and look at that.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what he's being presented. He's gonna call it fake, CGI.
No, I'm not.
Person liar. So what's the point of you being in here, Robert? Like, what's the actual reason you're here? Like, for real, you are useless. There's no point in having a discussion with you if you can deny everything that's being presented to you. That's fucking stupid.
Robert, I think you're fake.
I mean, whatever. That's why I said, go make your own testing, do some long distance observation with data, record it, and come back here, and then we're gonna dissect it and then see if you are a liar or not. How about that? Instead of you coming in here on a daily basis, saying everything is CGI or fake or people lying here. You're not backing up anything. Yeah. How about that? Other than that, you're useless in here. If you're gonna keep doing that shit. It's not even a fruitful conversation with this liar.
He's gonna ignore the video from the Black Swan and call it fake. That's ridiculous, dude.
What's fake about it, Robert?
Yeah, he never answered my question. I wanted him to say if
what was the question?
Will he become I mean, if he makes the same observation.
No. I mean, he clearly shows that he's not gonna. He will still deny it. Doesn't matter.
Why even call it fake? I don't get it.
Yeah, many falsifications. He still denies those. I mean, he doesn't even have a plausible, reasonable explanation even behind. That's why I said, go do your own testing, man. That's better. See it with your own eyes. Yeah.
And he's only come back. You folks say NASA is fake every day.
No, who said NASA is fake? I mean, as an organization that they exist, yeah. Who said they're fake? They exist. Now, what are they doing up there and showing you on television? That's another side of the coin, I guess.
He thinks that there is such thing as a government agency that doesn't lie.
Yeah. I mean, people working for NASA. Yeah, who said they're fake? They're real people. They're working. Yeah.
Are they?
So the problem is, Q.
Are they?
He's just heard you say that, and he's going to take that.
Maybe he's a liar.
See, he said NASA's real and everything's real. So all he's doing is picking one or two words out of a sentence, and that's his justification for everything. It's like his brain turns off or something.
It's like we're back in fucking elementary school with him. That's what it's like. He can't comprehend anything outside his own thoughts. There's no comprehension outside of his own thoughts. Period.
I think that video was shot in a green screen room.
Yeah. You could say that. No one stops you.
Yep.
Yeah. So you just go on a daily basis, point your finger at people. What they show you, you're a liar. You are a liar. That's what you can do. You go around pointing fingers at people. You are a liar.
A liar.
Yeah, boy. Yeah. That's what you do. And live your life in a blissful manner. Yeah.
If you're saying that that's wrong to do, then why are you doing it?
You can obviously see that oil rig is copy pasted and reversed. Green screen room.
Yeah. Show us the green screen thing where it's being shown.
Well, it's a green screen, obviously. Just like you know.
The funny thing is with NASA, with the people in ISS, when they deal with whatever objects they have, they have shown chroma key screens at the studio, at the whatever they are, the center, the.
He said studio, but then he didn't want to say studio.
Well, I mean, like, the one with the.
I don't want to say.
The one with the senior Bush. I forgot the one. The wheelchair guy in the wheelchair. Senior Bush.
Stephen Hawking.
I said senior Bush. Are you listening? What's Stephen Hawking's?
You said the dude in the wheelchair, so I just
senior Bush.
I don't know.
Holy shit! You haven't seen him in wheelchair?
No.
Anyway, I think someone else knows what I'm talking about. Anyway, when they push the wheelchair around, you can see a TV screen with a chroma key background with the guy supposedly being in ISS doing his thing live. I mean, if Robert cannot see that for what it is, fakery, people being lying over there, and he's in great denial. He wants to protect the globe at any cost. Maybe he's being paid. Oh, who knows? Can you
he just wants to.
that from there on?
It's not that he's being paid. He just wants to keep paying for it. He loves it. He wants to pay for that.
In whatever case, he's a dishonest intellectual being. That's what it is. Anyone has that blue chroma key GIF? Maybe someone else knows what I'm talking about. The one with the Bush Senior being pushed around with the wheelchair.
Through the NASA Center where it's got
NASA Center. Yeah, that one.
Background.
Yeah.
I know the one you're talking about.
I want to know what Robert's going to say. If he's going to say, that's fakery or that's real? Oh, he's...
grabbing the harness.
If he's still denying that, then he's really dishonest. He shouldn't be here even. It's pointless having a discussion with him even.
Are you happy?
Is who happy?
Sorry. I'm talking to my daughter. I didn't realize I went off mute. Sorry.
Yeah, good. DJ, have you got the one where they're walking through the NASA Center and they've got the green screen of the ISS in the background on the screen?
Oh, that's the one he's talking about. George Bush. George Bush is in the wheelchair. George Bush.
Yeah, I said Senior Bush. Yeah. My bad. The oldest one of them.
Dude, you said no question.
Maybe I said it wrong. If I said it in the wrong way, sorry. Then I don't know. But that's what I'm trying to say.
No, you said it, dude. I was drawing a blank, and then when that guy said it, it all came back to me. So I apologize.
Look. He's already saying beforehand. Fake video created by the blooper creator.
All right.
Hey, Robert, you do understand that was the video that NASA put on the internet for us to view. You, me, everybody. That's what NASA put up.
Bro, I love this guy. Oh my god.
That's what they put forward for all the would-be space tards like yourself.
It's fake,
So
bro.
if
It's fake.
in other words, if it's a fake video, it's NASA's fake video.
Yeah.
No, it's created by flat earthers to discredit NASA.
Yeah, obviously, flat earthers made those videos. Oh yeah, obviously, we're there.
Oh my gosh!
I could picture
flat earthers faked the moon landing.
Yeah,
I could picture something like that.
Why do you guys believe that the Earth is flat? Come on, man.
Yes,
It was edited
it's
by
hard.
flat earthers.
It's hard for some people. It's fine, man. It's hard. They have to cope in some way, like Robert here. He's been coming back and forth. He's been coming back for
man.
Yeah. He's been coming back forth like 6 times already to this VC. So he doesn't seem to have anything else to do. Plenty of time talking to flat earthers, and loves doing that. Keep being in denial of everything that's being presented. Call it fake,
This is
CGI,
amazing, man.
liar. People lying to him. He doesn't believe anything except his globe. Part of religion.
Why would they lie?
What would they lie? What would they lie? Oh, Robert.
Keep on talking, boy.
What would they
Well,
lie?
I'm sure billions, if not trillions of dollars would not be a motive. There's no way that would be a motive.
Yeah, that's one of them. Yeah, a good motive. Yeah.
Okay, wait. Honestly, though, what's up with the fucking CGI, like green? What is that? Apple? I don't know what it is.
Or whatever that is.
Brian will all know.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
You ask them.
Your mom.
Ask them why he's behind a blue chroma, a blue screen.
Are you sure you guys didn't fucking do this behind a green screen? This is like some 24/7 flat earth green studio.
Yeah, we did. We're all in on it.
Yeah, you got us, man. We did it in the home studio. Yeah.
Fuck.
We was able to keep the secret till now.
All these guys believe that in their hearts that apparently that flat Earth exists. and that we're not actually.
What the hell's wrong with this guy? Yo, Leonardo, do you want to talk like a normal human being and have a proper conversation? I don't know what you're doing over there.
They actually come in broken before they can talk to us.
Beforehand. He read the name, Flat Earth. God damn it. There.
They come in broken in two. They come in broken in 2 pieces. They leave broken in 100 pieces.
Dude, he cracks me up, man.
I'm afraid, Robert. Yeah, keep taunting me in the side chat. That's all right, man. Nothing is gonna change with you in any shape or form. You've been demonstrating that for months. The way you come back here, back and forth, and
what's the other guy?
denying every fucking time.
Forget about Robert. What's the other guy?
Does anyone have the full video or a link for this this red-green cartoon?
Someone probably has. I don't know where.
Where's the other guy? Where's the other guy?
I would say. I mean, after this, they probably scraped the original one from the actual official. I mean,
Can you guys
it's only reasonable. You have to, cover up the tracks.
Why would they stream it in the first place, though?
Yeah, you can hear you. It's just somebody was talking.
Ridiculous.
Well, either if it was intentional to, show you the truth in some sense, because when people, they can't be keeping doing this shit without showing you some bit of something at some point. That's part of the whole thing.
That doesn't add up. I mean, honestly, that's where.
Or they made a mistake just when the bush came over, and then the camera guy happened to catch something from an angle. Yeah, who knows? It doesn't matter.
Where's the guy that you muted? The other guy?
He's gone.
Oh shit, he's gone.
Gosh, man! Why ignore the new people?
Dude, honestly, Robert is one of the most fun people I've seen.
He wasn't here to have a conversation, clearly.
Bro, but we can try to engage. Just talk to Fry, talk to Robert.
Don't take it personal. I get muted all the time. Don't take it personal.
No, it was another guy. No worries, man.
I do got a question about muting.
Oh shit, Donato came through. Fuck yes.
I'm on mute Fry from now on.
Is it like permanent for the night? Is it like a certain amount of time? When you do get muted, does it automatically?
No, it's temporarily. It's under an hour. The server mute in this VC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
it wears off after
45 minutes.
Yeah.
Unless you start cooking, then they just mute you indefinitely.
That would be a ban.
Yeah, the ban will be permanent. Yeah, obviously. I mean, you won't be able to enter the VC otherwise. Anyway.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. You can't join with.
Oh, that's good information. That means I've never been banned. I just been muted.
Yeah, I mean the muting happens. You know what it is.
Yeah, you can't take it personal. And sometimes I deserve it. So.
Sometimes you're drunk, bro, and you don't even notice that you're drunk.
I find it funny. So he's calling flat earthers liars. Is what it was edited by flat earthers. These NASA videos. Like, where's the evidence for that?
Just ban him.
Counter of it. Like, where's that? You're just saying words, just pointing fingers. Like, what is that? Are you for real? Like a child.
Fake. It's all fake.
Actually, he's the first guy I ever heard saying is fake, is edited by flat earthers. Yeah, I never heard that. Not one Glober over the time we've been here has said it's been edited by flat earthers. Only this Robert V. Utah guy. Only. I guarantee you. So what does that say about him? He's in denial. He must protect his globe. He must call people liars.
MC Toon or Dave McKeegan, these famous YouTubers, even they.
Imagine Robbie being the first one ever calling people liar.
Wait, are you calling MC Toon a liar, Robert?
Grifters.
Dave McKeegan a liar?
Yeah, Robert, do you know what YouTube is? they monetize on YouTube, like people making their own channels. I guess you never heard that before. Are you like new to technology, like different type of platforms? What's going on? You have anti-flat earthers have their channels. They grift as well. People pay them.
Bro, he's lower than an anti-flat
support them. Shit. It goes both ways. So going out and saying flat earth has grifters is not going to change anything about flat earthers. YouTube is YouTube. It's a platform for making money as well.
I think the guy you're talking to is muted.
Yeah,
yes.
I know.
Well, it's also a stereotype.
He's chest skanking, so I'm explaining to him. He seems to be ignorant about the platform called YouTube, where you can make money.
Yeah, but you're giving him the impression that flat earthers are all the same when you say flat earthers. You shouldn't do that. Sorry. Just my opinion.
Robert,
yeah, like some flat earthers are smart like me and the other ones are dumb.
It's not big enough of a topic at the moment.
I could be one of the dumb
big
ones.
grifters, right, Robert? Nobody's making a fucking fortune off it. They're fucking barely paying their fucking bills. Maybe Dave Weiss, because he created an app. He was already popular.
He is rich, man.
He maintained a viewer base. He does other things which make money as well.
Yeah. I mean, they're supporting him. I mean, what do you mean? Like, what do you expect? Like, if people want to support, they can support. If they don't want to, they can just cut him off. Simple as that.
Right.
Why go around like making painting flat earthers in a bad spotlight? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, there's
the
way
point?
bigger grifters than that in other areas of society.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's picking out one guy, a couple people. He didn't even mention any names now. He says flat earthers. Robert, do you think we have grifters in this VC as well? Yes or no? You think we get paid for being in this VC? Sure. You think I'm getting paid for being in this VC? Yes or no?
But the mods definitely are, man. Come on.
Well, I mean, obviously I'm talking about the FE community in this VC.
Well, if he's
I just want to see what's the response, if he's going to say yes or no about that.
He's not going easy.
If he's worried about who's getting paid, why is he not worried about NASA?
Wait, who's paying you guys, though? Which organization is paying you?
You want to talk about grifters? There are astronauts that are making money selling books and videos from what they say they experience in a natural law violation sky vacuum. They are liars and they are making money from it, profiting from a lie.
Oh, yeah, man. But they're only profiting off of fucking morons. So can you blame them?
All
there are grifters here for sure. Okay.
Liars.
Can you point out who's the grifter in this VC, Robert? Can you type that in chat?
Never mind. You guys are denying reality because Robert has interviewed.
I would like to know how he knows that. Like, where's the knowledge coming from?
No, Robert has interviewed 3 astronauts. So why are you denying Robert?
Really? I don't believe him. He's a liar.
Wait, he said that? Wait, he said that?
Robert, tell him, Robert.
He said that?
What? Robert, tell him about the interviews that you have with Don Petit.
That's bullshit. I don't buy it.
No.
Did he provide any recording for you, Jamsey, to watch or listen?
Don Petit, the one that
he said it. That's enough.
He said he interviewed Don Pettit, and that the Don Pettit that we show him in our clips isn't the real one. That's some
no fucking way.
Yep. 100%.
No way he said that.
Correct.
No way he said that.
I believe him.
You guys, something is going on with you guys, man.
What the hell, Robert? Are you for real?
I said the Don Pettit you showed me is not the real one. What would I say?
Well,
why would you say that?
You did say that. You said when he said that NASA
destroyed the technology? Is that the part that one?
Technology you said was fake.
Is that the video?
We destroyed the technology in a painful process to build it back? Is that the one?
Robert, I agree with you. That's fake.
Don Petit.
Yeah, Don Pettit. Yeah. It's double T. Don Pettit, not Petite, for fuck's sake.
Pettit. It's Pettit.
It's double T. It's not.
You can pronounce the name any way you want, but technically spelling, it's Pettit.
Yeah. So which one did he say was fake? It's not the real one? Of him?
Yeah.
It's probably the one
that he interviewed.
I would never say that.
Hold on. It's probably the one where Don Pettit couldn't answer
Don
the
Pettit
question.
is Don Pettit.
About the safety switch, safety hazard. If they get a leak, remember? It's probably that video.
And where the coop, what's it called?
What happens if you get a leak? And Don Pettit couldn't answer.
What happens when you have a leak?
That was Robert even interviewing him. That was actual Robert.
That was Robert?
Oh,
God damn.
wow.
Yeah.
He sounded like it had a white man's voice, though.
Shit, though.
Yeah, but this is the internet. Voice changers. Have you ever heard Donald Trump joining in here? Robert uses those voice changers so people don't recognize his real voice. Right, brother?
Robert, your behavior is like childish when you call people liars and such. Like, what's going on?
No,
like,
I was going to say
problem? Like, for real.
You sound childish. I was going to say that, but I don't want to.
It's pretty childish. Like, you're the first one ever of all Globers we have had here. You're the only one that's doing that. I don't get it.
He's a big man. Robert is a big black man. Not childish.
Big black man? Oh, okay.
Yes. Again,
what's he gonna do? Big black man.
Fully falsified.
Robert, did Don Pettit ever say that they destroyed the technology to go back to the moon?
That's not what he meant. But
that's what he said. What do you mean didn't meant? Word for word, he said that. What do you mean didn't
meant? It's a language barrier. You guys don't comprehend English.
Maybe he doesn't understand English. Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
No,
you guys don't comprehend English.
You guys think they destroyed it.
Tell him, Robert. Tell him.
Because they didn't go.
I mean,
that's what you guys are saying.
He literally word by word said that. How do you interpret it in any different way?
Dude.
How do you interpret it in a different way? I don't get it.
He didn't mean they destroyed it because they would fake the moon landing. That's what he meant.
Stop interrupting Robert. Come on, tell him, Robert. Tell him what he meant. Tell him what he meant. Robert, tell him.
What he meant was what he meant.
Richard, you're gonna get muted if you keep interrupting Robert. Robert is a guest. Have some respect. Go ahead, Robert.
Yes, please. Thank you very much, sir. What he's saying to people is that many organizations, many engineering companies and so on were involved in developing the boosters and the landers. And when the whole space race ended, a lot of those companies went out of business or they changed their focus. A lot of the information was lost.
They didn't pay the rent to be able to have the stuff in the NASA location, so we have to just throw it to the trash.
So who made another claim other than that was being shown in the video of him saying what he's saying?
That's what he meant.
That's what he meant.
Yeah.
So they have to rebuild.
Do you have a recording of him saying that? That's what he meant.
Well, why didn't he say that then? Why did he say I'd go back to the?
No, he said it, but you guys have comprehension problems.
I'm going to pretty much verbatim quote him, right? I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have that technology anymore. We destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's painful. Imagine. It costs a lot of money. We already spend the money. Why would we spend the money again?
Remember, back then,
they can't even rebuild the same technology anymore.
Remember,
Lord.
Back then, computers, the database servers, the hard drives, they weren't large enough to store all this data electronically and in the cloud.
And
redundancy, all these things were not there. They paid a lot of stuff was on paper.
And
was on these electronic printing and all this kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
All right. So what does this change?
So all of that stuff, once that equipment gets damaged, remember, a lot of information, by the way, I'm in software engineering. A lot of information.
So the same thing with the telemetry data. It was thousands upon thousands of these, and they happen to disappear. Nobody knows where they went.
No. Nobody said disappear. Straw manning.
Like, for example, you had a lot of
devices. Didn't disappear. We destroyed it.
A lot of
What is
devices.
that? What is that, guys? What is your argument, dude? That is that you can't rebuild stuff?
No. We didn't have this. Back then, when we built all of this technology, and then decades passed, we don't have the smart. We didn't have the people that could use that technology again. So we destroyed it. Now we're gonna make other technology.
No, it's not that.
I'm talking about the other guy. The other guy's argument because he's like, I'm an engineer and yada yada.
Yeah.
Listen,
Go ahead, Robert. Don't interrupt
I'm
Robert.
asking him, Jeremy. I mean, Jesse.
Don't interrupt Robert. Go ahead, Robert.
I am in software engineering, so I can tell you a lot of information is stored on individual equipment. For example, you had a printer that was printing out the graphs and the hold on, guys, relax. So those memory.
Yeah, but you gotta wait. Robert is a guest in this VC, so let him finish. Let him finish.
I don't want a whole.
He's a scientist and an engineer.
He's a scientist.
Dude, Robert,
that's quite the leap.
I don't want a synapse. I don't want like the whole movie. Just give me a conclusion.
What the whole
But I want the movie.
You don't sit through 90-minute movies? What's up?
I like the movie.
90 seconds.
I don't want to sit here and listen to you for 120 minutes. I want to sit here and
I want him.
120 seconds. Dude, fucking A.
Yo, brother L.
Give me a 120-second trailer of what you're trying to do.
All right, Robert, you got 60 seconds, Robert. Robert, you got 60 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah. Brother L, science is complex, right? So that's why it's taking a little bit of time. So just bear with me. Just bear with me for a second, okay?
Yeah, bear with him.
So listen, bear with me for a second. So you had equipment that had individual memory and storage, right?
Yep.
So all the information is in that machine itself, right? So if that machine is destroyed, all of that information is gone, right? So that machine and that machine was used in all six launches and all 6 missions. But if the machine is stored away properly, the data is lost.
I heard you that.
Blah blah blah. It's not stored in the clouds, in redundant
20 more
servers,
seconds.
and all these
20 more
kind of things
seconds.
on hard drives, or it's not run remotely, and all these kind of things. It's stored individually on these machines. I'm in software development, and I know these are all the things. You have ROM, you have EEPROM, you have RAM, you have all these kind of things, and so on. This information can be lost. Okay?
They can all be transferred to today.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Robert.
May I interject quickly? Robert, what the hell does that have to do with anything that was stated?
Again, because
hang on.
You asked that question because you don't understand.
Just to be clear, right? The statement was something to the effect that it's too expensive to build back again. Okay. Now with modern stuff, and believe you me, okay, I'm in software engineering as well. Okay. Now that doesn't matter. Okay. The problem is if it's too expensive to build back again, what the fuck kind of technology were they using back then? What, 64 fucking megabyte hard disks and shit? That's too expensive to build back again? Come on, who gives a shit if it's in the cloud or not or whatever? The problem statement is it is too expensive to build back again. Not whether or not the data was destroyed or they had to because of whatever reason. The point is that. Okay, why?
Again, you see, you're criticizing something you don't understand, brother.
Exactly.
Go ahead. When you lose, when you lose, a lot of these things have EEPROM, ROM chips. Pre-programmed came straight from the factory with the program, with the software on these chips.
Yep.
So if you lose, if the machine is damaged, you lose that. That's not what happens today. Today, a lot of things are generated from application on servers in disaster recovery centers that are backed up and backed up over and over and over again. A lot of these machines.
Okay, Robert Elbow is gonna reply. Just to give him a minute. Go ahead, Elbow.
All right, Robert. So let me ask you this: is the technology compared to what we do now sending rockets up?
Okay, Elbow went for lunch. Now Robert can reply.
Okay, right. So there's a lot of calculations, telemetry calculations that was built, came factory created with the equipment, right? A lot of these calculations are very difficult to be repeated if you don't have the original base code.
Yes.
So you're going to have to rewrite it. It's like Microsoft Office is like you lose the program, the subroutines.
60 more seconds, Robert. 60 more seconds.
If you lose the subroutines from Microsoft Office, right? No one has it anywhere. It's wiped off of all servers. Just imagine trying to recreate that. You get it?
Just imagine. No, dude, what you're failing to realize is they programmed it into the computer.
Richard, he had 50 more seconds. Why are you interrupting him? You don't know a software engineer. Robert is the expert here.
You're making my point. They programmed it into the equipment, so when the equipment gets lost or damaged, it's gone.
No, it's not. They're the ones that programmed it.
That was decades ago.
Okay, no problem. I like the fact that he said that. Even the software designer himself, like I'm an application engineer, right? And trust me, if I've written like countless subroutines, countless. Now, guess what?
Billions.
So guess what? Sometimes when I'm running one of my code.
Whoa.
Robert,
We're not getting anywhere.
I want you to go and look up
Yes, we are.
computers that were used when they went to the moon. You're not running complex subroutines on 58K.
No, not only that.
And regardless, let's say we lose Word, right? We could definitely rebuild Word all over again, better, even faster.
No, we don't have enough Indios that can backwards compatible. That's all stuff to the new stuff. With Indio, it's only one man.
So the technology gets better as we go forward in life. Doesn't retrograde. So you saying making an excuse that they got destroyed and it no longer could be added, bullshit. Technology gets better and you guys better, faster, more advanced code than what they had in the freaking 60s.
Yeah, because we used trillions of dollars back then, and now now we don't put that much money into NASA, and there's only one Indio 007 to be able to connect the new technology to the old technology. You guys know this.
Yes, you can. You can do that with any RAM. Anything can be uploaded to new technology. Anything.
No. You know the experts. You know the experts call people like India to be able to fix their problems, but there's only one India. He can run NASA.
Have you seen the? I don't know if I'll get banned for this, but have you seen the nuclear tests? The videos.
Ban him. Quick.
Get his ass.
The videos of Nagasaki and Hiroshima.
He mentioned it.
Where's he going?
All that was old technology uploaded to new technology.
That's fake technology. We're talking about real stuff.
What you're saying is because the technology of the atom bomb was lost, now they no longer know how to make it. No, bullshit, dude.
That was secret stuff. We're talking about NASA, bro.
All of it's programmed into the computer. It's programmed into the computer.
That was national security information. We're talking about space travel.
So they have files on paperwork that they use to program it into the computer.
And it's dumb. We know what's dumb is that they keep sending rockets supposedly up, in the air. So
you can upload.
Hold on. If they keep seeking, if the point would have been, if like, oh yeah, we destroyed the rocket technology and we don't no longer know how to build it, but they're supposedly sending rockets since the 70s up in the sky. So I mean that's just ridiculous claim.
VCR is completely out of date. Hold on.
Where's Robert at? Robert, tell him. Robert, tell him.
Let me give you an example. VCR is completely out of date. Completely out of date. VCR, come on. Video cassette recording, completely out of date, right? But to this day, you can still buy equipment where you can upload VCR to internet, digital. You can try to enhance the video as well while you're doing it. Like, for you to say this is unbelievable, dude. It's ridiculous. They even tell us that our cell phones have more computing power than what they used to go to the moon. So, in other words, they have better technology to do it again. Better technology to do it again. But yet they haven't. What you're saying is ridiculous.
Come on, where's Robert at? Where's Robert?
He ran away.
Oh man, we need a Robert to explain
The
all
thing
this.
is they say it was a painful process because when you freaking watch it, it's so freaking painfully freaking hilarious.
Right.
They just can't freaking watch it again. So that's why that's painful about building it back. It's just horrible. You can't watch it.
Bear, you know when you're grinding coffee and you complain that it's painful? So going to space is like a 10,000 times more painful than grinding coffee, dude. So it is painful.
This argument is ridiculous. We shouldn't even be entertaining this. This
These
is
Globers
ridiculous.
know about the ISS coffee.
It's the
made from
best
urine.
coffee, space coffee.
Yeah, it's made from urine.
It tastes like space that was
Because you're in.
between some people's insides.
So it tastes like bullshit?
Yeah, space. You know, you have space in your insides. It tastes like that. Space.
It tastes nutty.
Tastes like piss with a little bit of nut.
But it's good.
Every time Robert gets in here, I'm gonna pump him. I'm gonna pump Robert. He deserves it.
This argument is ridiculous. I can't even believe you guys are entertaining it. I would get muted for it. If I was sitting in here talking about what he's talking about, you guys would mute me. Oop.
No, you haven't gotten muted today, so don't complain, bro.
No.
Well, so far so good.
I'm working on it. This is ridiculous. What Robert's saying. What do you mean it's been? We can't. Even though we programmed it into the computer as if we didn't keep physical instead of digital, as if we didn't keep physical paperwork. The orbit path, the orbit. When to launch, so it's the best, quickest way to it. We did. All of that was just the computer.
Take it like this, James. Take
we
it like
didn't
this.
program that into the computer.
James, you know when the surgeon, you know when the surgeon and the doctor start talking like doctor language, and you don't comprehend what they're saying about the surgery and all of these terms, right? Or the lawyer, the legalese, and they put all of these legal terms, and you hear the words, and it sounds like English, but you don't comprehend anything that they're saying. Exactly like space travel, exactly like the astronauts. They're saying something. It's you lack the intelligence to comprehend what they're saying. Don't you know this?
No. That's the problem. I don't lack that. I see what you're saying. I know you're being sarcastic, but that's the problem. I don't lack the comprehension. I actually hear what they're saying. We destroyed that technology. It's a painful process to bring it back. Actually, if the technology you have nowadays is better than the technology you had when you did it, it would be less painful. It'd be easier to bring it back.
And the funny part about that, if we were listening closely to what Robert was saying, he was trying to caveat the situation in that, if we have something that's damaged, like trying to invoke like something that's accidental or whatever. But this guy, he literally used the term, we destroyed the technology. Right, number one, so there was intent. And number two, when it comes to programming a computer, you need other computers to do it. So the fact that, he's trying to hand wave dismiss the idea that, we have these single chips that had one write to them with all the program put in one shot, okay, as if that's the only source, the source code. That's so stupid. You should know that you don't have you have some sort of software that's bundled all together and stuck onto a chip, right? That's derived from a source, i.e., source code. All this shit, to think that there's this one chip that went up there and got destroyed, and that there's no paper trail, quote unquote, to it. It's obviously not a paper trail, but a digital trail to it. It's a total joke. This guy should know better.
Well, not only that, but they would use paperwork. So they would, back then, to program a computer, you would have a huge ass notebook next to you, right? And you would, let's say the first page, for an example, the first page, you would type, and I'm just using the first page as an example of the first software. So the first page is one software, even though it's probably multiple pages. So you would go through the first page, right? And you would type it in, and
or
then
left.
you
can go left, not just right.
And then you would check it off. You'd be like, yes, the computer accepted it. It's doing what I'm telling it to do. I'll go to the next page. I'll go to the next update, the next software, and I'll do that, and then I'll check it off each one. All this shit was fucking. It wasn't just somebody sitting at a computer with nothing next to them. Are you fucking kidding me?
No.
Yeah, there's something to be said.
This was all on paper and everything, dude. This was all handwritten.
You could probably just tag Robert. He might come back and explain it to you. Maybe this time you'll get it.
You guys don't get it, man. Let Robert explain it. Come on, man.
Yeah, obviously.
This is all.
Robert's the man. He's the man. He knows it all.
My brother.
He knows it all. Robert is expert in every subject matter.
Right.
Obviously.
If not on the spot, he will tell you. He will just Google it quickly and read it up. Yeah.
The human being is the one inputting the ones and zeros. The computer doesn't have the ones and zeros in the sequence that they want, so they put them in sequence. This is ridiculous what he's saying. It's absurd.
Pudding's too sweet.
All this shit would be on paper, handwritten.
There's something to be said. Back then, I don't remember exactly what years, but in those times, you're right. They had something called punch cards, right, where the initial bits of software were literally written on pieces of paper with holes punched in, indicating the code or whatever, right? So at that time, to think that NASA wasn't using that, or some derivative of that, which was more sophisticated, as source. Come on, Robert, you should know this.
Well, even the that's actually a good. I'm glad you brought up another sequence, really, because even the holes punched in the paper was handwritten for it to punch the hole. All of this is
either that
on paperwork.
Now it might have been done with a machine for precision and shit, but certainly hand or manually derived, right? It's you punch a zero.
That way they know if the computer don't accept it, they know what not to do. All this shit was, you don't just fucking sit there without a pen and paper. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but that's exactly the point, that these days people don't do those type of jobs, and you don't have
nowadays,
you don't have people that can do that. That's why it's painful to build it back, because you will need the people to build it, and nobody can do it.
No, but all those papers are documented. They should not have been destroyed.
No, we lost it. We lost it all, man.
They could say they lost the telemetry.
Just accept your fate.
Right, they could say they lost the telemetry data from the craft itself, but the craft was doing what they
destroyed the
programmed it to do.
Telemetry.
Allegedly.
The machine. Remember, they said, "Oh, we don't even have the machines don't even have the machines that read the freaking reels that were containing the. I can see them breaking those things if they existed to begin with. They just freaking like, hey man, put it in the car crusher. Nobody can read that shit.
Think about this, right?
Anywhere.
When you had a game and you know how to play the game, but you don't have the cheat codes. If you don't have the cheat codes, if the coder, the creator of the game, doesn't give you the cheat codes, you won't be able to use cheats. You won't be able to find out the cheat code.
It's not true.
No,
you can still find those out. I wouldn't use that as an example.
Impossible.
That's not true at all.
Nope.
Dude, every game they release, they find cheat codes.
Yeah, because they gave them to you, the creator, but we don't have the creator of the technology anymore.
Without the creator.
Oh, man.
Glitching, they call it glitching. You can glitch outside of map.
Up, down, right, left, up, down. If remember the
but it's irrelevant to the point, though.
Yeah, we don't have people that can do that anymore.
The video game is programmed. That's why there are glitches. There's ways that they didn't think of and prevent certain things.
I miss Robert.
Any computer can be hacked.
Let's keep talking about Robert, man. Don't stop.
Oh, is it back again? No. Oh, that guy's really obsessed with with us, Flareters, in this VC.
Like, just whoever else joins, just ban them, and only Robert from now on. If Fry speaks, mute him.
Bro, Robert is a horrible human being, man. Like, it's not even possible to have a proper conversation with him without him calling people lie.
Nah, man, just
it's
ban everybody.
Really annoying with him.
I would say don't ban anybody, but if you do, ban
time,
Robert. You can't even figure out perspective. You can't even. It's ridiculous. The railroad tracks actually touch at a distance. They don't stay the same distance apart. They actually touch.
When they hit the next turnout, they touch.
That's Robert. That's Robert. They actually touch. Why does the boat disappear? Why does the railroad tracks touch each other when they don't? Does that have to do with the curve? 3 feet apart?
Where's Robert at? This is boring.
Well, we've got a new Robert. Naxi. We've just voted you as Robert.
Okay, here we go. All right. So, what's at the end of this flat Earth?
Water.
There's an end.
I heard 3 answers. Say it again.
Water.
Endless?
Yeah, because you know, every time you walk across the Earth and you reach the shore, there's water.
What's at the end of the water?
Earth. It's been to the end.
So it goes Earth, water, Earth?
Bro, have you ever seen anything else? Okay, you walk, you reach water, you get on a boat, and what do you reach after that?
Oh wait, can you? What map or what model are we going to use? Can you?
No. Listen, bro.
I'm a visual learner. It would help me a lot.
Look at my screen. You'll see the model of true Earth. Just watch my stream.
Listen. Maps are not water or Earth. Okay. Just letting you know, even if you paint it like brownish and bluish and greenish.
Is this the flat model we're using?
We? When you say we, do you mean like you and I?
There is no model.
No? Oh.
Well, I mean, like, how are the continents arranged? Can you just show me
Oh, the continents. I mean, if you're in North America, that continent, you walk across it, and then you're gonna reach water, and then you walk across the water, and you're gonna reach another continent.
But no, I mean, like, do you have like a map I could look at?
Oh no, the water, the earth, and the soil, and the air. That's you. You don't walk on the map.
Why can't you show me something so simple?
Because you don't walk on the map. You look at the map, right? But that's not the earth or the water. That's not it.
So
the map.
So
hold on.
So you know. So listen. Hold on. You know when you have like a local map for your town, right? And you want to know straight.
But I want to go much farther. I want to go much farther. Than that.
Okay. So you know how that map of your town has like a limitation. It has like an edge, right? Maybe a square or a circle. That edge is not real. If you beyond your town, there's more land and more water. You know this, right?
Oh, so like if I got in a boat and I went towards from Cali to Japan, would I be able to do that, or how would it work?
Yeah, you get on a boat.
And if I kept going past there,
and then you reach Japan, and you make it to Japan.
And what's after Japan?
Look, every time you get on a boat, you go from port to port. If you don't do that, you might run out of gas or so, and you might die.
But what if I just keep going straight?
You might die, and nobody will know about you, and that's it. The end. The end of your story.
Why can't we answer these questions without being, silly about it?
Answer what
you answer it.
Well, I'll make it easy for you, mate. I've not been any further south. Don't do it. Haven't been any further south than Melbourne. I've been no further north than a trip around Lake Superior into Ontario. So outside of that, I don't know.
So nothing exists outside of where you've traveled?
I'm not saying nothing exists.
What?
I just don't know because I personally have not done it, have not been there. Okay? So asking me what's at this edge, quote unquote, is pointless.
Well, I'm just saying, is there an edge or an end, or is it endless?
There we go. See, pointless question.
Oh, I know what you mean now. You mean the containment, the walls of the container. Is that what you're asking for?
Well, I mean, if that's what you want to call it, but I'm surprised.
No. I don't call the container is not something that I call it that. The container is an antecedent for you breathing air. So, are you breathing air right now when you gonna say words? Do you breathe air? Do you breathe any air any day during the week?
Nah, I just take hits of nitrous and hold my breath.
So you don't breathe air. We know that's a lie. You do breathe air, because to say words, you have to breathe air, right?
I don't particularly like air.
But you breathe air?
Sure.
Liking something has nothing
to
do
with air.
What you got for us?
The antecedent for you breathing air is containment.
You said empty seed?
Antecedent.
Wait,
antecedent.
Are you talking to Naxi?
I'm Naxi.
He probably doesn't know what that word means. That's
Naxi, you asking about the limitations of the place that we're in. That will be the container.
Okay, so the container has end or endless?
It has a volume. I don't know how far, how big. I don't know the color. I don't know how it tastes. I don't know the form
in this room, and all of them are muted.
I don't know the shape.
The shape of it. I don't know any, but you know what I know? That you're breathing air, and there's an antecedent for gas pressure. You know you're breathing gas, and the pressure of gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. So if there's gas pressure, there is a container. So there you go. That's the limitation that you asked about. Anything else?
Can we see the container?
The limitation is a finite one that infinitely loops.
I have a
wait. The limitation is a finite one that infinitely loops.
He plays a lot of Pac-Man. He plays a lot of Pac-Man, and in Pac-Man there's like some valves.
Wait.
In the containment.
Wait. Hold on.
Let me finish. When you play in Pac-Man, you know that there is like little holes that you can go through, like valves, and Pac-Man comes back through to the other side. Like gas pressure goes from valve to valve, from container to container, right?
So I get vaporized and reappear on the other side?
Yeah, that's what he meant. That's what he meant.
You don't get vaporized. No, nothing happens to you. It's imperceivable.
So wait. So percent sign up here. Percentage is telling me that it loops, but you're over here telling me it's limitless. So how does he know it loops if we can't?
No, nobody said limitless. No, limitless. There's limitations.
Somebody said limitless earlier.
I said it infinitely loops. It has a limit, but it infinitely loops.
There's a limit because there's a volume. You know your lungs, right? Your lungs. When you expand your lungs, you can only expand them to a certain amount, right? And you can hold only a certain amount of air. There's a limitation to the pressure. There's a limitation to the pressure that you can hold in your lungs.
Wait, Kobits, hold on. Let me talk to Jemsy. So, or the other guy. So wait, I'm confused. All right. So we've never been to the end of this flat plane. Yes or no?
No, I haven't. Haven't either.
No, humankind. Has anybody?
There's a possibility that the people that ask you for passports to go from border to border, and some of those people that don't need passports to go to places, there's a possibility that some of those people have probably possibly reached the limitations of the places. That's a possibility. I can throw you that.
Okay,
but not you and I, because you and I to travel we need permissions. Have you ever traveled without permission?
Plenty.
You travel without permission. You go to any country and you use.
But I have Jemsy, I have a question real quick, Jemsy.
It's a lot of talk.
I'm having a conversation right now.
It's relative to the conversation.
I would like to hear.
If you don't mind me jumping in.
Okay, I don't mind you.
Go ahead. So those people that can supposedly travel without any documentation, which I know there are.
Know them.
Well, no, I'm sure. Okay, it doesn't matter if you know them or not. Is there just if someone has been there, is there no documentation? Like, I'm sure if no one's ever been to the edge of the world, surely the first person to go wants to document it, right? It gets a lot of publicity for it.
But here's the problem, right? If somebody did do that, are you gonna believe them?
Question. If one person did it, probably not. Like, I'd have to.
You better if you don't believe them. If you don't believe that they hello. Wait. If you don't believe that there's walls of the container, and they tell you there's walls of the container, you are denying reality. You are a reality denier because you're breathing air.
Hold on, Jemsy. I'm new here.
No,
I just want to make this clear. Jemsy, do you believe in a flat Earth?
Believe? I mean, flat Earth is a term.
Kobits, he's baiting you into the gravity conversation with his container.
That's perfectly fine. No, that's fine. I just want to distinguish. You guys have been arguing, and I don't know who's on what side. Like, does that make sense?
So the container is not flatter. The container will be the walls of the container. Flatter will be the ground that you're standing on, right? And the horizontal frame of reference that everybody is navigating, operating, and doing everything across. A horizontal. Wherever you are right now on the earth. Wherever you are on the earth right now.
Is that where you,
that's not a belief. That's an actual fact. There is a horizontal frame of reference.
So
everybody's standing.
You believe that the world that we stand on, the Earth that we stand on, exists on a horizontal plane, right?
On a horizontal frame of reference, because correct.
Awesome.
It's not a belief. Listen. The word that you use, believe.
No. That's not a belief. That's great. I think that's wonderful. I want you to explain to me the horizon. Like, why
the horizon? The horizon is a perfect example that we get.
Is it just like the end of our rendering distance? Does human beings have like a limited?
It's the apparent location where the ground meets the sky or the water meets the sky. It's an apparent location.
Yeah,
you can listen. The horizon, right? The horizon.
No. Answer the question. Why can't I see Mount Everest? If the world is a flat plane, why can't I see Mount Everest from where I'm standing?
Because it's called perspective and angular resolution. If you holding
angular resolution currently,
if you're holding a book, listen, hello. If you're holding a book on your hand, you can read the letters. But if you position that book 1 kilometer away, can you see the book or the letters?
Yes, I can still see the book. I might not be able to read the letters, but I should be able to see the book. Yes.
So
that's what I'm saying. It's like, are you saying that the horizon is just outside of human rendering?
If you keep going, if you keep rumpusing, you're gonna get muted and kick the fuck out. Not like the other guys that are being polite.
So, Kobits, you can still read the letters a kilometer away. Yes or no?
You understand that?
Okay, you were
can you
talking the whole.
explain that?
You're too stupid to realise, right? Hopefully,
So
you're
listen,
not talking.
Mount
Don't overtalk
Everest.
people. The mods will rail you. Okay. Now, you claimed that you could still read the letters of that book a kilometer away. Is that true or false?
Letters anymore, obviously. I can still see the book, though.
Yeah, but at a certain distance.
Put it 10 miles away now.
The book will be like the letters.
Oh my God. How many people are going to have this fucking conversation, man?
Oh, can you not answer the question? Explain to me why the horizon exists. Why does the horizon get further when I get higher? Can you explain that? It's such a fucking simple question. Just tell me, why is it...
Right. Shut your yap and start fucking listening, bro. He explained it to you already. And then you come back with some retarded thing like why you couldn't see Mount Everest. The air has density. There is shit floating in it. Dirt, moisture, fuck knows whatever else. That's why you can't see infinitely. Right. Gemsy, please.
You got what he said, right? You don't have like limitless vision or optics.
Yeah, there's atmosphere.
It's cool, and then it's hot in another area.
My distance. Yes, I have a limited rendering distance as a human being.
Yes, and any optical that you have, any optic device that you have,
the horizon is not affected by that rendering distance. The horizon does not fucking give a fuck about fog. It doesn't care about atmospheric pressure. It does not care about
location.
The line of the
horizon doesn't have a mind to care about anything.
Bro, I don't think you know what the horizon is, bro. A horizon is optical, so of course he cares about that stuff.
Yeah, but the problem is, if the horizon is like that, argument works for both flat and globe Earth. If it's an apparent horizon, like
no, how does it work for flat Earth?
No, I'm on your side, bro. I'm on your side. Come, I'm a globe just as much as you are.
In a flat Earth. If a flat Earth existed, I should be able to see Mount Everest from where I am.
Listen, check the slope, check the rate change slope
or there
formula.
Would be fog in the way.
Okay, you're gonna engage with this. You're gonna engage with this now, and everybody that is asking about the horizon, check the rate change slope formula for a horizontal line. For a horizontal line, the rate change of slope formula.
So that would
tell me, tell me, we get horizontal lines from the horizon.
So are you saying that we live on a flat Earth?
Answer this question, bro. Answer the question. What is the change rate of slope of a horizontal line?
On a horizontal line, it's 0.
0. So we have horizon.
On a horizontal line, it's literally 0. Yes, there is 0 curve.
It is 0, and you know what is the rate?
Wild. Is that not my entire point right now?
I'm gonna have to start muting you. Okay, so the curvature, what you're trying to claim, the change rate of slope of a curve, you know what it is? Non-zero.
Exactly. Yes.
Exactly. So we observe horizons and we get horizontal lines from the horizon. And wherever you're standing right now, you can point to me and I'll point to you, and we're gonna be in a horizontal frame of reference, pointing at each other, line of sight, and there is no slope between you and I. According to the globe claim, there is a horizontal frame of reference between you and I. For
then,
thousands of miles.
It would be a horizontal plane, correct?
Exactly, because there's no curvature. That is what people call that is what people
when we're
label
both standing
the flat
on top of a curved plane. and we're both pointing at each other, yes, there's a horizontal plane between us. You are correct.
There are no horizontal lines on a ball. There are no horizontal lines on a ball.
Yes, you are correct. Yes.
Exactly. So in reality, we have horizontal lines and we have horizons. Therefore, the ball is impossible. Don't you get it?
Impossible.
No, I don't. Can you explain
that one?
Exactly. Impossible.
I like that one. I'll give you credit for that one.
Yeah, I coined that one.
Rest is crazy, but I like that.
All right. Once again, can you explain to me
what's crazy? The guy that said crazy. What is crazy about the change rate of slope of a horizontal line?
This is your conversation with Kobits. I still want to talk about the Pac-Man reality.
No, that's just.
Oh yeah, the Pac-Man reality where we go out on the other side and come back on the other.
Yeah, I got pushed out of this, but no hate, Kobits.
Yeah,
I still want to talk.
Was fucking hilarious. But legitimately, I've never actually spoken to legit flat earthers before and heard the answer.
I'm not a flat earther. I'm above the ground, in the medium, under the heaven.
I just want to know what the fuck. Why, if Earth is flat, why can't I see Mount Everest? Why is the horizon? Why does
because
the
your optics? Okay. So okay, go ahead, T-Dub.
I'm not T-Dub.
Come on. What's the other one? I forgot. Matrix.
The other one. The air has density. It's okay. Yeah. How come you can't see 10 miles underwater?
Wait, before you continue, Matrix, my bad. Gentlemen, the guy that asked the question, you as a 6-foot observer, if you're not Mexican, right? As a 6-foot observer, if you're looking across a distance and you observing a 6-foot man away from you, based on perspective, the angle of resolution, that 6-foot man is gonna disappear. It's not gonna be resolvable by your eyes at 3 miles. You won't be able to see that man anymore. Yeah. Even though the guy is there. No. The guy is walking away from you.
Okay, yes, Jemsy. You are absolutely correct. Exactly. At water, at ocean level. At ocean level, if this 6-foot dude walks 3 miles away from me, I can't see him anymore.
Exactly.
However, if I just go 6 feet higher, if I get like a ladder and I go 6 feet higher, I can see him clearly up to 7 miles.
No. This is the resolution.
Can you explain why me getting a little bit higher in the air increases my resolution, increases my rendering distance?
Angular resolution.
If you bring out your iPhone,
if you bring out on a sphere, it would not be the correct answer on a plane.
You've got this.
Why does this exist on a plane?
You've got this whole mindset that sphere equals everything. Angular resolution happens anywhere. It is the limitation of an optic. The ability to resolve something below a specific angle. That is all. You don't need a ball-tard. You don't need flat. Fuck me dead, it could be a cube made of Swiss cheese. You will still get angular resolution. So get it out of your head that you need a ball-tard for that to happen.
Exactly.
So from your perspective, a horizon exists even on a flat plane.
The horizon is part of the flat plane.
And that the horizon would become further from you raising your elevation even on a flat plane.
No, listen. If you one second. Hello. I wanted to say this earlier. Listen, I wanted to.
It's because angularly, I would be higher, and I would be able to see.
No, listen. You don't need to be higher. Listen, depending on do you know the weather, the weather lady when she's on the TV and she says today the visibility is gonna be 2 miles. You know, there's fog in the air or whatever, right? It's gonna be. There's gonna be.
I understand that.
Bro, listen. Listen. 1 second. Listen.
I'm talking about the horizon. The horizon.
Oh my god. Okay.
Kobits, no more talking over people, or it's just going to be red flag for you. I warned you earlier. Please stop it. Wait till Gemsy's finished speaking. Okay? He's pretty easy to understand. He's not like myself with a crazy accent or any shit like that.
I have the crazy ass.
Matrix, I think you are far more understandable than him.
Yeah. That's fine. But listen, listen to this. The Horizon is an apparent. The Horizon is an apparent location. Okay, if you with your eyes, you're gonna see the location, the apparent location of the horizon based on of your observation with your eyes. But if you have a telescope, that horizon will be further. You're gonna be able to see beyond your eyes optics. If you have an iPhone, you have a different horizon. If you have a Samsung phone, whatever, different horizon. If you pull out an infrared optical device, the horizon is gonna go even further. So it's based on many variables, but the optics are important. If there is too much stuff in the air, like dust, humidity, temperature changes, there could be waves in the way. Your horizon is gonna change with the day. It's an apparent location. It's not a specific place. The horizon is not a specific place that you can go put a flag and you say, "Look, I reached the horizon." If you have multiple people, depending on their eye, their vision, the horizon is gonna look different. Okay. Or the optics that they're holding. The infrared is going to give you a further horizon. So go ahead, Matrix, talk to him. Hopefully he gets the horizon point.
Did he just headphone himself after all that?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Where's the other friends? Talk to Matrix. Ask your questions, since your friend is being silly. He's playing. He doesn't.
Oh yeah, free Pac-Man, free my boy Pac-Man.
Yeah, no.
Actually, I was talking to Percentage.
Your whole wraparound in the side chat doesn't work with me. So.
Well, I was talking to Percentage.
You're a dumb flat earther, bro. Any intelligent flat earther recognizes.
Did you just mute?
Recognizes that you'll shut up when I'm talking to someone else. Now, what do you want to know, Naxi?
Well, you said you don't have an answer, and Percentage says he does.
Percentage is an idiot.
Well, then I guess you're just shutting down the conversation.
What would you like to know?
So
you need to ask questions.
Okay, well, I mean, you said you don't know, so I mean,
I said I don't know what. What was I referring to?
Oh, don't get so hostile, bro. Relax.
Yeah, stop being a smart ass. I'm not.
All right. Well, you've been a little mean all day, but anyway.
Yeah, I know. I was born this way.
Well, only online, I'm sure. But anyway.
No, I'm like this in real life. That's hilarious. I'm sure. I get all these douches like you. Oh, you're only tough when you're online. Actually, this is just me.
Wow, that sounds really cool. But anyway, so we're talking about the wraparound Pac-Man stuff. So
not even Percentage knows what it is. He says it, but he doesn't know what it is.
Okay, so then what's at the end?
So it's a nothing burger.
It's a nothing burger, or nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing containment. Maybe.
It's a nothing burger.
Nothing containment. But like, is there a map I could look at? Like an
ask
idea?
him. Ask him.
Oh, Matrix said I'm not allowed to ask him. He said I'm talking to Matrix.
I posted up maps for you before. There's a whole stringload of them.
So, anyways,
200 and something.
Wait, real quick. You didn't post them. You didn't post them for me.
Yeah, I did. 49 past the hour. Someone asked for maps, and I posted a whole page full of them.
Bro, just go to just Google Pac-Man and see a GIF about the Pac-Man game, and there you go. That's the Pac-Man model. That's it.
Okay,
what else do you need to know about Pac-Man?
So you're going through what?
But this is VC. It's not about that. Don't you get it? It's not called the Pac-Man VC.
Well, some people are arguing for Pac-Man. Some Matrix is telling me that only Australia
and your dumb shit friend were talking about Pac-Man. That's it.
Why so hostile, bro? Relax. It's okay. Relax.
So another question about the VC topic.
Huh?
Any questions about the VC topic?
Yeah, I have a question.
The flat Earth? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, let him.
So if you set sail from the West Coast of the United States of America and travel west, where would you end up eventually? Like, say you just I don't know. You're not on a motorboat. You're just on a boat that can travel, like a rowboat. You know, you don't run out of gas, so you can travel.
A sailboat.
You'll be.
Yeah.
Anybody want to reply to that one, guys? I mean, you'll be doing basically, if you going due west, there will be a circle around north based on the compass, and you're gonna be going from port to port, adjusting toward doing a circle west.
Okay.
Like imagine you doing a circle, you know. But the thing is, nobody navigates like that. People go from port to port.
Yeah, but
flat and I go in one direction.
So
yeah, go.
Like, what do you mean port? So say we're going from the west coast of America to the east coast of Australia, right? And we're traveling west.
You'll be if you're gonna use in
like is there a map that can help whoever's traveling navigate from port to port?
Plenty of maps.
People use celestial navigation to navigate based on the position, the ground positions of the luminaries.
Okay, but then
used is the AE map. You can use that if you wish.
Okay, let me see up. It's called AE map.
Azimuthal equidistant. That's one of the many maps that are used.
There's many versions of maps because the one he's talking about, that's a projection. And the thing is, if you're gonna travel from one place to another place, you need maps that are relevant to your route. So if you're gonna start from California at a port, you need a map of that port, right? And then you need a map of the next section and the next section, and you keep going like that. But you're not gonna start navigating like whatever. You're not gonna just go out there and it's gonna be your luck.
Okay,
you're not gonna be looking at a projection to navigate.
Okay, but you said so. If you're starting from a port, you get a section of the map, and then as you travel, you get, I guess, you unlock more sections. So could we not just put all those sections together and create one map that we can all just use? Just a general map of the world.
If you zoom out, you won't be able to navigate correctly. You're not gonna be looking at China to navigate in California. Okay. So you're gonna be using maps that are navigation maps that are relevant to your route, so you know where you're going.
So it's always in the same spot, right?
So wait, so
if you're going on a street in California, you're not gonna have a map of New York.
Yeah, but okay, you're right. But if we connect all these maps together, we can make one map.
That will be a projection. No, but you don't. When you drive in California, you don't zoom out to see the whole of the map to navigate in California, do you? You zoom in. You zoom in to the street that you're at.
Okay, but then say I'm traveling from California to China. I'm gonna have to zoom out. Am I not?
I mean, you'll be a pretty long trip. In the position that you're at. Map by map, position by position, just like if you're going from California from the west coast to the east coast, you're gonna be position by position.
So the GPS on your Apple Maps is it not one whole map? Is it not one?
Anybody want? You know how you download the maps when you by location? You done this in Google Maps, right? You download them based on location. But anybody want to touch on the navigation? Because you need to make triangles to be able to navigate that. That's a horizontal baseline based on the location of the stars. If you're gonna do stellar navigation.
But
your ancestors and all our ancestors across the world in every civilization that they had navigation knowledge, they used the star as with ground positions and charts. So that debunks the globe because they draw in triangles, angles. You need straight lines for that. Horizontal lines. Remember, horizontals have zero slope.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you're using these across the waters or across the earth, and you're drawing these angles to be able to know your position based on charts, and whatever the next position is going to be based on these horizontal lines and angles, based on the ground positions of the stars, and then you're going to know where you're going.
So is a GPS that I use in 2025 using stars?
those are using maps that are using the latitudes that are based on is it latitudes? Yeah, longitudes. Latitudes, because latitudes is the lines from the center, from the celestial north. And those are horizontal lines.
Wait, sorry, what you lost?
And then the other, yeah, I'm confusing the names because of the language barrier. No, there is the latitudes. You're using the latitudes that use the straight lines, the horizontal lines towards the center.
Yeah, latitudes run west to east. Yeah.
Oh, that those ones are using, the movement of the hour, the time of the sun, or that kind of stuff, going around.
Yeah, like time zones. Is that what you're referring to?
I'm actually not 100% expert on these navigations, but you do know that you are drawing horizontal lines to be able to navigate. Did anybody want to touch on this for him? Because I know this is not my strongest topic. But it is, you know that you're drawing triangles and you kind of have triangles on a globe. You need a horizontal frame of reference, have a horizontal baseline. And the horizontal line that you're drawing has no slope, zero slope. This went to stellar navigation, but you're kind of asking about how you're gonna make it from point A to point B.
If I sail south from Africa indefinitely, what happens?
You might run out of resources and maybe.
Nope, I have a nuclear submarine that's stocked for 5 years.
And submarines don't go on land.
Well, that's irrelevant. I'm just sailing.
If you sail, I
have a boat.
You said a straight line, right? You said a straight line, horizontal line. So
real quick, the submarine is loaded with enough food for 5 years, and obviously it's nuclear powered. And I have a dinghy that I can take myself to land.
Okay, so yeah, you're gonna reach a shore. Leave the submarine there, and whatever shore, the south, the shores of the south.
A south? Has no one ever gone there?
Yeah, people have been to the southern lands, to the and people. If you go south, you say south of Africa.
Yeah,
the Antarctica at the south.
What if I keep going past Antarctica? Wait, do you believe in Antarctica?
That's a good question.
You will die. You can't do it.
So why would I believe in Antarctica? It's an actual location. I mean, people have been there. There's made videos about it. Why wouldn't you?
Well, I mean, you haven't personally been in South Africa, so Antarctica.
I've been to South America, to North America, and I know that from South America I can go to Antarctica. I've seen the people traveling there. I mean, I know. Why question it?
I mean, that's not really my question, but that's interesting to say because you've seen other people do it. I mean, they could all be lying, right?
Not necessarily, because
you've seen video.
You can actually book flights there, and you can go. If I had the money to spend it, I'll probably do a visit.
Right. So
there's many other interesting places to go.
Right. So anyway, what's after Antarctica?
I know when you reach the Antarctic basin, the United States Geological Survey, they call it the ice wall. That's not people in here or labeled flat earthers.
Some people in here said there was no ice wall.
Hello. No, the United States Geological Survey say that during winter there is the gates. And during the summer, there is the summer gates. There is an actual wall of ice that recedes from. Recedes from the. There is actual ice that it goes about 100 miles from the shore of Antarctica. Okay, and when the summer comes, that ice melts, and you can reach the shoreline, and at the shoreline, the United States Geological Survey, there is a high altitude ice wall that you have to go up on it, and then you're gonna be in what is called a plateau, and then that plateau goes from 200 feet to 9,000 feet in altitude. You comprehend that?
Is that from the military?
The United States Geological Survey.
Now, do we believe this? Why do we believe this survey?
There's photography, there's videos.
Wait a minute. Photography and videos from who?
From many people that have been down there, many observers, many
and all of them. And wait, how do we not know
are you like a
how do we not know
conspiracy theories or something?
Well, no, I'm posing the same question.
You sound like
He's a weasel, Jamesy. He's trying to box you in so you can either admit that
I don't give a fuck. He can box me.
Jamesy.
Okay, go ahead.
No.
All right, go box me. Please box me.
I'm honestly asking you the same questions people have asked me in this VC. So if Matrix thinks that's me being a weasel, then he thinks a good 3/4 of this server is weasels. But
listen. I'm gonna post for you the United States Geological Survey. You pick if you wanna deny it. Okay?
No,
you make that decision.
No.
Wait. We're not gonna move on from this one. I'm gonna post it for you, and then you're gonna either acknowledge it or deny it. Okay?
Well, it doesn't matter what I believe. I'm asking you.
You asking me questions. I'm telling.
Okay, go ahead. Post it.
No, and then you want to deny what I say. So what is the whole point of asking?
Right,
Just being an asshole.
My question to you is, why do you believe the survey that's funded by the government, most likely, right?
So but you would, bro, Jamesy, on you had something up his sleeve.
Up his sleeve. That's a normal.
Listen. When the government,
he does it. See, Jamesy. This is what he wants. Mm-hmm. Oh, you believe the government survey, so why don't you believe the government's NASA when they hand you a ball tard? See?
Well, he wouldn't do that. That's
because that will be denied. No, because when things that we can verify and things that actually make sense, we can go to Antarctica and go to the place, and you're not gonna find curvature there. You know that the
why do Antarctica,
we know that? Listen to this. Antarctica, like I told you, when the summer gates are open, because to get there you need an icebreaker during the winter, okay? And it goes over 100 miles of ice, okay? When there's summer down there, the ice recedes to the shore, and that shore is called the ice wall, and it's above 200 feet. Once you get to the 200 feet, it's a plateau that goes up to 9,000 feet. So you're gonna reach plateau after plateau. The plateau is over 1,000 kilometers in diameter. Okay, and it's flatlands, no curvature. Remember the horizontal line? Remember? So a great plateau. You know a plateau. You know what a plateau is?
Yep.
Yeah, a plateau. No, not a curve.
I understand what you're saying. I understand.
Whatever top is a plateau.
Explain it. Go ahead.
So this plateau is over 1,000 kilometers in circumference, and it's about the highest point is like 8,000 feet. Okay, so many of these things you can go visit these places, and you do have limitations to the places that you can go. There is some treaties of region of the world. Have to follow certain guidelines, and like any country you go, you go to the United States, you follow the laws of the United States. You go to China, you follow their laws. You know this, right? You go, you follow Mexican laws, right? You know this. You denying this?
You're getting really far.
Okay, you go to Antarctica and you follow certain rules, right? When you go there, you know this, right?
Sure.
Exactly, just like any other country. Any other place in the world.
But you still didn't answer my question. You talked a lot about everything else.
What's the question?
My question, and Matrix, if you're still in here, please don't get upset. I'm just asking, why do you believe this survey versus other government information?
See, if I can told you,
dude,
you smell bullshit.
When the government,
not every question.
When it says you're on. Oh my God! Listen, when the government that you are under arrest, you think they're lying?
If they say I'm under arrest, yeah, sure, they lie all the time.
So when they arrest you and you're in jail, and you're under arrest, dude, so
could be a bullshit
you're
charge.
in the jail. But you in jail. You're not under arrest. You're in jail. You're not under arrest. You are under arrest. They're telling you the truth.
Well, you're already incarcerated.
Okay.
If you're in jail,
when the tax bill comes, and when the tax bill comes, you think the tax bill is lying to you, and the city hall sends you a tax bill.
It's actually really funny. I just dealt with that, and they did lie because I didn't owe the taxes they said I did, and I did beat it.
So you didn't pay your taxes? That's what you're saying?
No, they charged me for taxes that I didn't owe.
So did you pay your taxes or no?
I paid the taxes I owed. I didn't pay the one.
Oh, you pay your taxes. Oh, so you do pay taxes. So there is some truth, right? There is some truth. So there you go. Very simple. Not everything, bro. Even though you probably heard this in the TV or some people saying it, everything is a lie. No, bro, not everything is a lie. You have a mother, you have a father. You sound like a male, so you might be a male. I don't know.
Holy Japanese, we're really getting far from this.
Okay, that stuff is true. So whenever horizontal lines are truth, there's no conspiracy about horizontal lines, bro. Optical resolution, the things that we observe. Water, water is not a lie. Water is real, right?
Well, I got a question.
I don't have to explain to you water.
Earlier, everybody was kind of circle jerking about government institutions telling the truth. And while I agree they lie a lot for various
everybody
reasons,
like everyone, there's like 95% of
you're so silly.
It's you
know what I'm saying. People like Matrix and Jedi and
that's not everyone. That's not everyone.
This afternoon.
I don't know what
Jedi has not been in here this afternoon.
Okay.
So he meant someone else in the VC.
Okay, I just mean Matrix. I'm just saying Matrix then. I'm just saying.
So not everyone. So you're the one lying then. What?
Huh?
Why are you lying?
Wait, Jumsy, if you don't mind me jumping in here real quickly.
Sound like a girlfriend.
What? What makes it so that this U.S. you said what geological survey? What makes it more reputable than any other government body or whatever you want to?
People go to places, they explore the area, and they take pictures, they measure the area, and they show it in a paper. What do you want me to do? Cry about it?
Yeah, but the problem with the argument you're making.
You want me to cry? Okay.
No, like it's a fair point that you're bringing up, but the problem with the argument is that it also applies to NASA too. It's a government. It's a.
Antarctica was there before.
Please.
Yeah, but space was there before.
Just a second.
NASA too. No?
Just a second.
They don't believe in space.
Okay, go ahead, Larry.
So yeah, it's the all or nothing fallacy. So just because you believe one thing that somebody says, you have to believe everything that everybody says.
No, it's only things convenient for you. That's the problem.
Yeah, no, it's like I don't mean to be like you're insulting
Larry. You guys are interrupting Larry. You're gonna have to be muted if you cannot.
It's simple. It's all or nothing fallacy.
Repeat yourself.
Yeah, it's the
repeat yourself, Larry.
The all or nothing fallacy. Right? Just because you believe one thing the government says, therefore you have to believe everything the government says. That's what you're insinuating. I don't know if you did it on purpose or not, but you might want to reformulate your argument, because I can believe that we went to war. The government says we went to war in Vietnam, right? But then it comes to find out that it was a false flag that started it. So you can just choose to believe what you want to believe. And another thing, an extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence. It's not an extraordinary claim to believe that if you keep going south, things get really cold. And then eventually it gets so cold that ice stacks up on top of itself and never melts and creates an ice wall. Why is this so difficult for you to believe that we believe what we're told sometimes, and other times we're skeptical? That's what a skeptic does.
Yeah, okay, but like it just sounds to me that there's just a lot of information bias here. You choose to believe what you want to believe, The
no.
Yeah. No, I understand it goes both ways, but you can't make the argument if it goes both ways. It doesn't make sense to make the argument. We're just gonna go in circles.
So we can do what we like.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you don't claim that. You always have this like position of like authority and knowing all, but you shit on basically every other government agency except for the ones that fit like your.
No. We examine each claim individually. If someone says that you can violate the laws of thermodynamics, the second law, and that you don't require a container for gas pressure, that's a lie because. You cannot break the nature doesn't break the law. Every example that you see in nature, you can observe that the second law stands. So we have gas pressure. Therefore, containment.
I got to go in like 30 seconds, but I do have a real question for you. What's your explanation for in a vacuum when things drop at the same rate without there being gravity?
They don't. There's been tests done to show that the things do drop at separate rates.
All right.
So yeah.
And you requires any example that you have of a vacuum, it requires a container as well.
Yeah, but there'd be an outside force acting on that container, right?
What was that?
I'm just saying. So why do things fall at nearly or either at identical rates in a container or at a rate that
we don't live in a container, dude. We don't live in a container.
I'm asking in a vacuum.
We don't live in a vacuum.
Wait, you don't live in a container? What the fuck?
Yeah.
No, we don't live in a vacuum.
A little Freudian slip there. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
No, but
you cannot deny, bro. I know it's been fun talking to you and everything, but you can't deny the second law, dude.
But can you just? I'm honestly asking you, what's the explanation for things falling at the same rate or almost in measure? Okay.
Helium balloons. Okay, what do you mean everything falls at the same rate? Helium balloons.
Okay, listen. What gives things weight? Density? Is that what you're gonna say?
It's relative density. The fact of the matter is, we don't live in a vacuum.
How come you're answering for him?
Your issue of why do things do specific things in vacuums? Go and look it up for yourself. It has nothing to do. Wait.
It does.
Your vacuum, things falling up, down, whichever way you want to point them, has nothing at all to do with the lack of curvature.
Okay. You know another thing about vacuums? Thing about vacuums?
It does,
in a vacuum, listen, the way things behave in a vacuum debunks the globe. Because the gases that are supposed around the globe wouldn't be in the place that they're in if there was a vacuum. If the water that you and I enjoy out there, the real water, if there was a vacuum, there wouldn't be liquid water. So if you can present the globe idea in a vacuum, if you can demonstrate, the water will evaporate in a vacuum. Okay, this is demonstrable. And if you can demonstrate the globe with the water attached to it while it's spinning and the gas pressure around it in a vacuum, you'll win some type of science prize, a Nobel Prize or something.
Well, we wouldn't be in the vacuum. The vacuum would be outside. And your container would be gravity.
Without a container?
But you say gravity's not real, but that's why I bring up...
Bro, if you're saying that the container is gravity, you're saying that you're going to go to the tire store and you're going to tell the tire guy, hey, can I get the air pressure around the rim but without the tire? Because I got gravity here with me. I don't need the tire.
No, not at all. But wait.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
That's
what you're saying. He's gonna call the crazy people. You know the crazy people, the ones that pick you up and take you to the four padded walls room.
So wait, when you make a vacuum,
what is the container now, guys?
When you make a, dude, you finally talked after like 5 years of being quiet. Just stop. Listen.
So he's next.
In a vacuum, why do things fall at the same rate? Or
they don't.
How many
Matrix times I got it? Nah, you're out. See you later.
You already got an answer for that, dude.
Wait, no, but actually, what is there a paper? Is there some sort of research that? Because as far as I know, everything in a vacuum falls at the same rate.
There's a video where they've got this plastic, looks like container with all these different elements in it, and they drop it. It's a drop tube in a vacuum. They drop it, film it, and things drop at different rates.
Where can I find the video?
Even though there's many demonstrations about, listen, bro, the vacuum demonstration don't help you. If you build a vacuum in a chamber, because you require chambers, you require containers for vacuums, okay? Yeah. If you do anything inside of that vacuum, it doesn't help the globe case. Don't you get it?
Yeah, but I don't know why you're under the impression that we live in a vacuum. We don't live in a vacuum.
Exactly. We have a contained environment. That's the whole point. That debunks the globe.
No.
Yes.
Okay, well, see, if I go into this any further, you wouldn't believe me, because I'd be going into gravity, and then that's a whole thing that...
No, you don't know what that is. You're saying gravity like a word. Words don't cause any phenomena to happen.
Sorry?
You saying gravity? Do you know what... When you say gravity, you don't even probably know what that means.
I think I have a fair
gravity is going to debunk reality.
No, I think I have a fair understanding why gravity is.
Really? Do you? Okay, tell us.
Negative 9.8 meters per second squared. That's what gravity is.
So you're saying that if you see an object falling at that rate, that observed phenomena means what?
Well, it's the
warping and bending. You're saying
pulled towards the center of the Earth. Negative 9.8 meters per second squared. It's a measurable fact.
Towards the center of the Earth, you will need a radius for that, right?
Yeah, and there is.
Okay, so curvature across the surface of the Earth that confers that geometrical radius.
The curvature of the Earth doesn't cause gravity. It's the mass of the Earth that causes gravity.
But do you measure that? Have you measured this curvature that you're claiming? Because you're claiming this.
I didn't claim curvature.
Listen. Let me even better for you. I'm gonna do a one better for you. You're claiming the center of the Earth, right? The center of the Earth.
Yes.
Do you know how deep people have ever been below the soil that you're standing on?
They barely touched the crust.
Not very deep, right? So how do you know that the things are being pulled towards that 3,915 mile under the Earth?
Well, it's just that wherever you go on the globe, you're always going to be pulled downward, right? You're not pulled to the west.
Except hydrogen.
You're not pulled to the right in another country. You're always pulled straight down towards the middle.
So gases debunk that, because gases go omnidirectionally, and you say that gravity has a downwards bias, but gravity doesn't affect gases.
What is the mass of the gas?
What is the mass? What is mass? Yeah. You don't know what mass is?
Yes, mass is the weight of an object.
It has no meaning. It has no meaning.
It has meaning. You just don't know it.
It has no meaning.
All right. So if I find the dictionary definition of mass, does that mean you're wrong?
Yeah, go find it.
Scientific definition of mass. This will be interesting.
I got you. I'm pulling it up right now.
If you're saying it's just weight, doesn't that change when the object is in different mediums?
So I guess a helium balloon is an anti-gravity device.
There's one definition of mass.
Does it has a cartoon? Does it has a cartoon globe next to it?
No.
Well, an anvil will float in mercury, but an anvil will not.
Just so we're clear, there's a definition of mass, so you're wrong, right? Because that's what you said. If there's a definition of mass, then you're wrong.
No, that doesn't mean it.
Definition of
goal posting.
Potato.
Mass is the measure of
I said that prior to you searching it, and you agreed to it.
But it doesn't mean anything, right?
Where you posted at 42 past the hour, how about you read what Indio 007 posted just before yours?
Why would I read that?
If you're gonna engage in this conversation.
I'm currently playing Zyra and ARM, so why would I stop to read that?
Well,
want us to read it to you?
Shit search of a fucking dictionary 5 seconds ago.
Yeah, because I cared to do that.
Probably fast on the game anyway.
Mass is the measure of matter. Does anyone disagree?
Yeah, that one guy disagrees.
Yeah, that's not it.
Okay, tell me the different measurements of matter. Because there's a lot of different matters.
Mass in physics is currently defined as resistance to acceleration.
Sorry, that's what mass is defined as? Is that what you said?
Yeah, in physics, yeah.
Because there's a dictionary definition of mass, and you said that there was none, and you also said if there was one, then you're wrong. So.
No, listen. I'm going to read. So this is from Max Born, Nobel laureate, in a publication called Einstein's Theory of Relativity. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning. Other than that given by formula, it is the measure of the resistance to changes of velocity.
That's a meaning, is it not? You said it has no meaning.
It has no physical meaning. That's what we mean by no meaning.
Wait,
we don't mean the semantics.
I'm under the impression that
we're the definition of words, so semantics are pretty important.
Yeah, we know, but when we say no meaning, we're not talking about no semantical meaning. We mean no physical meaning.
That's clearly not what was articulated, but okay. Because I asked if I can find a dictionary definition of mass.
Well, we're articulating it now. Sorry for the confusion.
It's okay. I forgive you.
Hold on. That's what is articulated in physics.
Back to Roblox.
That's exactly what
playing League of Legends.
Precisely articulated.
Even worse. That's why I asked you about the cartoon, dude, because you think mass has meaning in a fantasy cartoon. Oh, look, I have the definition in this anime. In anime, this anime
you
thing that I
asked me
got.
about a cartoon, and I said no, because I didn't look at a picture of a cartoon when I found that definition, and
but in reality,
Dempsey, why do you hate hobbies so much?
What?
Let's think about this, Potato.
Go ahead,
If mass is defined as resistance to acceleration, that means resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration? Does that make any sense to you?
I mean, I don't necessarily trust your interpretation of it, but I'm willing to...
It's not my interpretation. It's not my interpretation.
Literally just interpreted. You said if mass is defined as this, then does that mean? That's your interpretation. Okay.
It's not my interpretation.
Right? Words don't mean anything. Words don't mean anything, right?
No, dude, I just read Max Born's interpretation of mass, and then if mass attracts mass, we can substitute the word mass for the definition, and then form the sentence that way, right?
Like I said, that's your interpretation. I'm willing to take it at face value.
What did I interpret?
Why are you mad that I'm willing to take your interpretation at face value?
Yeah. So if you just keep repeating the same thing, it don't make it true. So what part did I interpret?
You're literally mad that I'm agreeing with you. I'm sorry.
What part did I interpret?
You took a definition and then you changed words. That's an interpretation.
What word did I change?
You said if we change the word from this to this, that is literally changing the. But words don't matter.
No,
right?
we're inserting the
Potato. Maybe you should go and listen to the recording and understand what he was talking about.
He doesn't even understand on purpose, dude.
Yeah, it's on purpose. You're right.
Well, I could just say you're dumb. You want me to say that?
I'm dumb. You're right. I don't care what you think, so that's fine.
I don't care if you don't care what I think. You're objectively stupid.
I still don't care what you think, so that's fine.
Yeah. Some things are opinions.
No. No, you got stumped, bro. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm so stumped. So we can take the word, right, mass attracting mass, and we can insert the definition to where the word was, and it should have the same meaning. Right?
I'm willing to accept that at face value still. Are you still mad?
You always got to qualify every statement, right?
Do not understand.
Yeah, you got to qualify every statement with some fucking mea culpa bullshit.
Okay.
It's a sign of dishonesty, dude.
Okay.
Because the normal person wouldn't be so pedantic.
Okay.
So, when I asked your question, as a statement, would that make sense? Resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration.
Literally have said yes so many times to that.
That makes sense to you?
Yes.
That's wild.
That is wild, dude.
That's fucking hilarious.
So properties attract things.
I don't know that has ever been stated in any of the definitions that have been said.
Is resistance to acceleration a property?
I don't know.
You should have just started this entire conversation with that. I don't know. I'll never know. I don't think. I'm playing League of Legends. I mash fucking buttons.
Things that I do know. So I don't know why you're so mad.
Who's mad, dude? Don't try to divine my emotional state, dude. It's way beyond you.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you.
He's not mad. He's from Boston. Get over it.
Yeah, dude.
What's the difference? I was born in Brockton. I'm allowed to say that.
Oh God, why all the girl? Why is it like you got all the butterface girls down there?
I don't live in Massachusetts anymore, so I'll have to take your word at that at face value. Is that okay?
Yeah, but like I've been to Brockton lots of times, man. They got hot bodies, but their face, man. They got butterface.
I'll take that at face value.
How do you know what's inside the mass? For instance, let me give you an example. If you had a balloon size of the alleged spherical Earth, are they the same mass?
Probably not.
Okay, and how do you determine they're not?
I mean, there's theoretical physics, so I don't understand all of theoretical physics.
By what's inside of them, right?
Possibly.
Like if mass is,
I don't know.
Like if mass is the matter within an object, don't you think it's crucial to know what's inside that object?
Don't you think that's a sign they're full of shit if you don't understand it?
I understand some parts of this. The question he asked, I did not know the answer to. So
I'm not even sidetracking what they're trying to tell you.
I didn't say you were sidetracking.
Why were we talking about mass anyway? I missed that part. Why?
Someone insisted that mass has no meaning, and it does. So
no, it has no physical meaning.
Yeah.
That's not what he said. And then when I asked to clarify, he said if I can find a definition of mass that exists, that he would admit he's wrong, and then he refused to admit he's wrong.
Yeah, that mass exists as a substance, right? So there's either matter or energy. It's not matter or energy, so it doesn't really exist.
What?
No,
mass under one definition is the measurement of the weight of matter, right?
I'm going to use this logic.
Mass is not weight.
Math. What?
Like if you took a substance, right, and you counted all the atoms, electrons, protons, and neutrons in it, that would not be the mass. They would not sum to the mass of the object.
Do you agree that force equals mass times acceleration?
Oh. Force is also an abstraction. Force is also an abstraction.
I understand, but do you understand that force equals mass?
Yeah, that's what the equation says. Yes.
What does the mass? How do you input mass into that function? It's based on the weight.
No, it's not based upon the weight.
It literally is, but okay.
It literally is not. Weight is a derivative of mass.
Weight is measured within a specific medium.
No, weight is not mass, dude. Weight no one thinks weight is mass.
Yeah, but weight, hold on, though. This is important because weight is measured within a specific medium. When you weigh something in the medium of air, it's going to weigh different than water, mercury. It's going to weigh different than all different mediums. That's what makes those mediums different. And that what makes
that's based on gravity.
Different. No, it's not. It's based on the object, the variable that you're weighing, and the medium that variable is in. You'll get a different measurement within different mediums with the same.
Yeah, but no one to determine the mass of something, they go, but first let me put this in liquefied gold. That's fucking retarded. They put it on a scale, and it's the measurement of its force relative to the gravity of the Earth.
You weigh the same.
No, it isn't, dude. Jesus Christ, dude.
You weigh the same in water as you do in air? Do you weigh the same? Have you? So it's dependent on the medium and the variable, right?
Yeah, but that's not at all.
Otherwise, mass would be a constant, and your weight wouldn't change. Potato.
Right, because it's relative to your gravity. Your weight on the moon is different than your weight on Earth because there's a different gravitational pull on the moon than on Earth.
No, it depends on the medium.
But you're not going to be able to dispute this because this is a fact. Your weight is different on the moon than on Earth. Yes.
Okay, you know this how, Potato.
because I learned it in school, and I can find you a
So
source.
you don't actually know anything.
If I find you a source that says your weight is different, if I find you a source that says your weight is different on Earth and on the Moon, are you wrong?
No,
bro, you're talking to guys who don't even believe.
So there's no way to prove you wrong. So there's no way to prove you wrong.
Weigh something on the Moon.
Okay.
Bro, they don't even believe that space is real. All right, you're not going to get anywhere that way.
So it's science empirical. I don't know why you got to do this every day. It's science empirical.
Every day.
Yes. It's science based upon empirical evidence. So the weighing of something on the Moon, when you say something weighs less on the Moon, you would need the empirical evidence to actually show that.
So if somebody has ever weighed something on the Moon, are you wrong?
Yeah, if they brought a scale to the Moon and they weighed it on Earth and weighed it on the Moon, yeah, then you'd have evidence to support your claim.
All right, I just want to be clear. If I can find proof that someone has ever taken the measurement of the weight of an object on the celestial body, which is our Earth's moon, you are wrong, right?
Yeah, on the Earth and then on the Moon.
Well, you don't have to bring a weight directly to the Moon to measure weight.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
You got to
If you're
measure.
going to make a claim that it's something's a fact, right? If you're going to make a claim that something's a fact, you need the evidence to support the fact, to actually make it a fact. A story you made up in your head is not a fact. A story that somebody else told you that you think they have evidence for, that they made up in their head, is also not a fact. A fact is something that was actually done. So for something to weigh less on the Moon than on the Earth, and make that a fact, someone would have to actually have done that.
Yeah, and I learned it in school, and I didn't look at like the actual thing that was done. So I know this to be true, and I'm looking up whether I'm wrong. You can shut the fuck up for a second. I'm looking up whether I am wrong or whether.
Yeah. Pro tip for beginners: please don't tell moderators to shut the fuck up. Just a pro tip. Yeah.
No, don't do that, man. That's a bad idea.
Dude, no one took a scale to the goddamn Moon.
You don't have to bring a scale to the Moon to measure it.
How else would you do it then?
You could, well, as you said, weight is mass in its medium, correct? And in the case
that's not what I said.
It's not what he said. No, it's not what Indio said.
I feel that.
Here's my problem. Here's my problem.
So what is the definition of weight then? How's weight measured?
We have a reference unit from which we compare everything else against.
You have a what unit?
That's how weight is measured. How much it displaces a scale or a spring or something like that.
Yeah, but it's all done in the medium of air, right?
Yeah, exactly. Back in the day, before you guys didn't learn this in school, obviously. I don't know when they stopped teaching it. There's this thing called specific gravity. So you weigh something in water, and then you get the specific gravity of the object. Because when you weigh it in air versus when you weigh it in water, it'll have a different value. But the specific gravity will tell you what the substance is made out of, if you know its volume. All things being the same, right? So if you have a cubic frickin' inch of some material.
Well, I mean, if space is a vacuum, and we create a vacuum on Earth to try to replicate it, in order to get a spherical gas.
So they brought a scale to the Moon. You're wrong, right?
Hold on. In order to get a spherical gas planet, you must inject gas into that vacuum. But once you do that, it's no longer a vacuum. It disperses in all areas of the vacuum. It doesn't take a spherical shape. So when they claim that we have a gas planet in a vacuum, how is that possible? And on top of that, when it comes to mass, wouldn't the mass, like if you had a gas planet the same size of Earth, wouldn't Earth's mass be more gravitational because it's rock and not gas? Like, there's so many.
I don't know how we're on this fucking crazy shit. Like, okay, potato. Oh, hold on, let me just potato. You're parroting someone else's claim that also has no evidence is not evidence.
Okay, how about this other evidence I just found?
What evidence is in that link?
It is literally someone describing conversations that they've had with astronauts.
with astronauts.
Okay, so you're just Googling random shit. There's no data on them weighing anything.
What about the catalog of man-made material on the
Yeah, there's no data on none of that shit weighed, is it?
So you're wrong and retarded.
No, there's no. So I'm wrong. He quit. I'm wrong and retarded. That's
Dude, I can't believe he quit. He was playing a game anyway, man. He said he was playing his video game and talking to us.
Dude, it always comes down to the same thing. When you ask for the evidence, right, for the claim, they just come up tits every time.
I did
Coming
manage
up
to grab
tits
his
up.
ID, Indio. You reckon he should take 2 days longer off?
Nah, I don't care.
Oh, when you ask for the
But the problem is that when we provide the evidence in the claim, you guys, from sources that you guys choose not to believe, there's nothing we can do about it.
What's to believe? That's the problem. The fact that you think we have to believe something. So, like data. Do you know what data is?
Well, it's the same. It's the same way your colleague believes the geological United States Geological Survey, right? Still belief, is it not?
What about the USGS? They produce data, right?
Yeah, and you choose to believe that data.
Well, I mean, depends.
Yeah, it depends.
I don't make universal claims about, all their data is good or all their data is bad. Each individual, so you have to differentiate. Hey, what did they do in this specific instance? What equipment did they use? What are the sources of error? What are their assumptions? I know that's laborious and boring, but that's how you determine the truth. You just don't go, I see the USGS freaking, logo on that. Everything they say is a fact.
They didn't teach him critical thinking in public school. So this is news to him. So maybe he should take notes.
No, I'm fully aware of this concept, but what is
line of questioning, like, hey, you flat earthers believe some things but not others. Did you not know that we critically think?
Well, I too believe things and not others, but like
do you believe everything NASA says?
Everything.
It is a reputable source, but I'd have to.
Why do you think they're a reputable source? What led you to that evaluation?
They're very heavily funded.
So if you get a lot of money, then you're a reputable source. Fucking dude, Barry Madoff, man, he's wicked honest.
Wicked.
Sounds like.
If you do, I haven't said that in a long time.
If you do experiments that can be repeated, right?
Oh, you can repeat his fraud.
Can be. Sorry.
Do you know who Bernie Madoff is?
No, I'm not aware of who.
He is
Barry Madoff.
Bernie. Is Bernie? Barry? Whatever.
He's talking about the bank.
No, it's Bernie. I'm just messing with you, bro.
Like, what experiments NASA does that we can replicate?
Well, not we as in you and I. We don't have the resources for that.
That anybody can replicate.
Oh, so you have to believe, right?
Well, you don't have the resources to believe what the United States Geological Survey provides you.
Yeah, but you do your own survey.
Why do you keep bringing them up like you know something about that?
You do your own survey.
Well, no, it's because I was informed earlier by one of your colleagues that you guys, or I don't want to say you guys, but sorry.
Go ahead.
We were informed earlier that there's a difference between believing and knowing.
So you guys, so you choose, so you know that the information you get from the information you get regarding Atlantica, regarding
what?
The information you get regarding Antarctica is correct or is true, right? You choose to believe that you know that it's true. Correct?
How would I know anything about Antarctica? What are you talking about?
Because you chose. Did
the USGS survey Antarctica? Like, how did you get from USGS to Antarctica? I don't see the connection.
Because I was just told earlier today that they were researching Antarctica. Am I mistaken? If you go back,
we're asking about the ice wall, and
there is some.
Oh, that yeah. Ice wall isn't like some flat Earth invention, dude. That's a globe Earth invention.
He wasn't alive the past 4 or 5 years. He's totally clueless.
Technically, it's called the ice shelf.
Yeah, the ice shelf with a great ice barrier.
Yep.
Okay, but the way they got that information, you cannot redo that experiment, can you? Like you yourself cannot redo it. Same way.
I mean, hypothetically, I could if I had a budget.
Exactly. What? So we're just circling around ourselves now. It's the same thing it's the same argument that I made earlier regarding NASA. If you had the budget, if you had the resources, you'd be able to redo the experiment.
No.
Why not? Why not?
I can have an infinite amount of budget.
Yes.
You don't just get to fly rockets around.
Why not?
Oh, I don't know. It's illegal.
CIA, FBI, NASA, yeah.
You think you just get to just launch a rocket into the air? This thing's called the FAA, the military, right? There's military applications to rockets. They don't let people just like build rockets and fly them.
Okay, so if you can get approval from the FAA, can you not fly a rocket?
To where?
Find out.
So you can
say the same way NASA found out, and the same way SpaceX found out, and the same way the Chinese government's finding out, same way the Russian government's doing it.
All right, man. Well, what the hell are you doing here, man?
The same way they're doing it, right? The richest person in the world, right? I got to become the richest person in the world to verify what NASA says.
Yep, that's right. You got to be the next Elon
and
Musk.
Until then, and until that day, I'm obligated to believe their bullshit.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay, but then you also have to be one of the richest people in the world to also believe what the USGS said. You can't pick out information. You can't pick out like this. Just informational bias.
Yeah, I can.
That goes with
I can because you're trying to propose that we do an all or nothing fallacy, that we believe all of it or none of it. Not how it works. You discern between claims. Which type of claim is this? Is it a fantastic claim? Someone said they found an island in the middle of the ocean. That's fine. That's not really outrageous. Oh, I went 300,000 miles up in the air and landed on a fucking rock and played golf. That's an outrageous claim.
Yeah. Completely
outrageous. Yeah, they played golf on the moon, dude. So, like, when someone says they flew to the moon and played golf, sorry. I'm not applying the same standard to like I sailed into the ocean and found a deserted island. I don't need. It's not the same level of evidence that is required for me to buy it.
Real science.
The point is that all claims are not equal. It isn't believe all claims and don't believe all claims. So someone says I saw Bigfoot, right? It isn't the same thing as like, oh, I saw a fox in the city. Right? Oh, shit. It's rare.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying it's rare to see a fox in the city. I've seen coyotes, foxes, turkeys. You name it, it's rare. A moose. So it's rare, but it's not like outlandish. If I said I saw Bigfoot, that's something completely different.
Right.
Okay, I understand. I understand what you're saying, but a claim can be astronomically retarded. But it can, if the claim is backed up with evidence, the claim can be said to be true.
Okay. What's the evidence? Okay, let's check this out.
Mm-hmm.
I have a photograph. I say this photograph is a Bigfoot.
Okay.
Is that good enough evidence?
No.
Why?
Photograph doesn't prove anything. You could Photoshop.
Oh, really? So same thing with NASA, right? So did NASA photograph prove things?
Yes. Oh, wait, sorry. What did you say? Did they photograph proof things?
So it doesn't prove Bigfoot, but they prove Earth from space? I would say
you got me with the words. No.
Okay, so I would say it's more outrageous to claim you took a picture of the Earth from the moon than it is to say you took a picture of Bigfoot. Bigfoot is more likely than going to the moon.
It is an equivalent. It's equivalent. Taking a pic. No, I'm saying it is equivalent. Taking a picture of Bigfoot, taking a picture of a round Earth from space.
Yep.
And
What's the difference?
They're equally outrageous.
What makes them outrageous? Hold on. What? He's got a good point. What makes them outrageous?
That you can't believe picture.
What makes them outrageous is that you have not seen either with your own two eyes.
Well, I haven't seen I haven't seen Antarctica's ice wall either.
You've seen a fox in the city, right?
Ice shelf. It's an ice shelf, man. Get it right.
You ever seen
But you're probably aware that glaciers exist, right? And that the glaciers can be gigantic. So it isn't outrageous to say, yeah, there's an ice wall. That's not outrageous.
It is a little bit. Like, glaciers are not the same size of an ice wall.
Yeah, they are, because the ice wall is glaciers. So I remember back, what was it, 20 years ago, that they said a glacier broke off in Antarctica, and it was like the size of New Jersey. And they were talking about towing it to Saudi Arabia and selling them fucking fresh water.
Yeah, there's such thing as ice walls. It's a wall of ice.
Yeah, it's not outrageous, dude. You can like literally just go to Greenland or fucking even Iceland or anywhere, dude. There's glaciers all over the place.
Waterfalls.
Yeah, Greenland is one big giant fucking glacier, man. It's giant. It's huge. It's so big, man. So big.
Waterfalls that freeze in the winter are a wall of ice.
There you go. That's true. Good point.
They claim that Antarctica is an ice sheet 5 miles thick.
5 miles? Damn.
Yeah, 5 miles. And that it's crushing the earth underneath it.
That damn 5 miles of ice is...
Just look up Operation High Jump. Look up Operation High Jump. Just look it up by yourself, nobody else.
Topic. But yeah, high jump's cool.
You'll see ice walls. They actually
that's the same topic. I was thinking of fishbowl. My bad.
Well, fishbowl is another one that exists.
Yeah, that's another one. Anyway, high jump. Yeah, Operation High Jump. Yeah, you can look it up. Man. Yeah. Don't believe us. Real. My goodness.
Well, you believe NASA, right? That's government. Why wouldn't you believe Operation High Jump? That's government.
That's government. A lot of government stuff going on out there. You can check out. Operation.
It just depends on which one. It sounds like to me, it just depends on which one you want to believe.
Correct.
That's all you're doing.
The coolest thing about Earth is we can check out Earth.
Is Operation High Jump just so I'm not getting it wrong, it's the Antarctica exploration thing?
Yes. That's what Admiral Byrd and I think he had seven ships. I think he had like 7 ships, some airplanes.
He had the biggest naval fleet of his time, dude. It still might be the record.
This is huge, man. Operation.
It still might be the record.
Oh, it's got to be. Still a record. No doubt, man. Like battleships, aircraft carriers.
It wasn't even for war.
Yeah, it was just to go check the place out, man. And then he comes back and goes, "Hey, man, this place is cool, man."
He said a lot of.
Anyway,
a lot of things.
I'm kind of being, a bit joking around a little bit. Sorry, but
read his book. His book will tell you stuff he wouldn't be willing to say in public.
Admiral Byrd, yeah, interesting guy.
Richard E. Byrd.
Anyway, we were back at there was a lot of talk about surveying and ice walls and ice shelves and glaciers, and we were trying to figure out where we live.
You just write these things off as if they don't exist.
I can just figure
out that it lets us know that you're clueless because they do exist.
I don't write off Antarctica as not existing. I fully believe in Antarctica. But
no, the ice wall, because they say there's an ice wall, dude.
Yeah, but I don't believe that it ends at Antarctica. Like,
no, we don't say that.
No, I'm saying that.
Hold on.
I'm saying as far as my belief goes, Antarctica, the world does not end at Antarctica. Like, we can get past.
Yeah, that's great.
Maybe if we fly over it, not going through it, obviously, but
Well, there's a lot of bullshit surrounding Antarctica for some reason. Tons of it.
Gemini never said to you that he believes that anyway. He just was using it more like a hostile witness to say, hey, you want to talk about ice walls? Here's your own sides telling you there's an ice wall. You know, he never said, "Oh, there is an ice wall here. This proves it."
No, but by definition, an ice wall is a sort of blockade, right? Where nothing can get past it.
It's a shoreline of ice. Instead of sand, it's ice, and it goes up really high.
Yeah, but it's possible to fly over it, right? It's not
absolutely
the end of okay.
No doubt.
They say the ice is one of, if not the strongest structure in nature.
So the problem with Antarctica, well, sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, so the problem with Antarctica is navigation. Hard to navigate. There's no discernible topological features because it's all under ice, right? It's a giant ice sheet. You can look up on the USGS. They flew airplanes over Antarctica, and they have a camera that's horizontal and one that points down. And if you go run through the pictures, it's something like 40,000 pictures. If you start running through them, they're just all white, right? There's nothing to take a picture of. It's just a fucking big ice sheet. So you have a problem with navigation. You don't have any land features to orient yourself. You can't use celestial navigation because it's not nighttime, right? You can't use a compass because compasses don't work. So how do you navigate? How do you even know you're going in any particular direction? So navigation is the problem of so-called Antarctica. Yeah, you can fly over it, and as soon as you get inside the coast, like a few hundred miles, now you're just fucking hoping.
Right.
But I think doesn't Antarctica experience night though? It's not the same cycles as we experience, obviously, but during the winter they experience a short period of night. No.
Yeah, it's too cold though.
It's true.
Everybody experiences night.
Yeah, but it's too cold. You're not going to be outside navigating a plane.
Well, I mean, the coldest recorded temperature they claim is negative 97 degrees Celsius, and that's the temperature at that's the temperature at 120,000 feet normally. But this would be the ground temperature. So, what do you think the air temperature would be? Negative 200, negative 150. Your plane ain't going to work.
Yeah, it'll just freeze up unless it has heaters or some shit.
Not even necessarily freeze. It don't have to freeze. It's what they call gel. It'll gel up.
Yeah, the aviation fuel will fucking turn it to gelatin.
Yeah, it'll gel up.
You got to keep everything warm with heaters, guys. You know, get heaters.
Yeah. You got to light fires on the wings.
We gotta get some heaters and everything.
Right. The problem is once you get so far, there's no penguins, there's no sticks. So you ain't got no fire.
Get it, man. It's a forbiddable place, man. You do not want to go there.
It's a desert of ice and snow.
It's not going to be comfortable.
But then when the heaters freeze, you're gonna need heaters for the heaters.
The backup heaters, absolutely. Jamsey, you're genius, bro.
It's like that Paul Bunyan story where it's so cold that he had to light a fire to thaw out his fire.
That's funny.
I'm light a fire to thaw out the fire.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Paul Bunyan, dude, and his ox flu. So some of us are old fucks in here, and
hear you.
Yeah, so dude, dip. No, he's still here. So the story that I was told what Antarctica is has changed over my lifetime.
True.
Significantly.
Yeah.
So when I was a kid, they said it's so freaking cold that if you were in the airplane and shut it off, you'll never get it started again.
Correct. I remember that.
Yeah, so this is the shit they used to say when I was a kid. And all that stuff has changed, right? That nobody could live down there, that it was too cold, and that they only had missions like that lasted in the summer. And even the summer was so cold that nobody could live down there, and that nobody lived there in the winter. That was when I was a kid, like, under 12 years old, which was like mid-70s, mid-80s. So that was the story then. Now it's fucking people are going down there taking their shirts off and fucking shit. So, like, I don't know. The story's totally different now.
Warming.
We got marathons, bro. Running marathons down there, Mongo.
Shirtless marathons in Antarctica.
I didn't see that, but I go with marathon anyway. Shirtless, I don't know.
Some India, in the deep freeze explorations, they had some videos of the explorers jumping in the water. They were like,
what?
Swimming there.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
You got 9 minutes.
9 minutes to.
Hey, Faura, I posted a few images for you.
Faura,
On
if they took polar bears and brought them to Antarctica, they'd starve to death.
Well, yeah.
No, they'd starve to death. There's nothing to eat. They would starve to death.
Well, yeah, Antarctica's a barren wasteland.
Take anything there, man. It's gonna die. It's not gonna do well.
Jimsy, that's part of the problem about it is the asymmetry.
I'll post it again.
Right?
I'll tag you again in a second.
Okay.
So, over 1 million people live in the Arctic Circle, and have for thousands of years.
Yeah.
There's never been even a person born in the Antarctic Circle.
I remember when I found that out, India, I was like, wait a minute, nobody's ever born.
There's been people born in Antarctica, but not inside the Antarctica Circle. Never a single person. There's no permanent settlements. Nothing.
Nothing, dude. There's nothing there, man. There's nothing to eat. There's no animals, no trees, nothing. You can't grow anything.
The globe, it must be the oblate paraloid shit, right? So the globe is completely asymmetric, right? So something like 11% of all animal, plant species, human beings live south of the equator, and everything else is north of the equator.
Yeah.
So you have these crazy asymmetries that if it was a ball, that doesn't really add up.
It doesn't add up because of the symmetry. It should be symmetrical.
To some degree, not that far off, dude. Not 90 fucking 89, 11%, dude. It's crazy.
Frozen fuck all versus, hey, it's summertime. It's nice out. Let's go swimming.
Doesn't have the diversity of flora and fauna. Doesn't have the sheer number of flora and fauna. Doesn't have the number of human beings. It doesn't have like the variation. If you take the circles, the variation, like the number of plant life, like nothing lives in the Antarctic. I think lichen, blue-green algae, is like the only thing that lives in the Antarctica. In the circle, right? In what they say is the Antarctica Circle. There's no penguins in there. There's no life in there at all. Where in the Arctic Circle, there's plenty of life, dude. Lots of life.
It's a boom of life.
The tech
what freezing cold water does is make you cramp up. So it's not so much. I mean, it is the freezing cold water that makes you cramp up, but it's the cramps where you can no longer kick your legs, move your hands. You can't move. Have you ever had a severe cramp in your calf?
Yeah. Oh, I see the picture, Jim.
You can't walk on them up. You can't even. All you're trying to do is get rid of it. You're like, rubbing it, whatever the fuck you can. I pictured doing that shit in water.
Every time I get a cramp like that,
you ain't gonna last too long.
It goes away.
It's the cramps that fucking get you. That's what they say, anyways. But you'll start cramping up because your muscles won't function right.
Even if you just put your foot on the wall and put pressure on it, it'll make the cramp go away.
Never tried that. Never tried.
I gotta put weight on it. Yeah.
Right.
I got a speculation question, man. How do you guys think this?
For me? Sorry, what's up?
When the Globers say flat earthers claim there's an ice wall, you see, that's not a flat earth claim. That's the actual surveyors that say that.
And it's actually putting people in a group acting like they all think the same. It does nobody any justice. Nobody.
Yeah, but the thing is that we're under the impression that this ice wall is the barrier of the container that we live
that's
in.
just people making stuff up, dude.
There
That's
you
the
go
whole
again.
point.
That's a perfect example of what I'm saying. Yeah. So you think we all believe that? You think we all believe that?
You gotta look. It's like the globe. You know, when the globe talks about water, you gotta look at the real water, the way water behaves, and then the fantasy globe, the claims of the water on the fantasy globe. You gotta look at the horizontal lines in reality, and then at the fantasy horizontal, non-existent lines in the impossible, and then the ice walls in reality, glaciers, ice very high up, 200 feet higher than that, and then you look at the fantasy ice walls that nobody can pass through, whatever. You gotta separate the real from the fake.
Wait, so can we go over the horizontal lines on Earth and on a globe and on a flat surface?
Well, why don't they just fly over the ice walls?
Oh my god, they don't get it. Forget it.
No,
yeah, man. Exactly.
They
That's
do.
that's my question. I've been asking that shit for 10 years. Like, hey, man, why don't we just get an airplane, rent one, fly over Antarctica? Let's do it. And apparently, it cannot be done. It cannot be done.
They just don't fly over Antarctica as a whole.
Wait, why can't it be done?
I have no idea. It's too cold, they say. Go ahead, Larry. Larry, you got it.
We're conflating two things. Okay. You can fly over the ice wall or the shelf
Correct.
and land on it, right? But
yes,
commercial flights don't go from Argentina to South Africa over the ice walls.
Right.
Yeah, because doesn't it have something to do with the route being very inconvenient? If you have some sort of malfunction over that kind of land, you're screwed.
What about the North Pole? Allegedly, there's not.
What do you
even
mean?
an
Don't
ice
they
shelf
fly over the
over-
oceans all the time?
There's not even an ice shelf over Antarctica. I'm sorry, over the Arctic. If you look at the Google Maps, there's not even a.
I feel like flying over the ocean is just as dangerous.
Hold on, listen to what Larry's saying real quick.
Well, yeah, you fly. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Larry,
Larry,
go ahead.
They fly with the ocean. Is that dangerous? And when I was a kid, they showed us the globe. It had 2 ice caps. And when you look on Google Maps now, there's no ice cap in the Arctic in the north. So there's no problem flying over the north, right? But for some reason, there's a problem flying over the south. How does that make sense?
I got maps of ice caps. I got maps of Arctic ice caps, Larry. I got maps, bro.
They're so massive that the first ship of Larry, I think it was Richard E. Byrd, they had to call in for another ship because they didn't have a crane to get them up on top of the ice. So they had to wait for a fucking ship with a crane high enough to get them up on that ice wall.
Interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah, and that ice wall was also observed by Captain Cook. Not Peter Pan. Don't be thinking Peter Pan now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Captain Cook. Look him up. Look how many miles he went. Keeping the ice wall on his left.
I think it was like 70,000 miles or some crazy number.
60,000 something.
60,000?
Just under 70,000 miles.
Just under 70. Okay. Yeah, it was a long way, man. Like crazy. Anyway, interesting. Captain Cook. Yeah. But I know it's true. I guarantee it 100% without a doubt. I have no evidence, but I just totally believe that it's true.
Well, over the course of time, measurements have changed. But if they're true measurements, measurements don't change.
Correct. Yeah, man.
If they were true measurements. It's all a matter of belief, right? Because, like,
absolutely,
one good example is when you look at a picture of Earth from space, right, and you buy into it. That's like me selling you a Ford Pinto at the price of a Corvette because you've never seen a Corvette. I told you it was a Corvette, but if you've seen a Corvette, you would not fall for it. You would not fall for it. Here's the problem with the globe Earth, right? You've never seen it with your own eyes, so it's easy to fall for. You'll buy.
And guess what?
It.
I don't think Henry Ford ever saw a Corvette either.
Just an analogy, dude.
Mine's kind of an analogy. Yeah, I get it, man.
I like
You've never seen it with your own eyes.
Counterfeited space. If they counterfeited, images of the globe, how would you know?
You wouldn't.
You wouldn't.
You just buy into it. You'd buy all the alien paraphernalia. You'd buy all the Star Trek and Star Wars. You'd be like, yeah, what a great fantasy.
Yeah, but it's not.
You've never seen it with your own eyes to this day.
I'm sorry, this is a little bit off topic, but I just want to say hello to Uncle Larry and Flat Earth Dude and everybody in the room.
What's up, Cambo Beats? What's up, my man? You all right?
Yeah, nothing much, man. Just here.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm great, man. I'm in here in the evening. You know me. Talk about Earth. I love talking about Earth, man. Earth is so cool. Damn. Such a great place to live, this Earth thing. It's bitching. I'm showing my age here. The coolest thing about 10 years of listening to people talk about Earth, I'm in here a couple hours here and there, man. I got to go, I'm working, whatever. But while I'm working, I'm listening, man. So 10 years of listening. I still hear people coming in here every day, man, going, well, dude, man, don't you know the Earth's a globe, man? Got some pictures and stuff.
I've got a question. I've got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, we can measure temperature or no?
Well, of course. Don't be ridiculous.
So, do you guys, like, in regards to anything that measures like temperature via infrared, would you dismantle the concept of the technology, or you believe we can look at temperature through infrared?
Yeah, I've done it.
Couldn't we determine the distance of objects heat to what we experience, and then
as long as it's the same medium,
right? So we'd have to determine what the medium is that the heat's traveling through, right?
No, that you're looking through, or whatever the
medium,
tool
air,
you're using.
Water.
Yeah, in this case, you're using a tool to give you the temperature of where you're standing, right?
So
in the medium of air. Mm-hmm. But once you change mediums, if that tool you're using does not detect the change of medium, why would you expect an accurate reading? Why would you expect that?
So, okay, so the medium would be a change from like an atmosphere to a closed vacuum, right? So you couldn't necessarily rely on the answer from that because it said.
I wouldn't even say it's a vacuum, but I get where you're going.
Well, I know I'm going at least, So
when you need a priori knowledge of the distance, wouldn't you need to know what the distance was?
Well,
we'd use us as a distance because we're here experiencing said temperature at a certain distance. So then we could look at the distance and see what the distance says, see what the temperature is, and see at what distances would we be cooked and not cooked, and how heat travels through, I guess, an air medium, and then through these other assortments of mediums. I guess you want to say vacuum or not, I guess, right?
What does the infrared thermometer actually measure? It measures the brightness in infrared of a source of infrared radiation. Now, how bright it appears to the instrument depends on how far away it is and what its emission value is. So you need some a priori knowledge of the source if you don't actually have a distance or knowledge of how bright it is at the object, right? Because we can know what the inverse square law, we can get what the temperature would be, right? But, it's not as straightforward as you think if you think about measuring the temperature of the moon or the fucking sun or something like that. Especially the sun, because they say the surface of the sun, or the photosphere, is 1,000,000 degrees Kelvin, but the inside is only 6,000 degrees Kelvin. So it's thermodynamically uphill, which is a problem.
Well, that's not the only problem.
Here's the problem.
Date the cosmic microwave background radiation. They say it's the oldest known light in the universe. And when you ask them what's the dating method,
Well, temperature will transfer through the medium of air at a further distance than it will underwater.
It wouldn't get higher though at a distance, though, no?
But we're talking about infrared radiation now. So
yeah, but I'm just saying
everything emits every heat source emits infrared radiation if it has a temperature.
Yeah, but if you put that whatever instrument you're using as a tool for measurement within,
like if you get a certain reading, the actual object is never going to be lower than what the reading is because it have to.
No. If you put that same tool that you're measuring, hold on before you interrupt. If you put that same tool in the medium of air and you measure temperature, infrared, whatever. If you put that same tool underwater, under liquid metal, under mercury, all of these are going to give you a different reading. You're not going to get the same temperature, even though they're all in the same room, because they won't heat up as the other medium does. One medium will heat up more than the other. So I don't understand. Are these variables being considered in your argument? I guess that's what I'm asking.
I guess so.
So you guess
not specific, not specifically my argument. No, but I'm just saying, can we measure distance? Can we measure temperature? Can we make assumptions based off said thing to give us at least a ballpark answer to a said question, right?
Well, typically in almost any argument, temperature is measured within the medium of air. So when somebody says temperature, whatever they're arguing, whatever the debate is, they're relating it to within the medium of air.
But like in like a flat Earth model, wouldn't they say that like the sun and the moon is a self-contained unit, so it's not outside of how does it?
Well, if the Earth was flat, we would still have air, right?
Yeah, but like the sun and the moon, I guess, is inside a closed environment, though. Is it not? I guess you're saying air in it, so I'm saying, well, like, if the sun and the moon is in a closed environment and we're measuring it through the medium of air, then that gives us a more reflective, more accurate reading, because there wouldn't be like a vacuum reading or this or that or yada yada yada. There'd be one consistent kind of.
Well, within the medium of air, you get what they call ambient temperature too, right? So ambient temperature, it doesn't measure the same in water. Pretty much ambient temperature must be in air.
So outside of like the flat and the globe Earth model, I guess, there still be a discrepancy about how the sun operates anyway, just in general, in regards to like.
Yeah, but all these things must be controlled. These are variables.
Theories, isn't
it? These variables are not controlled within the experiment you're trying to present, then why would you even use that as an argument? All these variables must be
they have to be accounted for.
Yeah, but they're not. That's the thing.
In the globe model, yeah, they would be, but not my argument. Not.
Or they are measured and accounted for. They just don't tell us about them.
What?
That gives you power over the seas and the skies.
What the measuring the meat? No, I don't. What?
Medium,
why did you? They don't want to see us succeed. You just pulled a DJ Khaled on me, dude.
Look, a lot of these things that you're talking about, dude, aren't measurements. They're calculations based upon a priori assumptions and a lot of theory. So
no.
So things like the sun, like how far it is away, and all those things. Literally any value can work. Oh, the sun's 1,000,000 times further than what they say it is. Well, it's just 1,000,000 times bigger too. Like, I mean, it doesn't. These numbers can all change.
Yeah, they're never proven scientifically because you can't. Can't follow the scientific method and prove how far the sun is.
It's all reverse engineered in the first place. Like, you can put any value in there. Doesn't matter.
It has nothing to do with the scientific method.
Wait, what? Okay.
Okay, so why do they say that the moon perfectly eclipses the sun, right? Even though the moon is supposed to be smaller than the sun. Oh, because the moon's 400 times smaller than the sun. Well, the sun's just 400 times further away. Well, the sun can be 4,000 times further away, and the moon can be, 4,000 times smaller. Any value works. You can just stick any value you want in there because all we're doing is looking at it. We're not actually making measurements, right? We're making like comparisons.
Logical reasoning. Even if you're using
logical just use like angles and shit.
So something people do, like maybe the Earth is bigger. Maybe the radius is wrong, and maybe like why it just looks flat is because it's a bigger Earth. We've heard people say this lots of times. Okay, fine. So let's say the Earth is 2 times the radius of what they say it is. Well, that means that everything else has to be 2 times bigger and 2 times farther away. Keep everything the same, right? So now the moon has to be 600,000 miles and freaking 2,600 miles across, and the sun has to be 1.6 million miles in diameter and fucking 180 million miles of fucking 1.8 billion miles away. So like, or 180 million miles away, right? So like, we could just like you can just double everything, right? And we could triple the radius of the Earth and just triple everything, or 10 times, or 100 times, or 1,000 times. It doesn't matter.
There's a lot of assumptions going on in that math. Yeah, a lot of assumptions.
Many.
Too many. I can't even count them all. It's crazy.
Well, math is like a language. It is a language, so there could absolutely be assumptions in math.
But they taught us this in science class, so it has to be right?
No, not at all. That wasn't what I was. That was a bit weird because I wasn't coming at that angle at all. But I get about that social discourse. Why you would say that? It just anti-authoritarian, etc., etc.
Well, it's not even anti-authoritarian. They teach you in class. This is the correct answer on the test, right? They teach you from the textbook, and they say there's going to be a test on Friday. This is the chapter we're doing. And the chapter says this is true, that's true, the other thing is true.
Yeah. No, guys, you can't. I know, but that's like a young person's education system, which I can see. Like, if it was to be like developmentally misguided, then clearly, yeah. But when you get above 21 to like 45, you can't really just be talking about it was the science class taught me this. I'm not for or against any argument, by the way. I'm just saying.
You need to hang out, dude. You need to hang out until the Globers that come in here, like, you just can't use the shit you heard in elementary school. You need to hang out and tell them that. Because we hear it all day long.
Yeah, well, you want to camp in here?
You can use math within the scientific method, but the method does not require math. In other words, chemistry, for example, you have to have you have to have 1 cup of this chemical and 1 cup of this chemical to get a certain reaction, right? So all that math comes afterwards, after discovering the chemicals. So you can have math within the scientific method, but it's not a requirement. It could absolutely be used. So I wanted to say that to let Globers know that we don't think math is not used. Yeah, within the scientific method, there's many occasions where math is utilized.
What do you guys think about distance? And so
it's utilized from the perspective.
So under a flat Earth model, do you guys think about distance, or is it just what's the words like?
There's no measured distance. Okay, there's no measured distances. Okay. only at a short scale, right? Like if they build a road, they're going to measure the distance to that particular length of road to a degree, right? With an odometer. But even odometers have are large. They're not very accurate devices. They have huge They have huge uncertainties.
Actually.
10,
what do you guys think about the recent thing that happened? The money that were pulled into the guy to go to Antarctica, etc. And they don't
think anything about it whatsoever.
Why?
Hold on, what he just said.
He can't prove anything. Okay, James, dude. Let's try to stick on the same subject that we're all talking about.
You should have some opinion. It would just say that your current if you don't believe in the other side, then you would say then just the model which we're working off in regards to saying there's a flower. Would be incorrect.
Okay.
But I get it. You don't want to something.
No. This is basic logic. You can't prove something by looking at not that thing. So I can't prove what my house is made out of by looking at my neighbor's house. I can't prove what the shape of the earth is by looking at the sun. It's not possible. This is a matter of logic.
So what do you...
You don't know anything about logic, Indio.
What he's saying.
Yeah, that's a good way to start. That's a good way to start, Brenda.
Yeah, don't care.
But what he's saying is actually true, especially when it comes to distance, because you can use your own car.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I gotta say something to Brenda. Brenda, go on X. So there's a pinned message, the final proposition. You can show me how much logic I don't know right there. So because there's 138 comments, and not one of you globetrotters can make a logically sound statement to how the final experiment proves the globe or falsifies the flat Earth. Why is that? Go there and find out.
The odometer on your vehicle will not click a mile every mile that you see a mile marker on the interstate. You'll start to see it. Maybe you started before and it clicked right before the first mile marker you went to, right? So you're expecting it to do the same thing at the second mile marker. Pretty soon this is going to get out of whack, completely out of whack.
You can't expect. No, you can't necessarily.
So the Earth mediums and stuff has never been measured accurately. The map is not the terrain. If the map was the terrain, then it would be measured accurately. The map is not the terrain. It cannot be accurate. It's no possible way.
Okay, so the whole point is we don't have measured distances. We don't have measured distance. Yeah, so we don't have measured distances. If you want to know the distance,
it's like the sun and stuff, but in regards to the Earth, we definitely do because we've been.
No, we actually don't.
No, we actually do because we have something.
Okay,
that's.
New York to LA.
Relax. Calm down, dude.
Well, I'm going to ask her an example. New York to LA. What's the distance?
Okay, do you want me to show you what a triangle is, dude?
Jesus Christ! No, I want you to tell me what the distance is and how it was measured.
Well,
are you saying you're using?
I'm just talking about I don't know. Calm down. I'm just talking about regular cartography and how we do that.
So a triangle with a flat bottom. Is that what you're saying?
Okay.
How you measure the Earth?
Peaks at a distance. You can measure the distance between it.
No curve involved.
It doesn't matter if you don't necessarily believe in the curvature. Then it doesn't necessarily look at the distance.
Do you measure the distance?
No, we're not measuring the distance through like a curved thing.
Oh, the method of your measurement tells you the shape of the object.
No,
if you're using triangulation.
Measured.
No, it doesn't.
Did I say it again? Measured how, dude?
Can you stop shouting at me in India?
No, I want you to answer. You said it's measured. I want to know how.
What do you got to do about that behavior? Like, what's wrong with this guy?
Yeah. Don't talk about my behavior, dude.
He's from Boston. Why are you speaking to me like that for? I just said to you that using a triangle because I said you can measure distances, and then I said something.
How?
Okay, can you lower your tone?
No, you can answer my question.
Why is he? I'm sorry. There's like 20, 30 people in here. What's wrong with this brother? Like, relax.
Yeah, dude. Listen, I'm not the topic. Answer the fucking question and stop dodging.
You can jump off a bridge before I'm spoken to like that. How about that?
I'll let you lick my dick and say bye.
Have you got a desk in front of you?
Actually, no. I have a coffee table. Why?
And do you want to take your dick out now or later?
Oh man.
Okay, good. So you have a triangle. You have a.
What do you mean take my dick out for what?
You just said lick my dick, so I said, do you want to take it out now or later?
You probably would.
Exactly. Now we have a prejudice problem. Anyway, so
you lick dick.
So like in your desk in front of you, you
How the
fucking
fuck do you
abhorrent.
dare?
What's wrong with this guy? What's wrong with this human being? I said something in favor.
There's
of
nothing wrong with me. You're the one saying you want to lick my dick.
Yeah, you proposed
That's really
it.
weird, man.
And I said stand on
You
business.
decided you were going to go along with it. What if I
Yeah, but
said
you're-
frickin'
why
eat
you-
my
why you
toe to
running-
him?
Okay, I'm just gonna mute you instead because
Why are you gay?
No, you're not going to mute me. I'm going to mute you. Good try, though.
Why are you gay?
That was
So,
weird, man.
Who's gay?
Yeah. So ties in. When you have the methodology for measuring distance, type it in the chat, and I'll mute you, and I'll let you tell all of this.
Methodology.
Because you claimed that we can measure distances. So I want the methodology, the instrumentation, and the methodology from which that's done.
He's not going to
Just
get
said he
that.
was gonna-
Yo.
Yeah, guys, if you're not interesting, you're literally an NPC Glober that comes in here and then just makes an absurd claim and won't back it up. Another one. Just get the, how do they measure distances? Is that so hard? You said they measure distances. I go, yeah, how do they do that? Oh, why are you acting like that? Oh, no, how do they do that? This is interesting human being. Why do they do that? You start talking about me. Just tell us how they do that.
What's wrong with this guy? He's yelling at me. I feel bad.
say you don't know.
Craziest
You
thing
can just
to
say
me
you don't
is-
know.
Why are you being such a dick? Why don't you suck my?
said it-
That got really weird, man. Fast. I don't know what the fuck happened, man, but that
He
was
said he
weird.
was gonna mute. He said he was gonna mute Indy. That's hilarious.
Yeah, maybe you still can't hear me.
Yeah, I think he might have boogied.
Wait,
I don't
who
know.
is it? Who
Ties
are you
in.
talking to?
I was
Ties
talking to
muted.
Tyson.
Muted.
Well, he's muted. Yeah, he's muted because he said he was going to mute me.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh.
he did. He did.
Oh, Tarzan, you got to unmute Indio, please.
I was talking to the other guy, and I don't know what he wants. What you want me to explain distance? I said something in favor of you, but you spoke to me in a certain type of fashion, and I'm not playing the
Fashion.
victim. I'm just saying.
It's called a Boston fashion, man. Get used to it, or you know.
A certain type of fashion. What fashion was that?
Yeah, but
What fashion is that?
No,
So
why
he
is this
muted me.
an
So
ad hominem conversation? I asked you to
you're
be
getting
civil.
banned. You're getting banned. So
okay.
Yeah. So bye.
Stay on topic. Stay on point.
Yeah.
Learn a lot from Indy. That's for sure.
Let me ask you guys, man. If you guys were in like a PhD class and we were sitting around talking, do you think some Mongo like that could come into the class and dominate the whole class like that? I don't think so, bro.
No,
That
it's
guy's
not
going to
gonna
get kicked out of every single class if he comes in with that kind of attitude. Yeah, you're screwed, man. You're done.
Well, you know, you gotta give some leniency for the internet because we all act different.
Yeah,
on
but
the internet than
you
we
know,
do in real life.
If you went into a lecture with that attitude, you probably want to get kicked out.
Come on, man. You're gonna get kicked out. Yeah, you want to get kicked out. If you go in there with that kind of Mongo attitude, man, you're screwed. And we're just trying to have a conversation about what this is or that is, or light.
Well, think about it like this, dude. You're going for your PhD, and you have to defend it, right? You have to defend your dissertation. All the professors are standing up there, and you're like, "We measure distances," and one of the guys is like, "How did they measure that?" And you're like, "Why are you talking to me like that?"
You guys are stupid. You guys are just a bunch of stupid Mongos. Yeah, that's how it, dude. Imagine that. That's so perfect. You got to keep that in there. Write that shit down, man. That's exactly what it is, bro. Come in to guys has been hanging out for 10 years together and go, you guys are stupid, man, because you don't get the answer to my dissertation with my PhD. Yeah, you're so fucked, man. You would never.
You got to defend it, right? You got to defend all the data in it, and if anything comes up, they can ask you questions, right? You're trying to get a PhD. You're trying to prove you know something, and then you're just like, I don't like the way you're talking to me. And then it was like, okay, give this guy a PhD, man. He said you don't like the way we're talking to him. It's fucking.
I don't like the way you guys are talking to me, man. I mean, come on, you guys are like bullies. Come on, man. Quit being such a.
You did the Christopher Walken. You're talking about boy all wrong.
Larry, I hope you laugh out as much as I am, man, because that is funny, right? Come on.
Well, it makes sense back in the day when a PhD meant something, but it don't mean shit anymore. all it means nowadays is you're you've been successfully indoctrinated. Here's my award.
Damn. So, how did you measure that, sir, in your dissertation for your PhD? You're like, well, you guys are stupid. That's how I measured it. You guys are stupid. I measured it like that, dumbass. How dare you ask me that question? Come on, man. That's funny. I hope you guys are laughing. For fuck's sake, man. That's hilarious.
It is a great point. It is a great point.
I'm thinking of back to school when Rodney Dangerfield was getting that exam.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, back to school. Oh, my goodness.
The king of one-liners.
Oh, the king.
Gotta love Rodney, man.
One of the
He's
kings,
the king of one-liners, man.
Yeah, he's definitely the king, man.
Nobody could say 10 words and make you laugh.
Yeah,
like he could.
Yeah, he's great. But yeah, that's what we're dealing with, Indio. People come in here and go, how'd they measure it? You guys are stupid. Like, oh, thanks, man. That helps. Yeah, you're gonna pass the grade. No, you're not. You're not gonna pass the grade, bro. Damn.
You think Brenda's gonna go on X and answer my post?
No, please, no, Brenda, man. Do not.
No. I kicked her out of here.
I can't do Brenda, man. I'm sorry. You guys have at it, man.
I apologize, but I do enjoy Shoe being a phenomenon. I do. It makes me laugh. I chuckle at that.
Naturally observed phenomenon.
Yeah. It's
Brenda's an unnaturally observed phenomenon.
A shoe, dude. A shoe. So from time to time, I don't mind Brenda because I enjoy the laughs.
No, man. It's complete cringeville, bro, in my opinion. Please. Stop
It is.
Just fucking stop it, guys. Just don't even go there, man. It's not worth it.
I'm not going to argue with you. That's for sure.
It's just not worth it. I mean, love you, Brenda, but this forum's not for you. You find a different one. You'll be good. Yeah.
Did they tolerate her over at what's that one? Geo server?
I don't.
Earth Awakenings.
Yeah, I don't think she's that welcome over there. I really don't.
I mean, because they're kind of like, more tolerant, I guess you'd say.
They're super tolerant. They do. Geo does stream it on Rumble and YouTube, which is cool, man. I listen while I'm working, whatever. I'll tune in. Sometimes they're, over there, you can talk about anything you want, bro. Pretty much. I mean, you can bring up pretty much anything at Geo's, man. And then, I like that kind of freedom to talk about, other topics than Earth, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
It's great. We can talk about, weed. There's people talking about alcohol or, health stuff, man. They're really good about letting you Geos let you talk about all that shit over there. So, that's cool.
From my experience, Brenda's offline behavior would be tolerated offline, but Brenda's online behavior would not be tolerated because Brenda has this thing where it's all about control. And that's not going to fly at Geos. Like, you have to go with the flow or get the fuck out.
Yeah, Geo will shut that shit down, and somebody will come in.
I agree with Larry.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You gotta,
But I will say this: Brenda makes me laugh.
Not me. Makes me cringe.
Me either, dude.
I fucking
Makes me
cringe.
laugh.
I'm like cringing. Cringe. Anyway, moving on to Earth. What we're doing, where we live. Do you guys like muscle cars or Japanese?
Yeah, absolutely.
Rice,
Whatever they
what
call
are they called?
that,
Rice burners. They used to call them rice burners. You guys ever heard
Chevy
that?
Corvette, man. Chevy Corvette, man. Come on.
Mopar, baby. Mopar. Right?
Chevy Corvette, dude. Who can fuck with that?
All right.
None
I
of
just
them can
saw
fuck
like
with it,
somebody burning out. Somebody put a little meme. T-Dub, man, put a little burnout meme. That's why I brought up muscle cars. That's all.
Dude, if you price a Lamborghini, Ferrari, if you price all these cars that beat the vet, you could buy 3 vets, 2 vets, 3 vets.
Oh,
So in other words, you could buy 1 vet and put all that money into it, and it would stomp those fucking. The vet is, to me, it's the biggest bang for the buck, in my opinion.
All right.
And for the longest time,
okay,
I went with the small block for the longest time. I think it was like 2008.
Okay.
That it finally went to the big block.
All right.
Yeah, it was a supercar with the 350, man.
Nice.
I just went. You said muscle car, so I had to say.
Yeah, I just brought that up as a subject. Maybe. Any of you guys ever flown an airplane? Anybody?
Yes.
Okay, cool, man. That's cool. Twice?
I've never been anywhere, dude. I'm a flat earther. I live in a van down by the river. It's not my van, it's my mother's van, and I live in the bottom of it. So,
what's an airplane?
You live in the basement of a van.
I live in my mom's basement of a van under a bridge down by the river.
My front door says conspiracy theorist, and I got long hair.
That's hilarious.
Gotta play a part, man.
Senator Kennedy said that conspiracy theorists are betting like 40-0 right now. You gotta get some big conspiracies because they all turned out to be true.
Yeah.
It's a badge of honor.
Dude, we're crushing, bro. We're crushing. 40-0. Come on, man. That's a wipeout. You're done.
Well, when you look at the past 4 or 5 years, yeah.
Hey, I'm just looking at like last 4 or 5 days, man. They're like, whoa, what the hell's going on? Holy shit, man.
I just don't want people in sports is like going off the charts right now. You're onto something, James.
Yeah, like everything, dude. Everything. It doesn't matter. COVID. Oop, mute me. I said COVID.
Oh shit, dude, you're fired,
dude. Wearing a mask, standing 6 feet away. Come on, dude.
Yeah, we can't go there, man. Come on.
Well, I use it as an example of people bending the knee.
Dude, is it still shit on floors that nobody's like pulled up around where you live? Like little fucking feet or fucking pieces of tape. I could still see the remnants of the pandemic, like fucking here and there. People that got the tape down the side or something.
Yes.
Dude, it's like retarded.
Yeah.
We'll close the churches, but we'll keep the titty bars open.
Hey, that's weird.
Hey, titties are essential.
That's a science, though. That's science.
Science, man. We got science.
Fucking Larry, dude. That's great. That's great.
Hey, we got the science.
They are essential. They are essential. That's great.
The thing that makes you the most mad about the whole thing, out of all this stuff, is the people that couldn't visit their loved ones that were dying.
Don't even get me started, India.
That makes me so
not get me started.
Fucking angry. Like even worse than like the schools. And I'm not talking about the people that were like passing away from so-called, whatever, right?
All right.
The people that like they had some other disease, like they were old and they were going to pass away anyway,
right?
That they were already fucked up. So like they're like, I'm only 90 years old. We're going to die anyway. Like they're already coming to their natural end, and then this shit happens, and they're like behind a fucking bubble or some fucking plastic or can't go there at all and can't go to the funeral and no wake and no fucking none of that shit, right? No closure, no grievance, nothing, dude.
Nothing.
That shit makes me so ballistically fucking angry, dude. Like people like, oh, we've been married 80 years and my wife is passing away from, whatever, freaking stage 4 renal cancer. And like she's been, I've been helping her through chemo for 4 or 5 years, and now it's finally caught up with her. Oh, pandemic happened. Fucking, I can't even fucking, go visit her in the hospital or one of those fucking moments. That's disgusting. That's fucking like anyone that participated in that. I'm not gonna say it.
Hey,
he's a fucking hangman, dude.
Indio.
Divorces, businesses. All of these things skyrocket.
I don't even want to get in. Dude,
listen, I don't even know. Listen, this is not affected me personally. It's like I don't even know anybody that this has happened to, but just the idea the idea that something like that could even happen it makes me sick to my stomach, dude. I can't even imagine a greater freaking pain, dude.
Well, also, you gotta think about how many people who perished compared to how many businesses that shut down.
Well, not only that, but
Larry.
Hold on. Easy. Hank's right. Larry, sorry.
Say that again, Larry.
Not only that, but families, dude. Families. Divorces skyrocketed over whether they should take it or not.
All right. Dude, we got to get off the subject. So,
where's the science, though?
dude.
Yeah, we're not going to get into the details of that. That's how it's keeping it to the social thing. You don't want to talk about the.
But it was all based on science. Was the guys?
No, it wasn't based on science. We know that, dude. Stop it.
No, it was. It wasn't. But the guys was.
The science.
Don't worry, the science was pardoned.
Yeah.
The science was pardoned. They had to pardon the science. No, fucking that's hilarious. It should go on a T-shirt, bro.
It should go on a T-shirt. Exactly, Larry.
Remember, he said if you're questioning me, you're questioning science. So the science was pardoned.
Dude, I should make T-shirts with like Biden, like some picture of Biden. And it says like "Pardon the science" and fucking sell T-shirts.
Well, the only reason I bring it up is because a lot of globe earthers think science determines shape of the earth when it doesn't. So that's why I brought that up, is because they claim science, but where's the? How about this? Show us. I thought
science didn't prove anything.
Show us the science. Show us the experiment, and I'll bet you just about everybody would take it. But because they was unwilling to do that, you had families, churches, you had all sorts of things being shut down. Some people kissed the boots of Caesar. Some people refused to kiss the boots of Caesar. All under the guise of science. That's why I brought it up.
All right, I got you. Yeah, man. This place loves science, man. That's one thing I've learned over the years. We actually love science.
It's Anthony Fauci.
So
science is great, and it doesn't take a billionaire to fucking do it.
Nope. Yeah, I had a physicist from Caltech. Cal Poly. Professor Mikolakis. I remember I dealt with him, but he said, "You are a scientist, bro, because you're looking into this stuff." And he thought it was great that I was looking into flat Earth. He's like, "You are a scientist by definition, looking into cause and effect." Yeah. Observer.
Well, they'll tell you that They'll tell you that science sets itself apart from religion, but at the same time, they'll tell you trust the science. That's what you do with religion. You trust it. You trust it.
Well,
so they contradict themselves in almost every statement they make, and people don't have the discernment to understand what's going on. To me, it's flagrant.
Yeah,
it's a flagrant foul. It's a personal foul, and they can't even understand the personal foul.
Oh shit, you Mongos. Pardon me, trust the science. Pardon me, trust. I wouldn't. Okay, this is the politics server. I guess that's cool. I guess.
Yeah, it's
I don't know.
politics. But yeah, I think the original meme said something along the lines of, "How are you going to trust the science if they had to pardon it?"
Absolutely.
Dude, think about that, Larry. Larry, you got to laugh at that one, man. Come on.
Yeah, I'm laughing.
Jimmy Jedi would laugh at that shit, man. Come on. That's
I
funny.
I am happy that they're coming out in like hundreds of thousands with those kind of memes.
Yeah, I love it the way you put it.
They're wrecking them. They're wrecking them right now.
Yeah,
totally
the way
wrecking
you
them.
put it there, Larry. Welcome to the show. Damn, funny show we're in. Damn funny show. Whew.
Yeah, I've been enjoying the show for like 44 years now. I guess if you
right,
if you count,
yeah,
from the beginning. Yeah, this is a pretty crazy show.
Crazy show, man. Welcome.
Acid Rain. It came, it went, and
yeah, Acid Rain, man, it's gone, bro. We killed.
Yeah.
We got rid of the Acid Rain. You know that.
Then there was
so great. We're so great.
The ozone
Larry.
layer in the 90s.
Hole in the sky.
Acid Rain, bro.
Yeah,
hole in the sky.
Yeah, ozone layer over Antarctica. It's going to melt the ice caps.
No, it's cold. It's going to melt. It's going to be hot.
Near Earth asteroids.
Asteroids. You guys got to duck your heads, man. Duck your heads.
Yeah, you got to get that asteroid insurance if you believe.
Oh, dude, Larry.
There is an account of a German boy, right? He was walking along, coming home from school or something, and he heard this whistle, real high pitched. Next minute, he had this burning sensation in his hand, and there was a hole straight through his hand.
What?
And a little rock on the ground that was smoking, and they reckon it was a meteor. Went straight through his hand. Yeah,
Matthew. Learn.
I read that story years ago.
I bet it was made of lead with copper casing. Just my opinion.
It's whatever you fantasize or believe. You have to trust it, right? Can't verify it. Got to trust it.
Yeah, I mean, there's ways to calculate some stuff and say, "Hey, man, this could be this way or that way." Yeah, I get the calculations, man.
Are there ways? I don't think there are ways. I think one way would tell you one thing, a different way would tell you another.
You're right. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure that's what I'm saying. Is that, yeah, you can calculate some stuff to come up with different end results, whatever those are.
Well, as long as there's a cause and effect relationship to determine the phenomenon,
well,
then you're talking science. But
sometimes you have
to either using logical reasoning and belief. You're definitely not using science. So,
well, if you assume some things,
what do you mean? Well,
I'm saying, man, if you assume some certain parameters in your equation, you can come up with different.
Have you heard of pseudoscience? You ever heard of pseudoscience?
Everybody knows
about the definition. What's the definition?
Definition is a science.
And it's not a gotcha. If you don't know, then fine.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't recite it off the top of my head, but pseudoscience, in my opinion, is fake science.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
it's when you claim something is scientific, but you never adhered to the scientific method.
Exactly. You kind of.
There's no experiment. There's no hypothesis.
There's no experiment. That's the problem.
There's no varying.
Explain it like this. So when you do the double slit experiment, right?
Yeah.
So during the so-called experiment, let's not question whether or not it's experiment. This is just to illustrate. So the know or the which path information collapses the wave function. Okay, turn the machine off, everything. Let's go to the break room. He's going to have a beer. I'm going to have a cigar. And we start talking about live weight particle duality. At the part where the test is over, we've taken off our science hats and lab coats and goggles, and we put on our philosopher caps.
Yes.
So a lot of science is like construed, or a lot of philosophy is construed as science, unfortunately. So that's the way I see it.
Pseudoscience, by definition. It's just that the pseudoscience is not being called out. Rather than being called out, it's actually being called science. That's the problem.
Right, it's okay to talk about wave particle duality or whatever, but it's just as equally not scientific if I say something along the lines of, how does the light know that there's a knower in order to stop in order to collapse a wave function? Like, that's just as scientific as going, it's a light, it's a particle. No, it's not a particle, it's a wave. Like,
just show me the experiment.
We're all drinking beer and smoking cigars and doing philosophy.
Yeah. Instead of an experiment that you can do over and over, get the same result. He's absolutely right. It's just they get into these, almost the break room's a perfect example. It's like they get into these rooms and they take off their science hats, like he said, and just start talking philosophy, man. It's great.
Hey, just like we're doing in here, we're talking about the physicality of where we live.
Yeah, but we're not claiming science, right?
Yeah, we're trying to get to the bottom of where we live. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah. Well,
and
the shape is
all you guys are doing the same thing, man. Where the heck is where do we live, man? How's it work? What's up? And that's been going on as long as humans have been here. I'm pretty sure, man. I could be wrong, but
yeah. So it's pseudoscience. It's also been going on as long as humans have been around and science was introduced.
Stories, bro.
People
Stories
claiming science without an experiment.
Yep.
Show me the experiment.
Hey, stories of outer space traveling to other bodies above our heads, man. Oh my God.
Show me the data.
Crazy.
Show me the experiment.
Think about that, man. I mean, that's called pseudoscience, man, because none of us have ever done that. We're not going to travel to the moon or.
Well, traveling to the moon has nothing to do with science. Does traveling in an airplane, does that require the scientific method?
No.
No, it doesn't.
No.
It doesn't?
No, I mean.
Maybe I'll give you this. Maybe creating an airplane.
I think it's objective reality, man.
No, that didn't involve science either because it was just the Wright brothers. They weren't scientists.
Like I said,
they didn't know anything about aerodynamics. They didn't know any of that shit.
All right.
Like I said, maybe creating the airplane involved some science, but that doesn't.
No, they were just like, if we build it, they will come, right? And like, oh, that shit didn't work. Let's try this one. That didn't work. Let's try this one. That didn't work.
Yeah, they realized what they was doing was within the same medium over and over. So I ain't even saying that they did use science. All I'm saying is I can understand in order to create the airplane, maybe some science was used, real science, not fake science. Doesn't mean the whole overarching
engineering, right?
Yeah. It doesn't mean the whole overarching thing was all nothing but science. Yeah, because I mean, you got to give them credit, right?
Hey, you got a part of science, man.
I thought the Wright brothers did use science.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking because you got to have a certain.
Yeah, they did. Who said they didn't use science?
What's the independent variable?
That's
think
where Larry's right. That's where Larry's right. He's right. What's the independent variable?
What's the dependent
What's the
variable? What's the naturally
What's the
observed phenomenon? What's the control variables?
Yeah, he's right.
We're
He's
talking
right.
about a method of inquiry, right?
Yep. You're right. You're right. I
Like,
stand
can you do
corrected.
the Heimlich maneuver without doing the Heimlich maneuver? Is there like pseudo Heimlich maneuvers?
Wait, what do you mean? What's the independent variable that they dealt with?
Right, because
Yeah,
if
Is that
you're
what you're
claiming
asking?
science, right? Anytime you say science, you're talking about natural science, right? Hopefully, you're not in a forum talking with physicists and, or not physicists, but people coming here who are physicists, and you're talking about social sciences, right? So we're talking about natural science, right? So you need naturally observed phenomenon. That's the first step, right? Then you need a hypothesis. What's causing that phenomenon? Well, let's say it's A is causing B. Okay, well, what's A and what's B so we can do the peer review? Like, if you can't even get past, like, the first step, like, what were they looking at that caused them to do science? Were they seeing birds and going, what's causing that? And
The Wright brothers?
Yeah, I'm trying to still man the argument.
They studied other people's work, and they also did some research on their own.
Well, of course they did, but
Of
they
course,
said
man.
the wing is causing it. Okay, they're going fast. Okay, so do they just keep manipulating variables until they got it right? Hence the name.
Yeah, essentially, they would set up like an experiment, and then they would adjust the variables until they got the best outcome to build a model.
Would you agree that if somebody
Where did you hear that horse shit?
What horseshit?
That they built a model. That they built a model? What model?
They used the model. Didn't you hear about their flight?
Yeah. Are you talking a physical model or like a scientific model?
It's a physical model. What's the difference between a physical model and a scientific model? What do you mean by that?
One is a bunch of mathematics and one exists in reality.
I mean, they did do aerodynamics research. If you think that as like a,
They did aerodynamics research.
Dynamics research? No, what do you mean by that?
You're saying they did aerodynamics research.
Yeah.
So they figured out what caused the lift.
Yes.
Okay. They don't know now what causes lift. So how did they figure it out?
They built a wind tunnel.
The Wright brothers in 1918 built a wind tunnel at Kitty Hawk.
No,
yeah, you can look up. You can look it up. It was actually done before them by the Germans when they had gliders. So yeah, this is common knowledge. You didn't know this? Yeah. Wind tunnels are not like that profound of like a invention. You really thought they weren't invented? I'm starting to think you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh shit! Do you guys think pianos were invented? Oh my god! I mean, pianos were invented, right? Who invented
this guy? You hear how like confident he was, and now he's quiet. That was weird.
No, I'm fact checking you, dude.
All right, let me know what you find.
Fact check this Mongo shit.
Who invented the first wind tunnel? Frank H. Wenham.
That's
Wenham. Yeah, that's not a Wright brothers.
When was it invented?
They didn't use their airplane in the wind tunnel.
What are you talking about? They used the wind tunnel to design the wings.
It would have been close to the early 1900s, right?
It would have been before they did their flight at Kitty Hawk.
No, before that would have been the wind tunnel.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. They did. They used wind tunnel was invented before their flight at Kitty Hawk.
Okay, all right. Let's check it out, man. I trust Indio to dig it up. Anybody else want to chime in on when the wind tunnel was made?
I could absolutely be wrong, but I thought it was.
All right, hey man, I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm just saying, can we just check it? And what does What does the AI say about wind tunnels? Who invented
All
the
right, wind tunnel was invented in 1871 by Francis Herbert Wenham, a British engineer. It was designed in 1871. The Wright brothers didn't fly their plane until 1903.
03, yeah.
But they built in 1901. The Wright brothers built a wind tunnel, and they tested over 200 different wing designs. They were absolutely doing science, and the variable that they were adjusting were the wind speed and the shape of the wing, the design. So yeah, they were definitely doing science.
No, you understand that there's a difference between trial and error in science, right? You do understand that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so what was when they created the wind tunnel? What was the naturally observed phenomenon?
Birds.
Naturally observed phenomena? What do you mean exactly?
Birds.
You're talking about? Are you talking about the independent variables and the dependent variables? What are you talking about here?
Well, if you're going to use the scientific method to determine cause and effect relationship, you must determine cause and effect, right?
Okay.
So
what do you mean exactly?
So in nature, did they observe wind tunnels?
They observed wind.
Okay, so I'll give you that. I'll grant you that. No problem with that. Wind tunnels, though, did they observe those in nature?
No, wind tunnels are a human invention. They're designed to simulate wind.
Right. So when they're in the tunnel and they get the wings right and the position of the wings right, it's different than when they go out into the real world, right? They can't use wind tunnel anymore.
It's not a one-to-one. No, of course not. A wind tunnel has a lot of controlled elements to it. Yeah, of course. It's very different from being out in the world, subject to nature.
Right. And then turbulence, they probably didn't do in the wind tunnel until they.
Does anyone else get the feeling that QE is lurking, just waiting?
Yeah.
Wait, what was your question?
No.
Well, in the wind tunnel, right? It's different than flying in nature, right? It's different.
Yeah. I mean, you're not flying in a wind tunnel. You're just testing aerodynamics.
Yeah, I mean, you've heard of the term turbulence, right?
Yeah, of course. Mm-hmm.
Did they replicate that in the wind tunnel?
I don't know. I would doubt it. I think they were just trying to find the best, most efficient wing design.
Right, and I bet you once they experienced turbulence, they probably tried to replicate it in the wind tunnel.
Maybe. I don't know.
Would you agree with that?
I don't know. I don't even know if they could simulate turbulence in a wind tunnel. I'm not that familiar with how wind tunnels work.
My point is these experiments are not scientific. They're just trial and error.
How are they not scientific, though? I don't understand. They have independent variables. They have dependent variables. They have controlled variables. What makes them not scientific?
Because if you fly
it's not the study of the natural world.
If you fly a plane from LA to New York, no day is going to be the same. Therefore, you cannot scientifically prove this. You cannot scientifically say this plane will always do this every single flight it takes throughout its whole life. Right? You can't do that.
That's not what they're testing. They never made an assertion that they're going to make a uncrashable plane. They were just trying to generate lift so that they could get something off the ground, get a person off the ground.
Yeah, and generating.
I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding how you're getting from that to every time somebody flies a plane and it's going to be a different day. You can't 100% guarantee. I don't understand.
Okay, let me give you an example. Generating lift in a wind tunnel is different than generating lift from LA to New York. Would you agree?
It depends. It would depend. They're not exactly the same, but the most important variables can be simulated. Like the most important things can be simulated, like the wind speed and things like that. Yeah.
Every true scientific experiment will give you the same result over and over and over again, right? Flying a plane
It
will not do
depends.
that.
It actually depends because there's different ways in which the scientific method gets used. So there's designing things and then there's observing things. If you're observing things and you're trying to make a hypothesis that is true 100 out of 100 times, that's very different from trying to design something. But both of them use science.
No. I think none of them
Okay.
don't. They're using
Engineering is not
power,
science, dude. Engineering is not science. Okay, science
Why
is
is
study the natural.
engineering not? Why is
It's
designing
for
not
number one.
science?
Well, it's a different word for one, and those different words mean different things. That's a big clue.
No, that's not how things work. So sometimes you can
That's
say
how
things
words
can be.
work?
Sometimes things can be two things at once. Like a banana is a specific fruit, but it's also a fruit. So
Yeah, I'm aware of
what you
that.
said is kind of retarded.
Science is defined as systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. With the Wright brothers, and
Right,
yes,
but there are,
they did use a wind tunnel.
but you understand.
And the main
you
factor
understand
what
that
they
there are disciplines of science, right? There are more than one disciplines of science. You
yeah,
understand
and
that,
what
right?
the Wright brothers did was engineering.
And they use science, yeah.
They didn't use science; they used trial and error because their
How
main
did they
component
not?
of what
How,
they changed.
why didn't they use? Why didn't they use
What in
science?
the
What
natural
separates
world?
what they
What did
did?
they use?
What separates what they did from science?
Okay, I'll ask you. What was the natural phenomenon they observed?
The natural phenomenon they observed
Yeah,
was flight.
Natural
Was
phenom-
things being able to take lift in the air. Yeah.
yeah.
Flight.
Tell me what the exact natural phenomenon they observed.
Flight was what they observed.
Bird flying in the
Right.
flight. Bird flying.
Yeah.
Flight.
That things fly. That they can go outside and
Fly.
see that things can fly in the air. That's what they observed.
So the
Okay,
first
so
airplane was
so they
designed
studied
with a bird.
birds.
Yes, they studied birds.
They studied how wing designs affect lift. I don't understand what you're not getting about this.
No, it's still what you're not getting is what they did is man-made. They altered the geometry of different foils to figure out what had the best lift to drag ratio.
Yeah, but they were doing that because they saw that things in the world fly. That's when they were like, okay, things can fly. Let's see if we can take.
So what
that and
physical
we can
law did
figure
they
it
come
out.
up with? What physical law did they come up with?
Physical law did they come up
Yeah,
with?
a physics
I
law.
think they were just studying. I think they were just trying to figure out how to get controlled flight. I don't think they came up with any physical
Oh, they weren't doing
laws.
science?
Did they come? So you have to come up with a physical law to be able to do science. Is that what you're
That's
saying?
the goal.
That's
So
called
you're saying it's not
called
science. So you're
engineering.
saying, hold on. I need to be clear on this. You're saying it's not science unless at the end of it somebody comes up with a physical law.
That's the goal. Nothing they did could have ever come up with a physical law.
I don't agree. I don't agree with how you define science.
Okay, it's not how I define science. Science is a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it.
It's definitely
not
a
things that are
definition that's
man-made.
very personal to you. It's a personal definition.
You can look it up. It's in the Oxford Dictionary, the Cambridge Dictionary, Merriam-Webster. Like, go look it up. It's not my definition.
Yeah, it's definitely
you
your
shouldn't be- you
personal
shouldn't-
definition.
No, you shouldn't be worried about the
So
definition.
if my definition's wrong, what's your definition?
Your definition, you should.
And
Science,
give me the
well,
citation
science,
from where it's from.
science is a process by which they use observation, experimentation, data analysis,
You got
and
a
then
citation?
iteration.
Okay, give me a citation.
A citation for what?
For your definition. Just accuse me of using a personal definition, which you actually just did yourself.
Okay, well let me find.
No, I want the exact definition that you said. I don't want the definition of the scientific method. I want the definition of science.
Oh, science.
You're better off.
Let's look it up.
You're better off. You're better off.
The
looking up
definition of science. Science is a systematic discipline that builds and organizes knowledge in the form of testable hypotheses and predictions about the universe.
Yeah, where's that from?
From Wikipedia.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I meant a dictionary definition, dude.
Oh, you want me to go to a dictionary? That's what you want? Okay, let's see. Dictionary.
Yeah, just Wikipedia, dude. That anybody can change. Yeah, just do that one.
I mean, anybody can change the dictionary too, but let's see.
No, you can't.
Oh my god.
All
without
right,
being
so
Stupid.
science.
Science from the Oxford Dictionary. The systematic
Science
study
is
of
a
the stuff-
branch. Science is a branch of knowledge or study dealing with. It has multiple definitions here. Branch of study dealing with the body of facts or truth systematically arranged and showing the operation of general laws. It's the systematic knowledge of the physical and material world gained through observation and experimentation. Any of the branches of natural or physical science. Systematized knowledge in general. These are all definitions of science.
Okay, do you think that's what the Wright brothers were doing?
Yes.
Or were they just trying to make an airplane fly?
Oh my goodness, dude.
They were doing both. They were trying to make an airplane fly using science.
They were using engineering to figure out.
Engineering, yes, sir.
That's it. They weren't using science.
No.
They're just building shit. You know, they're bicycle guys, man. Fuck's sake, man. Come on.
Dude, I'm not taking anything
Science is
from them,
largely
dude.
trial and error, bro.
Yeah, it's
I'm not
trial
taking
and error, man.
anything from them. They were smart. They were very smart people.
It's called engineering, man. Engineering is the
that's
term, not
engineering.
science, bro. It's called engineering.
It's not.
Totally
Engineering
different.
is
It's not
part of
just-
science, bro.
Yeah.
So
So, a couple things, a couple distinctions. A couple distinctions need to be drawn here. Is that when you say things like trial and error, you're like kind of implying that they're just guessing, that they just like put random.
I get what you're
shapes into-
saying. I'm not. That's not what I was trying to say, but I get what you're saying, and that's not what I was trying to say. But you know, it was a lot of trial.
I wasn't even talking to you. I don't even know.
Well, I was the one that said trial and error, so I assumed you'd be
It is
referring to
trial
the
and
person
error.
that you're talking about the words that got brought up.
It's engineering more than science.
I don't know who you are.
Do yourself a
But yeah,
favor
they
and
use
I
science
don't know who
for
you
sure.
are either, bro.
They use
Do
science
yourself
for
a-
sure.
Whoever just looked up.
Who the fuck is hot micing with their
Yeah,
TV?
it's not me. Whoever just looked up science, do yourself a favor and look up pseudoscience. Because after you look up science and then pseudoscience, you get a better definition of what science is. So look up pseudoscience real quick. Look that up.
Whilst you do that, I'll read this out. Engineering is not science, and confusing the two keeps us solving the problems of the world. This is from Henry Petrowski.
Engineering is
Professor
part of
Engineering.
science.
Part of science, dude.
Yeah,
Dude, we're
that's
trying
what
to
I said before. Yeah.
hold.
Can you
what
can you go to dictionary.com and type in engineering? Since you guys keep having me look up words, can one of you look up engineering in the dictionary.com? Read that for us.
That's awesome.
I could, but I won't.
We
As
have
long
to
as you look
separate
up
the two.
pseudoscience.
We have to separate the two. Next person that talks through me is going to get muted. Science and engineering are not the same thing. What's
I'm
the
talking right now.
engineering
I'm
method?
about to get muted.
Excuse me. What's the engineering method and
I
what's the
didn't get muted.
scientific method? Shut up then. Science is a methodology. Observation of natural phenomena, formulation of a hypothesis, then repeated experimentation and testing. Engineering doesn't follow this method. You're all in a fucking category area. You must be stupid. Engineering is not science.
So science is a broad term. Engineering is applied science. It's a more specific term. So they're not exactly the same. They're different things. But engineering does
So I'll
use
carry on
science.
reading.
When you're doing engineering, you are using science.
Simple Jack, shush. So I'll carry on reading the citations, and I've got over 50 of them. To produce knowledge about the natural world, scientists currently use a practical method. The scientific method. This method is based on observation and hypotheses, which is tested through experimentation. Scientists may formulate a law, remember what Indio said earlier, and or theory, both of which explain things about the keyword natural world. You're all stupid.
So what's your point? Because engineering is still science. You didn't disprove that.
Sorry.
Okay, so this is really easy to prove that it's not. Okay, can you do
Okay, so prove
engineering without any knowledge of any science?
No, you'd have to do some kind of science to do engineering, real engineering.
Really?
What's some kind of science? The find that?
You'd have to be doing measurements. You'd have to be recording your results. So, for example, like if I was gonna build something to, if I'm gonna build an alarm clock, I'm not just guessing. I'm not just putting random objects together and hoping that one of them eventually it's gonna become an alarm clock.
It's me. Did you hear when I read out the citations that science deals with natural things? You've just made a clock that's man-made. Not the same fucking thing, dude.
Science doesn't only deal with natural things. And wait, can you draw the distinction between what you consider natural and unnatural? What's the distinction you draw?
An alarm clock is man-made, i.e., you don't find them outside in the physical.
Okay, so you're saying man-made things. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, man-made things, by definition, that's synthetic, not natural.
You're not going to stumble along an alarm clock and be like, hey, how did this come to be? You're already going to know it. That's what he's telling you.
I mean, yeah, I know that. That's not like a profound thing to say. Obviously, we're not going to find an alarm clock in the middle of the woods.
Well, no shit,
naturally formed.
Yes, you could.
That's
Yes,
obvious.
you could. Yes, you
That's
could.
obvious.
You could.
A naturally formed alarm clock? You could find that?
Naturally formed, I would agree with that, so I might have misunderstood you there.
Yeah, it's called a rooster.
What I'm saying is, just do us all a favor and look up pseudoscience, because that'll help you right here. It will help.
Can you look up engineering in the dictionary?
Yes.
Tell me
You
what
look
it
up
says.
pseudoscience, I'll look up engineering.
Okay, cool. I'm on dictionary.com. That way we're using.
Pseudoscience starts with a P. So you know.
Yeah, I'm aware.
I'll look it up then real quick. I'll look up
Okay.
engineering. We'll see if they lie.
Let me know when you finish.
What's the definition of pseudoscience, mate?
Yeah, you go first.
Any of various methods, theories, systems, as astrology, psychokinesis, clairvoyance, considered as having no scientific basis.
Pseudoscience. Something that claims to be scientific and follows the method but does not.
Right. Or has no basis in scientific method.
So we have to understand what scientific method is, don't we? What's a scientific method? Would you like me to tell you? If you don't know, buddy, I'll just tell you.
I already said what the scientific method is, but if you want to restate what it is, you can go ahead and do
Good.
it.
So we have an understanding. It's observation of natural phenomena, production of a hypothesis where you make a prediction of what causes the phenomena, then the testing of your hypothesis where you vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it causes the phenomena, and then repeat and test. It's a methodology to figure out what causes natural phenomena. You understand? In natural
Where do you keep getting this natural phenomena from?
Because we're doing fucking science, dude. Natural phenomena, the study of.
Can you provide a citation that says that the scientific method has to be based on natural phenomena?
Yeah,
It's called natural science for a reason.
Yeah, natural science is. Wait, who uses the term natural science?
People who understand what fucking science is. You have to understand that science.
Like who? Can you provide any resource that says natural science?
Why are you talking?
Like what it refers to? Are you talking about just things that refer to like nature and the physical world? Is that what
simple,
you're talking
Jack.
about?
When you get a degree in science, it's a degree in natural philosophy.
Yeah, so you're just talking about things that have to do with the physical world, right?
Physical
The
and
natural world.
That's why we jumped up.
Nature.
Excuse me. That's
Physical
why we
world
jumped
and
up
natural
down.
phenomena. Yeah. Okay.
That's why we jumped up and down about the engineering thing. That's man-made stuff. Now, you might look at birds and go, oh, they fly, that's awesome. Let's see if we can make a fucking paper airplane. But that's you making something. Engineering, man-made shit. Understanding that natural science, that's not man-made shit, dude.
I'm not following what your point is. I don't understand why that means you can't
Okay,
do
well,
science.
let's go through the method and let's see if we can apply it to engineering. First step of the scientific method, observe a natural phenomena and then predict what causes the phenomena. Now let's build an alarm clock using the scientific method.
Well, we can go back to using the Wright brothers. I think that's better since I don't think any of us are experts on alarm clock construction. But with the Wright brothers, it wasn't like they just said, "Okay, I'm going to make something that flies," and like have it based on nothing. Like it was based on like studies on aerodynamics, which were based on studies of the natural world. So there was a basis in natural science, as you're saying. Like they didn't have to go out there and do all that natural science themselves because it had already been done. It was established by other people. They just built upon that to design a synthetic thing. So that's why engineering does have a basis in science. Like science is critical to engineering.
It has a basis in the physical world where the laws of nature apply. I'll give you that. But you have to understand that engineering and science are not the same thing.
I never said they were. I've said that from the beginning. That's like a thing everybody else has been saying that I'm saying they're the same, and they're not. One is more specific. Yeah, one is a general term and one is a specific term.
Yeah, we can move on then. Awesome stuff. Now we've reached an understanding. We can move on from this fucking boring conversation.
What do you want to move on to?
Sorry, I encouraged him.
He's such a hurry to end the conversation and then say nothing.
No, we don't.
He's like, now we can get back to the important stuff, and then just like goes quiet. Like what?
We can. That's measurements of the curvature of the Earth, if you got any. Measurements of the motion of the Earth, if you got any. Or demonstrations that you can have gas pressure without a container, if you got any.
I had a question about that with the gas pressure in the container. I had a question about that.
What's the question then, mate?
All right, so if we go up, right, pressure drops, air pressure drops, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, why is that? If there's a container, why would pressure drop as you near the edge of the container?
How do we have a gas pressure gradient? You can make many forms of gas pressure gradients within a container. For example, if you vary and manipulate the temperature at one end of the container to another, you'll notice it's warmer down here than it is in the fucking sky. Heat, T, for example, within PV equals nRT, the ideal gas law, temperature. So I can have a long container.
But why is it warmer down here?
Jesus Christ. The radiant heat that's released from the surface of the Earth by the sun.
So there's a bunch of the sun has a bunch of heat too.
Yeah, the sun heats up the floor. Wow.
And the sun is hot as well.
Yeah, that's awesome stuff. But it's also colder in the sky because there's no floor in the fucking sky. There's not a lot of molecules to be heated by the sun. You notice it's warmer down here. So back to the demonstration of a gas pressure gradient within inside a container. Get a long container, heat one end of it. You notice that because you've put T, temperature, the gas molecules vibrate faster. Now, it's also a misconception that less gas pressure means less gas. That's not true. Less energy within the gas. So it vibrates less when it's colder compared to when it's hotter. So more gas pressure, more physical collisions because the gas is moving faster. Doesn't mean there's less gas. Now, you should think about that.
I don't know. That doesn't make much sense to me. Do you have any science backing up what you're saying?
Go through the example again. Long container with an amount of gas in it. Now, I don't add any more gas. I just add energy, as in temperature. The temperature, the energy, makes the gas vibrate and move faster, causing more physical collisions with other gas molecules on the walls of its container. More physical collisions, more pressure. Doesn't mean there's more gas, just means there's more energy within the system, i.e. temperature. Does it make sense now?
I need to see like a citation, I think.
Okay, cool. So you need to look into Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law, all of the laws and experimentations that went into PV equals nRT. I'll get them for you.
Picture an air compressor. Have you ever been to a shop to get your car fixed and seen one of those big air compressors?
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, if you put a lighter, don't do this. I'm not suggesting you do this. Some bad things could happen. But if you put heat to the bottom of that air compressor container, right, you'll establish a gradient within the container, right?
Right. Yeah. No, I'm not disputing that you can add
so you
energy
can have-
into a closed system, and then you can
So you
have
can have-
a gradient in pressure. Yeah.
Well, you can have gas pressure gradient, but it's a delta of gas pressure. So you first must have gas pressure within the container, then you can get a gradient, depending on what variables you use to get that
Yeah.
gradient.
What energy you add or take away. Yeah.
So you can have a gradient where one part of the container's got more pressure than the other due to the temperature or whatever variable you're using. But you can only get that gas pressure gradient by first having gas pressure. It's a
Yeah, but is that gradient inferential?
You cut out. You roboted. What did you say?
Is that gradient inferential or non-inferential?
That gradient requires the container and gas pressure to begin with. Like if
So you notice how that was a non-answer to my question? You did not answer my question. Do you want to try one more time?
Sort of ask it better.
Remember-
It's a prick.
Yeah, like when I told you to put heat at the bottom of the container, you'll establish gradient within the container, right? You don't remember that?
Right, you're asking me for an example.
Yeah, I just gave you one.
Yeah,
But
the
you can
problem
only-
is I'm asking
only
you about
have-
the conceptual nature of what it is that you're talking about.
You can only have a gradient, gas pressure gradient, where one part of the container has more pressure than the other. You can only have a gas pressure gradient by first having gas pressure.
Yeah,
Gas
so
pressure gradient-
what type of relation are you referring to there? Is it going to be a dispositional relation or a non-dispositional relation?
You're not understanding at all what I'm saying.
So it just seems like you're not actually tracking the substance of what I'm saying as well. So maybe we're at an impasse.
That could be. That could be. I don't understand why though, because you can get a gas pressure gradient within
Because
a
I'm
container.
talking about the philosophy of
but
what
you
you're
have to
talking
have
about.
The only way you can get a gas pressure gradient is to have gas pressure in the first place, and gas pressure in the first place requires a container. So you can get gas pressure gradients where one area of the sky or one area of the container has more pressure than the other, but you can only get a gradient by first having gas pressure.
Yeah, you're invoking a causal relation there between the gas pressure and the gradient. What I'm calling into question is the very nature of that causal relation itself. What I'm wanting you to do is to point out how that causal relation is first logically possible in all logically possible worlds, and you would need to show that the negation of that in some logically possible world, in conjunction with it being true in this world, would entail a contradiction in all logically possible worlds as well.
We're dealing with laws of nature at the moment.
Excuse me, sir, you're not tracking. This is formal logic.
Yeah, I know.
Laws of nature are indexed to formal logic.
Your logic is fallacious.
Laws of nature are just laws of logic, is what I'm arguing.
Okay, then you're an idiot.
Okay, you don't know what you're talking about.
Entropy isn't the law of logic. The fuck are you talking about?
Listen, you brain-dead fucking retard. You brain-dead fucking retard. You don't know philosophy of science. What I'm talking about is the laws of nature being indexed to a necessary logical form.
Don't call me a retard, dude. Start again. Start again.
He thinks
Yeah.
What I'm talking about is going to be the laws of nature as they are indexed to some necessary form, which is propositional content. You're not tracking the substance of what I'm saying, you brain-dead slow boy. So what I need you to do is repeat what I just said and
I don't blame you there. I don't know how he didn't get what I just said. I try to break it down the most layman's terms.
He's trying to use words that are confusing to people. He thinks he's got some type of, I don't know, secret king knowledge or something.
These are formal terms, and you don't understand these formal philosophical terms you're demonstrating.
Formal terms. What are the terms? Dressed in a tuxedo? Is that what makes them formal?
We're talking experimentation.
No, you've never been to college.
Valid. We're talking about science.
I was being sarcastic.
James. So we're talking about the scientific method. We're applying them to laws of nature and ideally what causes gas pressure. It's a necessary antecedent consequence to have a container to cause gas pressure because laws of nature apply. We're not talking about other fucking worlds, dude. We're talking about here, the physical natural world. So entropy.
Yeah, so again, let me respond. So again, what I'm saying is that the laws of nature, excuse me.
What is entropy, dude? The fuck are you talking about?
Excuse me.
What's entropy? What's entropy?
Let me respond.
What's entropy?
You know it's not reductive. The explanation can't be reduced.
What's entropy?
So I don't want you to dodge. What I need to do is...
What's entropy?
Stop dodging.
What's entropy? It's the only fucking question you need to answer.
What's the argument that I need to answer the question?
What's entropy?
So you don't have an argument that establishes that I need to answer the question?
Well, at the moment, we're talking about the negation of entropy.
So sorry, that was like a yes or no question. Try again.
So your shtick is going to fail, Valid. We're not going to put up
do you
with your
want to
bullshit.
try one more time?
No, can you... Dude. You fucking people don't learn. You're fucking dense. You're not in charge. You're not setting the ground rules. Answer the fucking question. Or fuck off. As Jedi would say. I'll say it for you, Jedi. Or fuck off.
I'm critiquing the necessary condition for the possibility of the scientific method in the first place. And what I'm saying is that this is a valid conceptual critique that I'm levying against any account of how you would explicate that view in physical terms. So what I'm saying is that your view is going to lack abductive support in favor of it. And I'm giving you a deductive inference to establish the necessity of that claim. So you're just incoherent and you're fundamentally incapable of engaging with the substance of my critique.
Abductive was the wrong form of logic, dude. So
yeah, I said an abductive inference, retard.
So is this an epistemological challenge?
You don't know anything about epistemology.
No, I'm asking you, is this an epistemological challenge to the scientific method?
No, this is a necessary condition for the possibility of the scientific method itself. It's a metaphysical condition.
Okay, so give us.
You would know that if you knew anything about basic philosophy.
Yeah, give us the necessary condition.
So the necessary condition is going to be irreducible normativity, which itself is going to be identical to intentionality. So the argument for that would just be that reasons exist. Reasons are going to be normative concepts. If reasons exist, they're either stance-dependent or stance-independent. Stances don't exist. So if stances don't exist, then stance-dependent reasons don't exist. Therefore, stance-independent reasons exist. So you can tell me what logical form that's following as well before we proceed. Go ahead.
Yeah, I understand the logical form, but I don't understand
what is a logical form. What inference rule? What inference rules are following?
Look, dude, I'm familiar with Jay Dyer too, dude.
What inference rule is my argument following? Answer the question.
I don't need to name the inference rule. I want to clarify your terms that you use.
You don't know the logical form of my argument.
If reason don't exist, like, what do you mean by reason? Do you mean as in reason as in the mental capacity to have reason? Or reason as in cause and effect?
Yeah, so reason is just going to be a normative relation between predicate concepts. The predicate concepts are going to be non-monadic properties because they're relational properties. This is all standard in philosophy, and it's clear you don't understand these entry-level concepts because you're a beautiful slow boy who doesn't understand basic philosophy. So just to be very clear about this, what I need you to do, is...
101 before you were born, and they never used the terminology you're using now. So you're a pretender clown.
I have a verbal IQ of 179, and I listen to classical music on a daily basis.
And IQ does not test intelligence, dumb fuck.
So just to be very clear about this, you're incapable of engaging with the substance. You're conceptually cucked in the
That's
conversation.
why you mentioned
look
your
terrible.
IQ because I'm incapable of engaging with substance. That's why you
I'm
mentioned
giving
your
you back
IQ.
shots
As
in
if somehow
the
saying you have a
conversation.
high IQ would somehow give you a free pass.
You're face down, ass up in the conversation right now. You look terrible.
Yeah, okay.
So just to be
your
very clear
argument
about
was
this, you're getting rhetorically and
I said some
substantively
word
outpaced.
salad, and my word salad is basic introductory philosophy, which is horseshit.
Yeah, this is way too meta.
And then
Let's get back to the substance of the conversation.
And then your rebuttal to that was more shit about me.
Yeah, this is way too meta. You're not rhetorically gifted. Like I said, you're conceptually cucked in the conversation. So just to be very
No
clear
one's
about
buying your
this,
bullshit,
let's
dude. You
get
just
back to
keep
the
talking.
substance
You're
of the
not fooling anybody.
conversation. And I need you to
You're not fooling anybody. You're not fooling anybody. Nobody was impressed. Nobody was fooled. Fucking word salad, dude. And you know it's word salad. And I bet you run around to all the VCs and puke out your word salad and try to see if people will buy it. It's like a shit test.
Look, you're projecting because you're lost in the rhetorical maze
now
right
I'm
now. That's why
projecting.
you're projecting so
that's
hard.
what it is.
So just to be very
that's
clear
what it
about
is.
this, what I
You
want you
figured me
to
out.
do
You
is to
caught me.
engage with the substance of my argument.
You caught me.
Shut the fuck up.
You caught me. You caught
Engage
me.
with the substance of my argument, please.
I did.
Argument.
You have no substance.
You don't remember the argument that I just gave?
You have no
You didn't make an argument.
What was the
You
question?
said a bunch of
I
word
gave you
salad
a
gibberish.
deductive argument.
Oh, it had
you
to
didn't
mute
make
it.
an argument.
Indio, just mute this retard. I had him muted for a reason.
No, I'm not muting him. Kick him out of here.
Wait.
So simple, Jack. I heard you giggle when I said IQ doesn't measure intelligence.
No, I was laughing at the guy said he listens to classical music on the daily
I have a
basis.
verbal IQ, blah blah blah. IQ was designed to measure mental retardation. Doesn't measure intelligence.
He said he had a verbal IQ of 179 and he listens to classical music on a daily basis. That's what I was laughing at.
No, you weren't laughing at that, Simple Jack. You're just, you're
What
a
do you
troll
mean?
too.
What was I laughing at then?
Yeah, so in Philosophy 101, I remember them talking specifically about normative modistic reasoning.
Yeah.
You guys all remember that in Philosophy 101? Yeah, that's what I remember.
Why are you disagreeing with me, Deadly? How are you going to tell me what I was laughing at or what I
Well, I can tell you because I heard what you were laughing about. So
No, obviously you didn't.
no, obviously I did.
So you're going to argue with me about what I was laughing about? Come on, bro. Grow up.
I'm not arguing. There's nothing to debate about because I know what you were laughing about.
Okay, what was I laughing about? Tell me.
You weren't laughing about what
Dude, listen.
No, go ahead.
Dude.
He said, wait, this guy just said
Simple
he
Jack,
knows what I was laughing
now you're
about.
taking the
Let's
bait,
hear it.
dude. Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait.
Let's hear
We have
his
endless
answer.
retards come into this channel doing this shit because they want to deflect from the topic that this channel's about. So they want to get into bullshit nonsense.
Okay, my bad, bro. I won't deflect anymore.
Yeah, you're done. Okay, so back to Jedi and this guy.
We were talking about the necessary antecedent of a container for gas pressure and then what causes a gradient, correct? Jack?
Yes, we were talking about why there's a pressure gradient in the atmosphere. Yeah.
Okay, so there's many reasons why in the atmo that we breathe, there's a gas pressure gradient. One, we have to have containment. Two, we have to have energy in the system. Three, production cycles and reproduction cycles, absorption, reabsorption of gases. We have to understand that all gases, 99.9% of the nitrogen and the oxygen and all of the gases are produced at ground level. For example, oxygen is produced by phytoplankton in the sea, and then it's reabsorbed. Carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide produced and then reabsorbed. Right, so it's a gas production cycle, but it's all taking place down here. So don't be surprised there's more gas pressure down here where the gas is produced and recycled. Now there's more energy down here, for example, temperature, radiant heat from the sun, as in the floor is heated, then released throughout the day or throughout the season, the year, whatever. And of course we have intermittent sun heat. That's the day and night cycle. You'll notice it's colder at night time than it is during the day in the majority, right? So we understand that there's a difference in atmospheric pressure, even within the change of day to night. So it's all to do with the energy within the system, but the prerequisite for a container is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure. Whether that's gas pressure or gas pressure gradient, it's still gas pressure. And the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a container. Gradients, that's energy within the contained system. I did also post for you earlier Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law, kinetic molecular theory, all up in the side chat. You understand that these laws, quote unquote, that go into the ideal gas formula PV equals nRT, these experiments were done by Boyle, Gay-Lussac, Avogadro, blah, blah, blah. Every single one of them inside a container, because they understand if you don't have a container, you don't have gas pressure and the gas fucks off. Because that's what gas does, entropy, right? Understand that, Jack?
Yeah, I follow.
Good stuff. So that's why we have a gas pressure gradient. We're contained.
Okay, so would the edge of the container be high temperature?
Don't know.
You ever tried to grill for somebody with your propane tank, which is high temperature or no tank?
Have you ever tried to grill for somebody?
Yeah, you know what a propane grill is?
Yeah, of course.
You ever tried to grill for somebody? Like, say you're cooking for your grandmother, could be her last birthday, right? And you're trying to cook her a steak. You ever tried to do that without the propane tank? You just use temperature alone?
Without a propane tank? No, I
Right, you gotta
wouldn't
have
do
the
that.
container, right? You said, could you just have temperature as the container?
Could I just have temperature as the container?
Yeah, you go to the propane store,
I
you
don't
say, hey,
know.
I need to
I
buy
don't
some
think
propane,
so.
I'm gonna grill for my grandmother.
I don't think you
And the
could.
guy
I
says,
don't
well,
think
did you bring
unless
your
you had
tank?
some kind of like super advanced setup. I don't think so.
You gotta have the propane tank.
Yeah.
Try to bring it to the real world from time to time because sometimes people get caught up in theoretical safe spaces.
Yeah, like flat earthers.
It's not theoretical, it's a measurement.
You think it's a measurement?
I know it's a measurement, dude. It's a measurement of the surface of the Earth, primarily mean sea level. 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. Water is used as a horizontal reference datum. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. It's a measurement, dude. If I want to tell you I'm 6 foot tall and I measure myself to be 6 foot tall, that's empirical knowledge that I'm 6 foot tall by using a standard of measure. Feet, for example, right? If I want to prove to you that I'm 6 foot tall, I measure myself, don't I? Yes? How else would I prove to you that I'm 6 foot tall unless I measured myself? It's a claim of fucking height.
Well, I'm saying you measured yourself.
Hold on, I'm thinking about what you were saying earlier about the Boyle's law and stuff, with the temperature being the reason that there's pressure gradient.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that mean that the higher up we go, the air would get hotter, not colder?
No.
Why?
No. Because do you remember when I said a radiant heat from the sun heating the surface of the Earth and the heat dissipating over time? The surface of the Earth is heated by the sun, isn't it? It's hot down here because there's lots of matter for the sun to cause temperature to increase, right? The floor, rocks. Yeah?
Yeah, there's matter down here. Okay.
Yeah, good. So the sun heats the matter that's down here, the solid matter, the rocks and shit, right?
Right.
and it's released throughout the day.
Right.
And in
that
the night,
goes into the air,
right,
and then the hot air rises, right?
Yeah, and cools.
It cools, but then why does it come back down? I'm not understanding.
Because it's
what's causing
cool.
causing the cold air to come down?
All right, I'm gonna have to cite this for you, dude. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll go and get your atmospheric map for you. Give me a moment.
All right, cool.
He's like, what causes it to come back down? He's like rubbing his hands together, like gravity. It's not the temperature change. It's not the buoyancy and the density due to temperature. It's gotta be gravity.
Alright, so as I posted in the side chat, the atmosphere is laid corresponding with how the atmosphere's temperature changes with altitude. By understanding the way that temperature changes with altitude, we can learn a lot about how the atmosphere works. So I posted you the source with the citation that I just read out. So there's also another atmospheric gradient. Let me just scroll down and see if I can find this one for you. Take me a while. I do apologise, mate.
All right, I'm looking at it.
Okay, so the next one is going to be the most basic change in pressure is twice daily, the rise and fall due to the heat from the sun. Each day, the pressure at its lowest around 4 a.m. to p.m. and is highest around 10 a.m. p.m. This magnitude of the daily cycle is greater near the equator, decreasing towards the poles. So what I'm telling you is there's two gradients. One, upwards, vertically. Second, horizontally, as in away from the equator, from the tropics towards the poles, because the sun spends most of it, if not all of its time, between the two tropics, right? So it's a higher pressure here and a lower pressure where it's colder. Do you remember what I told you earlier about how heat affects temperature, causes the gas molecules to vibrate and move faster, right?
Right, yeah.
Cool. So we've got two gradients, one up, one across. Radiant heat from the sun, released from the surface of the earth. So it's hotter down here than it is up there. And it's also hotter around the tropics and the equator than it is at the poles. So it's a gradient. Also, the gradient changes throughout the day. It's colder at night time.
Yeah, but then wouldn't we see like random variability in like how high you have to go to like see thinning of the atmos? Like, wouldn't that mean that would be variable? Why do we see like consistent pressure drop?
Do you think less gas pressure means less gas?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So when you said thinning, that's what I spoke about.
No, I meant like a drop in pressure. That's what I meant. Like, why do we see even pressure gradient around all over the place?
Because there's energy within the system. We just spoke about that.
Yeah, but you're talking about convection. So you're talking about how like energy being added to the system. And how there's different places on Earth where there's more radiant energy being released, so the air is heating up more, causing convection. You're saying that there's two axes by which this convection causes air movement, up and side to side, up and down and side to side. So what I'm saying is, if that's the case, we would be seeing like air pressure that is higher and lower in different parts of the atmosphere. It would depend on how air is moving from these hot places compared to these cold places. It wouldn't be this even predictable layer of drop of air pressure that we observe.
This is where we get weather from, right? Warm fronts, cold fronts, high pressure systems,
Yeah,
low
but
pressure.
but no matter if you have a low pressure system or whatever, no matter what, you'll still be able to predict. Like you would be able to predictably tell how the air pressure is going to drop as you go higher up.
Mm-hmm. We do.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, I get what you're saying about convection. Like, that's part of it, but I don't think that's the whole thing because it doesn't explain why we see like a pretty consistent pressure gradient around the world, even close to the atmosphere, far or close to the equator and far from the equator. We see pretty much the same pressure gradient.
Yeah. We do see pretty much the same pressure gradient. Do you want to know why?
So that's what I'm saying. So yeah, that's what I want to know. Yes.
It's because we're contained.
Right. No, I get that. But before we get to the edge of the container where they're still measuring the pressure gradient, they're not. It's consistent. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So I'm getting a call, dude. Hold on.
All right. Bye bye. Huh.
So, Simple Jack, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. So, did you get what Jedi was saying about the gas pressure, where you can have the same amount of gas but different levels of pressure depending on temperature?
Yeah.
So even though the pressure drops when you go up, it doesn't necessarily mean the amount of gas is dropping.
Right.
That's what he's trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, cool. There's lots of different gas laws, and but the main one we focus on is the second law of thermodynamics, which means that gas moves in all directions and will fill any available volume. So if the sky was a vacuum, then the gas would fill the volume and we would all die. So we would have 10 to the minus 17 torr at sea level if there was an infinite vacuum, and just our tiny little gas pressure system would just dissipate into that vacuum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I follow you.
Yeah. That's why we say space is fake. There's no evidence of it. It's a violation of natural law. But it's certainly an interesting topic, dude. Really appreciate your input in the channel. It's good.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I mean, maybe when he comes back from his phone call, he can tell me what he thinks. Because I get what he's saying about the convection for sure. Yeah, that does explain some of the things. And I do know even if you have if you had a container with gas in it, you could still establish a gradient using energy that you're adding or removing from the system. So yeah, that's definitely I follow him there. We're on the same page. But then I think what I'm still kind of looking for an understanding is like if that's the case, then we would see gradients in when the air pressure drops. For example, closer to the equator where there's more ambient or radiant energy coming from the Earth, you would see gas pressure would drop at a higher point than in a place where it's cold. Because in a convection, there's not uniformity. The air is constantly moving. Hot air, it's a dynamic system, like he said. It's moving up and down and left and right. So that doesn't line up with the observations that we see, because we see a pretty much even pressure gradient all over the planet, regardless of how close to the equator or how close they are to Antarctica or whatever. We see an even pressure gradient, which doesn't line up to me.
Bit of a misnomer to say that we see an even gradient, dude. It changes throughout the day.
Right, but it remains consistent across the planet in different locations.
Yeah, I get it's consistent. I get that we live within this pressure gradient that is pretty much consistent, but it does changes from many factors, dude. Can change just because it's from day to night, can change just because of the season, can change just because of the high or low pressure that's above us with a weather system. We can have high pressure above low pressure or high pressure below low pressure, depending on the gradient force and the density of the pressure system itself. So it's very complicated. There's maybe some questions that maybe I'm not answering too well for you, and I apologise. However, it's a common misconception that it's perfect at all times and doesn't change.
No, it's not perfect at all times, but it's pretty standard. You can on average say it's about about the same.
Yeah, it's pretty average. Yeah.
All right, cool. So we agree on that.
Yeah, of course. just as long as we understand that the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. Because if you don't have a container, what happens to the gas?
Then it diffuses.
Yes.
If there's no form of like pressure or something keeping it together, yeah.
Yeah, if there's no physical barrier, then the gas hasn't got anything.
It wants to try to fill up the area or spread out.
Yeah, if there's an available volume for gas to fill, we'll fill it.
Right.
So this is the contention with the vacuum of space. Space, height, width, length, and available volume for gas to fill. Vacuum, that's a very, very, it's an ultra high vacuum, 10 to the negative torr. So an available space for the gas to fill. If there was an available space for the gas to fill, and no physical boundary between the gas and the space, the gas will fill the space. Won't it?
Yeah, without some kind of boundary or some kind of something, yeah.
Yeah.
It'll
Cool.
spread out.
So this is our contention with the vacuum of space. Can't be real. Laws of nature would apply, and according to those laws of nature, that vacuum can't exist.
Well, they say they would. I mean, I guess somebody would argue against you, say it's gravity, but I don't think you guys subscribe to that.
Well, this always runs down into the conversation of you understand that gravity isn't a physical barrier for gas to press against. Right? It's not pressing against a barrier. This is either the amount of substance in the
it's a
space.
force. Yeah.
And then we get into the conversation. Some people say it's a force. Gravity hasn't been considered a force since 1915, since Einstein came along. General and special relativity, the bending and warping of space-time due to the placement of mass. It's not a force as described by Einstein.
Okay.
Cool. And then we have to understand that Einstein's a reification of mathematics. So space and time, space just being height, width, length. That's not physical. And time, that's not physical either. So it's just a mathematical concept. Mathematical concept superseded a non-scientific idea. Awesome stuff. Crux to this issue is there's no scientific experiment that proves gravity in the first instance, and definitely not a demonstration that gravity is the cause of gas pressure.
Okay.
Well, didn't mean to end the conversation there, guys. If you've got any other questions, Jack, you want to change subject or something, dude, that's completely up to you. If there is anybody else in the channel who's got any questions or points that I'd like to raise with regards to the Earth and what it is, then the floor appears to be open, guys. So don't be shy. You can unmute yourself and get a conversation going. I've got to make some breakfast as I'm starving. I'll be back in a bit.
All right. Bye-bye.
Prove to me that the Earth is flat. Prove to me that the Earth is flat.
Just go outside, dude. The Earth is flat and stationary. That's what you experience. That's what I experience. Everybody experience the same thing. And the only time you experience the Earth moving is when we get earthquake. But other than that, man, it's flat and stationary.
Okay.
Right? But they told you that we spinning, wobbling, tilting in a vacuum of space in a crazy freaking speed, chasing the sun, all that BS. So it's like default position, or from a logical standpoint, the Earth is flat and stationary. That's what you experience.
That's what I experience. Okay. Can you experience? Wait, how you say it? Experience this? Hold on. Look in the chat real quick. Disprove you real quick. Do you know what the ISS is, right?
Yeah, I heard the story. What about that story?
I didn't. Do you know what the ISS is?
I heard the story.
What do you mean the story? Do you know what the ISS is?
Yeah, the story. The space station, whatever they claim to be in the vacuum of space. So what about
right. So look in the chat real quick. I can send a link for the video if you want me to. And just look at that for me, please.
So what about it? Tell me.
Do you not see the curvature right there on the live stream? This says live stream. So can you just go ahead and disprove that real quick? You want me to send the video for you?
Yeah, you can post it. Whatever you want.
I can put it in the chat for you real
So
quick.
you believe this picture or photos or even
I
footage?
believe these
You
pictures
believe it.
and photos, even though it's a live stream. Okay, interesting. But go ahead.
Well, I'm asking you, how would you verify that these videos or picture or images are real?
Because
Right.
they were a live stream. But okay, sure. But anyways, click the link real quick, please, so you can view what I'm viewing.
No, just post whatever, bro. I'm not gonna click no random ass link.
You're not gonna click a link because you're scared. Okay.
Oh yeah, well,
You're
be
scared
online,
of the
bro.
evidence right in front of you.
You believe everybody, bro? You trust everybody online? Is that what you're saying?
Hey, I'm gonna screen share. I'm gonna click
Yeah, sure.
the link. Look at this right here. I'm gonna bet $100. Nothing's gonna happen when I click it. I'm gonna bet $100. Nothing's gonna happen when I click it.
Go ahead, dude.
Hello.
Go ahead. Show
bet
what you
$100?
want to show, period, bro. Don't waste our fucking time.
No, you can click
Don't
it
waste our fucking
yourself.
time.
Actually, but
Don't waste our fucking time, dude.
You can watch it
Okay,
yourself.
live stream and then what? And then, yes, we see it. We've seen millions of times. But the real question is this: how would you validate that these things are real, right? Like what they showing you, these so-called
What they are
curvature.
showing you.
Are you familiar with the Chinese space station? They show flat horizon.
Yeah.
That's something you've never seen before, right?
Okay, sure. I've probably heard every argument that you said from everybody else, from all the retarded flat earthers. But
Oh, now you want to go to insult? Okay.
I'm not insulting. It's just if the name
Well,
fits.
look. If you get evidence that if you get concrete evidence is verifiable, testable, repeatable, right? Show it to us, right? But you talking about oh, you don't believe this, you don't believe that. Oh, well, this is a live stream, so I believe in it. Well, the real question is this: how would you verify that they are real to begin with? That's the question. You can't do it. I can't do it either. All we can do is trust, right? Well, then we can't verify it. Both of us can't verify it. Let's bring it back to the ground. Can we test something to the ground, like curvature, for example, to see if there's, if we can measure this electric curve? That's it. And it doesn't require any beliefs.
Anyways, let me know when you can disprove video evidence.
You have to prove that they are real to begin with. In the first place, you have to prove it. I don't have to prove the negative. You have to prove the positive.
Okay, so I have to prove that a live stream isn't fake.
Yeah, sure.
So you're telling me a live video evidence playing while it's going on, I had to prove whether or not it's fake.
Yes, sir.
From the ISS?
Yes, sir. Here, let me show you this. How about this? I'll show you the Chinese space station real quick. Give me a second. Look, I just posted in the side chat, so maybe you can check it out. Right? When they don't use the fish islands or wide-angle lens, right? That's what you get, flat horizon. When they use fish islands or wide-angle lens, you will see the curve, right? Like even on the ground level, you can see the curve. So, if you're not familiar with it, dude, maybe you should look into it a little bit, man. Don't be ignorant. Don't be just what you call like a brick wall. You know what I mean? Learn something,
But it says live stream.
Yeah. You don't believe in live stream, T-Dub?
Right, yeah, I'm dumb. I really should. Like, I saw the Teletubbies and I went, that's not real. And someone said, but look, it says live stream. And I'm like, holy shit.
But I think a lot of time they don't realize that, they might say live stream, but it just pre-recorded, and they don't realize that, these people. Just because the title said that, oh, live stream, and they just so gullible. They believe in anything.
What? When it was going over America, I went out and I saw it in the sky.
Oh shit, T-Dub, you being funny right now. Another thing too, they so obsessed with the sky, right? Like oh, look at this video, look at that video, from the sky, from the ISS or whatever aircraft, right? Or rockets, whatever, right? And when you ask them to, well, how would you verify that these footage or images or photos are real, right? And they can't do it. There's no way they can verify it at all. The only thing they can do is just believe. And when you trying to bring them back to the ground, okay, let's do something. Let's measure this electric curve. Let's see if we can find it. They run away.
I ran away, bro. You scared me off.
Yeah, that was your homeboy, right?
Yeah, man. We're holding each other, crying.
Oh shit, man, I feel bad for y'all.
Just get some ice cream, like get comfy on the bed, turn on the ISS live stream for the night. You guys will be right.
Right. And another thing too, if he was paying attention how Jedi was explained to Jack, right? Like the outer space does not exist. It would be the second law thermodynamics violation.
Yeah, that thing he was saying about the clock and shit, not needing science and shit, that was bullshit. And I don't know, like, is he still here? I don't know, but I don't know if he was trying to claim. I don't know if he was trying to claim that anything man-made is not science, but yeah, that's nonsense.
It's not. No, anything man-made is not considered to be a natural.
It uses science, dude. What are you talking
synthetic. Some things may use knowledge gained from natural science in order to, like.
You say the spaceship doesn't use science, bro?
Yeah, we can exploit we can exploit established principles in nature, or facts established through the scientific method, in order to do things, right, that have practical use.
Yeah, so you use science.
You can use the knowledge gained and apply it to things like engineering in order to exploit natural principles and scientific knowledge. Yeah, to build things, and then we can like get a benefit from it. But that doesn't mean when you're building an engine for a car that you're doing science.
You're definitely doing science, bro.
So if I make a pencil, I'm doing science.
I didn't say everything that was man-made uses science.
Well, it's man-made. What's the problem?
The claim that it doesn't use science because it's man-made is nonsense.
But no, natural science, dude.
Sorry,
you use natural science as well when you use combustion and stuff that's using the natural properties of those chemicals. So is this nonsense, bro? What you're saying is nonsense.
Excuse me, Phil. Sorry, scrimmage. When you say use science, what's the method? What's the scientific method, dude?
Is a scientific method because you constantly use trial and error, you use experimentation, you knew the properties of these different chemicals that combust, so on and so forth, the properties of the metals. Like you can list it all down, dude. Like there's so many examples of using science for different man-made things, man. It's nonsense, dude.
Not answering my question.
I just answered it right now.
I'll ask you again.
Why? Dude, I just listed it. I just answered your question.
All you did, Pill Scrimmage, all you did was just spewed words out. You didn't answer.
I didn't know, dude.
Asked.
Those words were relevant to the answer, bro.
No, that doesn't work on me. Pill, when you're asked a question, answer the question. Don't just go through with verbal diarrhea. We don't care about all that. Just answer questions, mate.
Question, we agree.
Sorry, what's the scientific method again?
Well, one of the principles is using experimentation to prove, what you're doing.
Dude, Phil, I'm going to be patient with you, but you've already.
Why, dude? I already answered your question. What's there to be patient about?
Correctly. Phil,
okay, dude. You're wrong, dude. I just proved you wrong.
Dude, you didn't answer it correctly. So
no, I did answer it correctly, dude.
Okay. So, what's the first step of the scientific method, dude?
I mean, I could look this shit up, but
I thought you'd already answered me. You fucking.
Yeah, I did. I already answered the question. Yeah, I am a prick, dude. Yeah, I know it hurts. It hurts your feelings because I answered your question and proved you wrong, dude. I know.
All the shit that you said, you don't need to read anything because apparently you already told me. In all of the shit that you said, can you sift through it, please, and tell me which part was the first step of the scientific method? Yeah, fucking idiot.
Right.
So first step of the scientific method
First step of what, dude?
The scientific method, you prick.
Yeah, I know I'm a prick, dude, because I just answered your fucking question and proved you wrong,
So what's the first step? What's the first step? Yeah, you pussy.
Ask a question, make observations, form a hypothesis, guess, make a prediction, test your hypothesis, analyze your data, draw a conclusion. Multiple things that are man-made use all these principles.
Sorry, dude. When we're doing science, the first step is to observe a natural phenomena. Because we want to
just read it right here. Top result of Google, dude. I just read it off to you.
We have a Google scholar. Fuck
yeah,
me.
I know. That's all you need, dude.
Like some university
to answer your simple ass question, dude. Yeah, that's all you need.
Would you like some university definitions?
I don't need anything from you, dude. You're an idiot. You try to say anything man-made.
Go on, fuck off. Man-made? That's not natural then, is it, you fucking idiot?
Yes, in natural science, there is a clear, very strict, clear understanding
Clearly,
of the
no
difference, a difference between natural and synthetic. Look it up and stop being a retard.
Says anything but man-made. It can be animals, it can be a beaver, it can be turkeys, it can be ducks, it can be trees, it can be anything but what man does. Everything but what man does.
Now, people can take inspiration from nature, like Velcro was inspired by little burrs from plants, weeds, the seeds that catch onto your socks and your clothing. And some guy went, how does that fucking work? That really sticks. I could use that. I could synthesize that. Yeah. But when he synthesized it, he wasn't making something that you go out and find in nature itself, because he made it from inspiration from nature. But what he's doing was not natural. He made it synthetic. He could have put a bunch of those seeds together and made something, but he didn't. He created out of materials that you don't just walk around and find in nature, composed and formed already together. This is why we get idiotic statements like, a shoe is a phenomena.
It uses science to make, the plastics. The processes to make the plastics. So on and so forth.
So plastic, sorry.
The physics that it uses to tie it together and wrap around your foot, dude.
Plastics synthetic, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, dude. That doesn't change. Just because it's synthetic doesn't mean it doesn't use science, you fucking moron.
Synthetic, aren't they? Good. So you understand, Phil?
I understand that you're a fucking moron, dude.
Synthetic isn't natural, is it?
It's not natural, but it uses science.
Is synthetic natural?
It uses science, regardless.
Not natural. So, irregardless, not even a fucking word, dude.
Irregardless, you're a fucking moron. Yeah, it's clear.
You understand the difference between synthetic and natural, correct?
Yeah.
So you understand the difference between natural and synthetic.
I understand when someone's talking a bunch
Correct.
of nonsense, you're talking a bunch of nonsense.
Good. So you understand that natural isn't synthetic. Synthetic is man-made.
I understand very well, dude.
It's not nonsense, dude. This would just be your ignorance kicking in and your defensive mechanism. You don't understand.
You know, it doesn't mean
I think
nothing
everybody
man-made.
understands that you don't understand. And this behaviour that you've got of speaking through me, yeah, just fuck off, Phil. You've got no place here. If you're just going to start speaking shit and defending your...
You're breaking up a little bit too, Jedi.
No, shit, was I?
I didn't say fuck off. I just said you were breaking up.
The dude sounds so mad at Jedi. Just because he can't prove his globe. Oh, man. I don't get it, man. I mean, look, I don't understand. If you want to believe in a spinning water ball, cool, man. Like, nobody gonna stop you. I'm not gonna take that imagination away from you. Go ahead, keep that, right? And just go do what you gotta do if that's what you want to believe, period. But if you want to hear what we gotta say, you want to know why we think what we think, why we say what we say, right? Just ask for the information. We probably share with you with no problems. But what's up with all this attitude? You know what I mean? All this anger. You know?
Is this
if
a
you don't
goon
like certain
chat?
I'm sorry, sir?
Is this a goon friendly chat? Can I goon in here?
No.
Ooh.
Well, I'm gonna do it anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's machinists, right? They get the blueprints for something, right? And really good machinists, they can just make you any part that you want. You give them the fucking schematics, they'll fucking make it. You don't have to tell them what it's for and what it's going to do. It could have some very technical, use, right, for some other thing. It's just one component of a larger thing. And they don't know. They're not doing science. They don't need to understand the mechanism.
Yo, when is
by which
Playboy
it's going
Party
to
gonna
work.
drop I Am Music?
Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. Sorry, chat.
Yeah, that machinist is not doing science. He's like applying geometry, really, and his skills as a machinist, being able to work metal. Somehow these idiots, they think that just because we're in this advanced technological age, like that it's everything is because of an understanding of science. Everything's science. Oh, and if we didn't understand that the world was a globe, we wouldn't have science. We wouldn't have cell phones. You think people?
Oh my gosh, is that Creation Bear?
Shit?
What's up, dude? How are you? What's going on, chat?
Chat, I'm playing Fortnite.
You guys
Dude,
can
have you
hear
ever
me?
noticed the map of Fortnite
What's
is
up, CD?
flat? It's like a flat Earth.
You asked that last time.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, why don't they make it a globe if globe's so true?
I mean, it's just easier, right?
I guess, it's like locally flat. Holy shit.
That's crazy, bro. I mean, why would they make such a conspiracy theory into the video game? That's crazy.
I know, dude.
Locally flat here, locally flat there, and there, and there, and there. Where's your curve?
You understand that on a circle, every single point is pointwise flat, but it's still a circle, right?
Yeah, nah.
Oh shit, it's Riri.
How's the case now? A circle every single goddamn
Circle retard.
yeah, a circle every single goddamn point's locally flat, but it's damn curved as a whole. How the fuck that work?
Listen
I
here,
don't
buddy.
Gibbity got that.
How many locally flat spots does it take to make a circle?
How many points are on a circle? Well, it turns out depends on the space you're in. But if you're in a Banach space or a complete space, it'd be
Are there on a
well, it'd be the cardinality of the reals.
How many locally flat spots are on a circle?
Well, like a mathematical circle.
A circle, fucking circle.
Okay, well, a circle has infinite points, so there'd be infinitely many spots.
Bro.
He's asking how many points are on a circle. The answer is
no,
infinitely many.
Not ask how many points are on a circle. You just
every single point.
Out.
Okay, well, the answer.
The question was, how many locally flat spots are there?
Infinitely many.
Infinitely many.
No, bro.
Yeah.
Well, there can't be infinitely many when we've got guys with laser pointers hitting 30, 40 miles, so they're at least 40 mile across.
Matrix, what's a circle?
No flat spots. No flat spots.
No fucking flat spots. Exactly. Even CB, we sound like we've got a mouthful of food.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm eating street tacos in Mexico. Let me post a picture.
So what?
He eating that good stuff, man.
Well, that's one way to get Mexican food.
Literally,
how does one flat horizontal spot, right, that's and become part of another horizontal spot that's not supposed to be parallel with it, yet is, if it's infinite amounts?
Not possible. You want to play with it, T-Double? I'll unlock it for you.
No, I'm good.
I just looked at that taco that bloody Creation Bear chucked up there. I reckon I've put on half a kilo.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Taco Tuesday, eh?
Exactly, bro. So did you mute Ree, or what happened?
Yeah, it went away. It's a pest.
It went away.
No, not like that. I didn't make it go away.
I mean, I'm not mad at it.
Comes in here every day with dumb shit like that. Everything has to be dragged back just to equations. Like, listen to that. Was it a mathematical circle? Like, what do you fucking think? Like, seriously.
All circles are 360.
Alright,
No
so
matter
you
the
say that
size.
to it next time it comes in, Demok, and you've got 360 flat fucking planes to deal with.
That's all right. We had Robert in the chat earlier telling us about triangular circles.
Holy shit! It's an ambiguously flat globe.
Triangular circles.
Yeah, well, remember the saying we say. You know, we ask them, "Hey, is it so flat that it's a globe, or is it so big and so round that it's flat everywhere, or is it so flat everywhere because it's a globe,
It's so
or is it a
big
globe?"
flatty.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like that's the question to them. Like it's so flat everywhere. It's a globe,
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
or it's a globe everywhere. It's so flat.
Yeah,
like, which one? Like,
so how many people have actually taken the plane and flown south?
To go where?
Past the ice wall. How many have you done that?
Ice wall. Who told you that?
Have you seen an ice wall?
I have.
You've been to
That's
it?
cap, bro.
So why don't you just fly right past it?
The
Well, it
inside
flew
of your
past it.
icebox don't count, bro.
Also, you flew past it, so you're the only one that's done the thing you're asking about. You got
There's
your video
plenty of
footage?
people that have done that. They keep erasing our videos.
That's cap, bro.
So you did it and they erased your video?
Yes, we put the posted the videos and they deleted all of them. There's some
And
kind of
what'd
like
you
we didn't
fly
go very
over some
far.
ice?
We went to Antarctica from South America and we flew and we had much fuel, and then once we went past the point, there was an ice wall and it started to be surprising. Either we went around the globe or we came into a new land.
That's cap, bro.
So the temperature erased your footage?
No, they erased my footage on the internet.
On the internet. So, like, if somebody came to your house and wanted to sit in your basement and watch the footage, you have it, but it's
Yes,
on
you
the
can
internet.
come to Iran. We'll watch it.
So you have the video.
Yes.
Oh, you're Persian? Are you Persian?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you
All right.
uploaded live video right now to YouTube,
No, I
they would just
didn't
erase
load
it.
live videos.
No, I'm saying, you can upload something live. It can be recorded, so you can
That's an
record it
idea.
from your thing. Hold on, brother. Listen,
I'll
record
post it
it
on the side chat.
from your original. Oh, it's in there. You can. Can't you record it from your recording and then give us the recording of a recording? I mean, what the fuck?
In the mock.
That's
But yeah,
crazy, bro.
I guess you can go there. I don't think there's gonna be any issue. Would you go there and then just come back, right? Like, but you not,
where
gonna
is
be
there,
allowed
though?
and independently explore the place. But I don't even think you can.
How do you know you're
fly.
in Antarctica? Does it say you are in Antarctica on the snow?
Yo, Demok, actually, that's a good point. Because I think they could just take gullible people to an icy land and be like, "You're in Antarctica."
I know my backyard looks like Antarctica when it's covered in snow.
Dude, what the?
They bring you to the fucking what is it? The island, the ice island, whatever.
Yo,
Right.
T-Dub. Well, he probably doesn't know that ice wall is a government term. That's not a flat earther's term. We didn't come up with that. That's not our shit. That's not our bag.
What government? I believe.
You're that's
Persian.
a good question. Let me post something for you. There's a USGS.
I can't make the ice wall.
Publication. Why are you yapping, dude? Why are you yapping?
I can't make it. I'm trying to post it inside chat. It will not post.
All right, bro.
You can't make an ice wall. Who said make an ice wall?
I'm trying to post the video.
I'm gonna grab you a link,
You went
homie.
live. You know how they go live on TikTok and they go live and just go live, press live on your phone. You're live automatically to whoever's
We are
watching.
live.
So why don't you? What I'm telling him to do is have his video play in the background behind him while he's sitting in a chair. Just have your ice wall video playing behind you, and just go live and be talking to video about SpaghettiOs. Be like, SpaghettiOs are really good. And then when you're done with the video and everything, make another video and be like, well, my other video was really about the content in the room. Just pay attention to in the room. Don't really worry about you know what I mean?
We're very sneaky there, Demok. Very sneaky.
I'm just saying that's what Globers do. That's how they hypnotize you. They put the globe on the table and they talk about SpaghettiOs. And then you never really noticed it, but subliminally you're thinking about balls of fucking earth.
Oh my. I'm not thinking about
CB.
balls. Yo, what's up?
Yo, the tacos, man, that shit look fire, bro.
They slapped. I just smashed those, bro. I smashed. All right, let me not go full misogyny. But yeah, man, they were delicious.
I know, bro. I think I'm gonna make some Mexican food, some tacos.
Hey,
tomorrow.
those weren't the only tacos we smashed tonight. But
Yeah, but how much was it though? Like, I know this is a little bit off topic, but we'll get off this topic. But how much they charge you for?
how much were they?
3,
Why don't you
4?
take a guess. Yeah, take a guess. 3 or 4.
How many tacos you got?
Exactly. 2 tacos are literally $4, bro.
Oh my god, damn! You got the hookup,
Total.
bro.
Yeah, bro.
Wow. That's awesome.
I made tacos the other day. Just regular tacos though, with the tomatoes and the lettuce and the cheese and the meat and
Them regular degulars. All right, I'm gonna go on mute.
I like salsa taco. It's pretty good. I like the Dorito Loco shells too. Those are pretty damn good with the cheese.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna make some tacos tomorrow or today.
It's not bad. It's something quick, you know.
Yeah, but well, last week I made a birria taco. Man, I mean, it took me about 4 hours to braise the meat, but it was all worth it, bro. I ate everything. Well,
God damn, I
2
got a
days
roast
straight.
making right now. Roast and vegetables and potatoes and the carrots and the it's all cooking in the crock pot.
Yeah, man. What's up, Mark? Like, how you been, bro?
What's up? Pretty good.
Good.
Is anyone here with us, Kembo? Like, can you want to introduce anybody that hasn't spoke yet, or is it all regular? Why is Pilgrimage on mute? Why is Scrimmage muted?
Maybe you can give it a try, bro. Go ahead.
Is
Give it
it
a try.
fucking?
Actually,
Jedi. Well, Jedi thinks he's cooked, man. He's probably cooked, dude. I trust Jedi.
He's probably
Yeah, he's done, bro.
So, what did he say, or what did he do?
well, let's unlock him and you can go for it.
Okay. Hill Scrimmage, what's going on, dude? Congratulations on the top slot on the panel. How are you?
I only have top slot because of live. This dude was trying to claim that anything man-made does not use science because it's quote quote not natural, and I told him, that's bullshit. And
Well, are you familiar with natural science?
Well, you just use the prefix natural science.
But science is about the observation, experimentation of the natural world. So you would need an observed phenomena.
You use scientific principles.
Hold on.
Okay.
The principles would involve starting with an observation of a naturally occurring phenomenon.
Right.
So if you give me something man-made, you want to give me an example and see if we can science it? Give me an example, something man-made. We'll see if we can
a piston. You're using physics.
Okay, so
constantly applying force over and over.
Let's go one step at a time. So what would be our naturally occurring phenomenon?
That you're using force by applying force. The force is applied backwards.
No.
No. Yeah, that's a core principle of physics, which is part of science.
We're talking, dude. Come on, we're talking about the.
Come on, what, dude? What? I don't need. What are you talking about? I'm honestly over this conversation, bro. Like, you're not going to convince me anything about this because it's nonsense.
He's just going to talk to you. He's not going to listen to anything you say. He's just going to talk through you. So, Phil, could you stop talking through people, please? Would it be possible to have a coherent conversation with you?
He's doing that thing, guys. You know that sound clip where the guy's like, the numbers, the figures, they're fossil records. He's doing the same thing where he's like, well, the science, the physics, the engineering, the technology. Like, those are different things for a reason, my guy.
But
they have
part
different
of
names. No, they're not.
Okay, right? So physics is not part of science. These principles are not part of science. Okay.
Correct. Are you familiar with this?
Okay.
Hold on.
Like, you can talk.
Dude, you're yapping still. So you're familiar with the STEM? Do you know what STEM stands for? In school? STEM? STEM? What did that stand for? Go ahead.
As I said, I'm over the conversation. You're not going to convince me otherwise, dude.
I'm not trying to convince you, dummy. So just...
You're not going to convince me of shit, dude, because you're talking nonsense, dude. You just said physics is...
Do you know what STEM is? Do you know what STEM is? I'll give him one last chance. STEM. What is
science, technology, engineering. What's mathematics?
There you go. So why are they separated? Why isn't it just science, and science? Because that's kind of what you're almost.
No, that's not what I'm saying,
right
dude.
Now. Yeah,
you're trying to tell me that physics is not part of science. It's nonsense.
So what's not science? Which one of those are not science for you?
They're part of science. They're part of science.
No, they're not. No, they're
Yeah,
not.
yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Science.
It might as well just be science, and science, bro.
Correct.
No, that's
there's a
nonsense.
reason why it's
You
STEM,
guys are just
science,
spitting
technology,
nonsense.
engineering, and mathematics. And then there's physics. That's a whole other thing, dude. Isn't there classes like Physics 101? Or do you go to like science class and we do physics and science?
I don't even know if there's a science class.
you
That's nonsense because there are sub.
Maybe you should have took those classes, dude. Maybe you should have took those classes. Go ahead, Tito.
I'm saying that I'm pretty sure the introduction to physics
You're not
you would
sure of
learn what
shit.
the oh, for fuck's sake! That
Bro,
you would
you're
learn,
yapping, bro.
You would learn the scientific method in introductory physics. You would learn what it is.
You probably don't even know what physics means. These guys just use buzzwords. They're buzzword earthers. The numbers, the figures, the fossil records, dude. Like incredible.
I remember being taught the scientific method in grade 7. I think they covered it in late primary school, but high school, first year high school, they went right into it. And we
Did you learn?
actual properties.
Did you learn the scientific method in math class?
Well, you got to learn the physics method.
No, not in math.
Did you learn the scientific method in art class?
No.
No. Okay.
Well, art is science, though.
Did you do woodwork? Did you learn the scientific method in woodwork?
No.
We can all see where I'm fucking going here, can't we?
I
You learn the scientific method
Yeah,
in
but
science.
woodworking is also science, Jedi. You're not, you're being too, you're playing semantics, bro. It's all science, dude.
Science, and science.
Yeah, that's a CV original right there, too. Science, science, iance, and myance. STEM.
Now, without him probably realising, Phil Scrimmage did actually bring up a decent point with regards to a piston. But this is a man-made device where we use laws of nature, i.e. pressure, to make things move. Now, we're not doing science here. We understand how the laws apply. We did the science earlier. Now we're going to use cause and effect reasoning to make shit happen in engineering, which will be man-made. So man did that. I mean, he stumbled onto a point, but he doesn't understand what he fucking said.
It's too busy yappuccino.
Could have had a conversation about that, could have moved on. But hey-ho, he wants to play his game.
You guys aren't going to convince me. Well, dude, you need to go convince yourself. Like, first of all, go learn what science is and how that's not. You're using it as this huge umbrella term. Oh, I have a cell phone, science. Physics, science.
I made some spaghetti, science.
Like, dude, not everything is science. Go ahead.
Now, CB, remember you said the other day, anything that flat earthers say, you wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Anything that we say is wrong. Like, bro.
Exactly, dude, yeah.
It's like, I can't, I just can't do it, man.
It's so facts, dude. Everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. It doesn't matter what we say.
Science and physics say Earth is flat. That's got to be wrong, right?
Ooh.
Yep.
Yeah. Also known as flat earthers can't be right syndrome. Like you could just tell him 2 + 2 is 4, and he'll be like, but we'll start putting up a fight. You can't convince me. Honestly, these guys are low IQ. I mean, we're just toying with people like this at this point. It's cooked.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and send him some flat earth, playlist. Just in case if you want to check it out later, he can. But I think I'm gonna do that, man. I've been doing that for a while now, and and some people, came back just like the PNR. Some people came back and talked to us, and they said, "Oh, I didn't know what you guys, I didn't know what you guys was coming from. Now I understand. I still believe in the globe, but I understand it's different from, from what I thought. At least they can be honest with it. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
Bro, dude, are you talking about music playlists or like video playlists?
No, flat Earth playlist. Just flat Earth stuff. Flat Earth 101.
There you go. There you go. We're so winning. Let's see. We have Jude OGT. You guys talked to Jude before? Welcome, Jude. You're up. Jude, you are up. Kind of a double entendre name there. Jude. I see what you did there. Are we still live, guys? Are we live?
Some of them are, mate.
And we are live.
Oh, there she is. Flatsy, we were missing you the other night. Where were you? We were trying to cook, dude.
Probably sleeping.
Yeah.
She was cooking too, making sandwiches.
No,
Yeah.
I was
Here
probably
we go.
I just never sleep, usually. Sometimes I catch up on it. Have you guys been flat smacking?
You've been smacking something.
That's disgusting. This is a family
No,
show.
I mean just. Well, I mean that's true too. But like we're smacking the bottom of the barrel in terms of like the people that we're dealing with. Basically, it's just so low IQ.
Kidding.
When he says bottom
it's
of the
more
barrel,
projection.
Okay. Okay. Sorry.
When he says bottom of the barrel, we're not talking the inside of it either.
Yeah. Yo.
So yeah, I'm not able to sleep tonight, so I'm here.
Why not?
I kind of slept for a few hours and then I got up and everybody's asleep, and so here I am.
Well, we're glad you're here, Sassy.
Yeah, we're flat smacking, right? What about you, Jenna? Are you flat smacking?
It's more idiot control. I wouldn't say I'm flat smacking. It's just wrangling retards. That's all it's doing.
So true.
Yeah, that's depressing. Not really depressing. That's the wrong word. It's sad, that's for sure. It's nice when you have those randos that come in here and you can actually have an edifying conversation with them. Doesn't matter if they think the earth is flat afterwards, at least they can receive the information correctly, you know?
Yeah. We need better ops, honestly.
Because I'm not in the game of convincing. I just like having a good conversation. And that's why I don't engage with the anti-flat earthers. Honestly, they can all F off.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, I can't do that with them either. Yep. I just can't. Anti-flat earthers.
Crazies.
Hi.
The earth is round, you're all hoping flat earthers are retards.
You know,
Thanks,
coping.
Ozzy. Sorry, my turn.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Ozzy down under. Do you want to unmute your microphone, dude, and we can have a conversation? Or are you just going to hide behind your microphone and chuck grenades into the room and then fuck
He's gonna hide, bro. He's gonna hide and then fuck off.
He's going to hide. He's got no bollocks. That's all he's come to do.
We were just talking about people like you.
Yeah, facts. Dude, no one has more stamina than this panel. You're not gonna outlast this, dude. So might as well just like leave now, probably. Aussie. You don't have the smoke. Whoa, Danger, what's going on? How are you?
How you doing?
We
Well,
are
my friends
live.
are here, man.
You say your friends are here?
So a lot of my friends are here.
W.
Who are they?
Oh yeah, who?
I don't remember. 15 people in this place I remember talking to.
Oh, so you've been here before then?
Yeah. Yeah. Just you want me to name them all?
No, that's all right, close stranger. No problem at all, buddy. Just don't recognise your name, my friend. That's all. So didn't think maybe you'd been here before. Thought it was possibly your first time.
Oh no, I don't agree with you, but be that as it may, I just saw some people in here that I used to talk to.
Awesome. Good stuff, man. Well, welcome to the channel anyway.
Well, thank you. That's very kind. I mean to interrupt anything here.
Mate, you're not interrupting anything at all. We're, if you want to have a conversation, you're more than willing to have a conversation with you, mate. If you've got any questions or something you want to bring up, then please feel free to do so.
Appreciate that, but I don't really have any questions whatsoever.
Well, we got questions. We got questions, right, Jedi?
You got questions, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. So wait, is he a flat earther? Or are you a flat earther or no? All right, I didn't catch that.
He said he didn't.
Oh hell no.
He said, "Hell no." Okay, so well, what's your biggest hang up with flat Earth? Do you feel like you don't understand it, or you understand it well and it's capped?
There's a biblical passage that I think is just
What?
misconstrued.
That's
Right now-
not. We're not. Hold on. Let me stop you there. We're not basing our position off of biblical passages. Just so you know.
Okay.
So if you think that we're here because the Bible said this, that's not what we're here for. Necessarily. Some
Apparently
people
that's
might
not
be
very-
on that. Some people, I'm not saying that's not true, and for some people, but that's when it comes to this panel and how we're going to present the flat Earth, it has nothing to do with biblical verses or well, this passage says it, so therefore it's true. Like that's not. We don't do that here. So we're not confused about anything in the Bible, dude. We're just talking about the Earth and how it presents itself directly. And how it measures. The surface can be measured flat, and then that's it. There's no verses involved there.
We also have to expound into other topics because of this discussion, and it will also, we have to have a lot of knowledge about different facets of science and this and that. So we're not just all about the flat Earth per se, although it all leads back to flat Earth. Because people think that it's scientifically proven that the Earth is a globe, and they're in a category error.
Flatzy, let me do a WWE reverse on this guy. So is he saying that the Earth is a globe because of the Bible and what the Bible says? Danger?
Oh no, sir. Someone tried to pull that out. That they said that the Earth is flat, but that means a different meaning than what it says. No, the Earth is a globe, just like every molecule in your body is a globe.
What?
Everything is round.
How do you know
That's
molecules
right.
are
Cornbread are square.
Crazy that you just said
I
that.
are round.
But how do you know molecules are globes?
Because they're all little tiny little molecules.
How do you know what shape they are? How do you know that?
The planet and the planet.
Earth's not a planet. Earth isn't a planet, just so you know. So
Okay, well, have you ever soared above it for about 33 hours and saw the curvature of the Earth?
it's not possible.
It must have been like some kind of a CGI.
What altitude? What altitude? 33,000 seeing the curvature of the Earth. Where were you?
36,000.
36,000 feet? What?
I don't know. We were over there, Arctic or whatever the hell. I don't remember. Everything's around though.
Planetarium director Paul Larson, he even says that the claimed altitude of the ISS, which is like 250 miles, right? You can't even see the curvature of the Earth from there, and that would be 3% of the Earth that's in their vision.
So we've made up this whole round trip this whole time and just
people
told
who
you that.
say that they see the curvature from an airplane. They're not seeing curvature. They're just imposing that. I don't know. I don't know why you impose it.
Look, I'm not troubleshooting you guys and come here to do that. I just wanted to find out what you guys were up to and wanted to say hi. I remember D-Bub and all these other guys. So.
D-Dub, that's our boy right there.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Nah, bro. Do you
I
actually
know.
think you can see curvature from an airplane? Like, just tell me you're joking.
Yes, I can. I have.
That is false. That is false. Oh, let me ask
No,
you
it
something
is
real quick. Let me ask you.
Have you ever
How many?
been on an
Hold on.
airplane?
Yes, I
Jumped
have,
out of
Wookie.
more planes than you ever
Hold
been
on.
in and on.
Don't worry about it. They don't go high enough to see curvature.
I was delicately
This is.
writing
You can get it out.
getting myself out of this place.
Well, just hold
Right.
on. I have a question for you.
You don't
How
get to
many?
school me on anything
Yeah,
on
I
this
do.
planet.
Yes, I do.
Right? You don't.
We're not on a
Well,
planet.
because
We're not
we're
on a
done with
planet.
our conversation.
Can you just
Moving
relax with
on.
the Yappuccino for a second? I'd like to address something you said.
No, I'm not.
Just chill for a second. Thank you. He's gone. Dude, no stamina. Literally. Fucking incredible.
Well, that's usually the case. You never know. Somebody could just be in here LARPing or saying that they're friends with a lot of people in here. He couldn't actually point out any of his friends, so that's kind of a telltale.
I am the person that he's referring to. He's not someone I really want to associate with.
I can see why.
And kept down. Not even for like flat Earth, non-flat Earth reasons. It's just I know him from another community, and he's a pain in the ass.
Sounds like it.
Yep. We'll leave that alone then. Aussie Down Under, why have you posted such a shit video in text chat?
What do you post?
Do you honestly believe that it's debunked in 45 seconds? Now,
That's cap,
be
bro.
fair dinkum about it, bro. If it's debunked in 45 seconds, I wouldn't have been here a year ago.
Well, you would if you were stupid. Well, I think all flat earthers are pretty fucking stupid if you can't.
We're smarter than you,
Pretty
so.
fucking stupid. I think any fuckwit that lives in Australia. That right.
No, you
I
can't.
think any fuckwit that lives in Australia that has driven across it and still thinks we're on a ball-tard needs to have their head checked. Like seriously, bro.
If it was debunked in 45 seconds, you've been here a lot longer than 45 seconds. You ain't debunking shit. So. This like you've been on mute for like 3 minutes. You're not debunking anything.
So, yeah, okay.
Aussie Down Under, explain your video. If you can.
Yeah, let's hear this.
Explain your video, dude. Demonstrate to us that we're all retarded with your proof.
This ought to be good.
Demonstrate better than the video just did in 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Can you explain the video?
It's not my video, but it's pretty self-explanatory.
Have you watched it? Have you ever
used Google Maps?
He
used
hasn't even watched it.
Watch the video.
It's called Global Positioning System. Keyword global.
Ground positioning.
Actually, it's ground positioning system.
It's a globe Earth. That's how GPS works.
It's ground positioning system.
What evidence do you have besides personal?
Wait, who's
Measurement.
this?
We've got measurement. We've got measurement. That's what we have.
Hold on.
Literally, if you don't think GPS stands for global positioning system, you need to Google that shit.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's global, bro.
It's global positioning system. Look it up.
He's been tricked by words.
It's not ground positioning system, dumbass. It's global.
No, it's global, bro. Global.
Global now.
Fucking idiot.
Why don't you do a little bit of due diligence and look up ground positioning system? Just Google that.
That's literally not what GPS stands for.
I know what you're
He
saying.
won't look it up, Flatsy, because he's got this mindset that he's right.
Of course I'm right. It's fucking on. It's everywhere. You use it every day.
Down under, why don't you do the lady a favour and look up what she asked you to look up instead of being an arrogant prick?
He's
guys.
No choice but
Is he roboting or me?
Yeah, I looked up fucking ground positioning system, and the only thing that comes up is global positioning system.
That's cap, bro.
It's not cap. I just fucking googled it. It's
Oh, you
literally
Googled it?
coming up with global positioning system
Google's got
everywhere.
all the answers, dude. Google's where all the answers are.
Well, how the fuck am I going to find something that doesn't exist on the internet?
Oh, it's got to be on Google. All right, dude.
Well, I'm not going on the fucking dark web to try and find some fuckwit that says, "Oh yeah, it's ground positioning system." It's
Well,
global.
how can it be global if there's no globe?
You guys are all
It'd
fucking
be-
delusional.
Dude, you literally believe in fantasies and fictional settings like outer space and the globe, bro. Like, what are you talking about? We go outside, the earth doesn't move, and it's measured flat. That's why we're here. So, delusional how? You're literally going against all your
No,
senses,
you're right.
all of reality. You're a reality denier.
Doesn't exist.
All right, bro, you're just trolling at this point.
So how about we go back
The
to your
wind- the
spastic
wind is
video
fake,
that you
right?
put up?
Yeah.
Wind's fake. Wind doesn't
Wind's fake.
exist.
First thing that comes up there is some fuck knuckle
It's
holding
all
a
a
sticker
fucking government
measuring.
conspiracy.
No,
You're trolling, dude.
yeah, troll.
You might, dude. You should have just gave up in the first 3 seconds if you're gonna do this. Wind is fake. Everything's fake. Okay, bro. Just hold the L, bro. Guys, I'll be back.
It says global because it's a globe. This is really
It's usually really a good way of researching a topic is to find different sources opposing your view, so that you're not just always just parroting what would pop up in your search engine. So find something that would oppose your view, and so you're not considered biased, because that's a cognitive bias. That's right in there where you need to evaluate what logic is and what logical fallacies are.
Did anyone else watch this video that he posted up? It's all cartoons.
You know, Jedi, cope is not necessarily a negative term.
It is when he's coping.
I know, but I'm saying that we always use this, and so do Globers against this. It's not a negative term to cope with a like you're dealing with a difficult situation. That's cope.
Yeah, he is. He's dealing with a difficult situation.
I don't think that that's negative per se, though. It can be anything.
Comforting?
Well, it's not necessarily comforting. It's you just being able to deal with a difficult situation. That means it could be like a server that's on a staff at a restaurant that's shorthanded, and they're able to deal with this difficult situation of a lunch rush. You know.
Or it could be somebody on a Discord server stroking their own hair to ease the pain and then start spouting shit because they're coping with their cognitive dissonance and ego.
You could also look up geographic positioning system It's another option so that it's not so convoluted on your search engine, because the most popular searches will always overreach other sources that could be reliable. You just got to make sure that you're not having some sort of cognitive bias.
You could also look up what LORAN was and whether or not LORAN used space satellites. Spoiler alert, it never did.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm trying to get him to realize that, the GPS that he's referring to is derived from elevation angle measurements to Polaris and elevation angle measurements to the sun for solar noon. That's flat Earth measurements.
Oh, well, that's for location of those things in the sky. Yeah, but from my understanding, right, GPS doesn't give a shit where you are. It will locate you in a given area relative to it, right?
Yes,
and then
exactly.
You have to, yeah, right. It's just saying, hey, you're here, right? I'm here and you're there.
Yeah, it's a coordinate system, and the coordinates are already
right.
They're from a system of elevation angle measurements, like I said, but that's what they're derived from. So you have this coordinate system based off of something in the past that was before satellites, or whatever you would think a satellite is. How would they have known how to do that without knowing these things geographically first?
You can falsify it easily enough anyway, because if you're in a busy town centre or whatever else it is, or you're somewhere that's quite built up, you can get your signal. Whereas when you're out in the countryside, there's absolutely zero signal, and you'll be in the middle of nowhere. So there's nothing blocking, in theory, your line of sight, quote unquote, or your device's line of sight to these satellites, because obviously these satellites are above your head, beaming the signals here, there, and everywhere. But you can't get a signal. And then the second you go somewhere built up, aka near the towers that make this technology work in the first place, the ground-based towers that enable this technology, not a conspiracy, just a fact, then all of a sudden, your phone starts working again. Your GPS starts working again. And then once again, you go back into the countryside, away from those ground-based towers, and it stops working. So all of a sudden, this technology works without needing any satellites, any space beams, or anything of the sort. And you can easily test this yourself by going on a drive in the countryside, or going on a walk in the countryside, and let me know how your mobile phone gets on.
Yeah, I live in a pretty rural area, so I can attest to this. There are places where you're not able to rely on your phone positioning you where you need to go, or giving you, it's always skewed, especially in the most rural areas. So that's something to consider. You think that it's always supposed satellites, but if that's the case, then the most rural areas wouldn't be so affected, because
You'd have the best
it
signal.
shouldn't be.
You'd have the best signal, because there's no buildings blocking your access to the satellites. There's nothing but clear sky above you, and you should have a clear and uninterrupted signal to the satellites.
Yes.
And be able to use your phone, get on the internet, access location data.
They say it doesn't work that way. Like, so
Yeah.
apparently
It does, though.
Apparently your GPS thingy in your smartphone will work where you don't have internet access, right? Or you don't have
That's
a
not
cell phone
true.
signal, and so you can't make a call.
Yeah, but that's not true, because if you're not near a cell phone tower, your data won't work. So you're not able to use the alternative to like Wi-Fi, and your data won't work either. So you're in a rural area where your cell phone tower is many miles
Apparently
away.
the GPS chip is still it's still working.
It's not working very well. It's very shoddy, and I can attest to this because I live in a rural area, so I understand, what he's saying. But I would also, it's anecdotal, so it's not necessarily good evidence or anything. But my husband worked on cell phone towers for many years, and they're line of sight. And if there's not another cell phone tower line of sight with the one that he climbed to the top of, because he has to point the radio
Hey guys,
to the other.
the world is flat, you fucking faggots.
Okay, we know that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can somebody remove him from the server, please? He's not allowed to use the F slur. Thank you.
Even in the town centre where I live, there's a lot of tall buildings, and while you're in the middle of the town centre, as built up as it can possibly be, you completely lose location data. I'm talking like your phone has got no idea where you are.
That's a
because
different scenario.
Because the buildings around you are so tall, and whether it's the material they're made of, whatever it is, you just it cannot access.
Those buildings have those, but those buildings have. You're not in a dense city. You have the buildings giving. They're not. There's no cell phone towers because the buildings will act as those towers. So they have those things there on top of buildings, and they have those faux tree satellite towers. So you can have many people can't necessarily differentiate when there's like a tower out there that looks like a tree, but I've seen them and I know that they're there because my husband climbed them. He's like, there's towers out there that are meant to look like trees, and they do. I've seen them. They don't look like trees for real, but it's like Roblox kind of. But if you
I
pay
haven't seen
attention,
those, but that's interesting.
yes, you should look. You should pay attention. Maybe even look in your area for some using your search engine. You
Because
could probably find one.
I'm sure you can appreciate that people who maybe watch the X Factor, if you were to say to them, well, they've got these towers and they're making them look like trees. I'm sure we can all agree. It sounds nuts, doesn't it? It sounds absolutely mental. But I know you're not making it up, and guaranteed.
Yeah, I'm not.
I know. Like, I'll go and have a look, and I'll be like, God damn it! And then I'll be the person saying the hiding satellites in the trees. And people are thinking, fucking nuts.
The towers look like trees. It's pretty funny. They don't look like it if you pay attention, but they can blend into the background, and you'll not notice it. Just I know because the first time I saw it, I was like, dang, that does not look like a tree, but I've never noticed it before. So it was pretty funny when it was. My husband is the one who pointed it out to me because he climbed it. Anyways, line of sight is absolutely required for these towers. And there was the reason why I know this is my husband told me about. I remember all his stories. I remember most of all of your stories also. So if you guys tell me a story about something in your life, I'm going to remember it usually. So if I don't, it's rare. So he was telling me about how he was climbing a tower and replacing a radio because they thought that it was defective. And he replaced it, of course, like he was supposed to. And maybe it was defective, and I'm not remembering it correctly, but I do remember this part. So he was like, I know that this isn't going to work because there's a tree out there in the line of sight to the next tower that's going to obstruct this radio signal to the next tower. And he told the boss that, or I guess whoever was running the crew that he, was working with. And they didn't even take a second thought to what he had said. And of course, in the time frame that he was, the radio still didn't work. So he was trying to tell them that at first. They didn't believe him. It didn't work. They had to go back to do the job and fix it. And they realized that it was what he was talking about. There was a tree in the way that had grown too far up, and they were supposed to trim the top of that tree so that it wasn't in the way of the signal. So that's essentially what they had to do. They had to go and trim that tree so that it didn't affect the signal or interfere from line of sight of radio signal to that tower to the next. And I remember that even before I was a flat earther, that's a story that I was told before I was a flat earther. And it only like really clicked after the fact. So these things are not just going up to satellites in the sky. These things are going line of sight to the next tower. Raised by Goats, definitely be on the lookout for those
I
faux
will be.
trees that are
I will be.
actual towers.
It can be another thing I point out to my wife, and then she just looks at me like I've married a crazy person. Like when it's like I'll take videos or I'll point to the sky, for example, and you'll see these like just this thick trail coming out behind one plane, whereas another plane just isn't doing that, and you can see it. Like I can, because we're not a million miles away from an airport, and you can. It's right there in front of your own eyes. You can see it. Like it's not a theory. It's not like you're looking at it with your own eyes. And then I'll say to her, because it'll be a sunny day, and I'll say to her, guaranteed, this afternoon it's going to be overcast, it's going to be cloudy. And then when it is, even then, you're still like, yeah, but you're just crazy. It's like, but I'm pointing to something I can see in real life. You can also see it in real life. You know, it'll be the same with these trees. Look, it's not even a real tree. And even though it'll be there, very clearly not a real tree, because I have heard about it, but it's one of those things that I haven't yet seen it myself. And I'm sure we can appreciate how absolutely nuts it sounds. But I'll be, what's the film called? It'd just be another example of being made to feel like you live in that film with the guy with the glasses, They Live.
I put one in chat for you, so you can look at it and see what it's. I
I'm
mean,
away from my computer, but just got my headset on, so let's go and have a look. Ah, yeah.
It's fine. It's in chat, so it
Yeah, I see
looks
it.
like it kind of looks like a real tree, but you can tell it's not.
Yeah, you can see, can't you? It almost seems like just throwing it, like just rubbing it in your face. And there'll probably be some kind of, it's for the birds. I bet you couldn't pay a bird to sit on that.
No, they couldn't because there's an area of those. They have to shut off when someone climbs those towers. Somebody has to be at the base turning off the microwave.
Perfectly safe, though.
No, they have to.
Perfectly safe.
My husband's almost been fried because they didn't. They forgot to, and they could tell that something was wrong before they got to the area that was really dangerous, and they had to tell them to shut it off so that they could climb up the rest of the way. So there is a point up there where they can't climb that tower if that's not shut off.
Well, that's perfectly safe to sleep next to, though, and live next to, and eat next to.
It's at an elevation that's not going to affect you unless you're there on the tower trying to climb it. If you're not authorized to climb a cell phone tower and somebody at the base in that building that can shut off certain parts of it for you so you can climb up. So I recommend no one ever try to unauthorized climb a cell phone tower. You will fry, you will die. So don't do it.
I watched a documentary about the stuff like this, and I'm by no means, settled or decided, but it was talking about, yes, they're up at a certain elevation, but what it's putting out is still reaching your phone, and vice versa. So even though you're in your house, that elevation isn't stopping whatever that's putting out from reaching you in your home. And he's a guy who made a documentary about it, who claims to be some kind of ex-communications engineer or blah blah blah, not just a random guy off the street. And he is adamant those things are incredibly dangerous. Whether or not they are, don't know. Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest, to be honest. We're just
I'm
getting
not gonna
slowly
I'm not
fried
gonna
in
go
our
out
beds.
on a sorry, I'm not gonna go out on a limb and say that they're not dangerous. I'm just saying at close proximity they are.
Oh yeah.
And if you're not at the close proximity, you're okay. I mean, my husband's okay. He's healthy and whatnot. He's even been exposed to it slightly, so you can rest assured that he's healthy. I do. I understand like long exposure may be something to look into, maybe.
Yeah, it's slow.
But
It's
we're
slow.
all exposed.
It's
We're
not.
all exposed every day, so we're not. I don't see people like to scare you, and I would say it, especially conspiracy theorists. Like, or I'm trying not to use theorists. Sorry. So the conspiratards, or that's the word I like to use because if you're a conspiratard, yeah, everything is out to get you, and that's not what I am. I'm not someone who just believes every single thing out there without evidence. So if I don't, I can give you what I know, and I can tell you that it's not really that big of a deal if you're not in close proximity. And I mean, like, you have to be right up on it for it to really fry you. And on the tower, climbing up it, like in that scenario. I don't know how many birds die or animals die, but I think that they have the sense to stay away from it so they know the proximity intuitively not to go near it because they would be affected by it. So I think you're okay. It's okay. Don't believe everything you hear out there in conspiratard land because they're trying to scare everyone. And fear-based mind control is a thing. Like you can control people with fear. So just be careful.
Oh yeah, you have to be just as skeptical of it, regardless of the source it's coming from, because anything that leaves you feeling anxious, afraid, worried, whether it's coming from your side, quote unquote, or not, it's just as dangerous. It's just as destructive. And
Agreed.
There are people out there who make a tidy little living, indeed, peddling absolute crap on YouTube, both sides of the fence. Not that this is a binary issue, but you know what I mean. And they just touting shit they just know for a fact to be untrue. But the doom scrollers, obviously, you know,
Yes, because they know it'll get a lot of views. They know that it'll catch a lot of attention. Because there's a lot of conspiratards out there who'll just believe anything just because somebody says, "Ooh, check this out. I said this and this and this." You know, like they don't show them any evidence of it at all. They just play like eerie music behind them, showing you flashes of pictures of 5G towers and you know like they're just all if they're not giving you evidence then it doesn't matter. Also you have to consider what is actual evidence of something too. So I've seen people have some sort of like meter that reads EM waves or whatever, and when they're close to a 5G tower, they're like, it's off the Richter scale and blah, blah, blah. Those are not, that's not good evidence of anything. So I wouldn't accept that as good evidence of anything. So you have to also be mindful of what is actual evidence of the claims that people make. And that isn't. So I'm not so. Just because my husband worked on cell phone towers, and I know the dangers of them in proximity, but not like when you're out of that proximity. That's why I know that it's a bunch of bullcrap. I'm very blessed that I have a husband that has the experience, that shares his experiences with me. He's even climbed up to the top of towers while we were together, like early when we were first like together, and he'd take pictures from that high up, and it was so beautiful. And I loved all those pictures that he sent me and all the stories that he told me, and he would tell me all those stories, and I remember them. So And on hand, I can always tell you guys what I know because of his experience. And I hope it's valuable at least. And all this stuff that they're putting out there as, oh, it's so dangerous and blah, blah, blah. Just be mindful that it's just conspiratards talking. And
Well,
they're.
Flatsy, where I work, the gentleman that had my job beforehand, he actually pops back into the shop every now and then, and that is his job, repairing cell phone towers, cell towers. And there's a few Aussies that just
Ooh,
shook their heads at once then.
that's something else, though, by the way.
The problem is, when they're working on them, they've got to shut them off.
Yes,
Actually
that's
turn
another.
them off to work on them, or you'll get barbecued.
Yes,
It's like
that's what
sticking
I
your
was
head in the
talking about.
microwave.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So, my husband, he repaired them at one point, and before he started repairing them, because it's two different jobs, he would climb to the tippy top of the towers to replace the equipment, and then he got a job, which it was still under the same company, but there were two different factions. So there was one that would fix the technology, and the other would rebuild or replace certain parts of the structures that were needing to be replaced. So, yeah, I know all about it because he did both of those jobs. So, yeah, that's what I was talking about, Matrix. So, when he would climb up, they would have to turn those things off so that he didn't get fried. But it's a
Couple of the bigger ones even
Yeah.
have, like in your photo there, how there's that fenced off area. Some of the bigger ones have like a 20 and 30 meter fenced off area, even at ground level, directly underneath it. So the panels are above you, pointing away. Even at ground level, to go inside the fenced area, they've got to shut it off first.
Right. And that's one thing that in the past has happened to him where they didn't turn off one of them, or maybe the main. I just remember he was telling me that they didn't turn off a section of it that while they were climbing, they started noticing that it wasn't turned off, and they had to radio down to the ground people that were at the building to turn it off because it was still on and they couldn't climb any further. So I do remember him saying that. That's what I was telling you guys. So yeah, exactly. That's exactly the point I was making, Matrix. It's just good to have all the information, especially, yeah, like you have a friend that does that. And my husband did that for a long time, for years. I think he said he did it for 7 years. And the last little bit of his work there with he did change companies, but it was still within the same type of work. So he was working on the technology at first, and he would have to install the radios at the very tippy top of the towers, and then he started repairing towers, so replacing the structure. Yeah, anything you guys want to know about towers, cell phone towers, you can ask me and I'll ask my husband. If I don't know the answer, he's got the answer. That's for sure. I can't do it right now because he's asleep, but you know, whenever he's awake and not heading off to work or at work or whatever, I can ask him these questions. He'll answer them. Oh, I do need to disclose this. Since 5G has come out, my husband hasn't worked on cell phone towers. He's a millwright now, so he's a journeyman. So he's worked his way up in the millwrights. So but he still has like 7 years of knowledge of working on cell phone towers. And so Galactic Federation, do you have any proof that the Earth is a globe? I guess that's a no with that self mute.
I don't interfere in your development.
Oh, good grief. People like to LARP, don't they? He kind of sounded Romanian, right? Somewhere close to that region, maybe?
Friends, how is everybody?
Good.
What's up, dude?
You know, it's been a minute. Pretty quiet in here, eh? Hey, Eggshells, you there, buddy?
Then start a conversation. Come on.
Oh, you know me, I'm good at that. I'm good at that. That's what I do.
What?
I'm good at that.
We all gonna die.
Okay, do you have any evidence of a globe Earth in any way? Are you a globe Earther?
Pictures from space.
Pictures from space. Oh, I could. So anything from the ground?
Brain in the jar.
Brain in a jar. Okay, good.
It's Vlad. He's not a globe earther.
Oh, really?
DJ to the rescue. It's my favorite.
Yeah, friend. I know. I don't know. Yeah, I'm a very well-known person here. I don't know how you don't know me, but it's okay. I don't want to be like. I don't want my ego to be all like blown up. But yeah, people. I know my. Don't you know who I am, man? What's wrong with you, man? How you mistake me for a
sorry,
globe?
I haven't seen you for a while. Yeah, sorry, I didn't know. Hey, how are you, dude?
Yeah. I was banned for a while. It's okay. You know, they ban me here all the time. It's okay. Cool. I'm cool.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm back from the ban. You know, fresh from jail.
We have a globe here called Jar. There's no brain. It's just the jar. So he's good value.
Wait, Eggshells is here.
Yeah, I was about to say, hey, Eggshells, it's been a while, man. They let me back in, man.
Googie Eggs, what's going on?
What'd they kick you out for, Deccan?
Oh, you know, being a bad boy, you know how I am. You know, say things sometimes I shouldn't say. But listen, you know, I'll try and keep it like civil now. You know, I was punished enough, man. I was punished enough. Like, I can't take the punishments anymore. You know, I'm an older man. You know, I can't take the pain anymore. You know, I'm no longer a young buck. You know, that can take the beatings. Yeah, they broke me finally. Yeah, now I'm gonna have to start using less cuss words. You know, less anger.
Hey, that's good for you, man.
No, if it's less cuss words, I mean, they didn't break you. They rehabilitated you, man, for the greater good.
It's the greater good. Oh my God, no, man, that's communism right there, bro. What the hell are you doing to me, man?
No, did you?
Bro, I'm gonna break. I'm breaking it already. Fucking start to crack. Don't mess with me, man. You're about to. I'm about to crack, friends.
Okay,
actually,
hold on before anyone says. I think that the point was so that you stay on topic and you don't stray, and that you can actually present your position without all the curse words, because those.
Oh, friend, please. Oh my God, I don't want lectures from you. Jesus Christ, can please. I'm gonna leave already. Jesus Christ, this is the last person I want to hear anything. Last person I want to hear from is some person like you. Please.
Let's see. Remember only the people who are wise want to be corrected. They will appreciate your correction. The one that doesn't even listen to what you say before you finished saying it, he doesn't care for any correction.
It's because I'm a lady. Right. And it's okay. I'm a lady. I get it. So if anybody else that's a man, can reiterate what I'm trying to say.
No, you're totally fine, Betsy.
Let her finish.
Is that really it?
No, I wanted to say more, but I don't think it's going to be heard. And it doesn't, what am I going to do? Shout into darkness?
Okay, I'll reiterate what she's saying. She's saying basically, anyone who does not think that a wraparound is necessary for flat Earth is a dumb flat earther. That's what she's saying.
Is that what you were saying, Flatsy? I had misunderstood that. I thought you were telling Deccan to not swear so much, but it sounds like what you're actually saying is we need a Pac-Man for the sun and for the ground.
Oh, brother, no.
Exactly.
I was not saying any of that.
Then you're a dumb flat earther.
Okay, that's your opinion, buddy. I don't need to dwell
It means
on
literally
what you
anyone who
think
doesn't.
about
No,
me.
seriously, from the flat earthers, anyone who doesn't think that we need a wraparound effect, they're out of touch with reality. There are real world observations that necessitate this, and they're out of touch.
Hey, percent. That's that's a good start. Let's start this conversation here. Percent. What do you think is happening with the sky?
Man, it's the same thing that happens with everything else. That the ends of the Earth, the ends of the flat Earth, are connected. Okay, there's this wraparound effect.
And is it omnidirectional? Does it happen east to west as much as north and south?
Yeah, it's omnidirectional.
So if you headed in any direction, you'd end up going in a full circle, as if you're on a globe, but you're not on a globe.
He's
exactly.
It's like the projection.
It's like how the globe, it wraps around at the southern celestial pole. If you're gonna apply the azimuth equidistant projection, it's like that, but with it being flat, without this curvature that's missing.
Hey, that's way too complicated. We can keep it simple. The Earth measures flat. Period.
No, but then you're denying real world observations, like whatever.
No, it's very
denying them.
You don't have hold up. If you just say the Earth is flat, that's it. Then whatever projection you're using is going to be debunked. Simple as that.
No projection.
So I don't need any concepts to understand what reality presents itself to be. My eyes and my senses are enough.
Okay, so why can't you map it out?
Every map is flat. Every map is flat. They're just different projections. Every map that is being utilized practically to navigate the Earth is always going to be a planar grid system. There's no such
thing. They're all broken without wraparound.
Yeah, because we are limited. Because we are small and the Earth is vast.
I don't know what maps you use, but every map I use for navigation, and they're always planar, which they get me to where I need to go. Then
that's not his problem.
I hear you, but they all have
Apple Maps, or however that stuff is called. It always works because it's a planar grid system.
Trying to talk, but TW, you're coming in low. Just
using them for driving my car, for example.
Is this better? I've got it in my mouth.
You got it. Yeah, sounds like it.
Eat that mic, T-Dub.
But it's louder. Yeah, it's louder. It's not better, but it's louder.
Yeah. So he's giving actuality, and he wants actuality and absolute knowledge of the sky phenomena in relation to the ground, and particularly the layout of land masses that we live on. That's what he wants. He wants there to be a particular thing that we have to accept, right? Like an overall view.
Yeah,
that's an error.
But not in terms of the map.
That's an error.
No, I don't want us to agree on one map. I don't care about that. Maybe in time we'll have that. But I'm saying that for any map that we have on a flat Earth, any single map, to match the real world observations, it has to have wraparound effect. Simple as that.
What? Again,
you give me any projection.
Percentage. Why don't you begin with giving us some real world observations to go on?
Okay, so for instance, the azimuth equidistant map, okay, or a projection. It's a globe projection that we make it into a flat Earth map.
What does that have to do with anything?
Map. Yeah, it's an example. You just asked for an example, didn't you?
No, I said an observation. You brought up a map.
Open up the whiteboard. Open up the whiteboard percentage side right now and draw out.
Yeah.
No, just draw out what you're saying. Just draw it out. You tell me the path of the sun.
You just said something extremely retarded, percentage.
I didn't. I don't know if you're not
real world observation.
Wait, let me say it like this. The observation is that in Antarctica, the sun rises to the south, when in Australia, the sun is at its zenith. North of Antarctica, the sun is at its zenith, straight up ahead. But in Antarctica, it's rising to their south. How does that work on a flat map, which is the azimuth equidistant map?
How does that work in reality? It just works, as you can see, because it works in reality. What does reality present itself to be? A topographical
that's the
planar
wrong
surface.
answer. The right answer is it works on the azimuthal equidistant map, percentage, because you're not projecting out the sun. You're only projecting out the land. The AE map is a projection of the celestial sphere itself, which includes the sun.
Get on the whiteboard right now, bro, and draw it out. Draw it out. Draw it out. We just open the whiteboard. Do it.
Are you aware that the AE map has a non-uniform scale I don't think you are.
Yes, I do, obviously. As you go south,
that
it's
scale, excuse me, I'm talking. That scale applies to the sky, as well as the terrain that gets stretched. But it also applies to the sky, which means you'd have to project out the sun to look like a sausage as it moves over the Tropic of Capricorn. And and if the sun could actually go out to the South Pole, it would be a ring. If I could build a shed, a 6 by 6 foot shack at 90 degrees south on your globe, and then project that out, it would be a ring that occupies the entire extent of the AE map itself.
So can I
because of the way that
hold on, let me just interject. Number one, I take issue with saying my globe. It's not my globe, okay? I don't claim the globe at all. Number two, if you're saying the sun's like a sausage, how can we see it all around this outer ring of the azimuthal equidistant map?
When did you hear him say it? When did you hear him say it is a sausage?
He said it would like wrap around like a sausage. That's what he said.
Do you understand why I said that?
Principles as
yes, I understand what you're saying. It, but my point is, you can't just ignore all of the stars in the central, like the north, the northern stars that are in the center. You can't just ignore them. Say that the sun's the only thing that somehow sausages around, and the other ones don't.
Separate issue from you mangling the use of the AE map and its interpretation. You mangled the crap out of that.
No, I didn't, bro.
So why is the north in the center? I feel this would support as well what Percentage is saying, where I would say it is the south has a better claim, and Amish, you just said the north is the center.
It was an arbitrary preference, Eggshells. You could put the center anywhere.
No, you can't. Can't put it on Sydney. There's two places you can put it.
You can project it out from Sydney. I've got a great map that's projected out from Cairo.
But that nothing makes sense.
Projected out from Cairo, Eggshells.
Practical use, dude. It has practical use. They use it. It gives you really good.
So is that what you really think? You think the Earth? You've gone with the AE map for years, but now you think it might be centered on Cairo.
Azimuthal headings.
We haven't.
If you centered the map on yourself, everywhere you went, you'd have accurate azimuthal headings, right?
And what would it take but a wraparound system and/or a globe to mean that you could draw an azimuthal equidistant map from any point, right? Exactly. Because how could you possibly do that, right? There are AE map projectors, and if you put them in the south, they wrap over the south.
This assumes you can verify the extent of the Earth itself.
That was your claim, though. You said you can make an azimuthal map from anywhere. So you saying you can make an azimuthal map, but we've got no idea if it's really an azimuthal map because I don't know the distances? That was your claim.
I didn't claim that Earth was a globe to make an azimuthal map out of.
You just claimed an azimuthal map. That requires that we know the distances to those things.
That could be any map. That could be any map where the center point is on you. It doesn't mean that Earth is a globe. I'm not claiming any wraparound. I'm not claiming how big the globe is, if there is one.
Just a point.
I'm just claiming an azimuthal equidistant projection.
Just for clearance, can we say that? Can we say we use the projection or the word projection when we're talking about a globe, and then map when we're talking about
a globe is a projection, and it's an incomplete one.
Okay, Percentage. Get into the whiteboard. I made everything so easy for you. All you got to do is hold the sun and move the sun around how you think it's moving. Show me what you're like. Literally, you don't have to draw anything. Everything's already drawn for you. Just take the sun and move it on the whiteboard and tell me how it's going. It's so simple. Instead of talking about what you show me.
There's no whiteboard open. What are you saying, whiteboard, bro?
It is the whiteboard. The activity is open.
Okay, I'm joining.
Jesus Christ! Don't move anything, please. See that little sun.
What about my one? Why are you covering up my one?
No, we'll fix it later. Just leave this one. See that sun? See that sun? See that? Move that sun. You see that sun? Right? That little sun. Show me. Okay. Please don't add anything. Just please don't fucking add anything. Bro, I'm fucking let him.
Yo, I got rickrolled hard.
Bro, can you guys stop? Let him fucking draw it out, please. Not draw it out, but fucking.
Bro, all I see are dicks, man.
Bro, there's no dicks. What are you talking about? It's on the other page. We're probably on a different board.
I only see one.
Me, Clay. Oh, there you are. Okay. So you see that little sun that's moving?
I just got rickrolled hard because all I saw were dicks.
No. Why the fuck would we do that, bro? Come on. Serious shit. You see that sun? Hold that sun. And around this fucking map. Tell me how, because they went down to the South of America, right? So they were in the South, right? And they saw 24-hour sun in the South. You see where it's right here? Like, you see South America here?
Yeah, we're seeing the leaves of the South, right? This is Antarctica, where the leaves are, basically.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So
but they were here. They were here. Yeah. They were here. Look at where my mouse is.
I hear you. So when the sun was north, like when at zenith was in Australia, right here, you see it was straight above in Australia. They're saying that they saw the sun right here.
Okay.
Rising up from the south. You understand?
Mm-hmm. They said it was rising up from the south, they said.
It was rising up from the south. And it's also rising up from the south here. And here. And here. And here. And here. And here. All the way around, and yet they could all see these suns, the sun at the same time. Everyone could see the sun at the same time, but none of them could see the stars right, here. Sorry. Right here in the center. They couldn't see the stars. You know, the North Star, Polaris, and all the northern stars, none of them could see that. They could see the sun from across the flat world without wraparound, but they couldn't see what's in between. Does that make sense?
Right. Okay, so when the sun started moving, when this sun started moving, let's say here, what started happening to the other suns?
They still saw them rising, like the sun was north of them in reality, in Australia, but they still saw it rising from their south, from behind them in Antarctica.
Okay, but you saw how I just moved the sun? Okay, so it actually moves this way. So let's say if it was in Australia, but it started moving this way, what's happening to the rest of these sun projections or the reflections of the sun?
They have 24-hour suns. Yeah, they have 24-hour suns. They're in the sky, but
are they
going
moving
up and down?
But they moved around them. Did you not know that?
No, they didn't move around. Of course they moved around. But they
went around them. No, but okay. So let's say their position was literally here. Let me add a little stick man here. A stick man here. Okay. See this. Let's say this is where the fuck is it? Okay. This is Witsit, right? See this little green man. This is Witsit, right? Right.
Yeah. So
the sun was going around like this. The sun was going around like this. Right. This is what they saw. It was going up and down. Like what Witsit told me, it was 17 degrees. And like 30 degrees up. So like it was oscillating up and down as it was rotating like this. Right? That's what he said he saw.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
But the thing
now,
is,
you tell me what you're showing. Yeah, tell me exactly what's happening.
So sorry. As that was happening, this one right here, it was going clockwise, right?
Yes.
But
and mine was going like this.
But the other one's going counterclockwise. And when this one reached right here, that's when this one matched this one right here. They met up. You understand? Okay. They became one sun right here.
But they should have saw two at the same time then.
They did. At one point they only saw one. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's the model's messed up. That's why you have to have wraparound effect.
What do you mean wraparound effect?
Because as this one is going clockwise, this one is going counterclockwise.
Right. And they're going to meet each other, or you're going to see one sun on one side of the sky and the other on the other side. You should see both.
Except it never happened. They only ever saw one sun. That's my point.
Well, right. So then what the fuck's going on? Your explanation
what would fix
sense.
it? That would fix
what fixes it is wrap around on a flat Earth, because there's no measured curvature. Eggshells, get your globe out of here.
Eggshells, that doesn't fix shit. What the fuck are you talking about?
It is.
No,
the sun can go around you in a circle.
The globe explains the observations, but there's no curvature. So that's a necessary premise that there's no curvature measured. So it has to be flat. And the only thing that reconciles them is like a wraparound Pac-Man Earth. That's it.
No, well, the way the sun is moving in the south does not fucking match the globe heliocentric model. Period. I don't know what the fuck people are saying.
Well, it's what we said would be there, right?
It doesn't match it.
In what way does it not?
Not.
Well, first of all, you gotta understand the way the shadows are diverging, right? So the sun is close and local; you can actually see it. The way the sun is moving up and down off the horizon, so the drastic movements of the sun. You know what I mean? The oscillation of it.
No.
Yeah.
It's meant to change by 10 degrees if you're 10 degrees off the pole. That's bang on what you expect.
Yeah, but we're not moving, my guy. The sun's moving.
It doesn't matter. What you're trying to do is compare it to what the model predicts, and you're not saying what the model predicts.
The heliocentric model tells us we're moving and oscillating and tilting and all that shit, but we're not.
I think you forgot where you started. You were meant to be saying why it doesn't match the globe, and now you're just saying.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't match that. It doesn't match that.
In what?
Because you can see the sun is close and local. First of all, so it's not 93 million miles away. Because the diverging fucking shadows. Like the shadows that they were standing there diverging, and as the fucking sun is moving around them, you still see the divergence and the crazy movements of the shadows. That's one, right? Do you know what I mean by diverging of the shadows? They're not parallel, my guy, like some people would say.
Well, you haven't detected how much they diverge by, is what I'm going to guess at. I don't think you can tell me the angle at which they diverge.
They're diverging regardless.
Right, but you don't know by how much. We should tell you how far the sun is.
Listen, 93 million miles. So if you know scales, right? 93 million miles, right? You shouldn't diverge at all. You know what? Over 93 million miles, those fucking the light would be so fucking straight and parallel that those shadows would never diverge. It doesn't mean not even a fucking little degree angle because of 93 million mile light distance, my guy.
That was a lot of words, but yeah, I approve your.
I know you don't understand. Listen, friend.
It's like you can draw an azimuthal equidistant map from wherever you stand, which is the same thing somebody said right before we got going.
But then again, percentage, you still really didn't explain. I kind of get it, but it still didn't explain it.
Wouldn't it be described, as I said, as if you're drawing an azimuthal equidistant map centered on your location wherever you are? Is that basically what you would agree to, percentage?
You could. It doesn't matter what what projection or what map or where you want to base it. It works because it's always going to be connected. But the fact that the other guy said it, he has to admit that you, as you pointed out, if you can do it from any place and it works, that means that it has to have wraparound.
Wrap or be a globe, right? A globe wraps around, and you're promoting a different kind.
Oh, well, eggshells approves. Yeah, must be correct, right? I like the way he said it. I approve.
I'm glad he approves. Couldn't sleep at night if he wouldn't be approving stuff.
I would say that shadows that are cast on the ground converge. They don't diverge. We see them converge with distance, especially given some length. So if we're standing on the ground and the sun is like setting behind us or rising behind us, we see our shadows really long in front of us. All those shadows that are cast on the ground will converge, not diverge.
Since when are you going to say something?
Who, me?
I'm just joking.
Oh, yeah. Well, I can understand when a woman's voice, I put that in quotations, it just isn't going to be heard. It doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong. They're just going to disregard it anyways.
Maybe you're too scary.
I would much rather shut up in that scenario and let you guys talk to them and let something, somehow something like seep through, hopefully.
Earth is flat. That's a fact.
Yeah, I don't want to engage with anti-flat earthers eggshells, so anything I say to you doesn't mean anything to you anyways. So I'm not going to talk to you if we can't even have a reasonable conversation about anything. You've got your whatever you're doing here, which is weird. You're an anti-flat earther. It's pretty weird that you're even here this long, this many years. If you know the earth is a globe and it's not flat, why are you even here? It's kind of weird, buddy.
I think he likes us.
It's either that he likes that we have good, like we're able to supply him with good conversations, as like I like being here because of the conversations. If that's the reason, but he still holds the opposite stance, maybe that's why he is, but he will never say that that's why he's here. Because honestly, everything that we say to him doesn't matter.
Well, I would actually say the whole debate about what the sky is doing is very much useless. I think we should focus on the simple things, the things we can actually prove. Which is that the Earth is 100% measured, navigated, observed, flat. Since nobody's talking, there's no topic. Just a quick question. This the one guy that went to some ice and penguins. The Jeranism guy, is he now a global like I predicted he would? The guy that is on a Netflix documentary that was like this doing the scene with interesting. Is that the same guy? Is he now a global? Because that's what I predicted.
I wouldn't put that on him. I would say that he was always suspect because of his unwillingness to accept any information from any other flat earthers. He was very unwilling to learn anything. He thought that he had it. That's why he called it Jeranism, because he was all about himself. So he's very self-centered, which is okay. I'm not saying it's okay, like, morally, but if that's what he chooses, I can't change his mind. So if he wants to be very self-centered and not accept any information from anyone else, he's so set in his ways that he can't be taught anything. Even teachers should be able to be taught,
I understand. What do you think what the money is you get for like the second gig? The first gig was like on Netflix with that documentary, And then the second gig was like, so do you think it's a coincidence that's the same guy that's being broadcast with like this, oh, interesting moment is the same guy that in Antarctica is like, oh, well, I'm wrong. Okay, now I'm a glober. Do you think that is a coincidence?
He never said he was a glober, so I'm not going to put words in his mouth. That's what the way everyone else is like viewing him on our side. I'm not going to do that. I think that there are people on our side, like QE, that's been calling him out on being who he is for a while now. And they had that discernment to see him for what he really is. I don't know if he's a glober. I don't know if he's a flat earther. I just know that he has the mind to deceive. And he doesn't mind making an example of himself in that arena of deception. So he can be whatever he wants to be. I don't care. I'm not going to make any claims or claim to read his mind, but just with discernment alone, he isn't trustworthy. He never was, and he's been called out for never being trustworthy before this whole fiasco of TFE.
Do you think someone that is do you think someone would be trustworthy who is constantly contradicting himself through what he's saying? Like, I don't even like let's give an example. I don't even like smoking. It's disgusting. And then you see him a couple of times do it. Would you trust such a person?
You're talking about Whitsitt?
Yeah, I've heard him talking about how disgusting smoking is.
Here's the thing. I'm going to go ahead and give you some testimony of my own. I used to be a smoker, and occasionally I have been known to try it, at least, but it's disgusting. Oh my gosh, it's so gross. So I don't even like smoking anymore since I've quit, but I'll be hanging out with, friends that I really cherish that they smoke, and I'm like, can I try that just to see? And every time I try it, it's disgusting. So I'm reaffirming my ability to be able to not smoke anymore, and I love that I don't smoke anymore. Okay, so don't judge so much by, or not that I'm saying that you're judging, but you just be careful, about.
But I'm just asking questions, right?
Yeah.
Right. The thing is, I've watched Whitsitt a lot, and he always says we should ask questions, and there's many questions I would ask him or journalism. I think just asking questions is nothing bad, right? I just asked a question. Would you trust someone who is contradicting himself by what he's saying? Now he gave a reasonable answer. I would say let's give him that is appropriate. But there's so many other things I would question in regards to what happened and so forth. Also this thing with swearing, I would question, why would you swear on the Bible if you know that the scripture says never swear on anything, especially the Bible? There's just so many things that I would question him about, because that's what he tells everybody to do, right? I'm just doing what he says is appropriate to do as a truther. Question all things.
Yeah, absolutely. You should. Because I would say that I kind of feel bad for Whitsitt, and just sharing the sentiment that QE has, but not only because QE has the sentiment of feeling bad for Whitsitt right now, because I'm so tired of covering him as some sort of object of what we need to hone in on. I don't want to hone in on what Whitsitt's doing anymore. We've already exposed him for being a liar, and that's okay. You know that he'll lie when he's put into a corner, but maybe he can be given some grace. He can dig himself out of that corner, given the opportunity in the olive branch. So if we are able to give that to him, we should. And maybe he'll come out of it.
Definitely. I would say I myself sometimes have lied and still do. It's a thing that sometimes happens. Not that it's always on purpose, but I'm just asking questions. I don't actually have my mind up. I have nothing against Whitsitt.
Got you. I know. Yeah,
absolutely nothing. Not even journalism. If I would be able to talk to him directly, like journalism or Whitsitt, I would just ask the same questions. I would just ask a question. Questions don't hurt nobody, right?
Well, sometimes you get muted for asking them.
Well, the truth doesn't actually fear scrutiny. And in your case, Eggshells, you don't scrutinize anything. You just have a bias. And it shows every time you talk to us. And I don't even want to engage with you because you don't care about anything I say. You don't even have faith in anything that I say. So it's not a good faith conversation. I can extend out my faith to you that you'll understand it. And I'm always.
You think that's what you're doing now?
No, I'm not doing it now. I'm saying I'm always disappointed.
Well, the thing is, as far as I know, Witzel himself always says, "Truth doesn't fear investigation."
Right, and I agree with what he says, but it's so funny that somebody would say that and then never accept any scrutiny. So he's contradicting himself in that manner. So that's the problem with Witsit for me. Other people have their own problems, and they can pinpoint where he is in his arguments problematic. But my problem with Witsit is that he will never accept any scrutiny, and where I'll be like, okay, this is what I want to present, and I may be in error. So why don't you tell me where I'm in error if you know that I am, and we can talk about it. I did that today with QE. I thought that what he said was wrong, and I presented my case, and I was proven wrong. And it's okay. That's fine. I'm okay with being proven wrong. I don't have any problem with that. But
Yeah, actually, it's fun,
a bit convoluted. Yeah. It's a bit
I would
convoluted.
say,
I don't want to get into the details, but just after his show, I was kind of trying to be like, this is this, and he was like, no, it's not this, and this is why, because how it's defined.
Right. The thing is, I actually come here because I want to be corrected by the Globers, That's why I sometimes talk so, in a way that they get a reaction, because I want to be corrected. Correct me about my wrong assumption that the Earth is what it presents itself to be.
Yeah, well, I already know that the Earth is measured flat. It's observed as flat. It's navigated flat. It's aviated flat. I don't
But you could be wrong, right?
I'm not wrong. Like, this isn't wrong. This is honestly something that everybody can do for themselves. I don't have to make this a debate. They have to justify why they think that it isn't what is presented to everyone else. So they have the positive claim. They've never been able to prove it. And this is the point of contention with flat earthers, is because we're being told something that's antithetical to our experience. And they haven't provided because we're asking the right questions. So it doesn't matter what you believe. It doesn't matter what you fight for, what you would die for. The thing is what is true. So if you have some truth behind whatever you would fight for, whatever you would die for, these things matter because you have a reason why you would do that, right? I don't think any of these people would ever die on the hill that they are preaching to everyone else when it comes to the globe, because they can't actually give us the answers to the right questions that we ask, because people in history, they don't always have the answers. That are the most prominent figures in history never have all the answers, but they ask the right questions.
Well, I know one figure, one of the most prominent figures ever that walked on this earth, that knows all the answers. Who is the answer?
Yes, I'm right there with you. Jesus Christ, absolutely. I agree
Amen.
with you 100%. But we're talking about modern day times with history in mind, where they can look into it themselves, find whether or not there's an answer to the questions that we're asking, because we figured out the right questions to ask. They hate it because we don't make any claims. We don't have to make claims except the claim that the earth is measured flat. That is a big problem on their side. So we're asking the right questions. When has anyone in history ever measured the curvature of the earth, as in drop over distance? No one's ever done that. They've only ever assumed it. And off of that assumption, we have so many other things dealing with the cosmology that we're being fed with the cosmic ladder of the earth being a globe at a certain set of dimensions, and then assuming that a star in the sky is the same set of dimensions as the globe Venus, and that isn't even equivalent to the earth because we're seeing it as a star in the sky. So we can't even validate that the earth is curving because there's no direct measurement. It's just assumed. And then we assume something else about a star in the sky to be able to feed people that the sun is 93 million miles away. And that's one astronomical unit to simplify it to their paradigm. Like, that's silly. We're not going to do that. We're not assuming any of that. We're trying to go to the base of their whole paradigm and validate that first. And they can't even do that. It's all about the foundation, whether their foundation is set upon something concrete or it's set upon sand. You know, that can be washed away with any given tide. And it's
Right.
it's sand because they've never directly measured the curvature of the earth. They just assume it. And every observation, they assume the curvature and explain away why the curvature isn't there.
Well, you agree that there's only one foundation you can die upon. Flat Earth ain't saving you.
Of course. I'm right there with you, but we're here in a flat Earth channel, so we can also figure out the truth here because the truth is the truth no matter who says it.
Right. But many times when you tell this to truthers, they seem to be very, very having a lot of pre-assumptions. Many wrong pre-assumptions. You know how many times I talk to someone who has assumptions about the word and this foundation is absolutely incorrect, absolutely 100% misled, incorrect, and has absolutely no clue what he's talking about in terms of scripture.
All the time.
And these people, sorry, I personally would say these people are not truthers. Because if you're a truther, you would actually go to the source. Yeah, you wouldn't make claims that are wrong and not adhering to the source. See? So you're not a truther if you are against the true foundation, which is the cornerstone, which is a stumbling block to the builders since the beginning. That's what the scriptures say. So if it's a stumbling block to you, you're not a truther. That's it. That's my honest truth. And if you don't like me because of that, I don't care. That's the truth. If you against him, you're not a truther. That's it.
I get it.
You can hang me upside down.
Yeah. Totally get it. Yeah, because there's a lot of people that will make claims against, you know, the word, the scripture, and they've never investigated what they're claiming. They just look into people's arguments and they don't have any substance like to the actual claims that people make.
They're just listening to men.
Yeah, exactly. So they need to go and investigate on their own. Absolutely.
Yep. And it's actually a shame most of the time because they really truly holding themselves.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, holding themselves off.
Yeah, because even in our Bible study that we are corrected many times because we misconstrued things. Yeah, exactly. We don't always get it right. And we always have some sort of like a filter that's tainting the way that we're reading the scripture that's plain as day, not the way that we conceive of it. So we are corrected many times in our Bible study. And so is the leader of our Bible study, which I love. It's always just stick to scripture only and evidence. Like, I love it.
I love it too, because the Bible speaks for itself, right? There is no need, like, it's always precise, spot on, and many times I love the correction. I love that the Lord is correcting me every day, because it's necessary, you know, because we are so fragile in our own thinking. We should never lean on our own understanding. Always trust that the words of the Lord are true, because otherwise it will always lead to death.
I agree. I'm with you, Clay. Yeah, we're always on the same page. Don't you forget it. I don't always talk about it as much because I don't think that people are going to come to like the conclusion that I want them to just because I want them to. So I have to be very careful and be able to get a point across that I can be someone that they can have faith in as an interlocutor. So in the conversation that we're having, I'm always going to be truthful. If I'm wrong, you can tell me I'm wrong and prove me wrong, and I'll admit that I'm wrong. And I've even been wrong many times and had to correct myself because, you know, I'm just like, oh man, I had a mishap there in my mind and I needed to go correct myself, and I did. And I'll always do that. If there's something there that corrects me, even if it's myself or somebody else, like, I will accept the correction.
And ask yourself this, right? To anyone that says he's a truther, quote unquote, right? But he despises the scripture or doesn't understand who the Son of God is, right? Who the God that is, who is the present image of the Most High. Ask him this, right? Give us one reason, hopefully out of the scripture, obviously, that would make Jesus be unqualified to be followed. Trust me, no one can come up with an answer. Nobody. No truther, no wise man, nobody in this world can come up with an answer to why if there's anything negative, just one point to why you should not follow Christ. They can't come up with it. Trust me, I've asked this question to so many people. They can't, because there is no reason to not follow him.
I agree with you. I'm right there with you. There is no answer to that from anyone, whether it's on our side or the opposing side of flat Earth. It doesn't matter. No one can answer that question unless they answer it truthfully. Like, no, there isn't.
Yeah, see, because this, you know what happens as soon as someone tries to do that, he must turn over all his morals, because the perfection of morals, the perfection of love, the perfection of truth is all in him. Which means as soon as they try to come up with an argument to why not follow that very person, which is Jesus Christ, right? They will need to go against their very established morals and dogmas, especially for someone who says he's a truther.
Hey, so they Clay, can't. I want to draw your attention to something really quick. The only person that has ever, they didn't succeed, but attempted to skew, not even intentionally, but just as like, oh, this person isn't, you know, of God and whatever. The only person I've ever come in contact with that gave me thoughts of Jesus Christ that I hate that they did that to me, even though I don't believe it. And I hate that they put it in my mind because it's always present there now. Like, they took away my innocence in a way, is XO. XO that comes in here now, or that people know him as Red October or whatever. He's put out there this guy that has, I'm not even going to give you the details, but he's the only one that's exposed me to that nasty content that I don't agree with at all. And now I can't get it out of my mind. Like, he ruined some of my conscience that I have to overcome.
Wait, you mean, one second, you mean did he say something from scripture, or did he add something?
He used someone that uses scripture to, like, he just cherry picks scripture and he says some really crazy narrative that taints the person of Jesus Christ. As
Interesting.
I will never tell anyone what he put me through, because no one deserves that.
Well, trust me, I've read a lot of. Don't trust me, trust the word. But I've read a lot of Quora forums and whatnot. So many people were angry with God. I read many of these arguments, trying to refute the Bible of how it's contradictory and how he's an evil God and blah blah blah, all that nonsense, right? But the funny thing is, every time I go back in Scripture and I analyze all these arguments, I've been through all of them, right? Because I had my questions. Every time they fall flat 100% because they just out of context. First of all, out of context. That's the first point. Then completely misinterpreted. Then willfully strung together to make a narrative that is not the narrative that the scripture itself trying to propose in a very way it's unfolding itself. So the only way the enemy can the only thing the enemy can do is not to really destroy the truth, because that is impossible. The only way what he can do is pervert it, distort it, pervert and distort. That's what he does with Flat Earth too, right? But I think the most perverted and distorted word is actually the word of God in this world. That is the most perverted, distorted, man-made, like from man. So that's why the Bible says, right, that let every man be a liar, but God be true. Yeah, because God's words are true.
Yep.
Doesn't matter what a man says.
And I promise you that there's things out there that some unwittingly, like person would come across this kind of doctrine or some sort of narrative that would paint something. No one is really usually able to paint Jesus Christ in a bad light, but EXO was able to give me some content of someone that did exactly that, and the way that they did it was so disgusting. It was profoundly
I remember a conversation about this. No, I know that it has to do with misinterpreting the verse about.
Yeah, let's not even do it. Let's not talk about it. I don't even want to put people through that.
Yeah, because that is that is perversion in itself. These people have a perverted mind, therefore they gotta link in their perversion into something that isn't perverted at all.
Exactly. It's so degenerate.
Furthermore, showing the infantile mindset, because they are degenerates, obviously. And the point is, people don't understand. Me neither. We don't understand the holiness of the Creator. We cannot imagine. Imagine yourself on the day of judgment. You're going through this hall, like, just imagine, right? A giant hall, and you see, like, even fallen angels running away because of that light, right? At the end of the day, people will say to the rocks, "Fall on me." We don't want to see the light. We don't want to see the Creator, because the deeds are evil and it doesn't want to be exposed to the light. But the point is, right? The miserable point is, every book that is written about every human will be opened. So the point is, either you open that book now while you're still breathing, or it's going to be forcefully opened, and you have just kept it sharp because you were scared of the light. But every time, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, you know how it would say that it's better to tie a millstone around your neck and than to mislead. So then to mislead one of these. This is what I think about when I think about what EXO is putting out there, because he is putting it out there and he's exposing people to degenerate people who are spreading lies. Whether or not he thinks that he's doing it for a just cause, the fact that he's spreading that cannot exit the people's minds that have faith. So they have to overcome it with their faith, right? So that's a problem.
Don't be angry about it.
Because some people, no, I'm not angry. I'm saying the truth. This is the truth. What he's doing is antithetical to what he's claiming he's doing by doing that. So I would argue that him even proposing that anyone look into this guy that says these things. He's helping him instead of leading people away from him. So he doesn't need to shine light on the falsities. He needs to shine light on the truth.
Exactly. But one thing we always got to remember, right? Keep the wrath for the Lord, right? We don't even if someone is truly perverting scripture or trying to make us aroused or whatnot, a fool, saying stuff that are wrong, obviously, we don't even need to get angry, right? Because the Bible tells us that we don't need to be angry because of evildoers, nor be envious of the wicked, for there will be no prospect for the evil man. The lamp of the wicked will be put out. That's it. This life is very short, right? What people gotta understand is neither rich people, glorified people, superstars, the best body, the best woman in their life, the best house, the best cars, even the worst. Everybody dies. You gonna die. I'm gonna die. Everything dies. And what is important that you know that there's a second death, right? You're not gonna get away with your short life and whatever you did. Nobody, including me. That's why I need Jesus Christ, because I want everything exposed right now. Every time I do something wrong, he is exposing it and then he's covering it, right? The beautiful thing is walking with the Lord is he exposes your sin and then he doesn't remember it, right? He puts it with his blood, he washes you clean and he puts it away.
That's
right?
why people appreciate when you're honest about your shortcomings. People are generally very appreciative of people's shortcomings that they let be known, because those people that are willing to do so have no shame, have no conscience towards the evil, because they want to shed light on even their own shortcomings so that they are not necessarily like I don't know. It's supposed to be some sort of benchmark for anyone. Hey, you have shortcomings, so do I. And I'll lay mine out for you so that you can feel better about your own.
Exactly, yeah. Well, we gotta edify each other in understanding that we are all in the same boat. What is that boat? Well, the boat is that we all gonna die. We have an appointed time where you're gonna die. So neither if you have a lot of money, or if you are someone or you're not someone, either if you're poor or rich, whatever it might be, it doesn't really matter. You're gonna die. You're gonna die, and you're gonna die. Right? Get that in your head. You're gonna die. You're not living forever. This is a very short term that we live, and you're gonna die. Right? This is what people really don't understand, and they don't really think about it, right? That is the reason why they actually don't realize that there's a need for a savior, because they never think about the fact that they die. Die and die. Get this in your head, you're gonna die, okay? So you gotta be sure to on what foundation you die and what your legacy is. What have you done in your life?
Be confident. Be confident when you die.
Right. The Bible says that dying is a win for the believer. We are winners every time we die. Right? That's the beautiful thing. But the first the other beautiful, obviously, yeah. But point is that the one who gave us life, really, and he also takes life, obviously, that is his full will and his authority to do so, right? Who am I to be angry about a God who chooses to take life, who is the same that gives life in the first place? So it is unlogical for a being to actually be angry at someone who takes the same life he gives. I don't see any logic in someone being angry at whatever happened in the Old Testament. How can a God do this and that? Dude, realize the only reason why people exist is because of the very same source that also takes life, okay? So get that in your head. There's nothing at the end of the day that we can tell the holiest of holy, which is the Lord God, with our own understanding. Nothing. On the day of judgment, even the smartest people, if they haven't had Christ in their life, they haven't followed Christ and were saved, they will never be able to say one word, not even open their mouth for a millisecond.
Many of
No
them
one.
will say, "Lord, Lord, didn't I do this? Didn't I do that?" And they will never be able to understand that it took the faith of them being able to do anything in Jesus' name. So I agree with you.
I agree with that. I'm just talking about the people who think they can talk their way out. You know, like, well, don't you think what you did that you will never ever, when you stand before the holiest of holies, be able to say anything in regards to correcting him? Nothing. You cannot correct the one who is holy. That is a vain idea.
Well, hold on. I want to say this. The person that I was saying that even presented any kind of content that would distort someone's view of Jesus Christ is in the chat now. XO. He's here now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I would say that the only person that's ever given me any kind of content to look over that would give me, I can't even get that out of my mind. The thing that you showed me about Jesus Christ, that someone distorted the view of his character, I can't get it out of my mind, and I hate it. I hate that it's out there, it's content out there, but also that anyone would be willing to share it or give it any kind of platform. And I don't want to like direct anyone to it, so I won't say it, but you know what I'm talking about, I hope, XO.
I think really, you know, to close up, because people are already think I got enough out. But one thing people got to really resonate on, meditate on, is the realization of what does it mean to die. You know, what does it mean that there's nothing granted? Not even the next 10 minutes are granted. Your heart can just suddenly stop because it's the will of the one who even gave you the heartbeat in the first place. Right?
Well, it's your ability to be able to go with confidence and like your conscience is clear because you know that it's covered by the Savior. Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Yeah, you shouldn't even say that, XO. You shouldn't put that out there. That guy, his name should never leave your lips because of the things that he says, and let alone put it in chat. I cannot believe you did it. You should never do that. It sticks with me to this day that you put it out there. It rests heavy on my heart. I know that it's not right.
So just to make it clear for me to understand, it's not XO who came up with the stuff, it's just XO telling you what someone else came up with.
Yes. Now, I would never, I'm not putting that evil on him. I'm saying that he shouldn't promote it by giving it a platform, even in the negative, because somebody's going to go watch that and think that about our Lord and Savior, by the way. So that's a problem. Because even
honestly,
me being someone who would never succumb to that, still can't get it out of my mind. It is in my mind and it's living rent free.
Honestly, Flatsy, I don't think anyone will take this person seriously, so I think you should be.
Yeah, but you're not me. You're not me. And I respectfully, I would disagree with you because this kind of crap should never be promoted, even in the negative.
I've never heard this in my entire life, but I mean, even like, you know, people against Christianity, like I've never heard anyone make these sort of statements. It's kind of bizarre, honestly. I don't know why he would say all this.
It's because of the land of misfit toys. Those people over there in the land of misfit toys have some sort of distorted view of reality and they can't prove it. They just believe the things, so accept without evidence. And we don't do that over here. We don't accept things without evidence. So we're not them. So that you would come over here and taint this group that only sticks to evidence and promote the truth, the fact that you would come over here and spread that negativity and tainting of distorting the truth is
Well, let's see. I think we got our airtime. You know, now it's back to the truthers, to the real truthers.
You're a truther, man.
Oh man. Hey, we can hear you, Flitzy. Just so you know, your mic is open.
Oh, sorry. I was just sorry. I didn't want to continue because I realized I needed to be muted.
No, it's okay.
Dude, I remember India mentioning that there's like he's gonna have open like a YouTube channel and like interview like a bunch of people. I don't know when that's happening. Does anyone have any idea? I heard him say this like a few weeks ago, I think.
Hey Clay, you're talking about a live video broadcasting, or is it a live audio broadcasting?
I don't think he specified what kind of format he's gonna do, but it was definitely, I think he did. It did seem like it was going to be live, but I could be wrong.
Is it like a live debate show?
No, it's not going to be a debate thing. I mean, the way he described it, he's probably like he just sort of wants to consolidate, I guess, or like not even consolidate, like just to get opinion of other flat earthers, and talk to them rather than like talk to Globers.
Yeah, I think we need to speak to India when it's going to make that happen.
Which would be cool, I think. Honestly, I think there's a lot of content you guys can put out if someone has the time and the know-how. Because this channel's open 24/7. There's so much content that's being produced, pretty much. I mean, if you just even make clips out of these. All right, let's go. It is a lot of work though, so you just be prepared for that. Honestly, it would be. I think it might be better if you guys just crowdfund someone and pay them, but because it is kind of a lot of work for one guy. But if you're really good at it, you might be able to do it. Oh, you already have 2 channels, okay.
Testing. Anyone around? Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear, Mother Goose 1, 2, 3.
Okay. I was just in another server and people acted like they couldn't hear me or whatever, so I'm like, all right, let me double check that shit.
I believe that's what people call gaslighting.
Yeah, they were getting roasted, and well, they tried to roast me, so I roasted back, and then eventually, like when I was talking, no one responded. So I mean, either they turned me down, but it has been a little bit goofy. I could tell, like, like I was kind of hiccuping every so often, so I know it was a little bit bad communication. I mean, bad, like, as far as, like, missing some stuff. Yeah, in the flat sea. That's why I came here, because I was just like, I just have, like, sometimes, like, with certain servers you're in, it's just weird. I think it's, like, zones. Like, each servers can have different zones, and if you're too far away from the zone, then you get, like, a lot of lag. So what's up, Flatsy? Are you up early, or is it late night or early morning?
I have already been to sleep and I'm awake now, and I couldn't go back to sleep, so I got on here. So my main thing with XO is that he keeps promoting things that he thinks that he is disputing, and the one of those things has stuck with me in my heart. Okay, so I was actually talking about it on the live stream, and I shouldn't have been. Sorry, but one of those things that he did.
Case in point.
Yeah, maybe we should cut out. That's what I'm saying. I was having kind of the same issue where it's just like a bad connection or something.
Satellites must have collided with the space debris.
I think with XO, he's just on a different level of conversation. Like he's moved past the surface of the earth and gone into sort of a like a big picture. Like what's next? What's the next step?
Yeah, I don't do that. So I don't claim to know the future, and I would never put somebody else's distorted view of anything on others. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay, so this is what I mean. So he thinks that the discussion of itself, that the Earth, objectifying the Earth as an object other than like a realm, like he's like almost like the it's hard to like articulate because
But we're not doing that here.
Oh
You
yeah,
know?
yeah.
You can
It's
still
not like-
appreciate though, as an idea.
Yeah, it's not like people are I could get like where he's coming from if people are like, mining or fracking or doing a lot of environmental damage, like just naming the earth as just a thing that is in your way. Like this, there's dirt, there's bunnies, or like in the movie Watership Down, or the book.
Heartbreaking, by the way.
Am I breaking up again?
No, I said it's heartbreaking, by the way.
Oh, heartbreaking! Yeah.
Absolutely harrowing film.
Yeah, one of the baby, like the one of the little rabbits says to the older one, "Why do the humans hate us so much? Like, what did we do to them?" And then, like the wise rabbit says, "We're just in their way."
Yeah, my problem is that, even promoting something in a bad light is still promoting it, period. And I don't agree with it. And I was only exposed to what he was talking about because of him, not anyone else from any other Flat Earth channel or from this one. It was him that exposed me to it, and it sits heavy in my heart. Okay, so I was expressing it earlier.
I'm missing something here. I missed the whatever it is that was being expressed or promoted or whatever it is. I can't see the side chat. So
I keep getting muted, so I'm not going to do it again.
Okay,
So I'm
whatever
going
it is,
to
if it's
just refrain.
if it's a mutable topic, then we don't need to. But there's,
Well,
I feel like
go ahead, Fletcher. I think I'm the only one here. I'm. Are you getting muted? Because I'm tabbed out.
No, I did. I got muted just a second ago. I had to wait, and you were talking to me as soon as I was unmuted, and I had to mute again because I was in a compromising situation.
Are you talking about someone's server muting you?
Yeah, but that's okay. I understand.
Well, I don't know who
muting that server mute or anything.
Well, there's something weird going on. So, I don't know. Is anyone else? Is there any other mod here? Because I didn't do it. I was tabbed out.
There are other mods here. Yeah.
Yeah, but they might be AFK too.
I'm not gonna indict anyone, so
Okay.
I don't want to do the whole single out who did it or anything.
Okay, how about this? Whoever it is, I want to hear what Flatsy has to say. Maybe it's something wrong, but or how about this? Let's compromise. Can you DM me what you think?
Yeah, I can do that. Sure.
Yeah, and then I'll just look at it, and then that way it won't be challenging to whoever is muting you, and then I'll be able to look at it and I'll raise it in mod chat. I go, I think, or I don't think, or this topic isn't something that should be muted for, or whatever. I'll get a chance to look at your argument or idea or whatever. But I guess we'll just drop it for now then.
I think the issue is with the topic as a whole is that you can arrive at a point where you feel 100% confident that the official narrative was a lie, that this place is not what they told us it is, and then when you arrive at that conclusion, for some people, that's the beginning. If that makes sense, that's the beginning rather than the end. It's the beginning of a whole new line of questioning, a whole new line of thinking, and flat and stationary isn't the end of the conversation. It's the beginning of an entirely new one. But then within that, people just need to be mindful of anybody claiming to have the answers. And I don't mind speculation as long as it's advertised as such. I think what gets dangerous is when you get the kind of, the TikTokers, as it were. We got it all figured out. This is what it is. And they don't. Like some guy sat in his mum's bedroom, like sat in his mum's basement, just smashing in bongs, has most certainly not got it all figured out. But people who see that, oh wow, this must be what it is, and then start regurgitating claims, that are just so obviously, false and not what it is. But as a general kind of idea, I don't have any problem with people thinking, okay, flat and stationary, what next? But I just don't believe we necessarily have the capacity to get those answers. I don't necessarily see it as something that's possible to figure out in its entirety. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe somebody out there's got way more money than I do. I mean, that's obviously a given. But, maybe a flat earther wins the multi-millions and embarks on a voyage and, blows the whole thing wide open. But I don't necessarily believe it's possible for anybody to have it truly figured out. It'd be like trying to explain, say if you're watching, if a cat is watching a motorway being built, that cat would hear the noise of the construction machinery. It would see the machines, and it would have a general kind of understanding. Okay, loud bangs, yeah, big noise. But if you were to try and explain to that cat, well, actually, what this is trying to do is ease congestion between Birmingham and London. Like the cat just lacks the faculties to truly understand what is going on there. And I wonder how much of that is appropriate, really, to people who are trying to figure out, like you say, a big picture, what it all is. I don't necessarily believe we have that ability. I should probably be wary of anyone claiming to have it.
Yeah, like sort of a God's eye view, like someone.
Yeah, like big picture. What is it all? And
yeah,
and you guys get some heat sometimes where it's like, well, explain how everything in the known universe ever works, and you're like, well, we're not claiming to have that information. We're not claiming to know that. We're very staunch about kind of the things we do know, the things we know as fact, and we will argue about that 24/7, as the server name suggests. But then when it comes to, okay, genius, explain exactly what the sun is, never said anew. Never said anew. And I think there's something to be said for that, for just like being honest about what you know, honest about what you don't know, and just being very clear about what's speculation, what isn't speculation. Because otherwise you're just no different from this. It's no different from the TikTok Earthers, is it? Well, this rings true to me. It sounds cool, so I'm going to present it as fact. What are your guys' thoughts on the final experiment?
What do you think? What's your takeaway? What'd you get from that?
That flat Earth is fake? I don't...
Where was flat Earth in there?
I mean, I feel like that's kind of the whole point of the experiment, wasn't it?
Well, do you have a hypothesis? What was being tested?
They went to the Antarctica.
And that's it? Just going someplace?
Yeah, because it's not an ice wall.
What does that mean? So not an ice wall is what?
Yeah, I mean, it just proves that the Arctic is not the ice wall.
Well, it isn't flat Earth.
It's just a big old island of ice.
US Geological Survey that was saying that.
Yeah, I think what you did was you fell for kind of a little shtick, a reality TV shtick done
reality
by
TV shtick.
Yeah,
I don't think it was on TV ever.
YouTube.
I just saw the website.
Okay, well, go look at all the content. It is very entertaining. At one point, I mean,
it probably would be pretty entertaining. I mean, but it would just be telling me common sense.
Okay? Try to come up with some testable idea here. Okay, so which one is it? It's entertaining, or it's fake?
I never said it was fake.
Okay, well, which one?
It's entertaining and it's common sense.
And where was that in the final experiment? Where was entertaining or common sense in there?
But because people, aren't crazy.
Crazy and as what?
Flat Earth.
So flat Earth is crazy. How did you get to your globe then? If everyone was crazy prior, if you were to start back off at the beginning of humanity, first caveman to come out of the cave and say, "Ugh," look at the sun move across the sky, and the other caveman instantly says, "You're crazy. The Earth is a lava ball, a water-covered lava ball in the middle of space, and it's moving around that thing in the sky, so it just appears like it's moving, but really you're moving." And the other caveman is like, "Oh,
what does caveman have to do with anything? We have people smarter than you and me have already decided this."
So yeah, and they decide something. So then you just decide to do what? Make it.
Yeah, that's kind of how science works.
No, science doesn't have people's opinions baked into it.
Well, that's not an opinion. I mean.
Yeah, it's your opinion.
I mean, again, it's people smarter than me and you.
Okay, so then what happens next? Because did you listen to anything
they're
said?
Smarter than us?
Okay, what did they say?
That the Earth is round.
And then what? Do what with that?
Not much to do with that information. Other than, just say it. What else are you going to do with that information?
I got a question. What makes you think they're smarter than you?
God. They told
what
you
makes you think they're smarter?
They told you what to do with it. It's
because they have degrees in this and you don't, and I don't.
They told you what to do with it. It's called the overview effect.
God, the people that went to college for, far many more years in a specific topic are just, how are they smarter than us in this specific topic?
They're really not. Going to college doesn't mean you're smart. It's not an indicator of intelligence at all.
When you specifically study a certain topic, yeah.
No, that's just dedication.
Oh yeah, I'm sure the countless stuff that they do is just, just fake news. It's all liberal lies.
Yeah, so what do you think is going on here then?
What do I think is going on here then?
Yeah, what happened to the space age? Why did the space age abruptly end in 1972?
Probably because we weren't at Cold War with the fucking Russians anymore. So it slowed down.
And that makes sense.
That's just
you need a war.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense because what would be the point to pursue space travel if you're not actively going against somebody?
The betterment of humanity.
I mean, what's the betterment of humanity by spending millions of dollars on rockets that we just throw in the ocean?
Yeah, it sounds like you're making a better case for flat Earth than anyone here could.
Not really. I still believe in round Earth.
And this is because people you think are smarter than you told you it is, and you believe
smarter than me and you.
But you have no idea who I am, so you can't make that assessment.
I know for sure that they're smarter than you at this topic.
Based off of what knowledge?
You're a flat earther.
Do you know why I am?
Yeah, because you're schizophrenic.
No, that's not it. It's based off of empirical evidence.
Empirical evidence that you might be a little crazy?
Nope, of the natural world, of Earth. That's the topic here.
The natural world of Earth?
Yeah, is Earth part of the natural world or not?
I mean, I think you just might naturally be crazy.
So your personal subjective assessment is
that you're crazy? Yes.
Is that what you're going with? Your personal subjective assessment is ultimate reality.
You're crazy? Yes.
That's just what you think.
No, it's what I believe. It's what I know.
It's what you believe. So your belief is true. And how do you know it's objectively true?
Because you believe in flat Earth.
What is not objectively true about flat Earth?
People with that are smarter than me and you know that it's not.
No, they don't. We can prove it.
What about all the people from NASA that call you guys freaks?
Like who? Who from NASA calls us a freak?
I mean, I feel like everybody there disproves everything you guys say 24/7.
You feel.
His feelings.
Well,
why? Your feelings.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, like
use the I feeling word.
Yeah, because people here have talked to NASA is part of the executive branch of the U.S. federal government. Their number one mission is to uphold law.
Are you saying it's a law to tell everybody that the Earth is round?
No,
it's just written in the law.
I'm telling you that it's law to protect free speech. So if you were to go to NASA and be like, "Hey, there's some flat earthers who are telling you they lie, that you are full of crap," they'd be like, "Oh yeah. We live." I mean,
why else would they do anything about you weirdos?
We live in a country with free speech.
Well, of course.
If they were to challenge that,
do you think I'm disapproving with free speech?
Yeah, based on your feelings. You're calling.
I just think you guys are crazy.
Yeah, you don't.
I mean, that's me trying to take away your free speech. I don't know where you brought that into. It's just weird.
Based on your feelings.
Nothing I said had anything to do with free speech, dog.
Your feelings are weird.
Going schizo. You're hearing things you did not hear.
So you feel Earth is a globe and you trust people that you never met whose education you think asserts their intellectual superiority to have an entire cosmology.
Well, no, it's not education per se. It's just the fact that you believe in flat Earth. I mean,
yeah, it's not a belief.
Clearly, the public education system has not been doing good for people.
Yeah, no, like Kurt said, it's not a belief. So I think that's unfair and unjustified.
Well, it is a belief. I mean, have you guys gone into space?
We can explain why it's not a belief if you care to listen.
But I mean, arguably, none of our opinions matter if you haven't gone into space.
It's not an opinion. That's the point. Do you hear yourself talking right now?
But it is. Have you gone into space?
Is that what you did to prove that Earth is a globe?
No, that's why I'm saying mine's
your own standard. You just told the audience. Listen, you told the audience that your standard of evidence to have your cosmology is to go to space. Did you meet your own standard?
No, but people have met my standard for me.
You believe them, and you trust in their authority and their intellectual superiority based off of their acquisition of a certain degree. Okay.
God forbid they go into space and, they're just wrong. They're all lying.
Nobody thinks they're lying. Nobody's lying here.
Then why don't you believe in the astronauts that have been up there?
They have not been to space, and they know this.
Okay, that's just schizophrenia.
No, they tell you this.
When?
Where is space? Where does space begin? And what does the Earth end?
I don't fucking know.
So you don't know that they've been to space, so you can't say that they have been to space. You don't know enough about this topic to know anything, it sounds like.
I know that they know better than me and you.
Accuse others of not believing. Well, the beauty is we don't have to believe anything. Because if we can go out in the natural world and actually observe and measure things,
the
we don't
motherfucker
have to
acting like
believe
he's a
things anymore.
scientist.
You have this big faith and trust in Star Trek, dude.
I got faith in, just not crazy people.
How do you know they're not crazy? Do you know who they are? Do you know what they do?
Nah, because I know you guys.
No, you don't. You don't know anything about us because we told you that this isn't a belief.
Yeah, you believe in.
And you didn't
flat
even care
Earth.
to
I
listen or
already
hear
know
us
how
out
much I
loud.
need to
So
know.
you don't know anything about what we think.
You got some problems.
Look, I mean, you believe in flat Earth. I mean, it tells me everything I need to know.
No, we don't.
You guys are crazy.
believe in a flat Earth. You're crazy.
Yeah, you're crazy. Thank you.
Yeah, not a belief.
You're crazy. We don't believe in flat Earth.
Thank you. See, this guy's starting to get it. I think I'm starting to break through.
Right, because we know it's flat. We can see it and test it and measure it ourselves just like you can. We know it. We don't have to believe anymore.
Yeah, belief is
Oh
not
God,
required.
the incredibly large ball, inherently looks flat by perception. Ooh.
Yeah, you sound like a flat earther now. You sound like a flat earther now. It's so big, I can't prove it's a ball.
Nah, I have smarter people than me and everybody in this Discord to actually say that.
So your breakthrough moment is somebody smarter than you proved your point. Therefore, you're correct.
That's kinda how science works.
Big brain thinking there, smooth
It's
ball.
kind of how science works.
He's got Amish going.
God forbid you trust
got you going on.
science people.
No, science inherently doesn't require trust. That's why you test claims. If you just believe science, you wouldn't be testing claims. You're a freaking retard.
What tests have flat earthers done? What about the one that they did on the Netflix
Salt Lake
documentary
laser
where it was
test,
the two
high
things?
altitude infrared test, aerial infrared photogrammetry test,
What about the
microwave
one
link
where they did
test,
it on
mirror
Netflix and
flash
completely
test. What other
fumbled?
kinds of tests can we go through?
What about the one that the
satellite
flat
test?
earthers
I've
did on
got
Netflix?
satellite imagery of flat Earth. I can show you a horizon that's
what about-
1,100 kilometers
what
flat and
about- what about that
perpendicular to
stupid ass
vertical.
test that they
It
did
shows
on,
the
Netflix?
evaporation lines and condensation lines of the
about they did
clouds.
that
They're
test on
exactly
Netflix?
parallel with each other
I mean,
and
they were flat
perpendicular
earthers
to the ground.
themselves.
So yeah, we've got the evidence.
What
dude,
about
of the
that test
natural
from the
realm?
flat earthers on
Those are
Netflix,
tests. Those are all flat earther tests.
What about the one on Netflix that they did? Are
Well,
you
that
just saying
wasn't a
that's fake
test.
news?
Well,
it's not
yeah,
test?
because they didn't use a laser. They used a broken flashlight. They didn't set up their so-called test properly.
And
well,
light goes on
they
forever.
didn't measure any
Basically
curvature,
the same
did
thing
they?
as a laser.
Light goes on forever. Listen
What
to
are you
this
talking
guy.
about?
You think a
What are you
flashlight's the
talking
same as a laser now? No wonder you're so dumb to believe
Well,
anything
yeah,
on
a
TV.
laser's just concentrated light. What are you talking
Well,
about?
it's not just, it's the concentration of light that makes it a laser, you dummy.
Yeah, so a flashlight is just a slightly less concentrated light.
No,
It
it's
still
not
goes on
concentrated at all.
It's still concentrated, otherwise it would just be
Show
fucking
me the
going everywhere.
collimator in a flashlight, you ding dong. Do you know what a collimator is? Probably not.
Anyway, I loved fucking with you guys. Goodbye.
Well,
Anyway,
you're throwing a boomerang in your own face, so, and I'll keep watching.
I don't
train
care.
wreck.
You guys are schizophrenic.
You are.
You guys are
For this
cute.
bye, Glover.
Yeah,
leave.
run away. Yeah,
You're way too dumb. Bye bye.
Uh-oh, did I get him angry? Did I get the...
Put your tracksuit
No,
put your
no.
Did I get
tracksuit
the
on
fake
and leave,
news
dude.
people angry?
We're clipping this for comedy, dude.
Clipping?
You couldn't hang in this room if you wanted to. Your
I don't really
IQ
care to
is
hang
way
in this room.
below.
It's quite literally
Yeah,
just hear
you don't know
schizophrenic
anything.
ranting, to be honest.
You're the one that's schizophrenic that's in here talking about things that you don't know anything about, dude.
Yeah,
What
you've
are you
got a
talking about?
delusional belief in people
Buddy,
you never met,
guys,
making claims
the
that you
rage
don't
bait
understand
worked.
to provide your cosmology,
The
and you
rage
think we're
bait
the
worked,
delusional
buddy.
ones?
The wage
Yeah,
bait worked,
I think
buddy.
that's hilarious.
You
We
can't
got the
even
wage
prove
bait.
something.
We
you
got
can't
the
even
wage bait working. What a weighty. We got the wage bait going. It's okay.
can't-
You don't even have to speak on it.
Listen, okay.
We got the
MK
wage bait going.
Too dumb for this chat, dude. Why don't you just leave? You're way too dumb for this chat.
Yeah, but he can't even prove something as fundamental as measured curvature.
He doesn't want to. He
one
doesn't want to because he's just
Well, yeah, because the rage bait worked.
You've
a rage
never
bait.
been able
Shut
to
up,
measure
dude.
curvature ever.
You think I actually care about this topic? It's just
It doesn't
I don't
matter
care
if
about you either.
just to make you guys angry, and it
doesn't matter
worked.
if you
Why
care.
don't you leave? Why don't you just leave?
Well, because I
That's
came
better,
in here and make you guys a little angry. A little...
When you just
No,
when
we're
you
not
exit.
angry. We're not
Well, I mean,
angry.
clearly you are. I mean, you're going off on one dude.
Whatever.
You're the only one here
Just
opposing
leave.
it.
The rage bait worked.
You just need to be able to go ahead and
The
go.
wage bait worked, guys.
It's
No,
not.
we use you and parade you around as an
You're the
example.
one.
We're parading you around as an example of incompetence and ignorance on this topic. And you will convert more people. You will convert more flat earthers based off of your display of ignorance and dishonesty than anybody else will be able to. So we will gladly clip this out and parade it in front of friends and relatives.
I don't know what that'll actually do for anybody.
Hey, we're live streaming on YouTube. Do you know that?
I don't
All
care.
of this is being recorded so that people are going to listen to idiots like you coming in.
Live stream me to other schizophrenics. I don't care. It means nothing to me
other
at the end of the day.
You
Again,
are going to become flat earthers because
W rage bait, guys.
Yeah,
W
you don't
rage
have
bait.
any evidence for any claims that you make. The problem is
My evidence is that I rage baited you guys.
This is MK Punk, everybody. For all the YouTube listeners, MK Punk on Discord.
Oh no!
Let me read out his user ID so you can send him some love. His user ID is 844-097-8266-062-84841. Go ahead and send him a DM and tell him how smart he is. I'm sure he'd love to get his ego stroked.
I'm sure that's really going to work. You're 10 viewers.
Okay,
maybe 10 viewers now, but in a year there'll be thousands and thousands and thousands.
And in those years, you're going to keep on this weird little struggle hold on me?
10 years, bro, of our recording this stuff and parading idiots like you for the world.
Hold on. I feel like if anything, I've won more than the fact that you're going to use me for 10 years.
No,
that honestly makes me feel a lot better.
Just leave.
I want to speak to the YouTube listeners, dog.
Just leave.
I want to speak to the 10 people you guys got.
Go.
Why?
Bye.
Why?
You're too stupid for this chat.
You can't
because you're too stupid for this chat.
I'm too stupid?
Yeah, you said you were going to leave.
Stupid. What's the size of the Earth? Let's just test that. What's the size of the Earth?
It's about like 5 meters.
Yeah, you're stupid.
Maybe give him a triangle test.
Dude, good grief.
Am I wrong? It's about 5.
Yeah, you're stupid, dude. I proved my point. Case in point, you're stupid. You're way too stupid for this chat.
Guys,
There's viewers that know way more than you.
Worked again.
Wage bait?
The freaking wage bait. What are we worked
Nobody's
again,
making
guys?
any money.
Why? You literally sound like Elmer Fudd, dude.
What do we do? Seriously, what do we? See,
You're like an Elmer Fudd character or something. Get out of here, man.
What do we do?
You're way too stupid for this chat. Just bye. Just leave.
Why? You don't want me here anymore?
Because you can't have the conversation. You literally won't let anyone else talk.
What do you mean? I've been letting you guys talk.
No, you haven't. You've been.
I haven't been letting you talk because you just kind of interjected yourself
you
into
only
this.
talked over me like 4 times.
Well, yeah, because she's interjected. I mean, I don't really care to hear her opinion. It's going to be the same shit you guys say.
Always.
You know we could shut you up at any time. You know that, right? We could shut you up at any time. You know that, right?
Set me up for what?
Shut you up. Like we'll shut your mic down so you won't speak. We can do that at will at any given moment.
I mean, okay.
But there's no
What is-
point
okay.
if you're only portraying.
And we win.
Aaron, you got
As
me.
soon as we do that, as soon as we shut you up, we win. Because we gave you the floor to actually explain anything that you know about the Earth being a
actually
globe,
win,
and you
though?
couldn't do it.
Do you
You go
actually
straight
win,
to an
though?
Elmer Fudd character, and then that's all you got.
Actually win, though? I mean, is that
Yes,
are you
we
sure you win?
Present an argument.
I can show you. I
Yeah,
can show
go
you.
for it.
You want me to
go
show
for
you?
Yeah.
Alright, watch this.
Alright.
I win.
Yeah, you didn't
There it
present
is.
any argument at all. You only just attacked the characters of the people here. So
I
don't
win.
attack the person, attack the argument. You aren't able to do that because you don't know anything about the
Do you
argument.
like that, Mr. Punk? Knowing that I win and you lose. I have the mic and you don't. That's fun, isn't it? See how you're sitting there
Alpha took
like an
Corky's ball away. Alpha took Corky's ball away. He's so mad.
Yeah, he doesn't know anything about the topic. So why would we entertain him? He's literally ignorant.
stupid. He's not ignorant.
Anyway, thanks for the unmute. I'm going to go to another channel. Peace.
Okay, bye.
Okay, I just made sure he won't be back for a couple days.
Oh, thanks. What are you guys up to?
Man, a lot.
Breakfast.
Breakfast? What are you eating?
Well, I had a pretty early sleep schedule today, or the previous day of today. Not today, but the previous day. And I got up early this morning and came in here and started talking.
You know what'd be funny is that QE always says Elmer Fudd Sophus. That's exactly what that guy was. He was playing Elmer Fudd. Like his voice.
He's got
So
his
funny.
Dunning. He's got his Dunning-Kruger deflector shields up.
Yeah, his whole shtick, he came in and was like, hey, what is the final experiment? And you're like, yeah, what's your take, dude? He couldn't come up with anything.
Yeah. Oh, was he asking you, Crit?
Yeah, he's like, yo, final experiment. And we're like, yeah, what about it?
About the extent of his critical thinking skills was something like this. Flat Earthers went to Antarctica and saw the 24-hour Antarctic sun. Therefore, they're wrong.
Okay.
That's it. That is the deepest thought he had this entire time.
And then being wrong isn't being wrong. Being wrong is actually being schizophrenic.
That's right. So you could be schizophrenic.
Because he feels like people at NASA are insulted by what flat earthers say.
Right. Therefore, they are not schizophrenic.
If you keep saying that, Amish, you're gonna summon dogs or gods.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I think he's sitting in the van right now.
He's sitting in the van?
I think so. I think he's on the van.
A candy van?
Yeah, I have to. I know. I don't know. Whatever. The bot was down the other day, and I think it reset all the times.
Oh, the van. I heard van.
Oh, but yeah. Sorry.
He's probably sitting in a van, too.
Yeah, probably, yeah. We got some telescopes over here.
Or like Jesse, he's got like 7 theodolites, man. He brings them to dinner.
Bought a broken theodolite on eBay for a couple bucks. Happy it comes with a case.
Free case, Mom. It comes with a free carrying case. It's official. It's funny because his final face-saving maneuver was to say, I'm just in here messing with you guys.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta go, guys. Just messing with you. Oh, it's fun to watch you squirm.
Yeah, my mom's calling me. Bye.
You guys, these guys weren't even like true flat earthers. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh my god.
What up, Fireman? Why do you always come in here snoggered, dude? Like, that's weird.
I don't know.
I don't know.
No, what do you mean?
You're like 3 sheets to the wind, bro.
Always.
That's what it sounds like. Always, he says.
Yeah, man, you smoking them time crystals?
No, he's got that Johnny Walker or something, man. I don't know.
The only way I can fucking believe this shit is that way. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the only way I can start to believe this shit. Like, it's
You're like,
shit.
3 sheets to the wind. So I said it. Don't worry about it. I said it. Don't worry about it. I didn't retard it, man. It's just, you know how, like, you have this built up belief system for such a long time.
Is acceptance
And
without evidence.
You've been lugging it around, and so it's hard to let go. And I can see why. Some people are more attached to the globe paradigm than others. But to you, I think it meant something, You
Well, I'll tell you
identified
what
with
I
it
heard.
somehow.
And maybe the audience heard this too, right? The audience heard him say that he's. The audience heard him say that he's 3 sheets to the wind to believe things. It's like, well, when in history has that ever not happened? People give 3 sheets to the wind to believe all kinds of crazy stuff.
If I actually convert, man, you'll know like it's real.
We don't care if you convert.
All right.
Nobody cares.
Well, maybe Flatsy does a little bit because she wants to hear you say that you believe in flat Earth. Now, brothers and sisters, raise your hand and say it with me. Go ahead, Flatsy. You say it, right? I believe in flat Earth.
I'm gonna say it. Hold on, Feynman. Hold on, Feynman. Okay, hold on. So belief is the acceptance without evidence. So you saying that you believe something would mean you accept it without evidence.
Yeah, we'll never do that. Ever.
Okay, well then tell us how you know for a fact that the Earth is a globe. Go ahead.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't think that's what his claim was.
So accepted it without evidence. Oh my.
Yeah, so we know that the Earth
That's
is
what he's
flat.
drinking.
Okay, but we know the Earth is flat because of flat Earth measurement. We actually have measurements on our side. Not only measurements, but observation, experience, navigation, aviation, all these things.
Yeah, there's all that shit on the other side too. So good for you.
Yeah, I know. But I don't need you to tell me that. Or
There isn't that on the other side.
we need the confirmation of a globe Earth. Why is it that the curvature is somewhere over yonder? You just can't see it. Just believe it. Trust me, bro.
That was so southern of you, right there. That was so southern. Sorry.
It's just too hard for your
I am from
small
Alabama.
little
so you have
mind
to
to
accept it.
comprehend. Your
It's
small
over
little
yonder,
mind.
huh?
You don't have to project on her, bro. You don't have to project on her, bro. You don't have to project on her, bro. You don't have to project.
I'm not projecting.
Think he can barely
I'm
speak.
saying you guys can't comprehend it. Your small
You
little
can't
mind.
comprehend what we're talking about. We're measuring the Earth flat. We're navigating the Earth flat. We're aviating the Earth flat. We are observing the Earth as a flat, stationary plane.
Yeah, so the whole thing about like we are actually navigating the Earth like spherical. We're like transversing
Okay,
the
prove
Earth
that.
spherical.
That's a positive claim.
It is proved in the way that you just said, like we're navigating it. We're
I
navigating
know
it
how we are.
with the underlying assumption that it is spherical. So
No.
You know what bothers me more than the globe? It's the fact that all these Americans come in drunk early in the morning. All the time.
Yeah.
What do you guys do for a living? Do you have any responsibilities in life whatsoever?
The middle
It's
of the work
it's
week.
freaking Wednesday, dude.
I mean, to be honest, I'm on my day off.
Man, it's the middle of the work week, bro.
I'm on my day off, dude. I'm on my
getting
day off.
hammered at fucking 6 o'clock in the morning, dude. What the fuck?
I'm on my day off. What are you
Yeah,
doing?
you and all the other numpties that keep doing this every morning too, I bet, huh?
Okay, what are you doing?
Are you between your first job too?
Are you on your day off?
No, I'm getting ready for mine. I'm
Don't give me
stone
that.
cold sober.
Hold on. Don't give me that day off bullshit, dude. You've been in here the other day and you were hammered too. Come on. That's not a one-off, bro. You've been in here several times, and every time you're in the booze a little bit. You're boozing up, dude. Like, come on. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. Like, what are you
Sorry for
doing?
taking over, Flaxy. We got to take this another direction. He's not ready for technical talk right now.
It's 4:21 in the morning. But okay, good point. I guess. Okay.
Man, like, we're trying to go ahead, Crit. Yeah.
So, I mean, instead of that, just ask yourself, where is this chemical dependency coming from? Is the world... The first question we ask in this channel is there
what
something...
chemical dependency are you talking about?
Neil deGrasse Tyson says the universe is a drug.
Yeah, alcohol. You got a dependency for alcohol. So the first question we ask here is...
Wait. How are you determining that?
How did we adjudicate that you sound drunk right now?
Yeah.
No.
How did you
I had 2 drinks, officer. 2 drinks, officer. That's it. Just 2 drinks.
How did you determine that? Like, what the fuck?
I only had two beers.
There's no car in my beer, officer.
I'm totally sober. I'm soberly...
Last drink was yesterday, an hour ago.
He sounds like that guy from Simpsons, dude. Like the guy's always drunk at the bar.
I sound like the guy from The Simpsons. Good job.
What's the problem, Ossifer?
Did that not make sense to him? It didn't make sense to him because
Homer,
he's inebriated.
maybe like the philosopher Homer himself. Is that what you're talking about?
No, Barney, Homer's friend.
There it is. Okay. Yeah, it's Barney.
Okay.
Sound like Barney.
So, are we gonna let this retard finish their point?
Don't
no,
call
we were trying to stop
you. Retard. Buddy, don't call someone a retard.
No, you were trying to stop me. Okay.
He was talking about himself in the third person, Blancy.
Maybe.
That's what we said. We're not going to let him.
Psychologically, the first person's too much of an embarrassment, so you got to create some distance linguistically. I know how this works in psychology.
Yeah, you can't judge someone if you're impaired of judgment. Just a rule of thumb.
Why do you guys talk?
Yeah, we just told you you should not judge someone's character by your own flawed character. That's a rule of thumb.
You shouldn't be hitting Grandpa's cough medicine at 4:00 in the morning your time. Just relax, dude.
Drink some tea. Are you guys done making gay fucking points? Are you guys gonna actually?
No.
Yeah,
these are valid
points across to you that you're not.
These are valid points. Okay, all right. Let me know.
Chris trying to say something, bro. We're not done.
When you guys done
talking, just interrupted him.
Let me know. And then
we will, but unless you stop talking, we won't be able to. Yeah. So coming in here trash really doesn't help the room. Yeah. No situational awareness.
Very bored.
No situational awareness. Like right now.
Bored. Still bored.
If you put your hand in front of your face, you might be refracted.
Yeah, nobody cares about what you think the state of this room is. If it's boring, then leave.
There's other channels. I mean, in here, the very first question we ask is do you think there's something wrong with the world?
You guys
and you do,
gay, and you guys suck. Okay.
The reason why you drink so much is that you're...
All right, just get the child out of here. Just get him the fuck out of here.
Yeah, get me out of here. Get me out.
Get me out of here.
That's his prize. That's what he wants. He wants us to mute him and get him out of here.
Yeah, it's a little intervention,
Those guys mute people over there, even though he's a problem. He has
just a reminder when you come into this chat. When you come into this chat, you know what to expect. There's people that are on their A game, and you come in here, with your slobberly drunkenness. What do you think is going to happen? Well, we're going to talk about intervening, but we're going to talk about intervening with the reason why you're coming in here like that. Because people are trying to have conversations, and you're just like, you're really muddying the waters.
His intention was to get muted. His intention was to get muted and banned. So why don't we just give him his prize? Because we don't care either way. If that's what he wanted when he came in here, then we can give it to him.
Yeah, but you know what sticks is whenever he hears us actually having these conversations, he's going to be like, well, if I go in there drunk again, is it going to be the same thing? Probably.
He doesn't care.
Yep.
He doesn't care.
I go in drunk. I won't remember how badly shellacked I got again.
He's not going to care. He may not even remember. So why does it matter?
Flatsy, don't be an attorney for that guy. Let him speak.
I'm okay. You're right.
He's not muted anymore.
I shouldn't be his attorney or his advocate.
Don't be his attorney.
I'll come in here later, and you guys won't even remember me. Like,
no, you won't remember this conversation. We will.
No,
they already remember you, buddy.
Saying you're
actually the reason why I brought it up is because you came in here the other day like this. So, yep. Every time you come in here like that, I'm just gonna laser focus on the reason why.
I remember the same too.
Oh, so the other day. Okay. What did I say?
Yeah. Do you remember being in here the other day? Because you were just as blasted.
Yep.
I wasn't in here the other day, but what?
Oh my God, he doesn't even remember being here.
No,
you were. We got it on live stream. We'll have to rewind it.
I told you he doesn't remember.
Let's do that. That'd be great. You guys don't, but like that's cool.
It's weird because like when he was arguing with the other guy that was talking about physics, or not physics, I guess they had some math problem. He was talking about the multiverse or something. And this guy was string theory. That's what he was talking about. And then this guy was like, he was proposing this like grandiose idea, and Feynman was like kind of arguing with him about it because it's weird, man. I know he's drunk, but he's an intellectual. He's pretty smart when he's not drunk. But when he's like this, I mean, you can't make any heads or tails of what he's saying. So the other guy was arguing with him, and they were going back and forth, but he was calling him out. And the other guy was a Glober, so was he. So it's kind of weird. But
that's weird. Yeah.
Anyway, we got Duct Tape in here, Dr. Duct Tape. Got some other people hanging out.
Dr. Duct
Welcome
Tape.
to 24.
How's it going?
I had a master's level professor named Dr. Duck.
Really? I wonder if this guy is a master level. So, Dr. Duck, do you believe that the Earth is a globe, or what is your position?
I am leaning more towards spherical only because of my own experiences.
Okay. What did you experience that made you lean that way?
Everything.
24-hour light in the Arctic Circle.
Oh, you went over there?
Great.
Yeah, I mean, I don't live that far from the North Pole.
Okay. So, when you see the sun up for 24 hours, what does that tell you about the Earth's shape?
Well, it's in line with the spherical model because during the summer, the axis is tilted towards the northern hemisphere. Axis is tilted towards the sun. So if you're on the very top of that, you are going to see the sun all the time.
Okay. Yeah, but that's something that they've told you, right?
Right, but what I'm saying is, like, in my life experience, there's more in line with what I've been told. There's more in line with it being spherical than
Dr. Duck, if you will, dude, what they've told you though is a story, and so that story it comes with a lot of like lore. You know, like if you hear a really good story, the lore is for instance, right? You got like Middle Earth, and you got dragons, and you got other things that are going on. You know,
about lore. He doesn't know about lore. Okay, he knows about lore.
Yeah, Dr. Duck. Yeah, Feynman, I need you to put yourself on mute, man. You can listen, but don't talk. Is that cool?
Well, don't try to lead him. Don't lead him.
All right. So I don't need a backseat driver when I'm speaking.
Well,
thank you.
Then don't drive him.
Quiet. All right. So, they tell you like any good story, it's got a lot of stuff that is involved, like, the Earth as a globe, and solar systems and ball planets and whatnot. But you don't know that any of that's true. Like you just told me the Earth is tilted and it's a globe. All of that stuff you cannot verify. That's a story. That's all it is. Can you verify any of that stuff?
I also didn't say it's definitive one way or the other, only that I'm leaning towards spherical.
Right, but even if you're leaning towards it, I'm only saying that because the story might sound good to you, and I think that's why you're saying you're leaning towards it. Am I right? The story sounds good. To you in your mind, it makes sense. But you can't verify it, right? But it just sounds good. Am I right?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that you can't verify and you just have to go with.
Right, and this is one of them, right?
Yeah, I mean, until I enter orbit around the Earth, like until I leave the planet, I can't prove definitively one way or the other.
Right, so what if I was to tell you, in the same way, right? What if I was to tell you I can't really know if there's dragons in Middle Earth until I actually go there? I have to go there and see Smaug. Once I go and see Smaug, he's over there. I'll experience it. The actual dragon. He's protecting all the gold. But I'll have to believe that he's over there. That sounds pretty weird, right, for me to say it that way, but that's what you sound like. You're believing something without any evidence. It's the same if I told you the same thing about visiting Smaug over there in Middle Earth. He's protecting all the gold, but it's a story. That's what I'm saying. And even if you're leaning on that story, you like being told stories, and if that's what you like, but at the end of the day, you can't verify it, and then that's just going to leave you with the belief system. It doesn't help anybody, That's why we're in this room. We examine the fact that people only have beliefs. That makes sense? It's got to make sense, Dr. Doug.
Like, where are you going with this?
Well, I'm saying it's just you're carrying a belief system because you think it sounds good, but it's nothing more than that. Like, you can't make it more than, well, if I go to space, when I look back, I'm going to see the Earth as a globe. You can't think like that. You can only think of well, it's a fantastic story that they told me that the Earth is a globe and, we're a ball planet going around the sun. That's all. Just a story. But it never matures past that. It's the reason why I'm telling you.
That's true for everything.
No, dude, it's not true for everything. It's true for this, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, everything you were told by someone else, whether it's in writing or verbal.
But you can verify some things.
That knowledge and apply it to your life experience, and then you create your belief system by which makes more sense in your life.
I get what you're saying by belief. I get what you're saying by belief. Yeah, I get what you're saying by belief system, but it's not so much a belief system when people are actually being able to test things to be true. If somebody tells you fire is hot, and you're like, bull, well, test it out, Like Crit always says, fuck around and find out. Because when you do, you're going to find out that fire's hot. I mean, you can test it over and over and over again. It's going to be the same result. And you can, change a few things, but it's always going to end up being that fire is hot. That's never going to change. So, you can test and verify and falsify the fact that people can make the claim that fire's hot, and voila, they'll find out fire's hot. Now, the same goes for anything else that you can verify, but in regards to the Earth, you can't do that. There's no way you can test and verify that the Earth is a globe. It's just a story. That's all. You can't verify it. No one can. That's why when people come in here, Dr. Duck, I'm always looking for the confident globers.
Oh, well, I'm not a confident glober. I don't take a definitive position on anything that I can't verify myself.
That's good. That's good, man. Kudos. If you keep that mindset,
that's why I said, like I'm leaning towards globe because their model more in lines with what I experience in my life.
No, it's not that you experience it. It sounds good. It's like me telling you, if you think hard enough, you could be anything you want. Like, if you think hard enough, you could be a mechanic. No, you have to apply yourself. It's not just thinking. You use your mind and say, whoa, I'm a mechanic now. I'm going to go fix cars. No, you don't have the training for it. You don't know how to do things. You have to first there's a process. So you can't just think in your mind and then it just is. Doesn't work that way.
At this point, Alpha, it sounds like us assuming. Let's go over exactly what makes sense to him to make him believe that the Earth is a globe. Let's see how that sounds first.
Yeah, go for
it. Let's
you go. You want to drive this, Ranger?
No,
you can drive
you go
this car
ahead.
if you want.
Go ahead. You got it. I'm whipping up tea and such. Go ahead.
I'm actually. I was actually going to take off too. Is there any other flat earther announced? How about an anti-globalist? Are you up for a discussion with the gentleman? I'm just looking for maybe Crit. I don't know. Crit's probably busy in the mornings. I was just chatting him up, man, because he doesn't sound like a troll or anything. So.
Yeah, he doesn't. Blasty, you still here?
I'm still here.
She burned off. Oh, no.
No, I'm still here.
You guys... Dr. Duck is not a troll or anything. I don't know. Talk to Dr. Duck. He's leaning towards globe, but I know that... What happened?
Well, and I can it's more or less the seasonal model and the day and night cycle for the globe model makes more sense to me than the flat earth model.
Yeah, nobody wants to hear a female, by the way.
Huh? What?
Nobody wants to hear.
I don't think he's one of those guys.
I have a wife, so I'm used to having a female tell me what to do and what to think. So
I'm used to
Dr. Duck
that doesn't want to hear somebody that is a female. So when it comes to this conversation, I know to back out and let the guys take over because nobody wants to hear me.
I don't know about all that, but really?
I do.
Who said that?
I know about it because I do it actively all the time. I back out because I'm talked over, I'm disregarded, or I don't have a voice in this. Not because of you guys or the flat earthers, but the globe earthers don't care about what I have to say.
Trust me, I'm tracking, but that's a certain type of person. I don't believe this guy to be that type.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, I'm with Ranger on that. There's just there's trolls that you gotta sift it. I don't know, but I get what you're saying. I'm not disregarding that. I know what you mean.
Yeah, I get talked over a lot, so I have to, talk accordingly and put it, give my input accordingly so that it's heard, if that makes sense.
I don't know. Yeah, but well, I mean, I don't know. Dr. Duck's there. If you guys want to chat with him, you can just leave it like an open.
No, I would love to. So I can do it right now if you want me to.
Yeah, Dr. Duck is as long as here's the thing: if somebody else jumps in, I guess if there's moderators there, just mute them so that Flatsy can talk to Dr. Duck.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So, Dr. Duck, do you understand? Yeah. Do you understand that we don't only observe, but we experience the Earth is flat and stationary?
Explain.
Yeah, okay. So we have what we would call level, sea level, and also level with instruments that we use that
also utilize a horizontal line as parallel to the plane of the horizon, and any vertical line would be perpendicular to the plane of the horizon. At any given point, this is true. We don't have to dispute that, because if you're going to have to tell us that somewhere over yonder that horizontal is actually curving and that vertical is actually diverging, but you just can't see it. You just have to trust someone who thinks that it is mathematically, right?
Okay.
Yeah, this is a problem with globe Earth, because in reality, we don't deal with the Earth being a globe. We actually measure it as flat. We aviate it as flat. We navigate it as flat. And we practically use it as flat. So if someone is going to come to you, it doesn't matter if it's your teacher and she doesn't know or he doesn't know that it's flat or globe or whatever, they just believe it's a globe. Doesn't matter how late a positive claim is addressed, but once you realize it's a positive claim to what you actually experience and observe, then you should address it as such. Doesn't matter what anybody taught you, you need to address it as a positive claim. That's what we're doing. We're asking the right questions. So we're going to the basics. And somebody told us it was a globe at some point, right? Okay, so when did they ever measure the curvature of the Earth? Because we don't see it that way and we don't measure it that way. So when did they ever measure drop over distance curvature? They didn't ever in history. I'm telling you right now that you're not going to find it. You're only going to find someone assuming it first. They only assume the curvature first. They never measure it directly. They only assume it, okay? So let's get past that point. We've got 3 questions, okay? Who has ever measured or directly detected the motion or axial rotation of the Earth? You don't actually do that. Nobody's ever done that. You only see something in the sky and just magically think that it's not the sky that's moving, it's us. And there's no evidence of that whatsoever. The only observation is that we see the sky moving. So maybe it's logical to assume that what is moving is actually moving, not something else. Okay? So the thing that is moving and not the other thing that you have in dispute. So the Earth being the thing in dispute. So you don't have the Earth being measured or detected as moving. Also, the third question, because we ask all the right questions, by the way. We need people in society to start asking the right questions. And this is the crux of the whole globe paradigm with a solar system and vast vacuum of space and expanding and blah, blah, blah. All of that stuff is with the globe paradigm. We don't align with that. We're telling you that the things in the sky are doing what they're doing and the ground is measuring flat. Okay? So we're also asking a very prominent question that globe earthers like to bring up as some sort of just beg the question scenario. They're begging the question, how do you have gas pressure without a container? They don't have any they don't have any kind of representation or demonstration of
or even a coherent logical argument.
Or even a coherent logical argument of gas pressure being contained without a container. Okay? So you need it to be contained. It's in the definition. of gas pressure. So how is gas pressure being sustained upon the earth that we're breathing the air that we're breathing because it is gas pressure? How do you have gas pressure without a container?
I don't know.
Somebody filled up the tank.
Oh, I love it. He said, I don't know. He said, I don't know. I gave him 3 questions. No
Well,
one
so
has
like,
ever answered any of those questions, ever. It's always, I don't know.
You're like a unicorn.
Yeah.
why? Because I'm honest.
Yeah, I love it. We love it. We honestly
Well,
love
so like
honesty.
like I said it before, but I tend to not take definitive positions on anything that I can't like actually observe with my own 2 eyes. Like, I have no definitive position on God one way or another because
Yeah,
there's
but
no way for me to verify.
we could give you some good information.
Well, so like that's the thing
Pun
is like I'll
intended.
say I'll say like I'm leaning towards there's probably a God, but I will not take a definitive position on it. Just
You're
like
halfway there to flat Earth.
but
yeah,
like
flat Earth that's contained, it would probably need a creator. Absolutely.
in my experience, like more aligns with what I've experienced living up more toward so I guess in the flat earth model, living more towards the center
There's
of
no
the
model.
disc.
There's no model. We're not trying to give you some sort of model. What is a model? You need to understand what a model is. Okay?
Yeah, where do they
What
come from?
is a model? And who has a model? Does the globe have a model? No, they don't. So why are they they project their double standard on us so much? It's ridiculous. So they don't have a model, but they are like, where's the flat earth model? Where's the flat earth model? They don't even have
Okay, well, let me define how I'm using model. Model being it's a globe and it functions this way by doing this thing, giving you
but you
this
can't.
result.
You can't do that. That's a problem because your idea of what would be a globe model could not ever explain all natural phenomenon that doesn't require a globe. Everything that we experience requires no globe. As a matter of fact, we experience the earth as flat and stationary, and we derive everything with physics, science, all this stuff from a flat stationary plane. You don't have a globe model. We don't have a flat earth model. We're just telling you that a plane that is flat and stationary, we can experience that individually, and we work off of that experience with physics.
Here's where my thought goes to, right? Is you can have a model that's based off of naturally observable phenomena, and you can have a model that isn't. I like the models that are based off of naturally observable phenomena.
Right.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Would you not agree with that?
Well, yeah, just so my biggest thing is like make the day and night cycle correlating with the seasonal.
That's sun dependent. That's sun dependent and observer dependent. So you have an observer and the sun. Okay? So your day and night cycle and your season cycle is sun dependent, and where the location of the sun is. Not the earth being a globe or flat, but the location of the sun. It has nothing to do with that. As in the globe earth, not the sun. The sun is the confounding factor of the seasons and the day and night cycle. So you don't have an argument for a globe with that.
You don't need a globe. You don't need a globe to model it. Like one of the models for the sun, the diurnal cycle, and the seasons is the equation of time model.
Exactly.
And they use that in Stellarium. They use that in all kinds of applications, satellite timing, corrections, UTC versus UT1. They have the sidereal time versus the solar time. The equation of time maps this out, and no globe is required.
There is no globe required at all.
Yeah, no globe observed. So say to jump to this conclusion that we need to model Earth as a globe in order to explain what is observable from a world in which no curvature and no spinning is witnessed or observed or experienced is not the correct application of a model. Models are for observable phenomena. If you come up with some idea for a model, you may as well call it a computer game and create a virtual world, because it's got absolutely no basis in reality at that point.
Yeah, and
just an imagined version of reality.
Yeah, and flat earthers are not claiming that you would see the sun at every point on Earth at one given time. That's crazy. We are just telling you that in reality, that solar noon and seasons are dependent upon the location of the sun on the flat Earth.
So another direction to go with this is we don't benchmark reality claims to a model. We benchmark our claims to reality. If we allow a model to become our benchmark for claims that exist in reality, then we may as well be living in the frickin' Matrix.
It's a limitation.
We may as well be living in a simulation of our own creation in our own minds. Because at that point, we're divorced from reality.
Right. It's a limitation. It's not actually expounding on anything. If you limit everything to a model, which is what is a model, by the way, we need to understand what that is. And you're not able to definitively understand anything beyond your perception as an observer. And you have to also understand that anyone else who is observing the earth at any given time doesn't have some sort of super ability to understand beyond where they see, just like you. So we're all subjected to your observations as well. So we're not some superhumans that can look above the earth and see it for all its glory and be able to give you some sort of overall understanding of all of it. That's crazy. Nobody has that ability.
Well, so like, all right, maybe I'll ask a different question. How does the world not just have continuous light if it's flat?
Well, think about.
I'll tell you why. Earth measures flat, and it doesn't have continuous light.
Do you know about the twilight zone in the ocean?
I thought you were in the ocean. Yeah, the twilight. Yeah.
Then it goes to like twilight to midnight.
Midnight zone. Yeah.
Yeah, there's places in the ocean where the light never gets to.
So are you saying that the covering to the earth functions much like a viscous liquid that can blot out light?
No, this is what I'm saying, that as you dive down into the water blocks light waves. And first red, the color red disappears. When you're not even that far, like 15, 20 feet, the color red is gone. It looks interesting because if you spearfish or whatever and you hit a fish, their blood looks like a green color. But their blood is red. When you get up to the surface, they bleed red. So when, as you go down deeper and deeper, more and more colors disappear. And eventually, it's black. So, as a cause and effect relationship, is the amount of water between you and the light source. There's water in the air.
Here's an interesting question. Something that is not predictable by the globe about a world that we can measure is the light of the sun itself. Its magnitude changes throughout the day, every day. The magnitude changes so much that it's 23,000 times brighter when the sun is directly overhead at noontime than it is when it's still observable just above the horizon.
Exactly. So we also need to factor in that the sun is unknown. What is going on with the sun is unknown, but we do understand some attributes of the sun and how we view it also over a flat plane. So you have to be able to divorce your idea that the sun is some 93 million miles away object. Divorce that idea and be able to critically think of it as something else, giving us what we see in reality, and we don't have to give over our minds or what we think to some authority of what's going on in the sky, because we don't know. They don't know. Whoever you're giving over your mind to doesn't know. So you need to be able to distinguish what's true and false, because there cannot be, let's say that if you want to go with the principles of logic, okay, so you got the law of identity, the law of excluded middle. The law of excluded middle means that a proposition cannot be true. It can only be true or false. And the law of non-contradiction, being the third, means that a proposition cannot be true and false at the same time. Okay?
Right, so there are many things that we can actually observe and measure in the natural world that don't conform to the globe and would not necessitate a globe as an antecedent or a conclusion based off of those observations, like the one I just mentioned. So, our community has spent about the last 10 years looking into details of all these claims. And we're kind of like hackers that are finding bugs in the code. And we document these and we talk about them. In the list, there isn't any definitive list, but the things we talk about are growing every day. Every day we find a new issue. The globe's done. It's cooked.
Now, is there an experiment you guys could provide me that could better explain something that I can actually do that could better explain the seasons and day-night cycle?
Like what? Experiment.
Well, so like the experiment I can do
The sun. It's
for
the sun.
yeah. So
what experiment did you do the first time? Well, let's see the experimental setup, and then let's change variables. That would be the easiest. Instead of starting from scratch, let's start where you're at now. What experiment do you have? And then we'll look at.
You can just.
Hold on, dude. Okay, what we'll do here is we'll look at your current experimental model. We'll look at it, see which variables you used as independent and dependent, which variables you used as control variables, and what I'll do is I'll check it out and I'll rotate one of your control variables into your independent variable and see if we can get a predictable result. And if that's the case, then I can be like, hey, you've got at least 2 independent variables here, maybe more. And then we could go on the conversation with that. Because if I just try to come up with a brand new experimental model, you could just default to your first one and be like, yeah, my original shit's better. That you never presented to begin with. So I don't even know where the goalpost is.
Well, like, I'm not looking for anything that scientific. I don't think I'm that smart. But like, if you have a light bulb and you have a spherical object.
The dark zone. I just talked to you about that. So the sun would be right above your head. You could dive into the water, straight down. Right away, you're going to start seeing the effects of water between you and the light source. Right away. You don't even need assisted air. You don't even need a scuba tank at this point. You can dive down 15 feet and watch the color red disappear.
Okay, yeah, but that's because of the amount of and
water.
Density of
now
water.
Think about how much water is in the air. There's more than if you were to condense the water between you and the sun, there's more than 15 feet of water. There's a lot of water in the air. They call it humidity. They measure it. You can do it yourself. You can measure the percent of water in the air.
Are you saying that there is
that cause and effect relationship is much more dynamic than just a curve of the Earth or a tilt? You're looking at hugely dynamic systems that are caused by the position of the sun moving through a medium. Not related.
So let me.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you saying that there is a rotating portion of air that is like hyper concentrated with water, and that's how the sun gets blotted out?
Yeah, I'm not sure where that came from. What do you mean by hyper?
Well, so like my thing is like that we rotating got on the topic.
Could you draw that out? Do you have a chance? Like maybe I missed it. Could you show me on the model what you're trying to talk about?
Rotating air on a flat Earth, sun blotting out.
Yeah, let me see. Can you draw that out for me? I'm gonna have a hard time picturing it.
Okay, so like, how do you get day and night opposite from one another? And you went into this explanation of the midnight zone and how water can absorb sunlight. So I was asking,
is that a fact or not? Does water absorb light?
Let me ask you this. Why would this is what we observe? What we observe is the sun is 23,000 times dimmer when it's still visible on the horizon than it is when it's directly overhead. Is that due to Earth curvature or Earth being a ball? If it's still visible, what do you think?
I don't know.
Yeah, good answer.
There's a lot of things I don't know. That's why I'm asking questions.
It's almost an open-ended question too. Yeah, this is a problem. Like, people can't say that the sun definitively proves that Earth is a globe, and then we bring up this little tidbit. And I can go into further globe, bugs, globe hacks beyond just this singular point. This isn't the only thing that we would hinge this argument on. But it is a very good and crucial important one. It's because you can't predict that Earth is a ball based off of that natural observation and measurement. So that's not going to be the one that does it for the globe. We have to move on to something else. And so we ask for
I'm still trying to figure out how day and night works without a globe. Like,
yeah,
and
everybody
is. Like, with the water thing, like, that's interesting, but it would require the density of water in the air change with the day and night.
The amount of water.
Yeah, it's just the amount. The amount itself may not have to change. It remains static, but the relative positions of the object being observed and the observer are changing.
So with the flat Earth, the sun is the one that's moving, correct?
Well, same thing with the globe.
In reality, that's what we see. Yeah, we don't even have to use the word flat Earth.
Yeah, so in the globe Earth, they tell you the sun's moving because of relativity. It's relative.
Yeah.
It's relative motion. So you've got exactly the same explanation on flat or curved or heliocentric or geocentric or concave. All of them. Every single model has exactly the same observation. All of them. Everyone. There's no
Einstein's own and Einstein's own relativity provides non-exclusive claims to reference frames, which means you can't support relativity and say flat Earth is wrong at the same time.
This is why you'll get a lot of these globalists come in here and they use Einstein as an insult because they don't like how he presented heliocentric.
Yeah, some unfalsifiable ball of crap. Big food for thought, man. I mean, for somebody who's an honest thinker and a critical thinker, these issues should consume you because they are rather obvious issues that you think should be obvious to those that devote their life studying this.
You want to go back to
we're here to say it's not.
You want to go back to first principles. Can you determine even day and night as a concept? Like, describe it, label it, categorize it. Daytime is when X, nighttime is X. That way you've got a way to parse out the person. So when you go to talk to somebody and they say, hey, what time is it? And they tell you it's nighttime, you've got a concept of what that person's even talking about. They're not talking about some degree angle below their feet that the sun is, because the Earth has rotated up, over, and around away from the sun.
Yeah, no one sees that.
Like when
you call it like you see it.
Yeah, like somehow, like if I were to tell you, hey, it's morning here, but instead of telling you it's morning, I say I'm nosediving on a ball into a giant ball of gas.
Ball of plasma.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it's simpler to say, I know it's daytime because the sun is getting closer to me. Or the sun appears to be moving closer to me. And I know it's turning into nighttime when the sun appears to be moving away from me. Those are first principle claims.
Like, well, I mean, not to get, well, I guess this might be helpful. Like the word breakfast. This came up just a couple days ago on another server. Like, people think that, oh, that's just the first meal. Lunch is lunch and dinner is dinner. And then we were talking about the core makeup of words. Because the shtick was, I know it's a little bit off topic, but it's in a server that has nothing to do with this topic. It was more about, like, in the future, it was like a kind of a symposium. In the future, like say Buck Rogers, future, someone finds an AI from today, and the language had drifted so far apart from where we're at now. How difficult would it be to get the AI caught up to the Buck Rogers level language versus just trying to interpret what it's saying through your lens? Like, what would be easier? So then some of the words we had talked about was like, slang, like, modern day, Zoomer speak. But one of the words that came up was breakfast. So how would you describe to an AI breakfast if it didn't understand it? Like, say that the meal changed, like the morning meal changed to something else, like brunch or whatever. So you say, hey, it's breakfast time, and the AI is like, what is that? How would you describe it?
That's a good exercise.
The first meal you eat after waking up.
Yeah, that's what we came up with. Breaking the fast.
Right. I only eat breakfast because I intermittent fast. I only eat once a day.
Yeah, I mean that's what we're going through. That how would you articulate something that doesn't have a label to it? Especially a noun. Like a verb, you could say, hey, watch me do this. I call this action, the electric boogaloo or whatever. But when you got a verb in a noun and the person doesn't understand, I'm going to throw this or kick this breakfast to a lunch because I want to fast. And that's why I think what's going on here is you've got concepts of seasons in day and night cycles, but you don't have the language to articulate what they are. So go back to I know this is kind of long-winded, and maybe I lost you, but go back to first principles. What is daytime? Describe it. What is nighttime? Describe it. And then you can start asking how or why. Because now you've got a definition for these things.
If Crit says like day and night and earth, and your immediate thought is to have a God's eye view of the heliocentric model, call it a model, and a globe spinning, and a globe that spins into the sunlight and then away from the sunlight from a particular point on Earth, then you're not describing what you experience and what you see with your own senses. You're describing a concept when we're asking you to describe something in reality, which is daytime versus nighttime. Do you kind of understand where the problem is? We've got generations of people that are brought up to describe reality and things that they actually experience using concepts of things that they don't. And you multiply this problem, like I said, by generations and over potentially hundreds of years. And you're like, my goodness, what the hell's going on in this world?
So what do you gain from having a definitive position on this?
A worldview that is consistent and true as a basis for identity.
Yeah, but like, how does it alter how you function? Like, I mean, that's really why it's like, well, yeah, I could care less whether it's round or flat, but
well, I'll tell you how. I mean,
like,
if your own self-concept of your if your self-concept of your identity, your mind and your ego is firmly rooted in true things that are real and provable and verifiable, as opposed to conceptual and suppositional, then you have a firmer basis on which to ground your decision-making through your life. Wouldn't you agree that that makes sense?
Yeah, well, I guess I'm struggling to, make the link between how would my actions change if I took a firm position on whether the Earth is round or flat.
They might change in ways that we can't predict or expect, and neither can you in the moment. But they will be different. And it's because if you are grounded in the way you view the world in such a manner that you accept reality as it's presented to you and as it can be verified by yourself and others, instead of a reality that's not, you're going to be less prone to being deceived. So we live in a world where people's brains have been trained. They've been trained and accustomed to accepting cognitive dissonance. Their minds have accepted that the world that they live on is the exact opposite of what they see. For example, when you see a sunset, you are trained, as we all were from birth and many generations before us, that when we see a sunset, despite watching the sun move, we're rotating backwards on a ball. but we can't tell that we're actually rotating backwards on a ball because the Earth is so big and it's turning so slowly and you can't feel the motion. But somehow we know that this is the case because insert your rationale or justification. But in reality, you know this not to be a case because you're observing things move while you are observably still. You're observing the sun move and the moon move and the stars move while you are absolutely, measurably, provably 100% still. So if your mind is conditioned to accept this contradiction in this seemingly innocuous and simple, innocent way, what other ways has your mind been deceived into accepting contradictions that you are unaware of in the conscious moment? But if you were to take inventory of these things, you might actually uncover there's a whole shitload of them. I'm here to tell you, you got a shitload of contradictions in your brain right now that you're not even aware of. And we can talk about that.
I mean, I imagine a lot of people do.
Yeah, we do. I mean, you know, the ancient Romans thought that there was a chariot of fire being drawn by the god Helios in the sky, right? And then they would sacrifice people to their gods and all kinds of crazy crap. Their worldview led to their decisions to live in a society where they engaged in human sacrifice. So what about our worldview today? What's it doing to us? I think we're still too early in this process to even speculate. But we know that we are being deceived. We're probably self-deceived. I wouldn't say there's a conspiracy. A lot of flat earthers get into the conspiracy stuff, but I don't. I leave it alone. I think it's more of a grand delusion. And I think that's probably a worse outcome than if we're being deceived by somebody else, honestly. If we are self-deceived as a society, then God help us.
I love how you did that. I like to interject. Sorry, Dr. Duck. I just like to say, you see how we examined the things that you thought made more sense about why you believe that you live on a ball, and now we examine those things. This may have been the first time you've actually looked into these.
Correction. I don't have a definitive position one way or another.
Okay. But you see how you came in and you were like, you had the evidence, or not the evidence. You lean more towards the ball belief because, basically that's the way it was taught to you and you experienced it that way. Now that we've gone through a few things, maybe it's more clear that maybe you just had a belief because you were told those things. And when you examine these things in reality, they don't contort.
But what is there to gain? What is it just like ego or?
I mean,
there's some of that.
Go ahead, Ahmed.
Yeah, I think what's to be gained is there are bad people that'll take advantage of this delusion and, make money off of it, use it for control, give you an idea about resource scarcity and the role of governments in the world based on the globe and this understanding that we're in this space vacuum cosmology. You'd be surprised how much is tied to that.
Yeah.
Economically.
A lot of appeals to the future. For years, we've been hearing about asteroids made of diamonds and future Mars hotels and moon hotels, and those things haven't happened. It's just a constant appeal to the future for profit.
Yep, and they will take your tax dollars and fund worthless objectives, as if that's anything new in history, right? But I mean, here we can actually point to some things that are extremely tangible and objectively wrong with the waste of those tax dollars. And that's just a minor point, though.
Extremely minor.
What if having a holistic and true worldview leading to a holistic and true self-identity changes your relationships with people just in a personal level? You can see through other people more easily when they start repeating the same cognitive dissonant crap that you used to believe in. And you might be in a capacity to help them. It doesn't mean you're going to start flat smacking them, but you might start encouraging them, right? You might encourage them to think critically because you love them.
Well, so my closest neighbor is a flat earther.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I hope he's a good one. Flat earthers annoy me, to be honest.
Well, so it's my thing is like, because I live in the middle of nowhere, and I source the majority of our food, our power, our water, everything I source as much as I can independently. And it's like, what is there to gain by taking a definitive stance on this position as an individual?
Well, for some people, in my case, it firmed up my pre-existing belief in a creator. Because this way to view the world completely destroys any notions of a Big Bang outer space cosmology with a godless universe. I start to see more purpose and design in my own body, in my own mind and way of thinking, and in all of creation around me than I ever had before I had even considered.
Yeah, I'll take it a step further and simpler. I've had people tell me, now that I understand how close the lights in the sky are, how close the ceiling is, I feel closer to God. Pretty much the same way Amish said it. But people understand that you aren't flying through an infinite vacuum and things are millions and billions and inconceivable numbers of miles away. Yeah, you don't have to deal with that. You deal with everything being right on top of you, circling around you.
It's wild, right? Yeah, when you start looking at this like a flat earther does, you're like, man, the sun, the moon, those are right there. Those are right there. And the stars too. This is weird. It feels like the ceiling's coming down on you. You feel closer to creation. You feel closer to your friends and family. You feel closer to God. And what you choose to do with that is up to you. And everybody's going to be different. This isn't saying like flat earth is going to make the world peaceful and happy, but it does change how you think about your place in the world and what the world might actually be.
All right, so now we're getting somewhere. So now,
if you don't mind, I have to go. I'm so sorry to leave you hanging, guys. I have to go. I'll be listening. Feel free to DM me if you would like an honest, mature conversation with an adult. I'm open to DMs. And carry on, folks. And everybody else out there, existing mods, Dr. Duck's been super honest with us today. I believe him. So please give him some deference and wide berth.
Before you go, I just want to ask you. So, because now that you said, okay, flat Earth brings you closer to God. Okay, awesome. Would you because my biggest thing is what is there to gain by being everyone in this giant conspiracy to lie to the individual? Now that we've got that, would you be fair to say that the purpose of the lie is to bring people away from God?
Yeah, my personal belief is that is one of the most crucial outcomes of this delusion. Is it's creating a separation. It's creating space for people to wonder if scientific materialism is all there is and all there ever will be, to quote Carl Sagan. And I don't think it is. This world is a lot more mysterious than people give it credit.
Okay, well, so that was productive. I think I have a better understanding of where you're coming from.
Great. Send your friend, your neighbor to our room. We would like to talk to him, find out where he's coming from as a flat earther. So our community, 24/7 Flat Earth, we're first and foremost rational empiricists. We're not conspiracy theorists. We're not into the occult. We're not into world religions. The basis of our worldview is founded in facts.
I don't believe he pays for Starlink anymore, so I don't know what his internet situation's like.
Yeah. I don't mind Starlink personally. As a flat earther, I got no problem with it. That's a whole nother conversation.
But that's the only internet we have out here, so.
All right, well, carry on, folks. And other mods, please give Dr. Duck some wide berth and good deference, because he's earned it. In my view, he's honest.
I'll probably just sit here and listen to the discussions.
going to be putting some pictures together from a couple of days ago. The alignment of the lights in the sky. Those 7 planets, in quotes.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.